Chapter 959, Whether you deserve it or not, you'll know soon. Jiang Chen, you are really not ordinary arrogant. I don't have a chance to make a move, so you deserve it. Xiaozhu laughed contemptuously. Since Xiaozhu was able to get a quota for the quasi-emperor relic, his strength and talent were naturally not weak. Although he only had the strength of Shanhai's 3rd level, his combat power was not as strong as that of the ordinary Shanhai's 7th level warrior. With his strength, even facing the top 10 emperor-level geniuses, it can still compete against 1 or 2. Want to defeat him with one move, unless the 5 emperor-level geniuses make a move. Xiaozhu really didn't believe it. This kid with a cultivation base 1 level lower than him has a terrifying strength comparable to an emperor-level genius. Whether it's worth it, you'll know soon. With a move from Jiang Chen's palm, the blood dragon sword flashed out of nowhere in his palm. He looked at Xiaozhu faintly, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lifted a slight arc. Lastly, I will give you a chance to shoot, otherwise you really won't have a chance. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes, Xiaozhu was furious. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Disciple, don't be careless, this child's spirit is extraordinary, and I am afraid that his combat power will not be inferior to you. Hearing the master's voice, Xiaozhu's heart trembled, and he put away a bit of contempt. His master, but the veteran divine soul realm king ranked relatively high in Yandi City, his eyesight and insight are extraordinary, and he will naturally not aimlessly. Jiang Chen, since you are so anxious to find death, then I will fulfill you. When the voice fell, Xiaozhu didn't hesitate at all, his figure rose into the sky, planning to start first. Jiang, while his figure rushed out, crisp sword chants rang through the sky. A faintly cyan-long sword flew into Xiaozhu's hands. Netherfire sword art. With a low drink, countless strange cyan flames suddenly condensed in the space within 100 meters of Xiaozhu. These weird flames, like a sharp sword aura, with a fierce power, rushed towards Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. It turned out to be the king-level Wushui Mingha sword art. Netherfire sword art, this is one of the most aggressive king-level martial arts in Yandi City. I didn't expect Xiaozhu to successfully cultivate the dark fire sword art. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but exclaim. They looked at Jiang Chen across from Xiaozhu and shook their heads secretly. Xiaozhu displayed his strongest skills as soon as he shot, obviously not intending to give Jiang Chen any chance. With Jiang Chen's strength, it would be difficult to stop Xiaozhu's sword. In midair, harsh sonic booms were heard everywhere. Countless strange sword auras burning with blue flames, like raging waves, formed a torrent of sword auras of 10 feet long, sweeping towards Jiang Chen, as if to destroy everything. Facing Xiaozhu's full blow, Jiang Chen's expression seemed extremely indifferent. He held the blood dragon sword with a slight sword in his right hand, and directly drew a sword at Xiaozhu in an understatement. A simple sword, but with a sword intent that ruined the world, condensed a giant sword phantom, stirred the airflow of thousands of meters, and faced the torrent of sword energy that swept across. The shocking explosion sounded through the world, and the space within a radius of 100 meters trembled at this moment. I saw that the sword chi torrent that swept over was directly torn apart by the giant sword phantom. In the blink of an eye, the torrent of sword energy has disappeared. The remaining power of the giant sword phantom was heavily slashed on Xiaozhu's bodyguard vitality. Chapter 960, defeated the enemy with one sword and shocked the audience. The vitality of the body was shattered, and Xiaozhu spouted out a mouthful of blood. I saw a sword mark with deep bones on his chest directly out of thin air, and his clothes were torn to pieces by the sharp sword aura. After abruptly withstanding Jiang Chen's sword, Xiaozhu's figure was like a kite with a broken line and fell more than 10 feet away. His clothes were stained red with blood, he looked like a blood man, looking extremely embarrassed. Xiaozhu looked up at Jiang Chen with a look of horror. He didn't let his breath come over in his chest, and immediately spouted another mouthful of blood, and he passed out directly. The sudden scene directly caused a strange silence around the arena. Everyone's gazes towards Jiang Chen completely solidified in an instant. Xiaozhu was actually defeated by Jiang Chen with a sword. How is this possible? The most terrifying thing is that this guy hasn't even used martial arts at all. It's just an ordinary sword that incorporates sword intent. Hi! What kind of horror is this guy's sword intent? They looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the arena, all with expressions of amazement. Xiaozhu, this is one of Yandi City's imperial disciples. Excluding the 5 great emperor-level geniuses and 10 great emperor-level geniuses, Xiaozhu is definitely one of the top 20 in strength among all the remaining disciples in Yandi City. With his strength, even the top 10 emperor-level geniuses, it is impossible to understate one sword defeat so lightly. But the guy in front of him did it. As expected of someone who can be watched by the Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiaoduli, this talent is really terrifying. Not only the disciples of Yandi City around the arena were shocked. Many Divine Soul Realm kings who came to the void to pay attention to this scene with their spiritual thoughts were also shocked by Jiang Chen's sword. This guy unexpectedly realized the 3 great sword intent. This is extraordinary, I know, with the eyes of the Fenchen Sword Emperor Xiao independent, how can the person he likes be simple? With this kid's ability, even with his strength, I am afraid that he may not be able to get a quota for the Quasi-Emperor ruins. The spirits of several Divine Soul Realm kings slowly communicated in midair, and their tone of voice revealed unconcealed exclamation. Since Jiang Chen came to Yandi City a few days ago and successfully won a place in the relic of the Quasi-Emperor, almost many people have focused their attention on Jiang Chen. The Divine Soul Realm kings who came to watch the battle today, almost all of them have strong Wangji disciples. These Divine Soul Realm kings obviously wanted to see the situation of this battle, and then seemed to be able to get a spot for the Quasi-Emperor ruins for their disciples. Result: this battle almost completely exceeded their imagination. These Divine Soul Realm kings obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen's combat power could be so strong that he was so defying the sky. Their disciples are at best equal to Xiaozhu's strength. It seems that it is almost impossible to seize the spot in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen, you are in the same competition, you are so cruel, it is too much. Just when many Divine Soul Realm kings lost their minds about the spot in Jiang Chen's hand in the void, a cold voice sounded abruptly. A slender figure exuding fierce aura was also ghostly flashing out beside Xiaozhu. Chapter 961, Take You to Kill the Chicken and the Monkey. Xiao Nan, he actually went up. This guy is strong, and he is very short-sighted. Now that he has witnessed his younger brother being severely injured by Jiang Chen, how can he let it go? Tisk tusk. The top 10 emperor-level geniuses shot, this time there is a good show. When everyone saw Xiao Nan appearing on the arena in vain, they couldn't help but talk. The 2 people in front of you. One is the descendant of the Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiaoduli, who is strong enough to kill Xiaozhu and other emperor-level geniuses. One is the old 10 emperor-level geniuses of Yandi City, whose strength is ranked high in the entire Yandi City. If the 2 play against each other, this battle will be very exciting. Looking at Xiao Nan in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. Senior brother Xiao, competitive martial arts, no swords. He is inferior to human skills and injuries are inevitable. He looked at Xiao Nan calmly, what's more, I have been merciful, otherwise he would not be in a coma now. It's a sword without eyes, not as good as a human. Xiao Nan stared at Jiang Chen coldly, my Xiao Nan's brother, it's not that whoever wants to hurt can hurt. No matter who it is, I will make him pay a heavy price. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. What do you want? One move. Xiao Nan stretched out a finger towards Jiang Chen. As long as you can pick me up, that's it. Hearing Xiao Nan's extremely arrogant words, everyone below couldn't help but feel an uproar. This Xiao Nan deserves to be one of the 10 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City, and he is really domineering. Just now Jiang Chen killed Xiaozhu with a single sword. This guy obviously wanted to use his own way to cure his body. Not interested in. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Xiao Nan, turned around and left the arena. You stop me. Xiao Nan's expression was cold, and his figure flashed and stood in front of Jiang Chen. I said, I'm not interested in accepting your challenge. Why, are you still going to be strong enough to act? Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Nan lightly. Yandi City prohibits disciples from fighting in private. You should know the consequences of your action now. Take me a trick, this 6th rank Hunyuan Dan belongs to you. Not only that, if you can take this trick from me, there will be no more ideas for someone to slap you for the position of the Zun Emperor ruins, and it will save you a lot of trouble. When he moved his palm, an antique pill box appeared out of thin air in his palm. Yandi City prohibits disciples from fighting in private. If Jiang Chen was just an ordinary disciple with no background, he would also make a move. But Jiang Chen was the disciple of the Fenchen Sword Emperor Xiaoduli. If he didn't get Jiang Chen's consent to shoot directly, he would definitely anger Xiaoduli's evil star, and his life in Yandy City would probably not be easy. 6th rank high-level Hunyuan pill, you really have lost money. For the sake of this Hunyuan pill, I took your move. What's more, I am indeed a little afraid of trouble. It is also a good choice to use you to kill chickens and monkeys. Jiang Chen looked at the pill in Xiao Nan's hand, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but a strange arc was raised. 6th rank Hunyuan pill, this is the best pill that allows Shanghai realm warriors to at least increase their cultivation base by 1 level. Moreover, this Xiao Nan was the top 10 emperor level genius in Yandy City, and his strength almost ranked in the top 10 in the entire Yandy City. If you can fight against Xiao Nan without losing the wind, you should be able to completely deter those disciples who hit his quasi-emperor ruins. How can Jiang Chen refuse such a thing with 2 birds with 1 stone? Chapter 962, Burning the Fire. Jiang Chen actually wanted to use Xiao Nan to kill chickens and monkeys. I heard something. Right, this guy deserves to be Xiao Duli's disciple, and he is really not an ordinary man. When everyone heard Jiang Chen's arrogant words, they couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Nan, a genius with the blood of the 5-star emperor of the Xiao family, has reached the 6th level of Shanghai's cultivation base, ranking 5th among the 10 imperial geniuses in Yandy City. Even counting the 5 emperor-level geniuses, Xiao Nan's strength is enough to rank in the top 10. Although Jiang Chen's combat power was not weak, he only had Shanghai's 2nd layer's cultivation base, which was 4 small levels lower than Xiao Nan. This guy was delusional to use Xiao Nan to kill chickens and monkeys. It would be too crazy. I want to see, how do you use me to kill chickens and monkeys? Xiao Nan laughed angrily, and the surging weather of Shanghai's 6th layer also swept away instantly. Fire. With a cold drink, a burst of hot fire burst out, and within a radius of several tens of feet, it instantly turned into a sea of fire, in which the fire was soaring into the sky, dazzling. Under the blessing of the flame, Xiao Nan's aura reached its peak, and a burst of strange red light burst out of his eyes. Take me a punch. Xiao Nan stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes, and burst into a loud shout in his mouth. The flame power within a radius of several tens of meters was integrated into Xiao Nan's fist strength, and shot out fiercely at Jiang Chen. The hot fist Jin came to suppress Jiang Chen with a force to destroy everything. Wherever fist Jin passed, the surrounding space was all under the hot fist Jin, and there was a sneer. It turned out to be Skyfire King Fist. This time Jiang Chen is afraid it will be miserable. Below the arena, everyone couldn't help taking a breath as they watched this scene. Tianhua Wangquan, one of the top martial arts in Yandy City. Even among all the king-level martial arts in Yandy City, the power of the Skyfire King Fist is enough to rank in the top 3. With Xiao Nan's strength, coupled with this mighty and overbearing Skyfire King Fist, it was enough to shake the powerhouse of the ordinary Shanghai 9 layers. On the other hand, Jiang Chen only had Shanghai's 2nd layer's cultivation base. Even if his combat power was extraordinary, it would be difficult to resist Xiao Nan's punch. Feeling the terrifying power contained in Xiao Nan's fist, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and directly used Dian Cloud Swallowing technique to raise his cultivation to the 4th level of Shanghai. He directly took out the Blood Dragon sword and pointed a finger at Yaoshan, and the Beizong void above his head suddenly condensed thousands of colorful and strange flames. Under the control of Jiang Chen, these weird flames directly turned into a huge sword burning with raging flames. 10,000 fires burned the sky. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and the Blood Dragon sword in his hand slashed directly at the oncoming fist. 2 attacks containing terror power collided in an instant, and a loud sound like thunder suddenly rang out in midair. The terrifying energy heat wave swept away, causing the space within a kilometer to tremble slightly. Countless onlookers felt under the pressure of this terrifying heat wave. Xiao Nan's figure is also under the impact of this heat wave, kicking the ground back more than 10 distances. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, who stood still, and the unbelievable screams came out instantly. You actually learned the emperor-level martial arts of Yandy City. How is this? How is this possible? Chapter 963, even more terrifying than an emperor-level genius. The imperial martial arts / Xiao Nan's incredible screams also made all the disciples present were stunned. Although most of the disciples present had never seen the imperial martial arts of Yandy City, the name of the imperial martial arts of Yandy City was very impressive. Wanwo Burning Heaven is one of the 9 imperial martial arts in Yandy City. In the history of Yandy City for nearly 100 years, The last person who received the inheritance of the Burning Sky sword was the Sword Emperor Xiaoduli. Back then, Xiaoduli relied on this trick to burn the sky and slash the world, and few people were able to defeat it. Could it be that Xiaoduli had already passed the 10,000 fire burning heaven slash to Jiang Chen in private? All inherited martial arts in the Shenwu Pavilion of Yandi City are forbidden to be taught in private. Even Xiao Tianan, the patriarch of the Xiao family who was in charge of Yandi City, did not have the right to privately teach the inheritance of martial arts from the Shenwu Pavilion to his disciples. What a Sword Emperor Xiaoduli, who violated the rules of Yandi City and taught you the Burning Heaven sword in private. Xiao Nan returned to his senses and couldn't help but stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer on his face. I will report this matter to the patriarch. You just wait to accept the sanctions from Yandi City. Jiang Chen curled his lips. Who told you that this Wanwo Burning Heaven slash was taught to me by the master? Xiao Nan smiled coldly and said, in today's Yandi City, apart from the Sword Emperor Xiaoduli, there is no second person who has mastered 10,000 fires burning heaven slash. Who else did he teach you? This Wanwo Burning Heaven slash is placed in the Shenwu Pavilion. As long as I enter the Shenwu Pavilion, I can get the inheritance of Wanwo Burning Tianzhan. Why should others teach it to me? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. I am willing to bet and lose. You have lost this battle. Take the Hunyuan pill. Listening to Jiang Chen's tone, isn't this 10,000 fire burning heaven slash not taught to him by the Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiaoduli? You seem to have forgotten one thing. Just a few days ago, someone got the inheritance of Imperial Martial Arts in Shenwu Pavilion. Fuck, is it Jiang Chen that caused the Shenwu Pavilion vision a few days ago? Impossible. How could this guy pass the inheritance assessment of Shenwu Pavilion Emperor level martial arts with only the strength of Shanghai's second layer? When everyone looked at Jiang Chen on the arena, they couldn't help but talk. A few days ago, the person who entered the Shenwu Pavilion and got the Imperial Martial Arts inheritance, really you? Hearing the comments coming from all around, Xiao Nan's eyes suddenly shrank, and the gaze towards Jiang Chen finally showed unconcealed horror. Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Xiao Nan. Is there any problem? It was seen that Jiang Chen personally admitted that everyone present couldn't help but take a breath. They stared at Jiang Chen on the arena with dull faces, and it took a long time to recover from their horror. A few days ago, the Imperial Martial Arts inheritance in Shenwu Pavilion should be one of the 5 Emperor-level geniuses, but he didn't expect it to be Jiang Chen who had just entered Yandi City. Today, among the 5 Emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City, there is only one Imperial-level martial arts inheritance from the Shenwu Pavilion. But the guy in front of him not only passed the inheritance assessment of the Shenwu Pavilion Imperial Martial Arts with the cultivation base of Shanghai's second layer, but he also completely mastered this Imperial Martial Arts within a few days. If Jiang Chen really was the one who caused the Shenwu Pavilion vision a few days ago, then he is definitely a peerless, arrogant, even more terrifying than the 5 Emperor-level geniuses of Yandi City. Chapter 964, He Must Die. How could you be the one who got the Imperial Martial Arts in Shenwu Pavilion a few days ago? It took a long time for Xiao Nan to recover from the sluggishness. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen with an incredible expression in his eyes. Xiao Nan was very clear about the difficulty of the martial arts inheritance test of the Emperor Shenwu Pavilion. The test of the inheritance of Shenwu Pavilion Imperial Martial Arts is to face the power of the domain left by the Emperor of the Divine Birth Realm. In this inheritance test, the main test is the martial arts talent. It is basically impossible to pass the test of Imperial Martial Arts by relying solely on cultivation. Because the strength of the inheritance test will become stronger as the cultivation base of the person who triggers the test increases. At the beginning, Xiao Nan's Shu base had just broken through the 4th layer of Shanghai, tried to trigger a test of the Imperial Martial Arts inheritance, and finally returned unfailingly. A few months ago, Xiao Nan broke through Shanghai's 6th layer and once again entered Shenwu Pavilion to trigger the test of Imperial Martial Arts. As a result, he found that the strength faced by the test of inheritance had also increased to a higher level. Unless the martial arts talent is recognized, it is almost impossible to get the Imperial Martial Arts inheritance in Shenwu Pavilion. This is also an important reason why in Yandi City in recent years, except for the strongest Emperor-level genius, no one has been able to inherit the Imperial-level martial arts inheritance. As long as the disciples whose cultivation reaches the Divine Sea Realm, they are eligible to enter the Shenwu Pavilion to obtain the inheritance of martial arts. The lower the cultivation level, the stronger the martial arts acquired, which means the stronger the martial arts talent. Even the strongest emperor-level genius only got the inheritance of imperial-level martial arts in Shanghai 4th layer. And this kid in front of him is no more than the strength of Shanghai 2nd layer. How can he get the imperial martial arts in Shenwu Pavilion? If this is the case, isn't this kid's martial arts talent even more terrifying than the strongest emperor-level genius today in Yandi City? Xiao Nan couldn't believe that the martial arts talent of this kid could reach such a terrifying level. If you think it's impossible, then it's impossible. Where did my martial arts come from? You don't need to know. Jiang Chen glanced at Xiao Nan faintly. You only need to know that you have lost this trick. I am willing to bet and lose. Am I the kind of person that Xiao Nan cannot afford to lose? With a cold snort, Xiao Nan threw the Hunyuan pill to Jiang Chen, then took a deep look at Jiang Chen, and the unconscious Xiao Ju disappeared on the arena in a flash. Leave the arena. Xiao Nan came directly to a courtyard west of Yandi City. In the courtyard, a skinny old man in black robes was already waiting here. Xiao Nan went straight to the black robe old man and bowed in salute. This thin black robe old man is Xiao Taiyan, the master of the two brothers Xiao Nan and Xiao Ju, one of the veteran divine soul kings in Yandi City, whose status is only under the three emperors. I learned from the Lihuo Sword Emperor that the person who caused the Shenwu Pavilion vision a few days ago is indeed Jiang Chen. The black-robed old man turned around and looked at Xiao Nan indifferently. Xiao Nan's expression suddenly changed. That kid really got the Shenwu Pavilion Imperial Martial Arts inheritance with Shanghai's 2nd layer's cultivation base. That kid's talent is too enchanting, even surpassing any disciple in Yandi City. Even the peerless genius who is known as the strongest emperor in Yandi City, I am afraid it is hard to compare with him. When the black-robe old man said this, a cold light flashed in his old eyes. The Sword Emperor will never allow anyone to threaten that person's status, so he must die. Chapter 965, Sudden Task. Xiao Nan was shocked. The Sword Sovereign meant to kill Jiang Chen. If that kid doesn't get rid of, as long as he is given enough time, his future achievements may not be under Xiao Duli. At that time, this Yandi City will probably be the world of their master and apprentice. The black-robed old man said indifferently, this situation is not what I and the Sword Emperor want to see. Master, although Xiao Duli is not in Yandi City now, but it is not easy to get rid of Jiang Chen unconsciously under the eyes of the Lord Xiao Tianan. Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment, and immediately said with a solemn expression, Master, this matter. Okay, I know what you want to say. The things that happened back then were planned by the Sword Emperor and I. If Xiao Duli gains power, it will not benefit me or the Sword Emperor. Haipao Laozi waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Nan. He looked directly at Xiao Nan and said, I have already arranged to hand over the task of Xiaoyu sect to Jiang Chen. Xiao Nan's eyes lit up slightly. Master, this is a good idea, the affairs of Xiaoyu sect, but there is the shadow of the Blood Demon Palace. If you can use the people of the Blood Demon Palace to get rid of Jiang Chen, it would be best. Just in case, you also have to go to Xiaoyazong. The black-robed old man said sternly, no matter what method you use, I can't let Jiang Chen return to Yandi City alive. Master, rest assured, the disciple knows what to do. Xiao Nan nodded, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. The mission of the Xiaoyazong, but there are already 2 imperial disciples from Shanghai who were buried in it. However, Jiang Chen was only a mere Shanghai 2nd layer's strength, he must die for a lifetime when he went to Xiaoyu sect. Even if Jiang Chen could really survive in Xiaoyu sect, as long as he wasn't in Yandi City, wouldn't it be easy for him to put Jiang Chen to death? Although Jiang Chen used the imperial martial arts to burn the sky to block him, Xiao Nan still didn't think Jiang Chen had the capital to compete with him. In the previous confrontation with Jiang Chen, he did not try his best. He is a genius with the blood of a 5-star emperor, a superb figure among the 10 emperor-level geniuses of Yandi City, and his cultivation has already reached the 6th level of Shanghai. And no matter how enchanting Jiang Chen's talent is, now it is no more than the strength of Shanghai's 2nd layer. As long as Jiang Chen goes to the Xiaoyu sect, he will surely let Jiang Chen go without returning. At the same time that Xiao Nan and his apprentice were planning to get rid of Jiang Chen returned to his residence without knowing it, and continued to practice. In the next few days, no one came to trouble Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen defeated the imperial disciple Xiao Ju with one move, and forcibly shook the top 10 imperial genius Xiao Nan without letting the wind fall, which indeed shocked many Yandi City disciples. Many of the disciples who had been spying on Jiang Chen's Zun Emperor's position were all dead, and they didn't have the guts to attack Jiang Chen. This peaceful cultivation time did not last long. A deacon from the Yandi City General Affairs Hall sent Jiang Chen a jade slip of the task. Yandi City was the same as the Taishu sect at the time, and his disciples had to complete a sect mission every once in a while. What Jiang Chen didn't expect was that he had just arrived in Yandi City for less than half a month, and Yandi City assigned him a task. Jiang Chen didn't think much about receiving the task of Yujian. He directly opened the jade slip and checked this sudden task. Chapter 966, Go to Arya. After quickly browsing the task jade slip, Jiang Chen quickly got a general understanding of the task. The destination of the mission was a sect attached to Yandi City to the southwest of Yandi City. This sect was called Xiaoyu sect. It was a 2-star sect, and its strength was comparable to that of the Kanglan League where Jiang Chen was back then. A mysterious blood repair appeared in Xiaoyu sect, and many Xiaoyu sect disciples were brutally murdered. Sect Master Xiaoyu was helpless and turned to Yandi City for help. To this end, Yandi City sent 2 imperial disciples to Xiaoyuzong, but the 2 imperial disciples had never returned. Now that the situation of the Xiaoyu sect is severe and the people are panicked, Yandi City also decided to send someone to the Xiaoyu sect to handle the matter again. And Jiang Chen is one of the members sent to the Xiaoyu sect to perform the task this time. Jiang Chen checked the information of the mission members and found that there were 6 members in this mission. The head is a deacon named Zhang Hao, the king of the dual-level spirit. In addition to this person, Jiang Chen also had 2 more familiar names on the list. One of them was Xiaonan, one of the 10 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City. The other person is Chu Ryu, who has had some intersection with him. The remaining 2 people were all Wang-level disciples above Shanhai's 4th layer. It's interesting, I didn't expect Xiaonan to be a member of this mission. Jiang Chen couldn't help making a slight curve recently. Although I don't know what the other people are doing, this task is probably not simple at all if Xiaonan is among them. Early the next day, Jiang Chen arrived at the meeting place. Junior brother Jiang, you are here. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Chu Ryu, who had been waiting here, couldn't help stepping forward to say hello to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I didn't expect Senior Sister Chu to be a member of this mission, and I hope Senior Sister Chu will take more care of her. Junior brother Jiang didn't know, I actually came from the Xiaoyu sect. After hearing that something happened to the Xiaoyu sect, I took the initiative to apply for this assignment. It's just that I didn't expect that junior brother Jiang would also be a member of this mission. Chu Ryu raised her head to look at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but whispered, Junior brother Jiang, the relationship between Zhang Hao and Xiaonan, the leader of this mission, is unusual. You have to be careful. Thank you Sister Chu for reminding me. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered slightly. If it was just a Xiaonan, Jiang Chen might not care about it. Now even the team leader Zhang Hao, a strong man with 2 souls and souls, is also mingled with Xiaonan, and he can't help but treat it carelessly. The mission this time was exactly the same as he expected, and it was not simple at all. After a few brief conversations, the 2 quietly waited for the arrival of the other members. All 4 personnel including Zhang Hao and Xiaonan were present. You must already know everything about this mission, so I won't talk nonsense. Now that everyone is here, let's go. The 6 gathered together, and Zhang Hao, the leader of the team, swept his eyes lightly on everyone, and directly led Jiang Chen and the others away from Yandi City. Jiang Chen and his party came to the territory of the 2-star power Xiaoyuzong. Zhang Hao called the 6 people together to discuss the task. Everyone, we are going to Xiaoyuzong soon. What do you think about this mission? Zhang Hao swept his gaze slightly over everyone, and said. Chu Ryu hesitated for a moment, and said directly, Deacon Jiang, we don't know the specific situation of Xiaoyu sect at present, so let's go to Xiaoyu sect first and make plans. Chapter 967, Conspiracy. Chu Ryu was born in Xiaoyu sect. Now that something happened to Xiaoyu sect, she naturally wanted to return to Xiaoyu sect as soon as possible to understand the current situation of Xiaoyu sect. The situation of the Xiaoyu sect is currently unknown. It is not a wise choice to go rashly. What's more, if we enter the Xiaoyu sect with a big flag, we will definitely attract the attention of the mysterious blood repair, and it will inevitably be horrified. Xiaonan pondered slightly. Send someone to Xiaoyu sect to inquire about the situation first. Well, let's split into 2 groups. Jiang Chen, Chu Ryu, Li Feng, the three of you go directly to Xiaoyu sect, and Xiao Nan and I will protect each other secretly. If something happens, there will be some help. Zhang Hao made a decision soon. Jiang Chen got the order and couldn't help but take a deep look at Zhang Hao and others, and then went straight to Xiaoyuzong with Chu Ryu and Li Feng. Deacon Zhang is really a brilliant move. He has brought Jiang Chen into Xiaoyu sect so easily. Looking at the backs of Jiang Chen and the three of them leaving, Xiao Nan couldn't help but lift up a ghostly smile. This is also how Xiao Nanjun brother cooperated well. Zhang Hao smiled and said, now Jiang Chen and the others have entered the Xiaoyu sect. With their strength, facing the mysterious blood repair, they will definitely die. Deacon Zhang, let's follow along. The rewards for the mission of the Xiaoyu sect this time are also very generous. After the mysterious blood repair removes Jiang Chen, we will directly kill the mysterious blood repair and collect the task rewards. Xiao Nan said with a smile. The purpose of our trip is mainly to solve Jiang Chen. In the affairs of Xiaoyu sect, try not to rush into action until the situation is clear. Zhang Hao shook his head, his expression solemn. Xiao Nan was taken aback. Is there something tricky about Xiaoyu sect's mission? How can Xiaoyu sect say that it is also a 2-star sect? There is a divine soul realm king, but that mysterious blood cultivation can make Xiaoyu sect be at a loss. How simple is it? Zhang Hao slowly said, what's more, it is said that the mysterious blood repair, there is also the shadow of the blood demon palace. Xiao Nan's heart shuddered. In the Shenwu continent, anyone who has a relationship with the blood demon palace is destined to be nothing simple. It seems that it is better not to participate in the mission of Xiaoyuzong. I am afraid that a little carelessness will bring them a murderous disaster. The three Jiang Chen got the order of Zhang Hao and went straight to Xiaoyuzong. Chu Ryu was originally a member of Xiaoyu sect, and he was naturally very familiar with Xiaoyu sect. Under her leadership, the three came to the gate of Xiaoyuzong. Who is here? The 4 Xiaoyuzong disciples guarding the mountain gate immediately flew out and shouted to the 3 Jiang Chen. Chu Ryu's beautiful eyes widened. Why, don't you even know me, Chu Ryu? Miss, it's the young lady who is back. Hurry. Hurry up and report to the master. Several disciples of the Xiaoyu sect saw Chu Ryu's face clearly, and they were overjoyed, and one of them quickly turned around to report. 10 Taoist figures all flew out from the Xiaoyu sect. The head of the person was a man of silver-robed middle-aged. Ru Yu, why did you return to Xiaoyu sect? The middle-aged silver-robe looked at Chu Ryu and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Father, we are here on behalf of Yandi City to help Xiaoyuzong solve the trouble. Chu Ryu smiled slightly and introduced to the middle-aged Yinpao. These two are my companions Jiang Chen and Li Feng. Chapter 968, Strange Situation. Chu Zan, Sect Master Xiaoyu, has seen 2 young heroes. The middle-aged Yinpao's eyes fell on Jiang Chen and the other 2 in an instant, and he held his fist politely. Xiaoyu sect is attached to Yandi City. Jiang Chen and the others are equivalent to the messengers of Yandi City, the 4-star Holy Land, and Chu Zan naturally dare not neglect the slightest. Xiaoyu Sect Master Chu Zan, the only divine soul king in Xiaoyu sect, is the supreme existence in Xiaoyu sect. He was smiling, saying hello to 2 young people in their 20s. The countless unknown disciples of the Xiaoyu sect were so startled that their eyes almost stared out. Sect Master Chu is polite. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and then glanced at Chu Ryu in surprise. No wonder Chu Ryu took the initiative to apply for this task when she knew that Yizong had an accident. It turned out that she was the daughter of Sect Master Xiaoyu. The 2 young knights have traveled a long distance, please hurry up inside, and I will let people prepare a banquet for the 2 young knights. Chu Zan smiled and gestured to Jiang Chen and the others, and then led Jiang Chen and the others into Xiaoyu sect. Who are the 2 young people just now? They came with Miss Chu. In all likelihood, they were peerless geniuses from Yandi City. Hi, the genius of the 4-star Holy Land, no wonder the sect master treats it so seriously. Looking at Jiang Chen and their backs, all the Xiaoyu sect disciples couldn't help showing a look of wonder and envy. Inside a magnificent palace, Jiang Chen, Chu Zan and other senior officials of Xiaoyu sect gathered here. In a short while, someone will serve the delicacies of mountains and seas, wine and delicacies. Just when Jiang Chen was about to ask Chu Zan about the situation, Chu Ryu was the first to speak. Dad, I heard that there is a mysterious blood repair in the Xiaoyu sect, making the Xiaoyu sect panic. What is going on? Some time ago, there was indeed a mysterious blood cultivator in the Xiaoyu sect. However, This matter has already happened, and now the Xiaoyu sect is peaceful and peaceful, there is nothing wrong with it. A gleam of blood flashed in Chu Zan's eyes, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen and the others apologetically. If you are here for this, I am afraid you will have to go for nothing. Xiaoyuzong is all right now. Hearing Chu Zan's words, the three Jiang Chen were taken aback. Xiaoyuzong was attacked by the mysterious blood repair, and sent a request for help from Yandi City. Not long ago, two Yandi City disciples who came to Xiaoyuzong to investigate the situation were also killed in Xiaoyuzong. Yandi City sent them to Xiaoyuzong to find out. But now Xiaoyu sect master Chu Zan told them that Xiaoyu sect was all right. This thing is too weird. Sect master Chu, have you solved the mysterious blood repair? Jiang Chen returned to his senses and couldn't help asking with a surprised look. No, that mysterious blood cultivation is unpredictable. If I can solve him, I won't be scorched by him. It's just that in the recent period, that mysterious blood repair seems to have evaporated from the world, and it hasn't appeared for a long time. Now that the Xiaoyu sect is business as usual, I have already planned to cancel the request for help from Yandi City. I didn't expect that Yandi City would still send you before I had time to deal with this matter. Chu Zan slowly explained. Hearing what Chu Zan said, Chu Ryu and Li Feng were shocked. Only Jiang Chen's brows were twisted together tightly. The mysterious blood repair inexplicably caused chaos in Xiaoyu sect, and now it has disappeared inexplicably. The situation of the Xiaoyu sect nowadays is really not ordinary strange. Chapter 969, Sect Master Xiaoyu in question. This Sect Master Chu Zan, I am afraid there is a problem. Looking at the Sect Master Xiaoyu in front of him, Jiang Chen also became alert. Intuition told him that the affairs of Xiaoyu sect might not be so simple. This Sect Master Xiaoyu seems to be deliberately hiding something from them. Knowing that there was no information from Sect Master Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen didn't ask more. After an hour, the banquet ended. Chu Zan asked Jiang Chen to go to rest. After Jiang Chen and the others left, the senior Xiaoyu sect in the main hall quickly dispersed. Soon, only Chu Zan and Chu Ryu were left in the hall. Father, Xiaoyu sect is really as you said, is there nothing going on? I don't think it's that simple, right? Chu Ryu looked at Chu Zan with a puzzled expression. Junior brother Jiang and the others were all sent by Yandi City to resolve this matter. Are you hiding something from us? Kuritsu, you think too much. I didn't hide anything. Xiaoyu sect is now as you can see, everything is normal. Tomorrow I will send the two Yandi City disciples back to Yandi City. As for you, don't return to Yandi City in the future, just stay in Xiaoyu sect. Chu Zan said lightly. Hearing Chu Zan's words, Chu Ryu's beautiful eyes couldn't help showing an unbelievable look. The martial arts prospered in the Zhongzhou mainland. There are so many two-star powers such as Xiaoyuzong. The best way for these forces to develop and survive is to rely on a stronger force. And Xiaoyuzong is the two-star sect attached to Yandi City. Over the years, Chu Zan has put all his energy into sending Chu Ryu into Yandi City in order to establish a good relationship with Yandi City. Chu Ryu never thought of it. The father who sent him to Yandi City at any cost would let her escape from Yandi City one day. Father, please forgive me for not being able to follow your arrangements this time. Even if you don't tell me, I will definitely find out what happened to Xiaoyu sect. Chu Ryu took a deep breath, and was about to walk outside the hall. HMPH, whether you want it or not, you can't help but mix things with Xiaoyu sect. With a move of Chu Zan's palm, a mighty space force instantly confined Chu Ryu's figure. Chu Zan looked at Chu Ryu indifferently. Come here, take the lady down to rest. Without my permission, don't let her step out of the room. As Chu Zan's words fell, a ghostly black shadow quickly flashed in and quickly disappeared into the hall with Chu Ryu. Kuritsu, don't blame me. The current Xiaoyu sect is no longer the former Xiaoyu sect, and I cannot help myself. After Chu Ryu left, Chu Zan couldn't help showing a wry smile on his face. Sect Master, the two Yandi City disciples seem to have doubts about us. Do you want to deal with it? At this moment, a man in black with a full-length figure hidden in a black robe emerged directly in front of Chu Zan. No need. Chu Zan waved his hand and said, if these two Yandi City disciples die in the Xiaoyu sect, they will definitely attract Yandi City's attention. When the Yandi City powerhouse comes to the Xiaoyu sect, it will be even more troublesome. The man in black hesitated slightly, and said, what the Lord means. Let's go, meet those two boys. Doesn't that one want to bury some chess pieces in Yandi City? These two Yandi City disciples are good choices. Chu Zan's voice fell, and he strode out to the outside of the hall. Chapter 970. I will give you a pill. Xiaoyazong, a VIP hospital. Jiang Chen and Li Feng gathered together. Junior brother Jiang, what do you think about the affairs of Xiaoyu sect? Li Feng looked at Jiang Chen in front of him with an extremely serious expression. Jiang Chen honestly said, it's very unusual. Sect Master Xiaoyu Chu Zan doesn't seem to welcome us, as if there is something that we don't want us to know. I also have this feeling. Tell me directly, Xiaoyu sect seems to hide a huge secret that is unknown. Li Feng said in a deep voice, I have already reported the situation of Xiaoyazong to Deacon Zhang and the others, and leave it to them to decide. Hearing Li Feng's words, Jiang Chen had to shake his head and smile in his heart. The guy in front of me, I'm afraid he didn't know that he had been sold by Zhang Hao and others. A large part of Zhang Hao and Xiao Nan's visit to the Xiaoyu sect this time may have been directed at him. Today, Zhang Hao asked him to come to Xiaoyazong to investigate the situation first, and also assigned Li Feng, the lowest strength among the six, to him. Jiang Chen had already seen that Zhang Hao's move was unkind. If he guessed correctly, Zhang Hao asked him to come to the Xiaoyu sect first, mostly because he wanted to kill people with a knife, and use the mysterious blood cultivation that made waves in the Xiaoyu sect to get rid of him. Jiang Chen is almost certain. If he encounters any danger at this moment, Zhang Hao and the others will not only not help, but rather wish he would die in Xiaoyazong. As for Li Feng, he was nothing but the hapless man who suffered the unreasonable disaster. Senior brother Li, we don't know anything about the situation here. Let's talk about everything tomorrow. Not to mention, we also have senior sister Chu. As senior sister Chu, it should be easier than us to understand the situation of Xiaoyu sect. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Okay, we must check it out tomorrow to see what secrets this Xiaoyu sect is hiding. Li Feng nodded and was about to go back to the room to rest. Li Feng suddenly sensed something, and the steps he was about to turn around were in vain. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. Junior brother Jiang, did you also receive Chu Ryu's message just now? Received. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, shocked in his heart. Just now, Chu Ryu sent a message to them through the identity token of Yandi City disciples that she was put under house arrest by her father, Chu Zan. What the censored Chu Zan wants to do, even his daughter is under house arrest. Li Feng's expression was frightened. Junior brother Jiang, now this Xiaoyu sect is too dangerous, Chu Ryu let us leave immediately. Without further ado, let's meet Deacon Zhang and the others. It's late, I'm afraid it's too late. Jiang Chen shook his head. Since Xiaoyu sect master Chu Zan has even put his daughter under house arrest, how can he let them leave easily? As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, only two human figures walked in slowly from the outside of the courtyard. The leader is Chu Zan, the sovereign of Xiaoyu sect. Sect Master Chu, have you put Chu Ryu under house arrest? What exactly do you want to do? Li Feng looked at Chu Zan, who walked into the courtyard and couldn't help but shout with a gloomy expression. Chu Zan smiled faintly. It seems that my daughter really wants to be a fellowship, and I told you so soon. Jiang Chen looked at Chu Zan calmly. Why, Sect Master Chu is here now to put the two of us under house arrest too. The two are geniuses in Yandi City. How can I, Chu Zan, have the courage to put the two under house arrest? Chu Zan smiled slightly and said, I am here now, just to give you a pill. Chapter 971. Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill. Send medicinal pills. When both Jiang Chen heard what Chu Zan said, they couldn't help but stunned. And just when they were stunned, with Chu Zan's palm moving, two palm-sized pill boxes shot out at the two Jiang Chen, floating directly in front of them. Jiang Chen ignored the pill box in front of him, but looked at Chu Zan and said calmly, Sect Master Chu is not just to give us a pill. It's actually that simple. Chu Zan smiled slightly. As long as the two of you eat this pill in front of me, no matter what you want to do next, Chu Mo promises not to disturb. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes fell on the pill box in front of him. He reached out and grabbed the pill box, his fingertips flicked on the lid of the box, and an egg-sized blood-red pill appeared in his sight. Ding! You found the ancient demon pill Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill, which triggers a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the Blood Demon Explosion Soul Pill and its detoxification method. The system prompt that suddenly came in his mind also made Jiang Chen's eyes constricted in vain. The pill in front of me was actually an ancient magic pill, Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill. The Blood Demon Soul Explosion Pill is said to be the unique medicine created by the mysterious power Blood Demon Palace that has swept the mainland for thousands of years. This kind of pill can only be refined by the practitioners of the blood path using their own essence and blood. The Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill is not so much a kind of pill, as it is a means of controlling people. The only function of this kind of pill is to control the soul of people. Anyone who consumes the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill will plant a blood mark by the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill, which is controlled by the person who refines the pill. Once the blood mark is activated, the soul can be detonated instantly, leaving no place to bury the person taking the Blood Demon Soul Explosion Pill, once. The Blood Demon Palace then used the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill to enslave countless powerhouses on the mainland. Later, the Blood Demon Palace was destroyed, and the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill became a taboo existence on the mainland. I didn't expect that Chu Zan would have such a taboo pill like the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he couldn't help thinking of the mysterious blood repairer who was making trouble in Xiaoyu sect. Jiang Chen is almost certain now. The mysterious blood cultivator who appeared in Xiaoyu sect came from the Blood Demon Palace in all likelihood. And the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill in Chu Zan's hands was mostly made by that mysterious blood cultivation. Jiang Chen finally understood why the mysterious blood repair suddenly disappeared, and why the Chu Zan in front of him deliberately concealed the facts. Today's Xiaoyu sect, I am afraid that it has been controlled by that mysterious blood cultivation. Even the sect master Xiaoyu in front of him had already taken the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill and was enslaved by the mysterious blood cultivation. Now Chu Zan took out these two Blood Demon Soul Explosion Pills, obviously to enslave them for that mysterious blood repair. This pill is a good pill. It's a pity that our brothers and sisters are not blessed, so Patriarch Chu should take it back. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then flicked his fingers and directly returned the pill box to Chu Zan. Chu Zan's palm moved, and the pill box that was shot back at him instantly turned around and floated in front of Jiang Chen again. He stared at the two. Jiang Chen blankly. Take this pill, it may be the best choice for you now. No, I think I have a better choice. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and his proud voice also resounded in the courtyard. My dignified Yandi City disciple, how can I become a running dog of the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace? Chapter 972, Let's Make a Deal. When Jiang Chen suddenly mentioned the existence of this taboo, Li Feng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly looked up at Jiang Chen. Junior brother Jiang, what do you mean by this? Then you have to ask Sect Master Chu. Jiang Chen said indifferently. The Blood Demon Soul Blasting Pill he gave me is the demon pill that the Blood Demon Palace once enslaved others. Once we take this medicine, I am afraid that we will have to be driven by the people of the Blood Demon Palace. Li Feng was immediately frightened. He stared at Chu Zan with stern eyes. Chu Zan, did you collude with the people of the Blood Demon Temple to deal with us? Chu Zan ignored Li Feng at all. He stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and slowly said, unexpectedly, you are so young and capable, and you can even recognize the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill. My ability is more than just knowing the Blood Demon Explosion Soul Pill. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and immediately looked at Chu Zan and said lightly, if I guess right, the Blood Demon Explosive Soul Pill in the hands of Sect Master Chu comes from the mysterious blood repair. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. Chu Zan said indifferently. Master Zue needs to put eyeliner in Yandi City. If you want to survive, you eat the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill, and let's do things for him later. Chu Zan, you are so bold that you dare to associate with the Blood Demon Palace. If you reign in the precipice now and help us kill the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace and make up for it, it may be too late. Otherwise, I guarantee that your Xiaoyu sect will no longer exist. Li Feng exclaimed in anger. Before coming to Xiaoyuzong, Li Feng heard that the mysterious blood repair that appeared in Xiaoyu sect had the shadow of the Blood Demon Palace. But he never expected that Xiaoyuzong had colluded with the Blood Demon Palace. I don't know if the Xiaoyu sect will be destroyed, but if you don't accept the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill tonight, I'm afraid you will never see the sun tomorrow. Chu Zan was expressionless. I don't want to waste time with you, choose life or death by yourself. Why Sect Master Chu speaks so absolutely? As Sect Master Chu, I don't have to be willing to do things for that person in the Blood Demon Palace. Jiang Chen looked at Chu Zan with a smile, and the corners of his mouth also raised a slight arc, looking at the face of senior sister Chu. Why don't we make a deal? Chu Zan's eyes narrowed slightly. What deal? Very simple. Jiang Chen said lightly. I will help you dissolve the mark of the Blood Demon explosive soul pill, and you will help me deal with that person in the Blood Demon Palace. Chu Zan suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, with an incredulous expression on his face. Can you really resolve the Blood Demon blasting soul pill? I said, my ability is not just to know the Blood Demon soul explosion pill. Jiang Chen smiled and said, how about it, is this deal okay? If young Master Jiang can dissolve the Blood Demon blasting soul pill for us, Xiaoyu sect will be willing to obey young Master's instructions. Chu Zan took a deep breath and held a fist to Jiang Chen solemnly. A touch of excitement that could not be concealed also appeared in his eyes. The sect master of his dignified 2-star sect, behind his back is the 4-star holy land like Yandi City. How could he willingly succumb to the remnants of a Blood Demon Palace? Because of his carelessness, Chu Zan was caught in the calculations of the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace, taking the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill, and had to be restrained. If Jiang Chen can really dissolve the Blood Demon Explosive Soul Pill, why should he be a puppet of the remnant of the Blood Demon Palace? Chapter 973. Wash the Soul Tian Dan, Dissolve Blood Marks. Can you please try to know? Jiang Chen said lightly. I need several medicinal materials. As long as you are ready, I can dissolve the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill for you. As Jiang Chen said, he directly reported the names of several medicinal materials. Chu Ying, immediately go and fetch all these medicinal materials from Zongmen. Upon hearing this, Chu Zan directly ordered the man in black behind him. Ever since he took the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill, Chu Zan has been trying to dissolve the blood mark left by the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill on his soul. It's just that he tried all kinds of methods, but he still couldn't get rid of the control of the Blood Demon Soul Explosion Pill. Since Jiang Chen said there was a way, even if there was a glimmer of hope, he had to try it. He doesn't want to be controlled by others for the rest of his life and become a puppet in the hands of others. Yes, Sovereign, the man in black responded, and immediately disappeared silently. The man in black took all the medicinal materials Jiang Chen needed. With the medicinal materials in hand, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, took out the pill furnace to start alchemy. The pill Jiang Chen refined this time is the Soul Washing Heaven pill that specializes in dissolving the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill. 10,000 years ago, the Blood Demon Palace swept across the Shenwu continent, and the Blood Dao powerhouse in the Blood Demon Palace enslaved countless powerhouses in the mainland with the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill. These snatches are naturally unwilling to be enslaved by the Blood Demon Palace, and naturally they are thinking of trying to crack the Blood Demon Soul Blasting Pill. But the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill is too domineering, no one can crack it. A pill genius on the mainland, who has been comprehending the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill for 10 years, finally developed a pill to dissolve the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill, that is, the Soul Washing Pill. This matter soon became known to the Blood Demon Palace, and the Blood Demon Palace naturally did not allow anyone to crack the Blood Demon Blast Pill. That alchemy genius was quickly besieged and killed by the strong Blood Demon Palace, and the pill of the Soul Washing Heaven pill was also annihilated with that alchemy genius. With the help of a hundredfold cultivation system, Jiang Chen successfully comprehended the Soul Washing Heaven pill. Although the Soul Washing Heaven pill has no grade, most of the medicinal materials used are 6th grade medicinal materials, and the difficulty of refining is almost equal to that of refining the 6th grade pill. With Jiang Chen's current alchemy, it is not difficult to refine it. In less than 2 hours, a Soul Washing Heavenly pill was refined by Jiang Chen. Eat it, the blood mark in your soul will dissolve. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the newly released Soul Washing Heaven pill flew away at Chu Zan. Chu Zan grabbed the Soul Washing Heaven pill and quickly put it in his mouth. Chu Zan only felt the medicinal power of the Soul Washing Heaven pill, which instantly turned into a mysterious power, rushing towards the soul. Under this power, Chu Zan seemed to feel that his spirits could be purified. And the censored mark in his soul, which was condensed by the Blood Demon Explosion Soul Pill, was also washed away by this mysterious power and disappeared out of thin air. Blood Demon Soul Burst Pill. Really resolved. Feeling the disappearance of the censored mark in the soul, Chu Zan's eyes also showed a touch of excitement that could not be concealed. The censored mark in the soul was cleared, and he finally no longer needs to be controlled by the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace. Chu Zan took a deep breath. He looked up at Jiang Chen opposite, and his heart was shocked. Chu Zan obviously didn't expect it either. He tried his best to get rid of the power of the Blood Demon Soul Explosion pill, and Jiang Chen could easily do it with one pill. This son is really an unfathomable little guy. Chapter 974, Blood Emperor, Blood River. How is it? How effective is my pill? Just when Chu Zan's heart was shocked, Jiang Chen's faint laughter rang in his ears. Unexpectedly, at a young age, Mr. Jiang would have such amazing methods, which really made Chu ashamed. Chu Zan held his fist to Jiang Chen solemnly and said, Chu Zan is here to thank young Master Jiang for his help. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Sect Master Chu is not welcome. Senior Sister Chu helped me a lot in Yandi City. Since Xiaoyazong is Senior Sister Chu's sect, I will naturally not stand by. Young Master Yang's great favor, Chu will remember it in his heart. Chu Zan once again held his fist to Jiang Chen and said, now I have a few elders in Xiaoyu sect who are also controlled by the Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill, and I hope that young Master Jiang can help him. In the future, young Master Jiang has orders, Chu and Xiaoyu the family will die without hesitation. What a trivial matter, what a point. Jiang Chen smiled and said, as long as Sect Master Chu gives me enough materials, I can refine the pill and dissolve the Blood Demon Soul Explosion pill in their bodies. Thank you young Master Jiang. Chu Zan was overjoyed, and quickly asked the man in black behind him to collect more materials. After the man in black left, Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly to Chu Zan, Sect Master Chu can tell me about the mysterious blood repair now, right? Chu Zan nodded, and soon revealed everything that happened recently in Arya sect. The Xiaoyu sect, which had been unusually calm, somehow often disappeared mysteriously, and those who disappeared were all the elite disciples of the Xiaoyu sect who were not weak in talent. This matter naturally attracted the attention of the senior officials of Xiaoyu sect. After a round of investigation, the senior officials of Xiaoyazong discovered that the disciple disappeared, and it was related to a censored practitioner. So they designed to attract the practitioner of the blood path to appear, wanting to eradicate it. The strength of the blood cultivators exceeded Chu Zan's imagination. Chu Zan led the senior officials of Xiaoyazong, but still failed to leave the censored practitioners behind. On the contrary, Chu Zan suffered a lot of injuries when he confronted the practitioner of the blood path. In desperation, Chu Zan had to retreat and heal his injuries while calling for help at Yandi City. The two imperial disciples who came to Xiaoyazong to check the situation in Yandi City were also killed by the censored cultivator. When Chu Zan was in retreat to heal his injuries, the blood cultivator also controlled the only 7th-ranked king-level alchemist of Xiaoyu sect. The king-level alchemist was instructed by him to replace the healing pill for Chu Zan with the Blood Demon Explosion Soul Pill. Chu Zan didn't notice for a while, and because of this, he was under the control of the Blood Path practitioner. After controlling Chu Zan, the censored cultivator controlled the elders of the Xiaoyu sect, and almost took the entire Xiaoyu sect in his own hands. According to my location, people who can refine the Blood Demon Soul Explosive Pill have never had a low status in the Blood Demon Palace. Does Sect Master Chu know his identity? After listening to Chu Zan's words, Jiang Chen pondered for a while and couldn't help but raised his head and asked. Chu Zan slowly said, he is called Blood River, and the Blood Demon Palace was once one of the 10 famous Blood Emperors. After hearing Chu Zan's words, Jiang Chen and Li Feng couldn't help but breathe in cold air. They looked at each other in the air, and each saw an unconcealable horror in each other's eyes. The two of them had no choice but to think that this mysterious blood repair who appeared in Xiaoyu sect would be one of the 10 blood emperors who once had a fierce reputation in Shenwu continent. Chapter 975, Give them a big gift. 10,000 years ago, the great tribulation of Shenwu continent came, the heavens and the earth shattered, and all the powerful emperors disappeared overnight. The Blood Demon Palace also suddenly rose at this time, sweeping the entire Shenwu continent. The major sacred sites of Shenwu continent had to join forces to suppress the Blood Demon Temple, and finally defeated the Blood Demon Temple. The Blood Demon Palace can contend with the many sacred places of Shenwu continent with its own strength, and its strength is unfathomable, with countless strong people. Among the many powerhouses in the Blood Demon Palace, the most powerful are the top 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace. The top 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace, each of them is a supreme emperor with a cultivation base at the pinnacle of the divine embryo realm, leaving a majestic name in the Shenwu continent. Although Jiang Chen saw the Blood Demon Blasting Soul Pill, he also guessed that this mysterious blood repair was not low in the Blood Demon Palace. But he still did not expect that this mysterious blood cultivator would be one of the 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace. Junior brother Jiang, the 10 Blood Emperors of the Blood Demon Palace have come out. This is beyond our control. It should not be too late. Let's report the matter to Yandi City immediately. After returning to his senses, Li Feng couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen solemnly. Don't have to be so troublesome, we may not be able to solve this matter. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and couldn't help looking at Chu Zan. Sect Master Chu, if I expected it to be good, the Blood Emperor's current state shouldn't be too good. The top 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace were once the most powerful men standing on the peak of the Shenwu continent. If his strength is restored to its peak state, in today's Shenwu continent, it is almost invincible. How can it hide in the small 2-star power Shaoyuzong? Young Master Jiang guessed right, the state of Blood River is indeed not very good. In that great battle, Blood River was hit hard, leaving only the soul to sleep for thousands of years, and only just woke up not long ago. Now his divine soul can only display the 2nd and 3rd levels of divine soul at best. Chu Zan nodded, and then said solemnly, however, his strength has recovered very quickly. If Mr. Jiang wants to deal with him, he must do it as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Does Sect Master Chu know where the Blood River is? I know, it's in the Blood Demon Ridge thousands of miles away from Xiaoyu Sect. Because Chu Zan was controlled by the Blood Demon Explosive Soul Pill, the Blood River didn't have much defense against him, and he didn't hide his hiding place. Junior brother Jiang, even if the Blood River can only exert the strength of the 2nd and 3rd level of the soul, he is one of the 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace after all, and it may not be easy to deal with it, or let Deacon Jiang and the others be notified first. Seeing that Jiang Chen wanted to deal with Blood River, Li Feng hesitated slightly. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, even if you inform, they won't come. Li Feng was taken aback for a moment. Why? You have previously reported to Jiang Hao about the situation of the Xiaoyu sect. Has he ever returned any news to you? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Jiang Hao deliberately asked me to come to Xiaoyu sect, but he wanted to kill someone with a knife and get rid of me. They wish I died in the hands of the mysterious blood cultivator. Why would they come to help? Li Feng's face suddenly turned pale. There is nothing impossible, Jiang Hao and Xiao Nan, this mission was originally for me. When Jiang Chen spoke, his eyes suddenly turned, and the corners of his mouth also raised a strange smile. Well, if Brother Li wants to notify Jiang Hao, they should do so, just to try their reaction. If they really want to count on me, then I promise to give them an unexpected gift. Chapter 976, Blood Demon Ridge, Kill the Blood River. The Blood Demon Ridge, located thousands of miles west of the Xiaoyu sect, is a famous dangerous place near the Xiaoyu sect. The Blood Demon Ridge was filled with a blood mist for many years. This kind of blood fog contains a kind of magical power that can greatly strengthen the qi and blood of the monsters living in it. Moreover, while this blood mist strengthened the vitality and blood, it also made the monster beasts in the Blood Demon Ridge violent and extremely cruel. Under normal circumstances, few warriors easily set foot in the Blood Demon Ridge. Because of the peculiar environment here, it is undoubtedly an excellent place to practice for blood practitioners. Jiang Chen spent a day refining the soul-washing heaven pill, cracking the blood demon explosion of several elders of the Xiaoyu sect, and then under the leadership of the Xiaoyu sect master Chu Zan, he came to the Blood Demon Ridge. In this trip to the Blood Demon Ridge, Jiang Chen wanted to test Jiang Hao's true purpose in addition to dealing with the Blood River. In order not to alert Jiang Hao and the others, Jiang Chen did not let Chu Zan bring any Xiaoyuzong powerhouse. Except for Sect Master Xiaoyu, only Jiang Chen and Li Feng came to the Blood Demon Ridge. Young Master Jiang, we are here. The valley in front is where the Blood River hides. Chu Zan took Jiang Chen to the depths of the Blood Demon Ridge and pointed to a valley. Jiang Chen looked along Chu Zan's hands, and as expected, there was a valley hundreds of meters away in front of him. On both sides of the valley are cliffs that stand upright, and there is only a valley mouth about 100 meters long, which has been completely shrouded in a thick, censored mist, making people unable to see the situation inside, giving people a very strange feeling. Jiang Chen looked at the valley in front of him and couldn't help but frown slightly. The blood mist in this valley seems to be much denser than outside. The blood mist in the valley is indeed several times thicker than outside. Not long ago, I went in once under the call of the Blood River. As long as I stay in the valley for a little longer, the blood circulation speed in the body will be affected by the blood mist. It is difficult for us to play our full strength in this place to fight the blood river. And the longer the delay, the more disadvantaged it is for us. Chu Zan said with a solemn expression. So, once we do it, we must fight quickly. Follow the plan. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, although this place is extremely beneficial to Blood River, he is only left with his soul after all, and he can't make any waves. Since he dared to come here to deal with the Blood River, he was naturally prepared. Before coming, Jiang Chen has already produced a 6-ranked soul locking array. As long as this formation is sacrificed, it can greatly limit the spirit of the Blood River, at least make the power of the spirit of the Blood River weak by 30% to 50%. It would be extremely difficult for the Blood River to exert the power of the Soul King. With the strength of the Chu Zan Divine Soul Dual Realm, coupled with his and Li Feng's assistance, it is not easy to deal with the Blood River. Chu Zan nodded, and immediately took a deep breath, and immediately led Jiang Chen and the other two quickly towards Taniguchi. The figures of the three of them disappeared in the thick blood mist that filled Taniguchi. And shortly after Jiang Chen and the three entered the valley, at the place where they had stood before, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the air. The three figures also appeared out of thin air. Chapter 977, Zhang Hao's Calculations. The three figures that emerged out of thin air are not others, but Zhang Hao, who lost their news after separating from Jiang Chen and the others. After receiving the news of Li Feng, the three of them also came to the Blood Demon Ridge. They even arrived earlier than the Jiang Chen trio. It's just that they did not rush to deal with the Blood River, but hidden in secret waiting for Jiang Chen and the others to arrive. Deacon Zhang, they have entered the valley, shall we follow up? Xiao Nan looked at Taniguchi and couldn't help asking Zhang Hao beside him. The situation in this valley is a bit weird. We don't need to enter it. Zhang Hao waved his hand, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. What's more, this valley is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, and there is only the only entrance in front of us. We can just wait here. I didn't expect that one of the top 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace would come out. Xiao Nan stared tightly in Taniguchi's direction, and said solemnly, Deacon Zhang thinks that Jiang Chen can deal with the Blood River. Blood River is one of the top 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace that has shocked the mainland for thousands of years. Even if only the soul is left, it is not so easy to deal with. But Jiang Chen and the others have the sect master Xiaoyu to help, and their strength is also not weak. They really want to fight. It's hard to say who wins and who loses. Zhang Hao said with a smile. But, as long as they fight to lose, no matter who wins and who wins, it doesn't matter to us, does it? The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. The reason why he came to the Blood Demon Ridge was because he wanted to be the oriole hiding behind. In his opinion, no matter who wins the battle between Jiang Chen and Zue, I am afraid that he will pay a big price in the end. If the 3 Jiang Chen defeated the Blood River, they would take the opportunity to kill the 3 Jiang Chen, and then take the Blood River back to Yandi City to receive the reward. If the Blood River defeated the Jiang Chen trio, they would also take advantage of the situation and kill them before the Blood River had slowed down. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, they will only benefit. Can you really fight for both losses? After hearing Zhang Hao's words, Xiao Nan couldn't help but murmured. Although Zhang Hao's plan was perfect, it seemed almost flawless. Not only can they complete the task of getting rid of Jiang Chen, but they can also acquire the great credit for killing the Blood River, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But I don't know why, since coming to the Blood Demon Mountain, Xiao Nan felt a little uneasy in his heart. Intuition told him that this matter might not be as simple as Zhang Hao imagined. At the same time that Zhang Hao and the 3 appeared outside the valley, Jiang Chen and the others who entered the valley quickly came to a cave deep in the valley under the leadership of Chu Zan. The first section of the cave is relatively narrow and can only accommodate 1 person in. Walking dozens of feet, the road ahead gradually widens. As he went deep into the cave, Jiang Chen felt a censored and cold breath gradually spreading in the cave. After reaching 100 feet deep, the front suddenly opened up, and a huge square made of monsters and blood-red boulders appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. In the center of the square, there is a blood-colored stone sculpture as high as 10 feet, exuding the breath of vicissitudes of ancient times. The blood-colored stone sculpture has long flowing blood-red hair, and the eyes are also flashing blood. The body is as tall as a demon, and the whole body exudes an aura of looking at the world. Just a giant stone sculpture has a huge impact on people's souls, and people can't help but have an urge to crawl and worship. Chapter 978, Lock the Soul, Congeal. Okay. What a terrible scarlet statue. Li Fengchang resisted the urge to crawl and worship, his expression horrified. Is this scarlet statue the legendary Lord of the Blood Demon Hall? Lord of the Blood Demon Hall. When Jiang Chen heard Li Feng scream, his heart couldn't help but shudder. He naturally understood that the head of the Blood Demon Hall in Li Feng's mouth was not the kind of head of the branch hall of the Blood Demon Hall that Jiang Chen had encountered in the northern wilderness at the beginning, but the superb figure who had been in the Shenwu continent for an era. Since entering Yandi City, Jiang Chen has also gained a certain understanding of the situation in Shenwu continent for nearly 10,000 years. The head of the Blood Demon Palace is an anomaly on the Shenwu continent. After the Great Tribulation of Shenwu continent came and the emperors disappeared, the head of the Blood Demon Palace rose out of thin air. No one knows his origin, and no one knows his identity. He appeared in the Shenwu continent in this way, and surpassed the many powerhouses in Shenwu continent. Legend has it that he is also the person in Shenwu continent whose strength is closest to the strongest emperor in 10,000 years after the emperors disappeared. Jiang Chen didn't expect that there would be a statue of that legend in this place. Yes, the person on this scarlet statue should be the head of the Blood Demon Palace. Chu Zan also slowly took a deep breath and said, if I guessed correctly, this Blood Demon Ridge should be a stronghold in the Blood Demon Palace. Just leave it alone. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, and did not continue to pay attention to the scarlet statue, but directly looked at Chu Zan and said, where is the Blood River Man? Just retreat in the blood pool inside, let's go. As Chu Zan said, he led Jiang Chen and the others along a blood-colored stone path towards the inside. The three came to the end of the stone road. Under a blood-colored cliff ahead, a blood pool the size of 100 meters suddenly appeared in their sight. In the center of the blood pool, there was a blood-colored figure radiating monster blood. The scarlet figure was slightly illusory, his eyes closed tightly, and almost half of his body was soaked in the pool of blood. Chu Zan, the qi and blood on the two boys behind you are good, and the emperor is very satisfied with the two sacrifices you brought this time. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the scarlet figure, a strange laughter sounded slowly in the cave. With this laughter resounding, a censored and scary breath of horror came out of the blood pool, and the invisible spiritual pressure almost suffocated people. Faced with this sudden and terrifying oppression, Li Feng snorted, his face turned extremely pale. Do it! Chu Zan let out a burst of shouts, and the aura of the Divine Soul dual stage erupted with full force, and the monstrous vitality was like an angry wave, directly surging out at the scarlet figure. And at the same time that Chu Zan shot, Jiang Chen did not neglect in the slightest. As soon as his palm moved, the soul-locking large array that had already been made appeared directly in his hand. Soul-locking formation, give me condensate. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink and quickly activated the formation with his hands. The formation of the soul-locking formation also instantly turned into a gray enchantment, covering the entire blood pool. Just as Jiang Chen urged the soul-locking formation, Chu Zan's monstrous vitality also collided with the blood mist in the blood pool. An irritated roar also came from the center of the blood pool instantly. Chu Zan, you dare to defy the will of the emperor and take action against the emperor. I think you are living impatiently. Chapter 979, with me, you can't kill anyone. Blood River, if it wasn't for your conspiracy against me, how could this sect master be controlled by you? Today is your death date. Chu Zan stared closely at the Blood River, his expression indifferent. For Zue, Chu Xuan was already resentful. He was calculated by the Blood River and took the Blood Demon Soul Explosion pill. If it weren't for Jiang Chen to be able to solve it by chance, I am afraid he will be controlled by the Blood River throughout his life and become censored for his trend. Now that he and Zue are immortal, naturally he will not be the slightest polite to Zue. Since he chose to do something with the Blood River, he must go all out to get rid of the Blood River. This Blood River is one of the 10 Blood Emperors in the Blood Demon Palace. If the Blood River escapes, once it recovers, this will undoubtedly be a huge disaster for Xiaoyu sect. Since you insist on looking for death, this emperor will fulfill you. Blood Demon Blast Soul Pill, explode to me. Zue laughed angrily, and quickly pinched a blood mark with both hands, trying to detonate the Blood Demon Soul Explosion pill in Chu Zan's body. Next, something that shocked Blood River happened. He pinched the bleeding mark, but he couldn't sense the existence of the blood demon explosion soul pill in Dao Chokshuan's body. And Chu Zan was not affected by him at all, and stood there quietly. The blood demon blast soul pill in your body has been dissolved. How is this possible? Shui Hei's eyes glowing with monsters and blood finally showed incredible horror. The blood demon soul explosion pill, this is the original pill of the blood demon palace. Back then, the blood demon palace crossed the Shenwu continent, and almost no one could understand the blood demon blast pill. Although an alchemy genius appeared in Shenwu continent, he created an antidote to dissolve the blood demon and soul explosion pill. But the alchemy genius was quickly strangled by the blood demon palace, and the blood demon blasting soul pill solution method disappeared with the alchemy genius. Blood River didn't expect it. Thousands of years later, there will be people in Shenwu continent who can dissolve the blood demon blast pill. Blood River, there are too many things you think impossible. It's as if all of us didn't expect that you could survive the battle that year and survive until now. But today I will completely kill you, the so-called 10 blood emperors of the blood demon palace. Chu Zan's cold words fell, and the triple sword intent combined with the rising sword aura to cut through the space, slashing out towards the river of blood. Even if you crack the emperor's blood demon soul explosion pill, in this blood demon ridge, this emperor is here to dominate. Even if the strength of this emperor is far lower than that of the past, it can still easily kill you. Shui Hei's eyes froze, and a censored light burst out from the whole body. In the battle that year, his body was completely destroyed, only a trace of remnant soul escaped into the blood demon ridge, and he slept until not long ago before regaining a little strength and waking up. As the supreme powerhouse who once stood on the peak of Shenwu continent, even if there is no 1 in 10 strength now, that is not something that everyone can bully. In his current state, with many means, it is completely enough to deal with the martial artist of the soul. And in this blood demon ridge, his power will be enhanced, even the martial artist of Shanghai's 4th layer can't help him. The sect master Xiaoyu in front of him, but the strength of divine soul dual layer. Even if there is a head-on fight, why is he afraid? Just as Zue was about to make an all-out effort to kill Chu Zan, a faint chuckle suddenly sounded in his ears. Hee. Blood River, you really value yourself too much. If I am here today, you may not be able to kill anyone. Chapter 980, Either Surrender or Die. Buzz. With this faint chuckle fell. A mysterious force in midair rushed toward the suppression of the blood river. Unexpectedly, Zue was directly hit by that mysterious power, and a scream of screams came from his mouth instantly. Chu Zan's fierce sword aura with the power of breaking the air also slashed on the body of the blood river. With a muffled hum, the censored river directly set off censored waves in the blood pool, and the whole person retreated to the edge of the blood pool in embarrassment. His censored figure, which was originally slightly illusory, also became more illusory in an instant. Zue ignored Chu Zan, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, and a look of horror finally appeared in the censored eyes. Originally, Blood River thought, his biggest opponent today is the sect master Xiaoyu who is at the 2nd level of strength. As for the 2 Maodo boys in the Divine Sea Realm, although their talents are extremely not weak, Zue did not put them in their eyes at all. In front of this Shanghai 2nd layer Maodo boy is actually proficient in such a strange formation. The mysterious power that this kid mobilized with the help of the formation just now is like the nemesis of the gods and souls, and his gods and souls are easily hit. What shocked Zue even more was that his spirit was completely suppressed by that formation. Now affected by the formation, his soul can almost only exert less than 70% of its power. Blood River almost didn't have to think about it. This mysterious boy in front of him was probably the killer Chu Zan used to deal with him. Jiang Chen looked at Zue faintly. The important thing is that you have 2 choices now, either surrender or die. Choose by yourself. Blood River, this was one of the top 10 blood emperors in the blood demon palace. Even in the age of countless emperors of the divine embryo realm thousands of years ago, the blood river was the #1 existence. If he can conquer him and reshape his body in the future, he can have a divine birth realm emperor as a thug. For Jiang Chen, this is far more cost-effective than taking the head of the blood river back to Yandi City in exchange for rewards. If you want the emperor to surrender, go dream. Zue yelled, and immediately put his hands together. The whole person turned into a censored glow and fled towards the outside of the cave. As one of the top 10 blood emperors in the blood demon palace, what kind of arrogant is Blood River? Back then, he crossed the divine martial continent, but he hadn't even put it in the eyes of countless emperor-level powerhouses in the sacred land on the mainland. How could he be willing to surrender to a Shanghai double-layered hairy boy? Zue also understood very well at this moment that Jiang Chen and the others had come fully prepared. With his current state, if he continues to entangle him, he might really fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Haha. Want to escape? But can you escape? I said, you either surrender or die now, there will be no third choice. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately controlled the power of the soul-locking array once again, and drove away to suppress the blood river. Rao Zue was prepared this time, but still under the suppression of the soul-locking earthquake, the speed has slowed down. Seeing this, the Chuzan on the side naturally did not give blood river any chance. With a move of his palms, the majestic spatial force swept out in an instant, completely sealing the space around the blood river. And under the suppression of the dual forces of Jiang Chen and Chuzan, the illusory figure of Zue was directly imprisoned in midair, unable to move anymore. Chapter 981, Take a Blood Emperor as a Servant. The body was imprisoned, and Zue was also frightened in his heart. If he had a physical body, he would have countless ways to get rid of the confinement of the two Jiang Chen. But now he has only the soul. Even with all kinds of methods, it is difficult to display it. Looking at the river of blood imprisoned in midair, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and his mind immediately moved, and the true meaning of the triple flames burst out instantly. A mysterious red fire cloud appeared in the void, raging in all directions with the endless ancient power of burning the sky. The fiery light emitted from the monster fire cloud instantly touched the censored river's right arm. Shuihei's illusory right arm had already been burned into nothingness. No. Stop this emperor. It can be seen that Jiang Chen not only has the formation method to restrain the soul, but even comprehended the true meaning of the triple fire of the blood path cultivator nemesis, and the look of the blood river was full of fear. While urging the secret technique of the blood path to repair his right arm, he roared at Jiang Chen. Lastly, give you a chance. If you want to survive, you will surrender to me and become my slave. Jiang Chen looked at Zue faintly. Otherwise, you, the Blood Emperor of the Blood Demon Palace, I am afraid that it will completely dissipate at this time. Ah. You despicable and shameless junior, sooner or later this emperor will crush you to pieces. Shuihei's blood-red eyes stared at Jiang Chen, and his mouth couldn't help but let out an angry roar. You won't have that chance. Jiang Chen glanced at Zue faintly. Since you don't plan to accept my slavery, then go to death for me. The voice did not fall. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and the true meaning of the triple fire Dao pressed against the river of blood again. Wait, I surrender. I am willing to surrender to you. Feeling the true meaning of Jiang Chen's oppressive triple fire road, the expression of the blood river changed drastically, and finally made a choice with his teeth. Now his only remaining soul has been severely damaged. If Jiang Chen continues to toss and wipe out his soul, he will really be destroyed. At this moment, the blood river could not care about the dignity of the blood emperor. In order to save his life, Zue had to temporarily surrender. As long as he saves his life and waits for him to regain some strength, there are ways to clean up Jiang Chen and the others. He will definitely pay 10 or even 100 times the price for Chen and others. Sect Master Chu, give me a good view of him. Jiang Chen said. With a wave of his palm, he directly took out the alchemy furnace and began to make alchemy. He used a 6th-rank monster beast pill and several kinds of materials, attracted by his own essence and blood, and quickly refined a blood demon blast soul pill. Blood demon blast soul pill. You. How can you also refine the blood demon soul explosion pill? Seeing this scene in front of him, Shuihei's expression became extremely frightened. I can even crack the blood demon soul explosive pill. How difficult is it to refine a blood demon soul explosive pill? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and threw the blood demon blast soul pill to Zue. Stop talking nonsense and eat it. Looking at the blood demon blasting soul pill in front of him, the expression of the blood river was instantly hard to see the extreme. As one of the top 10 blood emperors in the blood demon palace, the blood river knows this blood demon soul explosion pill very well. Even at his peak, he did not have the ability to dissolve the blood demon soul explosion pill. If he eats this blood demon soul explosion pill refined by Jiang Chen, his life and death are almost between Jiang Chen's thoughts. I'm afraid he will really become Jiang Chen's slave completely. Chapter 982, will count, please enter the urn. Although Zue was unwilling, but at this moment he had no choice but to swallow the blood demon explosion soul pill below. Even though he would be enslaved by Jiang Chen after taking the blood demon blast soul pill, he could at least save his life. As long as he can survive, he is not without a chance. During the refining process of the blood demon blast soul pill, the essence and blood of the pill refiner was incorporated, and only the pill refiner could urge it. Once Jiang Chen died, the blood demon blast soul pill in his body would no longer pose any threat. But Jiang Chen is still very weak now, and with his means, there is no chance that Jiang Chen will accidentally die. If he can think of killing Jiang Chen instantaneously, so that he has no chance to stimulate the blood demon to explode the soul pill, he can still be free. Seeing that Jiang Chen controlled the blood river with the blood demon blasting soul pill, Chu Zan and Li Feng beside him were slightly relieved. This blood river was one of the top 10 blood emperors in the blood demon palace. Even if only the remnant soul remained, it still brought them a lot of pressure. Senior brother Jiang deserves to be the disciple of Emperor Fenshin Sword Emperor. This method really opened the eyes of senior brother. Li Feng said admiringly at Jiang Chen. Originally, Li Feng thought that it would be an unimaginable battle for the three of them to come to Blood Demon Ridge to deal with Blood River. Although he knew that Jiang Chen's methods were endless, he easily subdued the Blood River. The Blood River was once the most famous emperor of Shenwu continent. As long as his strength recovers, Jiang Chen is equivalent to possessing a Divine Embryo Realm Emperor as a thug. With the Divine Embryo Realm Emperor as a thug, even if you look at the entire Shenwu continent, few people can do it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the corners of his mouth also raised a slight arc. Now this matter is over, it is time to meet Zhang Hao and the others. Junior brother Zhang. Zhang Hao has sent me a message not long ago that they have come to the Blood Demon Ridge. What are you going to do? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Feng's expression also became solemn. Zhang Hao is the king of the Divine Soul Dual Stage, and his strength is not inferior to the sect master Xiaoyu. And the two disciples next to him, one of them was Xiaonan, one of the 10 great geniuses of Yandi City, and the other disciple was no longer under him. If it is true as Jiang Chen said, Zhang Hao and the others have no good intentions, the next battle may be more difficult than dealing with Blood River. Of course it will be calculated. Please enter the urn. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. You sent a message to Zhang Hao, saying that we paid a lot of money to inflict a heavy damage to the Blood River, and he needs him to come and help us kill the Blood River immediately. Now that the Blood River has been controlled by him, he can just use it to perform a big show. It would be fine if the three of Zhang Hao had no evil intentions. If they really dared to make a move, this Blood Demon Ridge would be the burial place of the three. Li Feng nodded, and quickly passed the identity token of Yandi City disciple and passed the message to Zhang Hao. Jiang Chen ordered the Blood River to return to the Blood Pond, making him pretend to be seriously injured. And the three of him and Chu Zan and Li Feng took a pill made by Jiang Chen. This kind of pill can make Jiang Chen and the others' aura become vacant, as if they were seriously injured. After taking the pill, the three of them lay pale on the ground, quietly waiting for the arrival of the three of Zhang Hao. About a quarter of an hour later, there was a sound of breaking through the air outside the cave. 3 figures have appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. Chapter 983. Even if I yin you, what can you do? Deacon Jiang, you are finally here, which is great. This mysterious blood repair in the Xiaoyu sect is the blood river of one of the 10 blood emperors in the Blood Demon Palace. Now that his soul has been hit hard by us, you should kill him soon. Looking at the 3 Zhang Hao who appeared in the line of sight, Zhang Nan's eyes lit up slightly, as if he had found a savior, and he exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Hao looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen, you are quite capable. You can find the blood river and hit it hard. This blood river has just recently awakened from the soul, and its strength is not 1 in 10. I also have the luck that with the help of Sect Master Chu, can it be hit hard. Jiang Chen hurriedly said, Deacon Jiang, that blood river is regaining its strength with the help of the blood pool. You can quickly kill him. Kill him and we can return to Yandi City in exchange for a huge reward. Jiang Chen, thank you for hurting this guy hard for me. Don't worry, I will kill the blood river and return him to Yandi City in exchange for rewards, but I'm afraid this has nothing to do with you. Zhang Hao laughed, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a look of success in the conspiracy. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. Deacon Jiang, what do you mean? Hey, Jiang Chen, you are too naive. Do you really think that we just came to Shaoyazong to perform the mission with you this time? Zhang Haoyan sneered coldly. From the very beginning, our goal was not to let you answer Yandi City alive. Deacon Zhang, you dare to attack us. Killing the same door privately, this is the taboo of Yandi City. If you kill us, Yandi City will definitely not spare you. Li Feng shouted at Zhang Hao with a look of anger. Originally, he still had a slight illusion about Zhang Hao and others. Now it seems that Zhang Hao and the others are as expected by Jiang Chen, wanting to use this mission to kill them. As long as you all die here today, who knows, we did it. Zhang Hao smiled sadly. When the time comes, I only need to push your death to the head of the Blood River. What can Yandi City do to us? Li Feng smiled coldly. Despicable man, I, Li Feng, will never let your conspiracy succeed. Originally I just wanted to get rid of you with the help of the River of Blood, but I didn't expect you to give me a great surprise. Zhang Hao smiled wildly and said, for the sake of your helping me severely inflict a heavy blow to the Blood River, I will leave you a whole body today. Deacon Zhang, don't talk nonsense with them, just kill them, just in case it changes. Xiao Nan frowned slightly, and immediately focused on Jiang Chen, who was lying on the ground. With a fierce force on his fist, he directly exploded. Looking at Xiao Nan coming from the raid, Jiang Chen's mouth was slightly curved. He abruptly urged the blood of the Kandlong Saint body, his figure jumped up, and a sharp punch and Xiao Nan confronted him. The fists of the two collided in midair. Xiao Nan's figure trembled, and immediately the whole person retreated 7 or 8 steps. He suppressed the churning aura in his body and looked at Jiang Chen with horror. You are not injured at all, how is this possible? The sudden scene also caused Zhang Hao's expression to change drastically when he was ready to attack Sect Master Xiaoyu. His gaze looking at Jiang Chen also became extremely gloomy in an instant. Jiang Chen, you dare to shade me? I just use the way of the person to treat the person. Jiang Chen patted his palms, and said lightly, what's more, even if I yin you, what can you do? Chapter 984, You are too naive. Following Jiang Chen's faint voice fell. Chu Zan and Li Feng on the side, the weak and uncertain aura on their bodies also disappeared instantly. Both of them stood up abruptly, stood on 3 legs with Jiang Chen, and surrounded the 3 of Zhang Hao in the center. The faces of the 3 Zhang Hao became extremely difficult to look. Now, as long as they are not fools, they can almost tell at a glance that Jiang Chen and the others are obviously deliberately pretending to be injured in order to get them hooked. This kid really isn't that easy to deal with. Xiao Nan stared at Jiang Chen tightly, his expression also became more solemn. This time Jiang Chen was bright, and they were dark. They originally calculated Jiang Chen secretly, but they didn't expect that in the end they were calculated by Jiang Chen. It's just that Xiao Nan couldn't understand. The strength of the 3 of them is only stronger than the 3 of Jiang Chen. Even if they fight head-on, Jiang Chen and the others will not take any advantage. But why did Jiang Chen dare to lead them to show up? Could it be? What else did Jiang Chen prepare for the final move? Xiao Nan's eyes flickered slightly. He glanced at the unscathed Jiang Chen trio, then looked at the censored phantom in the blood pool, and an inexplicable chill couldn't help but hit his heart. Jiang Chen, do you think you pretended to be injured to attract us, so you have the chance to win? A cold light flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Even if you are not injured, I can kill you today. Although there were some deviations between the plan and his expectations, it just took more effort. He and Sect Master Chu Zan of Xiaoyu Sect were both the cultivation bases of Shanghai's second layer, but as the elites cultivated by the 4-star Holy Land Yandi City, it was not easy to suppress the suzerain of a 2-star sect. As one of the 10 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City, Xiao Nan didn't have any pressure to deal with Jiang Chen. As for Li Feng, he was the weakest existence in their trip, so it was not worth mentioning. Kill me, Zhang Hao, you are too naive. Since I dare to lead you to show up, how am I not prepared? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc of ghosts and charms, and said lightly, Blood River, help Sect Master Chu, give me a quick solution to him. The blood shadow in the blood pool instantly rolled up the blood mist, and Chu Zan joined forces to kill Zhang Hao. Seeing that Blood River would actually obey Jiang Chen's order and kill him with Chu Zan, Zhang Hao's expression finally couldn't help showing a look of horror. He now finally understands why Jiang Chen is so confident. It turns out that he has already conquered the blood in the blood pool. Xiao Nan, Quickly kill Jiang Chen and come to help me. Faced with the joint attack of the two great divine soul realm kings, Zhang Hao did not dare to neglect the slightest. He was furious and sipped to Xiaonan, and tried his best to deal with the entanglement of Chu Zan's blood river. Sure enough, the worst happened. Looking at the situation in front of him, Xiaonan's expression also became extremely gloomy. He took a deep breath, and immediately his eyes were locked on Jiang Chen, and the breath of Shanhai's sixth layer also burst out without reservation. Now that the blood river has been subdued by Jiang Chen, Zhang Hao faced the siege of the two divine soul realm kings, and he might not last long. He must kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible to help Zhang Hao. Today, they are probably going to be buried in this blood demon mountain forever. Chapter 985, I only need one move to kill you. Xiaonan didn't hesitate. The power of Shanhai's sixth layer and the bloodline of the great emperor urged to the limit, and his figure burst out directly at Jiang Chen. Xiaonan's figure was like a phantom, and he appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. A silver long sword also flashed out of thin air in his hand, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Jiang Chen's brow. Although Xiaonan's sword was fast, Jiang Chen's reaction was already faster. At the moment when Xiaonan took the shot, he directly displayed the true meaning of the triple wind Dao, and his body moved out of a distance of 3 feet without warning. This guy, Feng Dao's true meaning has reached the triple realm. Xiaonan's eyes suddenly shrank, and his heart was also shocked. When Jiang Chen fought with his younger brother Xiao Ju in Yandi City, he had already displayed 3 great sword intents. Xiaonan never expected that Jiang Chen would reach the triple realm with more than one kind of martial arts true intent. Xiaonan also finally understood why Jiang Chen was favored by the Sword Emperor Xiao Duli of the Burning Heaven, and with the strength of Shanhai's second layer, he obtained the martial arts inheritance of the Shenwu Pavilion Emperor. This guy's martial arts talent is indeed no worse than any emperor-level genius in Yandi City. Xiaonan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. At this moment, Xiaonan could not tolerate much thought. His footsteps quickly made a few strange arcs, and the blade of the silver-long sword in his hand turned and swept across. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, his right foot lightly touched the ground, and he moved with the wind, and in the blink of an eye he floated out of Xiaonan's sword energy attack range. Jiang Chen, aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you even have the courage to fight me? If you have the ability, don't hide, you are fighting me upright. Seeing that he was easily avoided by Jiang Chen for 2 consecutive attacks, Xiaonan was so anxious that he couldn't help but shout to Jiang Chen with contempt. If Jiang Chen has been relying on the true meaning of the triple wind Dao and does not collide with him head-on, he will have no way to take Jiang Chen in a short time. Once he was delayed like this by Jiang Chen. After Chu Zan and Zue team up to defeat Zhang Hao, today they might really have to explain here. I originally planned to play with you, but if you are so anxious to die, then I will do what you want. I'll let you know right away, you, the so-called Yandi City 10 Emperor-level geniuses, are nothing in my eyes. To kill you, I only need one move. Jiang Chen's faint laughter fell, and the blood dragon sword flashed out of thin air in his palm. Jiang Chen urged the king-level secret technique Dian Cloud Swallowing Technique, and raised his cultivation to the 4th level of Shanhai. He looked down at Xiaonan condescendingly, and his proud voice slowly resounded in the air. With Jiang Chen's proud voice resounding, the cyan sword aura of Wanjian Dao burst out of the air, quickly condensing a cyan sword domain in midair, covering Xiaonan's entire body. In the cyan sword domain, Xiaonan instantly felt that his life was being lost at a strange speed. Xiaonan was suddenly terrified, and his whole person was like a scared rabbit, skirling frantically in the cyan sword field. It's just that Jiang Chen has now improved his cultivation base, and his mastery of the time and space sword domain has also increased a lot. Even the powerhouse of Shanhai 9th layer, under his time and space sword domain, even if he does not die, he has to peel off his skin. Even though Xiaonan is the top 10 emperor-level genius of Yandi City, his combat power is not inferior to that of Shanhai 9 layers. But his cultivation base is still in the 6th layer of the Shanhai, and his resistance to the time and space sword region is far less than that of the powerhouse of the 9th layer of the Shanhai. Chapter 986. Now beg for mercy, it's a pity it's too late. Xiaonan ran wildly in the time and space sword domain as if going crazy, bombarding the enchantment of the time and space sword domain one after another. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't shake the space-time sword realm. As time went by, Xiaonan's life also quickly lost more than half. Xiaonan had already changed from a young man in his early 20s to a silver-white elder over half 100 years old. No. Don't kill me. Junior brother Jiang, for the sake of everyone being in the same class, I beg you to kill me. I assure you that I will never fight you again. Feeling that his life was about to be exhausted, Xiaonan's expression was full of despair and panic, and finally couldn't help begging Jiang Chen for forgiveness. As one of the 10 emperor-level geniuses of Yandi City, Xiaonan has always been very confident of his own strength. Although Jiang Chen defeated Xiaozhu at the time, and blocked his move with the imperial martial arts, showing a strong talent and strength. But Xiaonan still didn't think that Jiang Chen, whose cultivation was only Shanghai's second layer, had the ability to compete with him. When he fought Jiang Chen today, he knew how outrageous he was. He didn't even block Jiang Chen's move. Xiaonan finally knew what an enchanting existence he wanted to kill this time. Probably the 5 emperor-level geniuses of Yandi City could not compare with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Since you dare to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. From the moment you shot me, in my eyes, you are already a dead person." When Xiaonan heard Jiang Chen's words, his mouth also let out an unwilling roar. Only soon, Xiaonan's voice became weaker and weaker. The last breath of life on his body also completely dissipated in the time and space sword domain, and finally turned into a mummy, and fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Chen's single move to kill Xiaonan also made Zhang Hao and the other Yandicheng disciples look changed drastically. The disciple of the Yandi City who originally pressed Li Feng to fight, how dare to recite the battle. He also ignored Zhang Hao, who was suppressed by the 2 Chuzan, and directly forced Li Feng back, turning around panic and fleeing outside the cave. Want to escape? Since you are here, stay forever. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't give the Yandi City disciple a chance to escape, and the 3 great swords directly locked it in, and a sharp sword shadow burst out of the sky, instantly cutting off that person's head. Jiang Chen, let them stop. I'm only following orders for today's affairs, so why bother to kill them? If you let me go, I promise you will be the only one in Yandi City in the future. If you really kill us all, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain back to Emperor Yan. Seeing that Xiaonan and the Yandi City disciple were killed instantly by Jiang Chen, Zhang Hao, who was driven into embarrassment by Chuzan and Zue, roared in anger. Leave you, wait for you to return to Yandi City and bite me back. In my opinion, only your death will save me some unnecessary troubles. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. As for how I should explain to Yandi City, didn't you just think about it for me? Zhang Hao couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Jiang Chen, you, don't deceive people too much. Chapter 987. The Blue of the Soul King. Too much bullying. If I hadn't been prepared for it today, would you let me go if it fell into your hands? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. You can end up like this, all of this is your own responsibility. Jiang Chen, you forced me. Even if I, Zhang Hao, die today, it will cost you a heavy price for it. Zhang Hao's eyes gradually turned red, and a touch of madness flooded his face. His figure, already embarrassed under the pressure of Chuzan and the Blood River, did not retreat but moved forward, and directly rushed towards Chuzan and the others. And at the same time as his body rushed, it quickly expanded, as if a balloon about to explode. No, he is going to blow himself up, stop him. Seeing the scene before him, the expression of the Blood River suddenly changed, and the blood mist in the sky instantly turned into a censored enchantment, covering Zhang Hao. A king of God and soul blew himself up, and even the king of Shanghai's 4th layer evaded by 3 points. They are now in the depths of the cave. This cave simply cannot withstand the self-destruction of a divine soul realm king. And it is impossible for them to get out of the cave in a short time. Once Zhang Hao's self-destructive force swept through the cave, even if they didn't die in Zhang Hao's hands, they would have to be buried here alive. Space blockade. Naturally, Chuzan also knew what the consequences would be for Zhang Hao to blow himself up at this moment, and immediately slapped him softly, using the stunt of the strong in the divine soul realm. I saw that the space around Zhang Hao suddenly fluctuated violently, and the invisible space seemed to have become substance, turning into a space prison, enclosing Zhang Hao. And at the moment when the space is condensed, Zhang Hao's body also swelled to a terrifying point. A shocking explosion blasted in the cave instantly. The terrible energy wave, like a tsunami, swept across all directions frantically. Under the impact of the air wave, the censored enchantment of the Blood River instantly turned into nothing, welcoming the space prison of Chuzan. After a stalemate with that terrifying air wave, the space prison quickly became distorted. Seeing that Chuzan's space blockade couldn't stop Zhang Hao's horrible air wave, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and once again used the space-time sword domain. The power in Jiang Chen's body has been consumed by most of the time and space sword field he used just now. Now that he used it again, not only did he drain his body's vitality, he even suffered a certain amount of backlash from his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. When Jiang Chen forcibly used the space-time sword domain, Chuzan's space blockade finally couldn't withstand Zhang Hao's self-destructive force, and it exploded directly. The remaining air wave directly met the enchantment of Jiang Chen time and space sword domain. Fortunately, this air wave was breaking through the blockade of the two great divine soul realm kings, Blood River and Chuzan. The remaining power was less than 30%, and it was finally barely resisted by Jiang Chen's time and space sword realm. Finally blocked, the blue of this divine soul realm king is really not ordinary horror. Seeing that Zhang Hao's self-destructive energy dissipated completely, Jiang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, and immediately his whole body was pale and limp on the ground. But at this moment, Jiang Chen sensed something in vain, and his face suddenly changed. This guy's soul is still in the cave, don't let him run away. Chapter 988. Solve, return to Yandi City. Divine Soul Realm King wants to be stronger than Divine Sea Realm. Apart from being countless times stronger, the most important change lies in the soul. Once any warrior breaks through the Divine Soul Realm, the soul will be sublimated, and it can be solidified and separated from the body. A warrior who breaks through the Divine Soul Realm, even if his body is destroyed, can survive as long as his soul is immortal. And Zhang Hao blew himself up just now. Obviously he wanted to use this method to hide the truth. Unfortunately, Zhang Hao's luck is not so good. The soul-locking formation that Jiang Chen used in the cave just now has not yet completely dissipated, and Zhang Hao's soul was hidden in the soul-locking formation, so Jiang Chen sensed the existence of Zhang Hao's soul for the first time. Jiang Chen used the space-time sword domain twice in a row, and now he was unable to deal with Zhang Hao's spirit, so he had to hurriedly attack Chuzan and Blood River Dao. Don't worry, he can't escape. Using the method of self-destruction to protect the soul, how can this method escape the eyes of the Emperor? The Blood River sneered, and the sky of blood swept away in the cave instantly. Zue now has no physical body, and it may not be so easy to deal with ordinary spirit martial artists. But if you talk about the power of the soul alone, even if his current soul is far from the peak state, it is easy to clean up the soul body of a soul dual warrior. Devil Blood Soul Eater. Zue moved his hands, and the monster blood glow instantly turned into a rain of blood and scattered down. In the next instant, a scream of screams resounded in the cave, and an illusory black shadow appeared abruptly in the air. The illusory shadow turned into nothingness under the rain of blood in the Blood River, and completely dissipated in the cave. Solved Zhang Hao and others. Jiang Chen returned to Xiaoyu sect, spent several days training in Xiaoyu sect, cleared the backlash of the time and space sword domain in his body, and then set off with Chu Ryu and Li Feng to return to Yandi City. As for the Blood River, it was living in Jiang Chen's body and was taken back to Yandi City by Jiang Chen. Although Blood River is only a soul body, the power it exerts is enough to deal with ordinary divine soul realm kings. Moreover, as one of the 10 blood emperors in the Blood Demon Palace, Zue had extraordinary experience. The relics of Emperor Zun opened in more than 2 months, and if the river of blood was brought into it, it would surely be a great help for him. The group returned to Yandi City from Shaoyazong. When Jiang Chen entered Yandi City, he hesitated a little, and said to the Blood River in his heart, "Blood River, are you sure you will not be discovered by the strong of Yandi City? The Blood Demon Palace, but the attack of all the forces on the Shenwu continent. If he brought the Blood River into Yandi City and let Yandi City discover the existence of the Blood River, it would probably cause no small trouble. Relax, with the Emperor's concealment method, even the Divine Embryo Realm Emperor would never want to notice my existence, unless there is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse in Yandi City," Zue said confidently. Hearing Shuihei's words, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. As long as the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm couldn't find the Blood River, there would be no problem. Since the Blood Demon Palace was destroyed and the owner of the Blood Demon Palace disappeared from the Shenwu continent, the Shenwu continent did not know how many years there had been no quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Even if Yandi City is a 4-star holy land, it is impossible for a quasi-emperor level powerhouse to exist. Since the Blood River won't have any problems, Jiang Chen stopped hesitating, and walked directly into Yandi City. Chapter 989, The Elders of the Law Enforcement Hall attacked. Entering Yandi City, Jiang Chen smiled at Chu Ryu and Li Feng and said, "Senior Sister Chu, Brother Li, let's go to the General Affairs Hall to settle the task first." Chu Ryu hesitated slightly. "Junior Brother Jiang, are we really going to settle the task now?" "Yes, Junior Brother Jiang. Xiao Taiyan, the law enforcement elder of the Zongwutang, is Xiao Nan's master. If he learns that Xiao Nan is dead, I am afraid he will not easily let us go." Li Feng was also solemn and honest. "Sooner or later we have to face it. If we deliberately avoid it, it will make people suspicious." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "We just need to answer according to the negotiated result. As long as there is no evidence, no one can do anything to us." As the disciple of Sword Emperor Xiao Duli, how could Jiang Chen fear a law enforcement elder? Jiang Chen knew something about his master's temperament. As long as there is no evidence, even the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Tianan, may not be able to take him anyway, let alone a mere law enforcement elder. The three of them went straight to the Zongwu Hall and lined up to settle the task. There were not many disciples who handed over the affairs in the General Affairs Hall, and it didn't take long for Jiang Chen and the others to turn. The middle-aged deacon who was in charge of the task handover looked at the three Jiang Chen and was shocked. Jiang Chen, you actually came back from Xiaoyu sect." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "What does the deacon mean? Shouldn't we come back from Xiaoyu sect?" "When? Of course not." The middle-aged deacon came back to his senses, and hurriedly smiled and said, "I didn't expect several juniors to complete the mission of Xiaoyuzong so quickly. It is really gratifying." When the middle-aged deacon was speaking, his heart was shocked. Both he and Zhang Hao are the confidants of law enforcement elder Xiao Taiyan, and they are naturally very clear about the mission of the Xiaoyu sect. This task, but they were touched. The reason why Zhang Hao and Xiao Nan appeared in this mission was to get rid of Jiang Chen. In order to deal with Jiang Chen, Xiao Taiyan dispatched Zhang Hao, who was the soul double, and Xiao Nan, one of the top 10 emperor geniuses. The fact that the middle-aged clerk was unable to imagine how Jiang Chen returned to Yandi City alive in the hands of the two. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with the middle-aged deacon, and directly explained the task situation. "You said that you encountered Blood River, one of the top 10 blood emperors in the Blood Demon Palace, and Zhang Hao and all three of them died in the hands of Blood River." Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the eyes of the middle-aged deacon were unconcealed horror. Zhang Hao and the others did not appear, but the mission failed and did not come back with Jiang Chen and the others. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hao and the others not only failed to get rid of Jiang Chen, but instead took their own lives. It took a while for the middle-aged deacon to recover from the shock. He took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen and said, "Since you have met the Blood River, one of the 10 blood emperors, why did Zhang Hao and the others die but you came back alive?" Jiang Chen said indifferently, "I seem to have made it very clear just now. Don't you want me to repeat it?" The middle-aged deacon's face sank slightly and said, "I have reported the matter to the law enforcement elder. You should still think about how to explain it to the elder." As the middle-aged deacon's voice fell, there was a sudden fluctuation of space in the hall, and an illusory black shadow exuding terrifying coercion also emerged out of thin air. Chapter 990, That's Their Own Death. The black shadow that emerged out of thin air is no one else, it is Xiao Taiyan, the law enforcement elder of the General Affairs Hall, the well-known veteran divine soul king in Yandi City. "Jiang Chen, your group of 6 went to Xiaoyuzong to perform the task, and now only the 3 of you are back. What is going on?" Xiao Taiyan stared at the 3 Jiang Chen coldly, and a powerful pressure directly pressed the 3 Jiang Chen. Facing the powerful pressure of Xiao Taiyan, Li Feng and Chu Ryu staggered, and their faces instantly turned pale. Only Jiang Chen stood still in place. He said, neither overbearing nor overbearing, "Elder, as I said just now, Zhang Hao and the 3 of them died in the hands of Blood River, one of the 10 blood emperors in the Blood Demon Palace. Jiang Chen, how easily this elder can be fooled by you. The 6 of you performed the task, why did the 3 of you, Zhang Hao, who had a high cultivation level were killed, but the 3 of you who were weaker survived?" Xiao Taiyan's expression was cold, and he stared at Jiang Chen with murderous intent. "You don't have to quickly recruit me. The truth is as I just said. Before we entered the Xiaoyu sect, Zhang Hao ordered the three of us to go to the Xiaoyu sect to investigate. Later, we found that the mysterious blood cultivator who caused chaos in the Xiaoyu sect was the remnant of one of the top 10 blood cultivators in the Blood Demon Palace, Seoul, and found the hiding place of the Blood River. After checking all this, we passed the news to Zhang Hao and the others, and asked them to come to Xiaoyuzong to join us and deal with the Blood River together. Who knows that they didn't join us at all, went straight to the hiding place of the Blood River, and then were killed by the Blood River. Jiang Chen said indifferently, all of this is because they are greedy for meritorious advancement, seeking death on their own, who can they blame? This is just your side words, how do you make this elder believe you? Xiao Taiyan snorted coldly, if you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't blame me for being rude to you. What does the law enforcement elder mean? Jiang Chen's face sank, and he said coldly, as far as I know, Yandi City doesn't seem to have stipulated that the team member who performed the task together is dead, right? There are many doubts about what you just said. This elder suspects that the death of Zhang Hao and the three people must be inseparable from you. It's a capital crime to mutilate the same sect secretly. As the law enforcement elder of Yandi City, this elder will naturally report to the law enforcement. Xiao Taiyan's expression was extremely cold. Give me the three of them. Hearing Xiao Taiyan's command, the middle-aged deacon moved his palm, and a majestic spatial force enveloped the three Jiang Chen. Seeing Xiao Taiyan's unreasonable hands on them, Jiang Chen's eyes also flashed an angry look. He was just about to fight back, and an angry shout that made him very familiar also instantly resounded in the hall. Xiao Taiyan, do you really think that Xiao Duli doesn't exist? My disciple of Xiao Duli, it's not easy for anyone to move, get out of here. A faint anger was swept out towards the middle-aged deacon with the monstrous power of the emperor of the divine embryo realm. The middle-aged deacon trembled, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly, and the whole person flew upside down like a broken kite. An elegant blue phantom appeared directly beside Jiang Chen ghostly. Xiao Duli. Seeing this blue phantom that suddenly appeared, Xiao Taiyan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. Chapter 991. If there is no evidence, just get away. Master, are you back? Seeing Xiao Duli who suddenly appeared, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of joy appeared on his face. Well, just came back from outside. Xiao Duli nodded, and then directly asked Jiang Chen, disciple, what is going on? Jiang Chen didn't conceal it, and directly told Xiao Duli what had happened recently. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao Duli's gaze looking at Xiao Taiyan couldn't help but suddenly cold. Xiao Taiyan, do you really think that Xiao Duli is a vegetarian? Even my disciples dare to calculate. All disciples in Yandi City will be assigned a sect mission every once in a while. As a disciple of Yandi City, Jiang Chen is a matter of course to go out to perform tasks, so how can I calculate it? Sword Emperor's words are too much. Xiao Duli's unceremonious words also made Xiao Taiyan's complexion look bad. Taking advantage of Xiao Duli's departure this time, he used the sect mission to lead Jiang Chen out of Yandi City, intending to take this opportunity to get rid of Jiang Chen. He not only dispatched his personal disciple Xiao Nan, but also dispatched a deacon in the dual realm of spirit and soul. Originally Xiao Taiyan thought, the two were more than enough to deal with one Jiang Chen. The facts are completely beyond his imagination. Xiao Taiyan never thought that Xiao Nan and the others not only failed to solve Jiang Chen, but took their own lives. When he got the news, Xiao Taiyan was frightened. He didn't hesitate at all, and went straight to the General Affairs Hall, wanting to cut Jiang Chen away for an unreasonable charge. Even if Xiao Duli returned with Lihuo's sword sovereign backing him, Xiao Duli might not be able to do anything to him. Xiao Taiyan did not expect that Xiao Duli would return to Yandi City at this critical moment. Xiao Taiyan, are you really a fool to be the emperor? Don't think that I don't know what you are trying to pay attention to. Xiao Duli smiled coldly. You arranged Jiang Chen to go to the Xiaoyu sect to perform the task. I won't care about you for the time being. Now that Jiang Chen is back to settle the task, why are you attacking him? A total of 6 members of the Xiaoyu sect mission performed the mission, and now only 3 are back. There are many doubts in Jiang Chen's words just now, and I suspect that there is a big problem. Xiao Taiyan said indifferently, as the law enforcement elder of Yandi City, I have the right to investigate this matter and find out. Xiao Taiyan, you always pay attention to evidence. You dignified Yandi City law enforcement elder, you don't even know this point. If you suspect that Xiao Nan's death is related to Jiang Chen, then show your evidence. Xiao Duli said with a domineering look, if you can't show evidence, then let me roll as far as possible, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Xiao Taiyan's complexion instantly turned pale. Of what kind of character Xiao Duli was, Xiao Taiyan naturally knew very well. Now that Xiao Duli had returned, even if it was the Lihuo Sword Emperor himself, it was impossible to face Fu Zhongchen in front of Xiao Duli. Jiang Chen, you can't be proud of it. If you let me find evidence that you have harmed your fellow sect, even if you are Xiao Duli's disciple, this elder cannot spare you. Xiao Taiyan gave Jiang Chen a cold look, and immediately his black figure gradually dimmed in midair, and finally disappeared into the General Affairs Hall out of thin air. Chapter 992, A Gift from Xiao Duli. After Xiao Taiyan left, Xiao Duli also took Jiang Chen back to his residence. Boy, this time it was for the teacher's care. I didn't expect that they would use the sect mission to deal with you. But this time during Xiaoyazong's trip, you performed well. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, Xiao Duli also showed a satisfied smile. Xiao Duli was more and more satisfied with the disciple in front of him. In order to deal with Jiang Chen this time, Xiao Taiyan made sufficient preparations, not only sending his personal disciple Xiao Nan, but also a deacon in the dual realm of spirit and soul. Jiang Chen was able to save his life under Xiao Taiyan's calculations, and designed to kill Xiao Nan. Even Xiao Duli felt very surprised in his heart. It's all luck. Jiang Chen hesitated slightly and asked, Master, I designed to solve Xiao Nan and the others, so I won't cause you any trouble, right? What can be troublesome? They are asking for it. Who can blame? Don't say he has no evidence for Xiao Taiyan. Even if he really finds the evidence, how can he do anything to me? You don't have to worry about this, then you can practice with peace of mind. Xiao Duli waved his hand and looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. Although your current strength can rank in the top 10 in Yandi City, there is still a gap between the top talents of the 5 holy cities. There are big gains in the ruins of the emperor, but there are still some not enough. When Jiang Chen heard this, he did not object. Putting aside the ultimate move of time and space sword realm, even if he tried his best, he would probably only match Xiao Nan's funny brother. And Xiao Nan was only one of the 10 emperor geniuses in Yandi City, and there was still a big gap with the 5 emperor-level geniuses. Among the 5 great emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City, the weakest cultivation bases are at least above Shanghai's 7th level, and the strongest have even reached Shanghai 9th level. Each of these emperor-level geniuses is equally powerful and unfathomable. The top geniuses of other holy cities should not be inferior to the 5 emperor-level geniuses of Yandi City. With his current strength, looking at the 5 great sacred grounds is really nothing. Master left Yandi City this time and prepared a few gifts for you, which should help you improve your cultivation. Xiao Duli said. A wooden box appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen took the wooden box and opened it. There was a pill box, a jade bottle, and a formation map inside. The pill in the pill box is a 7-stage spirit pill, Tianyuan sacred pill refined for the teacher, which can greatly improve the martial artist's cultivation base, and the medicinal power is mild, and the Shanghai realm can be taken at will. As for the jade bottle, the Jade Lake Spirit Liquid was exchanged from the Jade Lake Holy Land, and it is also an elixir that can greatly improve the cultivation level. The last formation is also the 7th ranking spirit gathering formation made by the formation master. With these 3 things, your cultivation base should be able to improve in a short time. Xiao Duli smiled. Thank you, Master, Jiang Chen will not let you down. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Xiao Duli with gratitude. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that Xiao Duli left Yandi City this time simply preparing gifts for him. And almost all of these 3 gifts are rare treasures. With a system in place, Jiang Chen is confident that he will increase his cultivation to above the 4th level of Shanghai within 2 months even without resorting to any external force. Now that there are 3 things prepared by the master, Jiang Chen is fully confident in raising his cultivation to the 6th level of Shanghai and even the 7th level of Shanghai. He has that strength to compete with the top talents of the 5 holy cities. Chapter 993, Up to 4 levels in a row, Shanghai's 6th level. Go, I hope you can upgrade your cultivation to the 5th level of Shanghai in these 2 months. At that time, you should be able to use many methods to compete with the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities. Regardless of Jiang Chen's natural blood, he was no less inferior than any emperor-level genius he had ever seen. As long as Jiang Chen's cultivation can reach the 5th level of Shanghai, the combat power he exerts, even among the 5 holy cities, can completely suppress him. Jiang Chen bowed and saluted Xiao Duli before leaving Xiao Duli's residence. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time either. He immediately mobilized the 7th stage spirit gathering array and began to practice. Yandi City was originally a sacred place for cultivation in the Zhongzhou mainland. And Jiang Chen has a 100-fold cultivation system and a double increase of the 7-rank spirit gathering array, so his cultivation experience is naturally increasing rapidly. More than 20 days later, Jiang Chen's cultivation has broken through Shanghai Triple. 2 months later, Jiang Chen made a breakthrough again and successfully promoted to the 4th level of Shanghai. After breaking through the 4th layer of Shanghai, the energy of the 7th stage spirit gathering array was also exhausted, and the original amplification effect was lost. Jiang Chen finished his cultivation and took out the heavenly origin sacred pill and Yaoqi spirit pill that the master had given him. Ding! You take the 7-rank spirit pill heavenly yuan sacred pill and gain 70,000*100 experience. Ding! Your cultivation base breaks through the 5th layer of Shanghai. After taking the heavenly yuan sacred pill, Jiang Chen's cultivation level rose again to the 1st level, directly reaching the 5th level of Shanghai. And it was the late stage of Shanghai 5th layer, only 1 step away from Shanghai's 6th layer. Jiang Chen has been completely immersed in the pleasure of the crazy improvement of his cultivation. After eating the heavenly yuan sacred pill, Jiang Chen picked up the jade bottle without hesitation and poured the Yaoqi spirit liquid into his mouth. Ding! You swallow a drop of Yaoqi spirit liquid and gain 10,000*100 experience. Ding! Your cultivation base breaks through Shanghai's 6th layer. With 3 drops of Yaoqi spirit liquid at the entrance, Jiang Chen's cultivation has undoubtedly broken through Shanghai's 6th layer. With the help of the 3 gifts Xiao Duli prepared for him, Jiang Chen directly rose to the 4th level in a short period of less than 2 months, and his cultivation level jumped from Shanghai's 2nd layer to Shanghai's 6th layer. Shanghai's 6th layer, now I am finally qualified to compete with the top geniuses of the 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen opened his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up a slight curve. The cultivation base has broken through the 4 levels in a row, and his current strength is unknown how many times stronger than 2 months ago. If facing Xiao Nan again now, even without using the time and space sword domain, Jiang Chen would have the confidence to slay him with 1 sword. Breaking through Shanghai's 6th layer, Jiang Chen did not rush out. It took him 2 days to consolidate his cultivation a little bit, and then he ended his 2-month cultivation. And on the day Jiang Chen ended his retreat, Xiao Duli's thoughts suddenly rang in his mind. Jiang Chen, the relics of Emperor Zun will be opened soon, and you will set off for the ruins of Emperor Zun in 3 days, and come see me quickly. The relic of Emperor Zun is finally about to open. Hearing Xiao Duli's voice, Jiang Chen's spirit was suddenly shaken. He didn't hesitate at all, got up and left the room directly, and quickly headed towards Xiao Duli's residence. Chapter 994, Xiao Jingyan, the strongest emperor of Yandi City. Master. Not long after, Jiang Chen came to Xiao Duli's residence. Yes, the results of your cultivation in these 2 months are much better than I thought, and you have actually reached the 6th level of Shanghai. With his gaze swept over Jiang Chen, Xiao Duli couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Today, Jiang Chen's cultivation base is not too far behind the top geniuses of the 5 holy cities. He believed that with Jiang Chen's talent and means, even in the ruins of the genius Zun Emperor, he would definitely be able to make a difference. This is the blessing of Master. Jiang Chen respectfully said, if it weren't for the 3 treasures that the Master had prepared for me, I wouldn't be able to get to level 4 in such a short time. The cultivation base has been upgraded to 4 levels in 2 months, even the 5 Emperor level geniuses of Yandi City can't do it. Although I have helped you a bit, if it wasn't for your outstanding talent, you wouldn't be able to achieve this step. Xiao Duli smiled slightly, pointed at Jiang Chen, and directly passed a message into Jiang Chen's mind. This is the information about the remains of the Emperor Zun. In the next few days, you will study the information about the ruins of the Emperor Zun. This will be of great help to you after entering the remains of the Emperor Zun. Also, there will be a rally for all the disciples who have obtained the quota of Zun Emperor ruins today, and even the 5 Emperor level geniuses will attend, so go and participate. If you meet some disciples worthy of friendship, you can make friends appropriately. This time the Zongmin rally was specially organized for the disciples who went to the remains of Zun Emperor. The purpose is to give everyone a gathering for exchanges and discussions, and to prepare for entering the ruins of Zun Emperor. This rally was for two purposes. One is to discuss the exchange of relevant information about the relics of the Emperor Zun. The relics of Zun Emperor have lasted for thousands of years in Shenwu continent. Even if it is opened once in 100 years, the disciples of the 5 holy cities have brought out a lot of information about the relics of Zun Emperor. However, this information was not shared, and the confidence held by every powerhouse in Yandi City was different. The purpose of the gathering is to let everyone connect and get familiar with each other. There are not only Yandi City disciples, but also geniuses from the other 4 holy cities in the Zhundi ruins. Every time the relic of the Emperor Zun opens, the geniuses of the 5 holy places compete for resources. Will the battle be very tragic, and some will even fall into it? If you come from the same sect, everyone will get acquainted with each other. When the time comes, they will enter the demigod garden. Farewell to Xiao Duli, Jiang Chen soon Yandi City's central square. On the square, many disciples of Yandi City had gathered here. On the huge arena in the center of the square, 3 tyrannical auras collided. There are 2 of them, a cruel young man and a woman in green. On the other side, an arrogant young man in Xuanyi held his back with one hand, oppressing the opposite man and woman with his own strength. Ha ha, xianxia, Xiao Yutong, I haven't seen each other for a long time. You are nothing more than that. It seems that you haven't made much progress recently. The young man in Zanyi was one enemy and 2, but his expression was an extremely understatement. Xianxia, Xiao Yutong, aren't these 2 of the 5 emperor-level geniuses of Yandi City? The faint words of the young man Zanyi also shocked Jiang Chen. Suppress 2 emperor-level geniuses with their own power. Jiang Chen could guess the identity of the young man Zanyi almost without even thinking about it. This young man in Xuanyi is almost always Xiao Jingyan, the strongest emperor-level genius in Yandi City. Chapter 995, Half-Step King. Outside the arena, there are already many spectators at the moment. In addition to those attending the rally, many Yandi City disciples also came to the square to join in the fun. There are even many Divine Soul Realm kings who are watching the battle. Xiao Jingyan deserves to be the strongest emperor in Yandi City. This is too abnormal. Seeing the situation on the arena, many people in the square couldn't help but exclaimed. Xianxia and Xiao Yutong, these 2 are a pair of brothers and sisters, both are direct disciples of Xiao Tianan, the head of the Xiao family, and both are the 5 emperor-level geniuses of Yandi City. But now Xiao Jingyan suppressed the 2 of Xianxia with his own power. Although they all knew that Xiao Jingyan was the strongest emperor-level genius in Yandi City, they still didn't expect Xiao Jingyan to be so perverted. Xiao Jingyan, you should look down upon others, but I want to see how powerful you, the strongest emperor of Yandi City, can be. Xianxia shouted angrily. An extremely powerful soul will merged with Xiao Yutong's soul will, and rushed towards Xiao Jingyan. This is the half-step king's will. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Comparing Divine Soul Realm King with Divine Sea Realm, the biggest change lies in the sublimation of the soul. Their souls are solid. Not only can they be independent from the body, but they can also condense their own will of the king. The king's will is not only condensed by reaching the Divine Soul Realm. On the Shenwu continent, there are still some talented evildoers who can make their souls sublimate and condense the king's will in the Shanhai realm. The souls of Xianxia and Xiao Yutong in front of them had obviously been gradually sublimated, and they already had the embryonic form of the king's will. The 2 half-steps of the king's will merged into one, and the invisible soul power caused turbulence in the surrounding space. The vitality of the heaven and the earth on this side seemed to be solidified, and all thoughts were suppressed to make it difficult to move. Half-step the king's will. Seeing the spirit will erupted by the 2 of Xianxia, the corner of Xiao Jingyan's mouth rose slightly, and a tyrannical half-step king's will suddenly rose. The huge and invisible soul power penetrated the void space and instantly descended on the arena. Bang! Bang! The half-step king will of Xianxia and Xiao Yutong instantly collapsed under the enormous soul power. Both of them were shocked physically and mentally, and were shaken out of the arena by that powerful soul will, and the red blood slowly overflowed from the corners of their mouths. The king's will, Xiao Jingyan has already broken through the divine soul realm. His cultivation base is still at the peak of Shanhai, but his soul has completely transformed, and he has nurtured the king's will of the divine soul realm. Half-step king, it seems that Yandi City has not had a half-step king's genius for a long time. On the square, it was difficult for everyone to recover from the shock. Strictly speaking, there is no half-step king between Shanghai realm and Divine Soul realm. Only the super genius who has nurtured a complete king's will in the Divine Sea realm is qualified to be called a half-step king. Half-step king, this is not a realm, but a symbol of talent and status. Even in the Yandi city's recent 10,000 years of history, there are only a handful of geniuses who can become half-step kings. Every half-step king has almost become an extremely strong player in Shenwu continent. The last time a half-step king appeared in Yandi City was the Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiao Duli, who overshadowed a generation of genius decades ago. And Xiao Jingyan in front of him was the only half-step king born in Yandi City after Xiao Duli. Chapter 996, Xiao Bai. Looking at the figure standing proudly on the arena, many powerful geniuses present showed a look of awe. For Xiao Jingyan, the Divine Soul realm had no bottleneck anymore. It is only a matter of time to become the true king of the Soul realm. More importantly, Xiao Jingyan condensed the king's will, and his soul contained irresistible power, which could easily severely damage or even wipe out the souls of ordinary Divine Sea martial artists. For ordinary martial artists of the Divine Sea realm, Xiao Jingyan was almost invincible. Is this the strength of the emperor-level genius of Yandi City? It really is extraordinary. Jiang Chen stared closely at Xiao Jingyan on the arena, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his heart. Whether it was xianxia or Xiao Yutong, their cultivation had reached the 9th level of Shanghai, and they had already condensed the embryonic form of the king's will. Such strength is already extremely amazing. Even if Jiang Chen dealt with one of them, he would have to do his best. However, Xiao Jingyan on the arena could easily hit xianxia too hard with one enemy too. Such strength can be described as unfathomable. My current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to contend with an emperor-level genius like xianxia. However, compared with the strongest genius of the 5 holy cities, I am afraid there is still a big gap. Xiao Jingyan's talent was too amazing. With his half-step king's strength, even a king of ordinary spirits and souls might not be his opponent. If it were to fight Xiao Jingyan now, even if he used the time and space sword domain, he would probably not be Xiao Jingyan's opponent. Jiang Chen was not upset either. He was born in the northern wilderness, and his cultivation time was not long, and his cultivation conditions were not comparable to Xiao Jingyan, who was born in Yandi City. With the system in place, Jiang Chen believed that he would soon be able to catch up with Xiao Jingyan. Last time in the Kanglan League, when Jiang Chen entered the Konghai secret realm, there was a big gap between him and the top genius of the Kanglan League. But after entering the Air and Sea secret realm, he used the resources in the secret realm to quickly surpass the genius of Kanglan League. This time at the remains of the Emperor Zun, Jiang Chen believes that he also has the ability to become a supreme genius who surpasses Xiao Jingyan and other half-step kings. You are junior brother Jiang Chen, right? Just as Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Jingyan, a gentle voice came from his side abruptly. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, and saw a young man with extraordinary bearing in white coming towards him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but greeted with a smile. Here is Jiang Chen, I don't know if this senior is. The young man in white smiled slightly. My name is Xiao Bai. It turned out to be senior brother Xiao. Jiang Chen was startled, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Xiao Bai, this is also one of the 5 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City, what he came to do with himself. Jiang brother Jiang, don't have to wonder, Xiao Xuanji, your teacher, and your master were both teachers and friends. Let's get to know each other. There may be a reference in the remains of Emperor Zun. Seeing the doubt in Jiang Chen's eyes, Xiao Bai couldn't help but explain with a smile. Then I have to rely more on senior brother. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This Xiao Bai seemed to be very good regardless of his strength and personality. His master Xiao Xuanji, the oldest divine soul king in Yandi City, is also one of the few powerhouses who has a good relationship with his master. Not long after Jiang Chen came to Yandi City, he had no friends at all. If he could make friends with Xiao Bai, Jiang Chen would naturally be happy. Chapter 997, You are not my opponent either. Junior brother Jiang is polite, let's take care of each other. Xiao Bai smiled. He looked up at Xiao Jingyan on the arena and slowly said, I didn't expect Xiao Jingyan to have become a half-step king. I am afraid that even among all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities, his strength can be ranked in the top 3. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, listening to the tone of brother. Is there any genius in other holy cities that is stronger than Xiao Jingyan? As far as I know, In the remaining 4 holy cities, there are at least 2 peerless geniuses who have become half-step kings. In addition to the half-step king, there are also many geniuses like xianxia and others who have condensed the rudimentary will of the king. This time the remains of the Emperor Zun can be described as a genius like a cloud. Xiao Bai sighed lightly. It's not the right time to live. It would be nice if the remains of Emperor Zun can be opened a few years later. Although Xiao Bai was the 5 great emperor-level genius of Yandi City, his age was almost the same as Jiang Chen, and he belonged to the smallest existence in the 5 great emperor-level geniuses. Xiao Bai had the weakest cultivation base among the 5 emperor-level geniuses, and had just broken through Shanghai Eightfold not long ago. If you give him a few more years, even if it couldn't be compared with Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Bai at least had the confidence to compete with Xiao Xingya's genius at the pinnacle of Shanghai. Now he is far from Xiao Xingya and the others. Why brother Xiao said that? Jiang Chen smiled and said, the relics of Emperor Zun have been opened once in 100 years. We are very lucky to be able to enter it. Junior brother Jiang said that, but I was the one who took the picture. Xiao Bai shook his head and chuckled lightly, then said to Jiang Chen, Jiang brother, I have a few senior brothers introduced to you. When you enter the remains of the Emperor Zun, you can take care of each other. As Xiao Bai said, he introduced several disciples behind him to Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chen and the disciples introduced by Xiao Bai greeted, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Jiang Chen frowned, then turned around and looked around, and saw a few figures walking straight towards them. The leader is a tall and powerful young man in a red robe. Beside the red-robed young man, Jiang Chen also found a familiar figure, astonishingly Yu Kunyan, who was in the Shenwu Pavilion. Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows. Yu Kunyan, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen, today is the gathering of genius disciples in Yandi City. All the disciples who have obtained the qualifications of the Zun Emperor ruins will be on the stage. As a disciple of the Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiao Duli, don't you want to show it off? Yu Kunyan sneered honestly. Why, don't you want to fight with me? Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Yu Kunyan. You weren't my opponent 2 months ago, let alone now. Yu Kunyan's expression suddenly chilled. HMPH, it was just my carelessness at the beginning. If you have any kind of seed, come on stage to fight with me. At the beginning, outside the Shenwu Pavilion, if it weren't for Jiang Chen to take advantage of his unprepared attack, how could he lose to Jiang Chen? In these 3 months, his strength has improved again, reaching the 5th level of Shanghai. Yu Kunyan really didn't believe that he was Jiang Chen's opponent. Yu Kunyan, step back, you are indeed not his opponent. At this moment, the red-robed young man who had been silent for a while waved his hand, and immediately looked straight at Jiang Chen. I have heard about the name of Junior Brother Jiang. I wonder if Junior Brother Jiang is interested in discussing it with me. Jiang Chen glanced at the red-robed youth faintly, shook his head and said, forget it, you are not my opponent. Chapter 998, How Arrogant and Arrogant. The red-robed youth smiled with anger. What kind of skill is just showing your tongue? If you really have the skill, come on stage and fight me. Jiang Chen's words that didn't put him in his eyes, also made the red-robed young man's face show an angry look. The young man in the red robe was named Xiao Yi, and he was one of the 10 imperial geniuses in Yandi City. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of Shanghai, and his strength was among the 10 imperial geniuses. Xiao Yi is one of the strongest disciples under the 5 emperor-level geniuses. Although the kid in front of him was a disciple of the Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiao Duli, he was extremely talented, and he was also the 2nd disciple of Yandi City who mastered the royal martial arts inheritance after Xiao Jingyan. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen's cultivation has surpassed Yu Kunyan and reached the level of Shanghai's 6th layer. But even so, Xiao Yi still doesn't think that Jiang Chen has the right to compete with him. Okay, since you want to fight, then I will play with you. Jiang Chen curled his lips and was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiao Yi, turning around and heading for the arena in the center of the square. Junior brother Jiang, Xiao Yi's strength is not weak. Except for the 5 emperor-level geniuses, Yandi City has no more than 3 disciples who can defeat him. Do you need me to solve him for you? Seeing Jiang Chen challenged, Xiao Bai couldn't help but asked softly, senior brother's kindness is appreciated by my heart. I don't have to be an imperial disciple, but there is no need for my senior brother to do it for me. You wait for me for a while, and I'll come. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and then turned straight away. Coming to the bottom of the arena, the two imperial disciples who were competing on the arena also quickly ended the battle. After the two stepped down, Jiang Chen and Xiao Yi also took to the arena. Hey! Look at him, Xiao Yi, one of the top 10 emperor-level geniuses, is on stage. Who is his opponent? Why haven't you seen it? How long have you not been in Yandi City? You don't even know the disciple of Sword Emperor Xiao Duli. He is Jiang Chen, the guy who won the imperial martial arts inheritance not long ago. Below the arena, everyone saw Xiao Yi and Jiang Chen on stage at the same time, and they couldn't help but talk. Xiao Yi, one of the 10 imperial geniuses in Yandi City, is strong enough to rank in the top 3 among the 10 imperial geniuses. Jiang Chen, the introduction of the Fenchen Sword Emperor Xiao Duli, Yandi City's second peerless genius with the imperial martial arts inheritance, demonstrated extremely powerful combat power a few months ago. The battle between the two will surely be very exciting. Jiang Chen, let's make a move, let me see what you can do to be arrogant in front of me. On the arena, Xiao Yi stood with his hands in his hands, and his gaze at Jiang Chen was full of disdain. 2 months ago, an imperial disciple named Xiao Ju also said this to me, but he ended up miserably. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc of ghosts and charms. If I act first, you will probably be the same as him, and there will be no chance to fight back. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, there was an uproar in the square. When everyone looked at Jiang Chen on the arena, their eyes widened unbelievably. Xiao Yi, these are the top 10 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City. Jiang Chen even dared to threaten Xiao Yi with no chance to fight back. How arrogant this is. Chapter 999, Absolutely Suppress, shocked the audience. Jiang Chen, you really think that I can be compared to Xiao Ju's kind of stuff? Xiao Yi smiled wildly with disdain. Come on, today I will give you a chance to see how you can make me even have no chance to fight back. Since you have such a request, then I will do as you wish. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the blood dragon sword appeared in his palm in a flash. Jiang Chen's palm holding the blood dragon sword tightened slightly, and the true meaning of the triple wind Dao instantly spread across the arena. His figure has disappeared in place with the wind. Is triple wind Dao true? Feeling the suppression of the true meaning of the triple air channels around him, Xiao Yi sneered, and the true meaning of the triple air channels roared out, instantly burning the true intentions of the surrounding triple air channels into nothingness. Xiao Yi destroyed Jiang Chen's triple wind Dao true meaning with the triple fire Dao true intention, and he quickly sensed Jiang Chen's position. He was just about to take a counterattack. The thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and the true intentions of the real fire, which were no less inferior to the true intentions of his fire, fell from the sky, colliding with his true intentions of the fire. Two different triple martial arts real meanings collided invisibly in midair, and the terrifying spatial ripples instantly swept the entire arena. Xiao Yi was caught off guard, and under the impact of the ripples of space, he stepped back 7 or 8 steps. Before Xiao Yi could stabilize his figure, a more terrifying sword intent once again filled the arena. The sky full of sword shadows burst out of the sky, like sword rain, flying out towards Xiao Yi from all directions. Fire cloud sky screen. Xiao Yi's face changed drastically, and the fiery red vitality burst out between his palms, instantly forming a red light curtain condensed by the fire clouds, enveloping himself. Thousands of sword shadows instantly fell on Xiao Yi's fiery cloud sky, and bursts of scoffing. Relying on the barrier of the Huiyan sky screen, Xiao Yi finally resisted the thousands of sword shadows condensed by the sword intent around him. However, in order to resist these sword shadows, almost half of the vitality in Xiao Yi's body was consumed, and his face turned pale. Xiao Yi was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. How is this possible? It is said that 2 months ago, Jiang Chen was at the Shanghai second layer's cultivation base. He did not expect that in just 2 months, he actually possessed the strength to suppress the 10 imperial geniuses. It deserves to be able to obtain the existence of the imperial martial arts inheritance. It is really not an ordinary evildoer. In the square, everyone stared blankly at the situation on the arena, and there was an incredible shock in their eyes. Damn it, why is this kid so difficult? Xiao Yi was frightened in his heart. He did not expect that Jiang Chen's insight into the true meaning of martial arts would reach such an enchanting level. Jiang Chen has already used 3 different triple martial arts true meanings in succession. And for a while, he was completely beaten by Jiang Chen's martial arts true meaning without the strength to fight back. Can't go on like this. Xiao Yi took a deep breath, his expression also becoming extremely solemn. At this moment, where did Xiao Yi dare to contempt Jiang Chen? Now Jiang Chen's displayed combat power has completely reached the same level as him. If he was a little careless, he would really be defeated by Jiang Chen today. Chapter 1000. The Sixth Emperor Genius. With a step forward, the blood of the great Emperor Xiao Yi and the power of the seventh layer of Xianxia exploded with all strength, and a hot red light burst out of his body. The space around it is distorted, as if being in a sea of fire. Golden Crow Fist. With a loud shout, Xiao Yi burst into the sky with hundreds of red light beams from the sea of fire around him. A three-legged golden crow with a length of more than 10 feet condensed directly on top of Xiao Yi's head. The three-legged golden crow was burning with raging flames, and with the fiery energy that would destroy the earth, he blasted towards the location of Jiang Chen. The three-legged golden crow cut through the space instantly, and wherever it passed, the surrounding space made a sneer, as if to completely destroy everything in front of it. Golden Crow Fist. Jiang Chen has been in Yandi City for some time. During this time, he has some understanding of the more famous martial arts inheritance in the Shenwu Pavilion of Yandi City. Jiang Chen naturally heard of the Jinwu boxing technique used by Xiao Yi. As far as Jiang Chen knows, this Golden Crow boxing is one of the most powerful king-level martial arts in Yandi City. Among all Yandi's boxing methods, the power is the first. Would you like to compete with me in martial arts? If so, then I will let you see the power of imperial martial arts. With a loud laugh, Jiang Chen did not retreat but moved forward, and the blood dragon sword on his right hand also shone with waves of monsters. Brush. The blood dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand swung out in the air, followed by the second sword, the third sword. Every time he swings a sword, a monster flame exuding fiery energy is condensed in midair. In the blink of an eye, thousands of flames of various colors, like a meteorite landing, hit the three-legged golden crow. Under the impact of countless flames, the huge three-legged golden crow instantly became riddled with holes. Looking at the battered three-legged golden crow, Jiang Chen waved the blood dragon sword in his hand again, and the thousands of flames instantly turned into a huge flame sword. The blazing giant sword carries the might of the sky, as if to tear this space apart. Facing Jiang Chen's sword, the three-legged golden crow had almost no resistance, and instantly exploded in midair. Xiao Yi didn't have time to evade at all, so he was shocked by the residual energy of Jiang Chen's fiery giant sword, so that he vomited blood and flew out. You can't even stick to the 5 moves, you are only at this level. Looking at Xiao Yi on the ground, Jiang Chen put away the blood dragon sword and glanced at him lightly. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao Yi could no longer suppress the churning breath in his body, and another breath of blood spurted out. I defeated Xiao Yi in less than 5 strokes, this Jiang Chen is too strong. It's worthy of being able to obtain the imperial martial arts inheritance. It really is not an ordinary horror. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the arena, and it took a long time to recover from the shock. Xiao Yi, one of the 10 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City, and one of the best in strength among the 10 emperor-level geniuses. In this Yandi City, apart from the 5 emperor-level geniuses, almost no disciple could easily defeat Xiao Yi. But Jiang Chen in front of him did it. He only used 4 strokes to completely defeat Xiao Yi. With such strength, he has not lost the 5 great emperor-level geniuses at Yandi City. The strength and talent that Jiang Chen has shown now is absolutely qualified to become the 6th emperor-level genius of Yandi City. Chapter 1001. Go to the ruins of Emperor Zun. Impossible. How could this kid become so strong? Yu Kunyan stared at the situation on the arena with a dull expression, an incredible panic appeared in his eyes. More than 2 months ago, he met Jiang Chen in the Shenwu Pavilion. At that time, Jiang Chen was only the cultivation base of Shanghai First Heavy. Although he had fought Jiang Chen, he was defeated by Jiang Chen. However, Yu Kunyan always believed that it was his carelessness that he would lose to Jiang Chen after being attacked by Jiang Chen. Now after more than 2 months of hard work in retreat, his cultivation base has soared, and he has successfully broken through the 5th level of Shanghai. Originally, Yu Kunyan thought, with his current strength, defeating Jiang Chen is just a breeze. Yu Kunyan never expected that Jiang Chen's growth rate would reach such a terrifying point. In just over 2 months, Jiang Chen's cultivation level has risen from the 1st level of Shanghai to the 6th level of Shanghai. Even the top 10 imperial genius Xiao Yi was easily defeated by Jiang Chen. Yu Kunyan was even a little grateful that it was not him who went up just now. If he went up to fight Jiang Chen, I am afraid that he would not even be able to stop Jiang Chen's move. Brother Bai, I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. Yeah, defeating Xiaoyi so easily, I am afraid that the combat strength is comparable to that of senior brother Bai. It's really great. We also have 2 emperor-level geniuses this time around, the remains of the quasi-emperor. Beside Xiao Bai, the faces of several disciples were full of surprises. I didn't expect that his strength has reached such a level. While Xiao Bai was amazed, an imperceptible smile flashed across his eyes. The disciples gathered around him now belonged to Xiao Duli's line of people. Since Xiao Duli disappeared from Yandi City a few years ago, their line has been languishing in Yandi City. This time at the Zun Emperor ruins, the disciples in their line who entered the Zun Emperor ruins, in terms of number and strength, were much inferior to those of Lihuo's Sword Emperor Xiao Xing and Xiao family patriarch Xiao Tianan. Now that Jiang Chen showed a powerful strength that was not inferior to an emperor-level genius, it was undoubtedly a big surprise for Xiao Bai. Brother Jingyan, this Xiao Duli disciple seems to have some strength, do you need to try it out? In one place above the square, Xiao Jingyan and a dark-faced young man in black were looking down at the situation below. Seeing Jiang Chen defeating Xiao Yi so easily, the black-clothed youth couldn't help but ask. No need to. Xiao Jingyan downplayed and said, Shanghai's 6th layer's cultivation base, even if it uses some means to display its decent combat power, it's just that. As a dignified half-step king, how could Xiao Jingyan look at a fellow from Shanghai's 6th layer? After entering the remains of Emperor Zun, he had to clean up Jiang Chen, but it was easy. Jiang Chen defeated Xiao Yi, then returned to Xiao Bai's side under countless shocked eyes, and communicated with Xiao Bai and others. After a while, the assembly ended. Jiang Chen returned to his residence and spent some time checking the information on the remains of Zun Emperor. Time flies. On this day, 30 disciples who were qualified to enter the remains of Zun Emperor gathered again in the central square. The 2 great emperors of Yandi City, Fenchin Sword Emperor Xiao Duli and Lihuo Sword Emperor Xiao Xing, appeared one after another. The 2 directly took 30 talented disciples of Yandi City and set off for the remains of Zhundi. Chapter 1002, Xuanming Holy Peak. The relics of Emperor Zun are located in the Xuanming Holy Peak thousands of miles east of Yandi City. Here, once stationed a powerful existence that was infinitely close to the 5-star Emperor rank force, Xuanming Holy Land. The Shenwu continent suffered a great calamity, and all the powerful emperors disappeared overnight. Many 5-star Emperor-level forces on the mainland are either wiped out in the robbery, or are badly injured. Since then, Shenwu continent has never seen an Emperor realm powerhouse or an Emperor rank force. And Xuanming Holy Land was the place that was found in the Shenwu continent for nearly 10,000 years that was closest to the strongest Emperor. Rumor has it that the Holy Lord of Xuanming Holy Land is a quasi-emperor who is about to prove his emperor. For some reasons, the Holy Lord Xuanming fell under the Emperor's robbery in the process of proving the Emperor, causing the Xuanming Holy Land to be destroyed. At the time of his fall, Holy Lord Xuanming preserved the 10,000 years of inheritance of Xuanming Holy Land with his great supernatural powers, forming the current remains of the Emperor Zun. In the remains of Emperor Zun, there are not only the treasures of heaven and earth left by Xuanming Holy Land, but also the ancient inheritance left by countless powerful people in Xuanming Holy Land. It is said that the Holy Lord Xuanming is still in the remains of the Emperor Zun, leaving a way to break through the Emperor realm. Even looking at the entire Shenwu continent, the relics of the quasi-emperor of Xuanming Shengfeng are one of the top secret realms. If it weren't for the relics of the Emperor Zun who were enchanted by the Holy Master Xuanming with supreme magical powers, only young geniuses who were under 30 years old and had a cultivation base below the soul state could enter it. Crazy for it. Under the leadership of Xiao Duli and the others, Jiang Chen landed in front of a huge mountain with strong vitality. From a distance, the peaks are like the great pillars supporting the heavens and the earth, giving people a huge impact that juxtaposes the heavens and the earth. The huge mountain peak exudes monstrous power, and even the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm, it seems that he dare not disobey the slightest. This is the Holy Peak of Xuanming. Now the barrier of Holy Peak of Xuanming has not been fully opened. This barrier contains the Emperor's power left by the Lord of Xuanming. You must never approach. Xiao Duli stared at the Xuanming Holy Peak a kilometer away, and couldn't help but exhort Jiang Chen and others. Is this the Xuanming Sacred Peak? Jiang Chen looked at the mountain in front of him with a strange look in his eyes. Jiang Chen not only understands the true meaning of martial arts, but also has good attainments in the formation of formations, and his perception is naturally far beyond ordinary people. He could vaguely feel it. On that Xuanming holy peak, there is a boundless mighty force that shakes the world. Over time, this power seems to be slowly dissipating. A fragment of pavilions and palaces is also looming in the mountains, looking like a mirage. Call out! Call out! Just as Jiang Chen and the others were looking at the situation on the Xuanming sacred peak, the sound of two breaking through the air suddenly came from behind them. Everyone followed the prestige and saw two cyan winds sweeping towards the Xuanming sacred peak. The speed of the cyan violent wind was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already appeared within 100 feet of Jiang Chen and the others. What a terrible Fengdao true meaning. If I guess it is correct, the person who came here should be from the 5 holy cities of Shenfeng City. Xiao Bai watched the blue violent wind that swept across, and couldn't help but whisper beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows, and his eyes fell on the oncoming cyan wind. The people in other holy cities are finally coming. Chapter 1003, the first of the 5 holy cities, Shenfeng City. Jiang Chen now has a certain understanding of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. The information Xiao duly passed into his mind, in addition to the detailed introduction of the remains of the Emperor Zun, also contained information about the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. The 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou are Shenfeng City, Jinglei City, Tianwu City, Lingxi City and Yandi City where Jiang Chen is located. Although the 5 holy cities are all well-known 4-star holy places in the Zhongzhou continent, there are still some differences in their strengths. Among the 5 holy cities, the strength of Yandi City is not strong, and it is almost the same as Jinglei City, and belongs to the bottom of the 5 holy cities. Tianwu City is slightly stronger than Yandi City and Jinglei City. Lingxi City, the most mysterious of the 5 sages, has unfathomable strength. Kamikaze City is the first of the 5 holy cities, and its strength is also recognized as the strongest existence of the 5 holy cities. The inheritance history of Kamikaze City is the longest among the 5 holy cities, and its heritage is extremely profound. According to legend, the founder of Kamikaze City, Kamikaze the Great, was the pinnacle of power in the ancient times. Kamikaze, only from this title can prove the status of Kamikaze City. Even in the ancient times with countless Emperor Realm powerhouses, most of the Emperor Realm powerhouses were ordinary Emperor Realm. And the Emperor Realm powerhouse who can truly obtain the title of Great Emperor is also rare. Among the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou today, only the founder of Shenfeng City, the Emperor Shenfeng, is a powerful emperor with the title of Great Emperor. And only the people of Godwind City are the veritable descendants of the Great Emperor. Haha, Xiao Duli, Xiao Xing, it seems that your Yandi City attaches great importance to the quasi-emperor ruins this time, and you actually sent both of you out. Just as Jiang Chen and the others were looking at the blue gust of wind, a hearty chuckle instantly sounded in the air. Dozens of silhouettes appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. The first 2 people, one of them is an old man in Xing Yi with white hair, and the other is an elegant young man in fluttering white clothes. Didn't you, Divine Wind City, do the same? Let you 2 lead the team to the Zun Emperor ruins. Looking at the 2 people headed by Shenfeng City, Xiao Xinghei's expression couldn't help but condensed slightly. Wang Shenwangfeng Wang, the old king of Shenfeng City, whose strength is among the 5 great holy cities, can almost rank in the top 3. The Wind Sword Emperor Feng Yao, the youngest imperial powerhouse in Godwind City, was almost as talented as Xiao Duli's existence. Kamikaze City sent these 2 people to the Zun Emperor ruins, undoubtedly swearing their supremacy to other holy places. When Xiao Duli greeted the 4 emperors, Jiang Chen and their young geniuses also looked at each other in the others' camp. Kamikaze disciple, the strength seems very strong. Looking at the dozens of young disciples in Godwind City, Jiang Chen couldn't help but said solemnly to Xiao Bai beside him. Just now, his gaze swept slightly, and at least he found that the aura of 7 or 8 disciples of Godwind City was not under Xiao Bai. This is natural. Shenfeng City is the first of the 5 holy cities, and the overall strength of its disciples is more than that of Yandi City. It is said that there are 8 emperor-level geniuses in Godwind City, and each one is very strong. As Xiao Bai said, he couldn't help but look at the young man standing behind the 2 great emperors of Shenfeng City, and slowly said, especially the strongest emperor of Shenfeng City, Feng Qingyi, is the most recognized among the 5 holy cities. One day, Chapter 1004, the 5 holy cities, the gathering of geniuses. Jiang Chen's heart was stunned, and he couldn't help looking at Xiao Baiyi's gaze. What appeared in Jiang Chen's sight was a man in a green robe who looked extremely ordinary. Not only did the man in the green robe look very ordinary, even the aura on his body was far less astonishing than Xiao Jingyan's. Only those pairs of eyes revealed boundless ambidextrous and confident. Although the Qingpao man looked at the mountains very ordinary, Jiang Chen instinctively felt a sense of threat from him. Jiang Chen naturally heard Feng Qingyi's name. It is said that this guy is the strongest emperor of Godwind City, with the blood of the 8-star emperor, and has become a half-step king in 3 years. If he wanted to break through, he would have already become a king of Soul Realm. For the past 3 years, Feng Qingyi has been suppressing his cultivation base at the pinnacle of Shanghai, with the goal of entering the remains of the Emperor Zun. In 3 years, although Feng Qingyi's cultivation base has not improved, his strength has become more and more unfathomable, and almost no one knows how far Feng Qingyi's strength has reached. Even if you look at the 5 holy cities, there are only a few moves among the same generation who can take over Feng Qingyi. Shortly after the arrival of the team from the Godwind City, a thunderous sound came again in midair, and 2 phantoms of thunder light also descended in front of Jiang Chen and the others. There is no doubt that the people from Thunder City are here. With the arrival of the Jinglei City team, the teams from Tianwu City and Lingxi City also arrived. So far, the teams of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou also gathered on the Xuanming Sacred Peak. Next, the emperors of the 5 holy land exchanged greetings with each other, and Jiang Chen and the others also looked back and forth on the other holy city disciples. Xiao Baiyi, who knew more about the talented disciples of the 5 holy cities, also softly introduced Jiang Chen to the side. Jiang Chen has met Lei Xingyang, the strongest genius of thunder, and Wu Ziyan, the strongest genius of Tianwu City. Look at the blue-clothed woman in Lingxi City, she is the strongest genius of Lingxi City, Meng Xuanxuan, a half-step king-level peerless genius. She is also the only one who can compete with Feng Qingyi among the 5 holy cities. Finally, Xiao Baiyi's gaze was fixed on a blue-dress woman in Lingxi City. The woman in the blue skirt has a beautiful face like jade, her eyes are like stars, blurred like a dream, and a blue silk is laid on the ground, dancing with the wind, leaving the mud without staining, like a fairy in a dream. Her body seemed to exude a strange magic power, which made people feel like they couldn't help but want to get close to her. Jiang Chen urged the blood of the Canglong Saint body, and soon woke up from that wonderful state. He looked at Xiao Baiyi beside him, and couldn't help taking a deep breath. The breath on Meng Xuanxuan's body is so strange. The founder of Lingxi City, Lingdi, is a powerhouse in the Emperor realm who is the master of soul cultivation. Therefore, the power of Lingxi City's bloodlines is biased towards the soul. Meng Xuanxuan, as the supreme genius of Lingxi City, has reached a very terrifying level in terms of bloodline strength and soul Dao attainments. It is said that her methods are weird and unpredictable, and can easily control the minds of ordinary divine C-realm powerhouses and kill people invisible. Xiao Baiyi's face solemnly said, "It can be said that to a certain extent, Meng Xuanxuan is even more terrifying than Feng Qingyi." When Jiang Chen looked at Meng Zanzan, that Meng Zanzan seemed to sense the existence of Jiang Chen. The star waves in her eyes flowed, and her gaze also looked towards Jiang Chen in response. Chapter 1005, The Relics of Emperor Zun are open. Following Meng Xuanxuan's glance, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a huge pressure from his soul, which caused Jiang Chen's body and mind to stagnate. Even Xiao Baiyi next to Jiang Chen was suffocated, and even his thinking consciousness was stagnant. It's really a girl with an outstanding soul talent. With only the cultivation base of Shanghai Peak, the strength of the soul is no less than that of the king with the 2nd level of the soul. This woman's talent is probably not under the Moon Spirit Queen of the Year. The blood river hiding in Jiang Chen's soul exclaimed, and then quietly used a soul power to resist the huge soul pressure. Jiang Chen, after entering the ruins of Emperor Zun, there is a chance to kill this girl. If the emperor can swallow her soul power, at least he can display the power of the soul 6. At that time, I will guarantee that you will run wild in the remains of Zun Emperor. Kill Meng Zanzan. Hearing the words of the blood in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes secretly. This Meng Zanzan is a half-step king-level super genius, and he is also good at strange and unpredictable soul attacks. Even many of the early kings of the gods and souls may not be their opponents. With his current strength, opponent Meng Xuanxuan might not even have a 10% chance of winning. And Blood River is only the soul body, and existences like Meng Xuanxuan who are good at soul Attacks are undoubtedly the nemesis of Blood River. Even if he joins forces with Zue, I am afraid he may not be able to deal with Meng Xuanxuan. That kid, it's interesting to be able to use Shanghai's 6th layer cultivation base without being affected by me. Seeing that Jiang Chen was almost unaffected by her, a strange look flashed in Meng Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes. Time goes by little as everyone waits. The mighty power of heaven and earth exuding boundless power on Xuanming's sacred peak finally slowly dissipated. I saw the ruined palaces and pavilions inside Xuanming's sacred peak, gradually becoming clearer from the original vague shadow. Suddenly, I only heard a sudden tremor in the void where the Xuanming holy peak was located, and there was a loud bang. The space shook for a while, and a huge light gate measuring 3 feet high also appeared in the sight of everyone. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the 5 great sacred grounds all fell on the light gate. The remains of the Zun Emperor, once in 100 years, have finally been completely opened. Divine Wind City disciple, follow me into the remains of Zun Emperor. Shenfeng City Feng Qingyi suddenly exploded, and the horse took the lead and turned into a blue streamer, rushing towards the light gate. At the same moment, Meng Zan in Lingxi City leapt forward, keeping pace with Feng Qingyi, and entered the remains of the Emperor Zun. All the disciples of Yandi City immediately enter the remains of Zhundi. After entering, try to meet the same door as possible, and everyone will take care of each other, strictly guard against each other and fight for fame and gain. At this moment, Xiao Duli's coercive voice also sounded in Jiang Chen and their minds. Everyone heard Xiao Duli's words, and they all flashed towards the light in unison. Junior brother Jiang, after entering the Zun Emperor ruins, please contact us a lot and try to get together as soon as possible. Xiao Bai and Jiang Chen walked side by side, and couldn't help but say to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately shook his figure before sinking directly into the huge light gate. More than 100 talented disciples in the 5 holy cities have all entered the remains of Emperor Zun. I saw that the light gate leading to the remains of the Emperor Zun also gradually dimmed, and finally dissipated in the void without a trace. Chapter 1006, The Ancient Medicine Garden. Tens of thousands of years ago, Jiang Chen entered the remains of the Emperor Zun, only to feel his figure sinking in vain. In the next instant, he appeared in an ancient mountain forest exuding vicissitudes of life. A magnificent pressure from heaven and earth came crashing like Mount Hai. Sure enough, the pressure in the space where the quasi-emperor remains is much stronger than outside. Jiang Chen couldn't help talking to himself authentically. These few days, Jiang Chen also had a general understanding of the relics of Emperor Zun through the information given to him by Master Xiao Duli. The relics of the Emperor Zun are the ruins of the Xuanming Holy Land of the power of the Zun Emperors, and they form a realm of their own. Later, when the Holy Lord Xuanming fell, he sealed the Holy Land with the supreme supernatural powers, forming the remains of the current Emperor Zun. In today's quasi-emperor ruins, the entire space remains the rule of the will of the Emperor Xuanming. Here, whether it is martial arts of various levels or the true meaning of martial arts, power will be greatly suppressed. The martial artist of the Shanghai realm is here, and it is even difficult to fly in the air. After adapting to the environment of Zun Emperor's ruins, Jiang Chen took a step forward. Although the pressure on the Zun Emperor ruins was very strong, Jiang Chen was far superior to Superman in both bloodline and martial arts, and he quickly adapted to the environment here. Jiang Chen, this emperor still underestimates the remains of this quasi-emperor. The Holy Master Xuanming is worthy of being a quasi-emperor powerhouse who can achieve his status in just one step. As expected, his means reach the sky. This space seems to be controlled by the immortal and immortal emperor's will of the Holy Master Xuanming. If I show up, I'm afraid I will be easily destroyed by this law of will. At this moment, the voice of Blood River also rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Unexpectedly, even the Blood River would be restricted by the space of this quasi-emperor's relic. Hearing the voice of Zue, Jiang Chen had no choice but to shook his head. Originally, he wanted to use the power of the Blood River to quickly obtain some resources from the Zun Emperor ruins. Now it seems that everything can only depend on him. According to the plan, go to ancient Yaoyuan and Xiao Bai to join them. After a moment of pondering, Jiang Chen quickly made a decision. Xuanming Holy Land is an ancient holy land that is wirelessly close to the Emperor-level forces. It covers an extremely large area and is almost more injured than Yandi City. When the Holy Lord Xuanming fell, he almost enveloped the entire holy peak of Xuanming with his supreme magical powers, forming a huge space secret. In the secret space, there are countless treasures and opportunities hidden. After nearly 10,000 years of exploration, the 5 holy cities have also mastered many locations with great opportunities. The ancient medicine garden Jiang Chen was going to was one of them. This ancient medicinal garden was the place where medicinal materials were planted in the Xuanming Holy Land. There are countless treasures of heaven and earth inside. These heavenly materials and earth treasures have existed in the remains of Emperor Zun for tens of thousands of years, and their medicinal power has reached a very terrifying point, and each of them is almost a rare treasure outside the world. In the ancient medicine garden, there is also one of the 3 most treasures of the Xuanming Holy Land, the Xuanling Holy Spring. It is said that this Xuanling Holy Spring is a spiritual object of heaven and earth that helps the martial artists of the divine sea realm to sublimate their souls and condense the will of the king. Although the ancient medicine garden is enough to make countless warriors jealous, it is guarded by the ancient strange formation. This formation was very powerful when the Zun Emperor ruins were first opened, and the longer the Zun Emperor ruins were opened, the strength of the formation would gradually weaken. Because of this, few people choose to go to the ancient medicine garden the first time. And Jiang Chen's knowledge in the formation is not low, and there is systematic help. The guardian formation of the ancient medicine garden is the least difficult for him. When Jiang Chen was researching the information about the relics of Emperor Zun, he had already decided to explore the ancient medicine garden first. Chapter 1007. Domineering Disciple of Kamikaze City. The relics of Emperor Zun are opened once in a century. Every time it was opened, the area that the disciples of the 5 holy cities could explore in the Zun Emperor ruins was very limited. So far, less than 70% of the area where the Zun Emperor remains have been explored. The information in Jiang Chen's hands about the remains of the Zun Emperor was almost less than 30%. Jiang Chen only relied on limited information to identify the location based on the surrounding terrain, and slowly walked towards the ancient medicine garden. Jiang Chen also encountered some disciples who were randomly teleported in the remains of Zun Emperor. However, Jiang Chen didn't have any intersection with these people, and rushed to the ancient medicine garden. 100 Jiang water pool appeared in front of him, and several geniuses of God-Wind City were fighting fiercely with 2 powerful 6th-rank monsters. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that beside the water pool, there was a strange purple-red plant, which looked extremely dazzling. Is this the legendary purple blood censored grass? Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly. Purple blood censored grass, this is an extremely rare bloodline treasure, has the effect of stimulating bloodline potential and returning bloodline to ancestors. For the geniuses of the 5 holy cities who have the blood of the emperor, the purple blood censored grass is undoubtedly the treasure of dreams. Jiang Chen faintly glanced at the geniuses of God-Wind City, and did not intend to go up and join in the fun. These disciples of Shenfeng City are not weak, and 2 of them have the cultivation base of Shanghai's 6th layer. Although the purple blood censored grass is of great value, there are countless opportunities for the quasi-emperor, and Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time for a mere purple blood censored grass. Taking advantage of one's own advantages to explore the ancient medicine garden first, this is what Jiang Chen wants. Just as Jiang Chen was about to skip a few people and move on from the side of the pool, a cold, sharp shout suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ear. He raised his head slightly, and saw one of the young people of Shanghai's 6th Zongfan looking at him with an unkind expression. Jiang Chen glanced at the disciple of God-Wind City and said lightly, "Don't worry, I'm just passing by, and I won't censored this purple blood censored grass with you. Whether I passed by or not, no one is allowed to set foot in this water pool with a radius of 100 meters. The disciple of the God-Wind City looked at Jiang Chen domineeringly. You now have 2 choices, either go around or go back 100 feet, and wait until we get the purple blood god grass. Hearing the extremely overbearing words of the disciple of God-Wind City, Jiang Chen's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. These disciples of God-Wind City are really not ordinary domineering. He didn't want to have a conflict with these Kamikaze City disciples, who would have expected these people to come to the door on their own initiative. This Beizong water pool is located in a special location, just between 2 peaks. If he took a detour, he would have to go around 2 huge mountains, which would undoubtedly be a waste of time. As for waiting here for these Divine Wind City disciples to take and play with purple blood divine grass, it was not in Jiang Chen's style. Haha. You deserve to be the disciples of the 5 holy cities, God-Wind City, you are really overbearing. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, if I have to go by now. The Divine Wind City disciple stared at Jiang Chen murderously. If you dare to step forward, die. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, his proud voice slowly resounding in the air. I didn't intend to compete with you for this purple blood-censored grass, but you have to force me to do it. In that case, this purple blood-censored grass belongs to me. Chapter 1008. Don't force me to do it. Boy, I think you are looking for death. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the genius of God Wind City had a cold look, and his whole person became murderous. I think it is you who will kill you. Jiang Chen glanced at him faintly, and said impatiently, give you 1 minute, leaving the purple blood-censored grass to disappear in front of me. Don't force me to do it. Ha ha, where did the Maudo boy come from? I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when talking big. The kamikaze city genius suddenly laughed wildly with disdain. The cultivation base of this kid in front of him was nothing more than Shanghai's 6th layer. As for a group of 4 of them, there were 2 of Shanghai's 6th layer cultivation base, and I really didn't know where this kid had the courage to say this in front of them. Brother, what's wrong with him? Since this kid is so ignorant of good and bad, he just killed him. At this moment, the other 3 Divine Wind City disciples solved the 2 6th rank monsters, and also quickly surrounded Jiang Chen. Facing the 4 disciples of God Wind City, Jiang Chen's expression remained indifferent. He looked at the 4 people calmly. Your time is running out, there are still 30 seconds. Boy, I think you have a problem with your brain. Since you have to die, then we will fulfill you. One of the youths of Shanghai 5 layers looked at Jiang Chen with a look like a fool, and then his figure flashed, and he exploded with a fist against Jiang Chen. You said don't force me to do it. Why do you bother? Looking at the disciple of God Wind City who came by violently, Jiang Chen shook his head, his figure also disappeared out of thin air. Jiang Chen's speed is very fast, incredibly fast. In just the blink of an eye, he was already behind the disciple of the kamikaze city. The blood dragon sword that did not know when it appeared in his hand peeked forward and silently appeared in front of the disciples of Shanfeng City. It was just a sideways drag cut, and the long sword slanted a blood line in the air. Jiang Chen's movements changed from extremely fast to still. And behind him, there was a sudden bang. I saw that the head of the Divine Wind City disciple rolled directly from his neck, and then his whole body fell straight to the ground. Seeing that Jiang Chen killed this Shanghai 5-layer companion with an understatement, the other 3 Shanfeng City disciples were all taken aback. Just now Jiang Chen almost instantly killed a Divine Wind City genius from the Divine C5 layers before they could react. Jiang Chen was suppressed by the rule of the Zun Emperor's ruins, and his speed could reach this point. Is this kid in front of him really just a martial artist of Shanghai 6th layer? This kid is a bit weird. Let's go together. The young man who confronted Jiang Chen first, his expression sank, and immediately greeted the 2 companions and killed them from 3 different directions. Facing the siege of the 3, Jiang Chen's expression didn't panic at all. The 3 Divine Wind City disciples in front of him had the strongest cultivation base, and they were barely able to compare with Xiaonan 3 months ago. When he was still in the 2nd layer of Shanghai, he could kill Xiaonan. Now that his strength is many times stronger than before, how can these 3 men pose a threat to him? The true meaning of the triple wind was suddenly revealed, and Jiang Chen's figure also disappeared in place again. His figure had already appeared on the side of another disciple of Kamikaze City, with the blood dragon sword in his hand carrying a breathtaking sword intent to oppress, and a strange blood line was drawn in the air. Chapter 1009. The people who threatened me are dead. The blood dragon sword cut through the neck of the disciple of the God Wind City, and a burst of red blood shot out. The Divine Wind City disciple had never even had time to scream, and he had already followed in the footsteps of the previous companion. Seeing that Jiang Chen hesitated to chop melons and vegetables, he easily killed their 2 companions one after another. The faces of the remaining 2 Divine Wind City disciples finally showed a look of horror. Almost all of the 5 holy cities who can enter the ruins of the Emperor Zun are well-qualified geniuses. It was already shocking that Jiang Chen could use Shanghai's 6th layer's cultivation base to kill one of them with one sword. The boy in front of him is at least the Emperor-level genius of a certain holy city. Every time the Emperor-level genius cultivation base increases, his strength will increase exponentially. Although Jiang Chen killed the genius of Shanghai 5th layer with a single sword, it was a bit shocking, but at least it was still within their acceptable range. Jiang Chen unexpectedly killed a Shanghai 6th companion with a single sword under their noses. Killing an emperor-level genius of the same cultivation level with one move, this is definitely not something that an emperor-level genius can do. Even the top emperor-level genius of their censored Wind City, I am afraid it is difficult to do it. Emperor-level genius. This kid in front of him is definitely a genius comparable to an emperor. It's just that they have almost a certain impression of the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities, but there is no one in front of them. Why don't you change your name or sit down? Jiang Chen, disciple of Yandi City. Jiang Chen looked down at the two of them condescendingly. Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to do it? Jiang Chen, you have to deceive people too much. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the expressions of the two Divine Wind City disciples became extremely difficult to look. Why, you are only allowed to bully others, and others can't bully you. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. If it wasn't for my strength to be stronger than you, I am afraid that the person being bullied now would be me. I'm just taking the other's way and still doing the other's body. Jiang Chen, we are the disciples of God Wind City, Feng Yang, and my senior brother is even the emperor-level genius of God Wind City. If you dare to kill me, Kamikaze City and my senior will not let you go. You let us go now, we will give you this purple blood, censored grass, everyone just stop here, how about it? The young man named Feng Yang Shanghai 6th layer stared at Jiang Chen gloomily, with a hint of threat in his eyes. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you threatening me? Feng Yang said proudly. If you dare to kill me, I promise you will pay a heavy price for it. As the head of the 5 holy cities, Shenfeng City is a descendant of the Zhengpai Great Emperor, and the disciples of Shenfeng City are already aloft, and all other holy city disciples respect them. And he was born under the sect of the Emperor of God Wind City, backed by an emperor-level genius brother. Feng Yang really didn't believe it, this kid really had the guts to kill him. Since my debut, Jiang Chen, people who have threatened me like you, I am afraid I can't count both of my hands. But in the end they are dead and I am still alive. Don't say it's you, even if your emperor-level genius brother dares to run wild in front of me, I can still kill him. Jiang Chen's arrogant laughter fell, and his figure flickered before disappearing ghostly in place again. Chapter 10:10, Green Lake. At the moment when Jiang Chen's figure dissipated, a breathtaking sword intent also spread instantly. Under the oppression of that terrifying sword intent, Feng Yang and their minds even sank briefly. Jiang Chen has the blood of the Kanglong Saint body, and he understands the true meaning of various triple martial arts. He coped with the suppression of the will of the quasi-emperor relics, and it was much easier than ordinary people. With his current Shanghai 6th layer's strength, under the condition of displaying the true meaning of the triple wind path and the 3 great sword intent, how can Feng Yang be able to resist it? 2 weird rays of blood cut through the void in an instant, and Feng Yang and 2 of them had fallen under Jiang Chen's sword before they could even react. Resolving Feng Yang and the others lightly, Jiang Chen took away the spoils from Feng Yang and the others, and continued towards the ancient medicine garden. Jiang Chen waded all the way through the mountains, and a pale green lake appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. The lake is 100 miles in size. From a distance, it looked like a huge green jade. On the opposite side of the green lake, there is a huge flat land. The entire flat land was enveloped by a thick spiritual smoke, making it impossible to see what was inside. According to the information given to me by the master, this should be Lushui Lingu. And the ancient medicine garden is located on the opposite side of Lushui Lingu. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, and then slowed down, cautiously leaning towards Lushuiling Lake. Although there are countless opportunities in the relics of the Emperor Zun, every place of opportunity is also very dangerous. This green lake is also a dangerous place. This Lushui Lingu Lake is adjacent to the ancient medicine garden. For tens of thousands of years, it has been nourished by the overflowing spirit of countless elixir in the ancient medicine garden. In the Lushuiling Lake, not only many rare treasures have been bred, but also many powerful water monsters have been born. Jiang Chen slowly approached Lushuiling Lake, and found that there were already several holy city geniuses gathered next to Lushuiling Lake. After these holy city geniuses entered the remains of Emperor Zun, they were transported to a location not far from the Lushuiling Lake, intending to try their luck here. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and did not find the disciples of Yandi City, let alone Xiao Bai and the others. It seems that the position where Xiao Bai and the others entered the remains of the Zun Emperor is far away from here. Jiang Chen shook his head, planning to explore the situation of the Lushui Lingu by himself. Lei Guangkao. Look, Brother Tianpeng got Lei Guangkao. At this moment, the exclamation of several holy city geniuses suddenly sounded. Jiang Chen looked up. In the green lake, a blue-clothed youth came out of the broken water with a snort, holding 2 thunderous plants in his hands, and swiftly stepping on the lake to the shore. Behind him, 7 or 8 huge fish-shaped monster beasts opened their blood basins and burst out of the water aggressively. These 7 or 8 fish-shaped monsters were almost all 6th-rank monsters. 2 of them have reached the late 6th stage, and their strength is not inferior to the warriors above Xianxia 7th. The spatial environment of the Zun Emperor ruins makes the living creatures 10 times better than the outside world. Especially the ancient monster beasts near this green water spirit lake, the monsters that survive in it are even more powerful. Even under the same level, the combat power is much stronger than the monster beasts outside. Even though the blue-clothed youth had the strength of Xianxia 7th layer, it suddenly became dangerous. Chapter 10-11. I'm not here to explore Lushwailing Lake. What are you doing in a daze, and don't help me? Facing the siege of 7 or 8 6th-rank monster fish, the blue-clothed youth couldn't help but yelled at the few people on the shore in anger. The relics of the quasi-emperor were restricted by the laws of the will of the great emperor, and ordinary martial artists of the sea realm could not fly. Even if the blue-clothed youth reached the 7th level of Xianxia, he could barely fly across the sky for a moment. If he was entangled by these 7 or 8 monster fish, he would definitely fall into the lake again. When the time comes to attract more besieged monster fish, he might really be buried in this green lake. Quickly pick up senior brother Tianpeng. The 3 young men on the shore quickly mobilized the vitality in their bodies and performed martial arts in the air, blocking the attack of a few monster fish for the blue-clothed youth. The blue-clothed youth seized the opportunity and finally escaped from the lake in a panic. It's dangerous. Although many treasures have been bred in this green lake, it is too dangerous. The blue-clothed young man fell pale on the shore, and he couldn't help being afraid for a while. If he stayed in the lake for a while, I'm afraid he would really not be able to return. As the so-called wealth and wealth insurance is seeking, he entered the green shisha lake this time and was able to get 2 thunder grass. Everything was worth it. Lei Guangkao, this is a strange grass that contains the true meaning of Thunder Dao, and it is of great help to warriors to understand the true meaning of Thunder Dao. And the 3 people in front of them were born in Jinglei City, and what they understood was the true meaning of Lei Dao. This Lei Guangkao was undoubtedly the treasure they dreamed of. This green lake is worthy of being close to the ancient medicine garden, and there are many rare treasures in the outside world. The blue-clothed youth said with fierce eyes, let's take a break first, and then continue to explore around the periphery, hoping to get some benefits. Senior brother Tianpeng, disciples from other holy cities are here. At this moment, one of the young people also noticed Jiang Chen, who was coming slowly, and could not help but whispered. The blue-clothed youth raised his head slightly, and when he saw Jiang Chen coming alone towards the green lake, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. This kid doesn't know which holy city's disciple it is. With a mere 6th-layer cultivation base of Xianxia, he dares to come to Lushui Lingu alone. Another young man couldn't help but said with a sneer, a disciple of Xianxia 6th layer also wanted to fish for good in Lushui Lingu alone. I think he is looking for death. Jiang Chen ignored the 3 Jinglei city disciples and went straight to Lushwailing Lake. This green water spirit lake is 100 miles away. In this quasi-emperor ruins, even the emperor-level genius at the peak of Xianxia can hardly fly across the sky. And there are groups of monsters under the lake, and it is even more impossible to swim past them. Jiang Chen looked at the Lushui Lingu in front of him, his brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. This Xiangtai is shocking Lei Tianpeng in Yuncheng. I don't know where your excellency comes from. Do you want to explore the Lushui Lingu with us? At this moment, the blue-clothed youth asked. Yandi City, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said casually, then shook his head and said, sorry, I have no plans to explore Lushui Lingu. Although Lushwailing Lake is also a treasure, there is no way to compare it with the ancient medicine garden opposite. Don't explore Lushwailing Lake. The blue-clothed youth was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of something. He couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Do you want to go to the ancient medicine garden opposite? Chapter 10-12. Show your strength. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yes, I came here for the ancient medicine garden. Is there any problem? This kid really wants to go to the ancient medicine garden. Are you sure you made no mistake? You are going to the ancient medicine garden now, and you are still alone. The ancient medicinal garden is guarded by formations. Even if an emperor-level genius is heading now, I am afraid I can never expect to get half the benefits. What's more, it's a wishful thinking if you want to cross this green water and spirit lake alone. The other two Jingyunlei disciples couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen with disdain. This green lake is really hard to get through. Jiang Chen ignored the ridicule of the two disciples, and immediately asked with some curiosity, "Do you know how the geniuses of the holy city entered the ancient medicine garden when the relics of Emperor Zun were opened in the past?" Generally, everyone will wait for the Emperor Zun ruins to be opened for a period of time before assemble a team in Lushui Lingu. Moreover, there must be an animal trainer in the team. The blue-clothed young man Lei Tianpeng did not conceal anything from Jiang Chen. Beast tamer. Hearing Lei Tianpeng's words, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, if you want to live in the Green Lake, the most important thing is to have an animal trainer. The spirit of the monster beast in Lushwailing Lake is unique. As long as you can tame a demon beast that is not weak in Lushwailing Lake, it will be much easier to pass. If there is no animal trainer, even a half-step king would not be able to cross this Green Lake. The two Thunder City geniuses also sneered again. That's it, thank you three for reminding me. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Lei Tianpeng and smiled, and then walked straight to Lushwailing Lake. Hey! This kid really does not live or die. The sixth layer of Shanghai's cultivation base dared to enter the Lushui Lingu alone. We have reminded it, since he insists on seeking death, why should we stop him? The two Jinggulaikang disciples both looked at Jiang Chen with pity. They seemed to be able to foresee the situation where Jiang Chen was torn to pieces by the monsters in the Lushui Ling Lake. 5 holy cities, crouching tiger, hidden dragon, don't underestimate others, since this kid dares to come alone, I am afraid it is not easy at all. Lei Tianpeng said solemnly, and immediately his eyes were locked on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen walked a few feet in front of the lake, and immediately swiped the blood dragon sword at the bottom, and the sharp sword aura instantly rolled up the sky over the lake. A few monster fish with big mouths in blood basins came out directly from the bottom of the water. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that these monster fish weren't too strong. With only grade 6 elementary strength, he had no intention of tame. There are many monsters in this green water spirit lake. If you want to pass safely, the natural strength of the tamed monsters is stronger. According to Jiang Chen's plan, how could he tame a monster of the late 6th stage? Jiang Chen directly displayed the 3 great sword intent, and swung out a few swords brushed by the blood dragon sword in his hand. Those monster fish were all killed by Jiang Chen with one sword. Seeing Jiang Chen's strength, Lei Tianpeng's eyes shrank slightly. This kid, it's really not easy. The other two Jinggulaikang disciples didn't care. I saw them with a disdainful sneer and said, it's just a few monster beasts in the early 6th stage. Even if we shoot, they can easily kill them. What's so great? Chapter 10-13. 6th stage ancient beast, ancient ghost crocodile. He is not just as simple as killing those fish monsters easily. Lei Tianpeng's face solemnly said, the sword intent he just displayed is very strong. I am afraid it has reached the point of 3 major achievements. As the top emperor-level genius in Jinglei City, Lei Tianpeng's eyesight was naturally extraordinary, and he could see how extraordinary Jiang Chen's swords were just now. 3 great things become sword intent. How is this possible? One of the Jinglei City disciples said with an incredulous expression. The true meaning of martial arts is extremely difficult to comprehend, especially after reaching the triple state, it is extremely difficult to improve. Although those who were able to enter the remains of the Emperor Zun were all geniuses in the 5 holy cities, most of them could comprehend the true meaning of a martial art to the triple realm. But it is still not an easy task to comprehend the true meaning of a martial art to the 3 great realms. Take them Jinggulaikang as an example, only 2 of the strongest emperor-level geniuses have realized Lei Dao's true meaning to the realm of 3 major achievements. Could it be that the realm of this kid in the real meaning of martial arts can still be comparable to their strongest emperor-level genius in Thunder City? Look at it, although this kid is only Shanghai 6th layer, his combat power is definitely above me. Lei Tianpeng stared at Jiang Chen tightly. Although his cultivation is stronger than Jiang Chen, he instinctively felt a dangerous aura from Jiang Chen. Obviously, Lei Tianpeng did not expect that in addition to the 5 emperor-level geniuses, there should be such a monster in Yandi City. After Jiang Chen killed a few monster fish, he waved the long sword in his hand, and the sharp sword aura slashed at the lake below again. Dozens of huge shadows burst out of the water, and walked towards Jiang Chen with teeth and claws. This time, the monster beasts surrounding Jiang Chen were not only more numerous, but also stronger. Among them was a giant black crocodile that was more than 10 feet long. It set off a fierce black air wave in the lake and swept towards Jiang Chen. 6th stage Ancient Beast Ancient Nether Crocodile. On the shore of the lake. When the three Lei Tianpeng saw this, they couldn't help but jump in their hearts. Ancient Nether Crocodile. This is a 6th rank ancient beast with the censored beast Nether Xuanlong, and its strength is not inferior to the warriors of the late Shanhai stage. Especially that strong defensive power can almost resist the attack of Shanhai 9 warriors. Even with the strength of Lei Tianpeng, one-on-one against the ancient ghost crocodile, I am afraid that it will not take much advantage. What exactly does this guy want to do, deliberately attracting so many monsters out? Lei Tianpeng stared at this scene blankly, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. There are groups of monsters in LV Shuiling Lake. Everyone who comes to explore the treasures of LV Shuiling Lake is almost cautious, afraid of drawing out the monsters in the lake. But this guy is not bad, actually deliberately attracting monsters to attack him. This guy in Yandi City is too crazy. The 6th stage Ancient Beast Ancient Nether Crocodile finally came with a demon beast with good strength. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly turned up a slight arc, and the 3 great swords were fully displayed. The terrifying sword intent instantly solidified in the void, turning into dozens of sword auras to fly out. In just the blink of an eye, all dozens of monster beasts were killed by the fierce sword energy except for the ancient ghost crocodile. After solving the dozens of monsters, Jiang Chen glanced at the ancient nether crocodile coming in anger, turned his body shape directly, and swept back towards the lake bank without a rush. Chapter 10:14. People are more angry than people. Back to the shore of the lake. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the ancient nether crocodile, who was still chasing him. A ghostly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His hands quickly formed a mysterious handprint in midair. I saw a mysterious power that penetrated the soul in the mysterious handprint, slamming into the mind of the ancient ghost crocodile. The ancient nether crocodile's huge body, which was less than 3 feet away from Jiang Chen, trembled in vain, and directly froze in place. After the ancient nether crocodile stood frozen for a while, a painful look also appeared in his eyes, and his huge body kept struggling in the lake. The ancients control the mark of the beast, give me condensation. Jiang Chen stood on the spot indifferently, and the mysterious handprint between his palms pressed the head of the ancient ghost crocodile quickly. With this handprint submerged in the mind of the ancient nether crocodile, who was still struggling frantically, instantly became quiet. I saw it with awe and surrender, slowly coming to Jiang Chen's side. Good luck, I didn't expect it to be done once. Looking at the ancient ghost beast controlled by him, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The strength of this ancient ghost crocodile is not weak, especially the physical defense is outrageously strong, but the soul level is relatively weak. And Jiang Chen mastered the ancient beast control technique, and it was not difficult to control it. What's the situation? The ancient nether crocodile seems to be controlled by that kid. Is this kid still a beast trainer? Not far away, the 3 of Lei Tianpeng saw the scene before them, and their eyes almost fell out of shock. That's the 6th stage ancient beast ancient nether crocodile. Even if the average 6th rank beast trainer wants to tame it, it is not an easy task. But this kid in front of him controlled an ancient ghost crocodile so easily. This guy's methods are too terrifying. What a terrible monster. After Lei Tianpeng was shocked for a while, he no longer made a low whisper in his heart. This son is only in his early 20s, and his martial arts strength is no less inferior to the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities. This guy's achievement in the animal trainer has also reached the point where countless animal taming geniuses must look up. No wonder this kid dared to come to Lushui Lingu alone, and also went to the ancient medicine garden. Even if you look at all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities, this kid is probably unique. After conquering the ancient nether crocodile, Jiang Chen did not rush to take the ancient nether crocodile to the ancient medicine garden, intending to wait for Xiao Bai and others here. Jiang Chen was not idle either, and directly let the ancient nether crocodile dive into the bottom of the Lushwailing Lake, planning to use the ancient nether crocodile to search for some treasures in the Lushwailing Lake. The ancient ghost crocodile, in the periphery of this green water spirit lake, is almost an invincible overlord, no monsters dare to provoke easily. The ancient ghost crocodile emerged from the Lushwailing Lake and placed a dozen thunder grass in front of Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen controlled the ancient nether crocodile, and easily got the thunder light grass in the Lushui Lingu, the three Lei Tianpeng couldn't help showing envy and jealousy. They had just been desperate to survive, only to get 2 thunder grasses by chance. But Jiang Chen was able to control the ancient ghost crocodile and obtained 10 plants without any effort. This person is really annoying than others. Chapter 10:15. Crazy Control of Beasts, the 6th rank Ancient Beast Army. Jiang Chen ordered the ancient ghost crocodile to search for a while, and felt that the efficiency of one monster beast was too low, so he planned to enter the Lushui Lingu to enslave 2 monsters. Jiang Chen stood proudly on the back of the ancient nether crocodile, controlling the ancient nether crocodile to wander around. The ancient nether crocodile, as a 6th rank ancient beast, is not only powerful, but also possesses a thin bloodline of a divine beast. Where Jiang Chen controls the ancient ghost crocodile, the ordinary monsters will almost retreat and dare not easily attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen controlled the ancient nether crocodile deep into a distance of tens of feet, and finally met the 2nd ancient nether crocodile. Kanglong Saint Body Bloodline, Ancient Beast Controlling Seal. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, 3 different pressures directly locked onto the ancient ghost crocodile. The ancient ghost crocodile hadn't reacted at all, it had been planted by Jiang Chen, and was completely enslaved by him. Jiang Chen did the same, and soon the 3rd and 4th ancient nether crocodile became a member of Jiang Chen's crocodile army. How can he control so many ancient ghost crocodiles? The 3 of Lei Tianpeng looked shocked at Jiang Chen, who was wandering easily in the Lushui Ling Lake, with incredible expressions in their eyes. Although the trainer has the ability to tame monsters, there must be a limit. An animal trainer who can tame 2 or 3 monsters of the same rank is already very powerful. In the ancient ghost crocodile of the 6th rank ancient beast, even the beast trainer at the peak of the 6th rank, could control both of them at the limit. But this kid in front of him actually controlled 7 or 8 ancient ghost crocodiles in one breath, forming a perverted ranked 6 ancient beast army. Could it be that the rank of the beast trainer of this kid has reached the 7th rank? If that's the case, then this kid would be too terrible. Naturally, they would not know that although Jiang Chen had not reached the 7th rank beast trainer, he possessed the lost ancient beast control technique. The ancient beast control technique not only greatly reduces the consumption of soul power, but also greatly improves the success of controlling the beast. Jiang Chen's ability to tame monsters was far beyond the reach of average 6th rank beast trainers. 7 or 8 ancient ghost crocodiles, almost all this guy can run wild around Lushui Lake. Seeing the army of nether crocodiles surrounding Jiang Chen, while the 3 Lei Tianpeng were terrified, an expression of envy appeared in their eyes. The ancient nether crocodile of the 6th stage ancient beast, even the weakest, is above the 7th layer of Xianxia. 7 or 8 ancient ghost crocodiles gathered together, even Xianxia 9th level emperor level genius, I am afraid they have to avoid the edge. After controlling 7 or 8 ancient ghost crocodiles, Jiang Chen also felt that he had reached his limit. Take a short break. Jiang Chen only left 1 ancient nether crocodile to ride, and the other ancient nether crocodile were all sent out by Jiang Chen to hunt for treasure. Under Jiang Chen's orders, those ancient ghost crocodiles sank directly to the bottom of the lake and began to scrape the treasures in the lake for Jiang Chen. The 7 ancient ghost crocodiles returned to Jiang Chen with a few crystal plants that looked like lotus roots. Is this the root of Luli Tianxin? Jiang Chen stared closely at the things carried by the ancient nether crocodile, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Chapter 10:16. Lulitian Heart Root. With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen grabbed a crystal lotus root directly in his hand. Sure enough, it is the root of Luli Tianxin. Sweeping his gaze on the crystal lotus root, Jiang Chen was almost certain that this thing was the true root of the Luli Tianxin. Luli Tianxingdan, an extremely rare treasure. Its biggest use is to temper the body and strengthen the body. For ordinary warriors, Luli Tianxingdan can only strengthen a trace of physique, and the effect is not great. But for practitioners of the Taoist Tao, Luli Tianxingdan is undoubtedly the most coveted treasure. Now Jiang Chen's cultivation has reached the 6th level of Xianxia, and has completely surpassed his physical strength. Jiang Chen was planning to find a way to raise the level of invincible body refining technique. Now this Lulitian heart root came at the right time. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he ordered the ancient nether crocodile to guard his surroundings, and then directly swallowed a section of Luli Tianxin root, intending to try the effect. A strange power penetrated into Jiang Chen's flesh and blood, causing a fiery burning sensation in his flesh and blood. The system's prompt sound also sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You can gain 1666*100 experience by taking Luli Tianxingan, Invincible Refining Technique. If it is a general Divine Sea Realm warrior, a piece of Luli Tian's hard root energy needs at least 10 days and a half to absorb. However, Jiang Chen has a system in his body, so naturally it cannot be described according to common sense. Jiang Chen turned a piece of Luli Tian's hard root energy into experience of Invincible Refining Technique. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate either, and kept taking Luli Tianxingan Ascension Invincible Siamese Technique. Jiang Chen took all the glazed sky hard roots brought back by the ancient ghost crocodile. The experience of Invincible Body Refining Technique also skyrocketed in an instant, and there were vague signs of breaking through the 5th stage. After swallowing Luli Tianxingan, Jiang Chen once again sent out all the ancient ghost crocodiles. These ancient ghost crocodiles dived into the water and soon returned to Jiang Chen with the treasure. Thunder Light Grass, Purple Blood God Grass, Luli Tianxin Root. The various natural treasures of their respective species were constantly being scraped out of the lake by the ancient ghost crocodile. 7 or 8 ancient nether crocodile, scraping efficiency is also extremely high. Less than an hour. With Luli Tianxingan alone, Jiang Chen got hundreds of plants. Jiang Chen is also constantly devouring Luli Tianxingan, frantically improving the Invincible Refining Technique. Ding! You gain 1666*100 experience by taking Luli Tianxingan, Invincible Refining Technique. Ding! Your Invincible Siamese Technique has reached the mid-5 stage. Jiang Chen's Invincible Refining Technique also successfully broke through the mid-5 stage. Monster! This guy is really a monster. Seeing Jiang Chen controlling the ancient ghost crocodile to scrape the treasures, while throwing Luli Tianxin roots in front of the jelly beans in his mouth, Lei Tianpeng and the 3 were shocked and almost numb. Brother, look quickly, that kid got a lot of treasures in Lushui Lingu. At this moment, an untimely voice rang abruptly on the shore of the lake. Chapter 10:17. Emperor Tianwu City Genius, Wu Zanyang. The sudden voice also made Lei Tianpeng and the 3 people stunned. When they turned their heads and followed the voice, they saw 4 young men striding towards the green lake. The first one is burly, with eyes like tigers, dressed in a dazzling golden robe, and exudes an overbearing and powerful aura. Tianwu City Emperor Wu Zanyang. Seeing this burly young man headed, the expressions of the 3 Lei Tianpeng could not help changing slightly. Wu Zanyang, one of the 6 emperor-level geniuses in Tianwu City. He is also the only one among the 5 holy cities to become an emperor-level genius with physical strength, and his combat power is very terrifying. Even if you look at all the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities, their strength is enough to be in the top 10. The Lei Tianpeng 3 obviously did not expect that Wu Zanyang would choose this time to come to Lushui Lingu. Wu Zanyang came to the shore of the LV Shuiling Lake step by step. He didn't even look at Lei Tianpeng's trio. Those tiger eyes directly locked Jiang Chen in the Lushui Ling Lake. This kid actually controlled 7 or 8 ancient nether crocodile, and collected treasures for him in Lushui Lingu. Is that crystal-shaped lotus root? Is it the legendary root of Luli Tianxin? Wu Zanyang looked at the crystal lotus root scraped by the ancient nether crocodile from the lake, and his eyes showed an extremely fiery expression. Luli Tianxingan, this is the body-tempering treasure he dreams of. 10,000 years ago, the Shenwu continent suffered a catastrophe. Countless ancient heritages almost disappeared in this catastrophe. And the practice of Taidao that once flourished in Shenwu continent also declined in Shenwu continent. In today's Shenwu continent, physical training is far more difficult than martial arts. In addition to powerful talents, physical training requires a powerful body tempering technique. And the cultivation process requires a lot of body tempering precious materials. Many physical training techniques in Shenwu continent have been lost, and the high-level body tempering treasures on the mainland have become increasingly rare. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer practitioners in the Shenwu continent. Up to now, there is rarely even a high-level practitioner in Shenwu continent. Take Wu Zanyang as an example. He can cultivate to the late stage comparable to Shanghai and become an emperor-level genius in Tianwu City, relying on the powerful background of Tianwu City. Even in Tianwu City, it is difficult to find the resources to support him in continuing to practice. If he only relies on his own body-hardening practice, even if he is given 3 years and 5 years, I am afraid that he will be even better. If he wants to quickly break through the physical tract and become an existence comparable to the soul of the king, he must find a way to obtain high-level body tempering resources. And the Luli Tianxingan in front of him is undoubtedly the high-level body tempering treasure Wu Zanyang needs most. Wu Tuo, control a monster beast in the Green Lake, I will meet that kid. Wu Zanyang's eyes flickered, and he directly ordered a young man behind him. The kid leaned on 7 or 8 ancient ghost crocodiles and collected countless treasures from Lushui Lingu. Even Wu Zanyang was extremely greedy. Especially Luli Tianxingan, which can break the shackles of his practice in practice. Wu Zanyang came here directly because he wanted to go to the ancient medicine garden to try, hoping to obtain a body-hardening high-level elixir in the ancient medicine garden. Now that Luli Tianxin has been found in this Lushui Lingu, how can Wu Zanyang miss it? Even if it is at all costs, he will also put Luli Tianxingan into his own bag. Chapter 10:18. Let me give you face, you are not worthy. The young man named Wu Tuo listened to Wu Zanyang's instructions and went directly to the lake, drew out a monster fish of the early 6th rank and successfully tamed it. Wu Tuo handed over the control of the monster fish to Wu Zanyang. Wu Zanyang didn't hesitate in the slightest, he flicked on the back of the monster fish, and controlled the monster fish to go straight towards Jiang Chen. Wu Zanyang came to a place 10 feet away from Jiang Chen. He smiled and looked at Jiang Chen and said, "This xianxia is really good at it. He can control so many ancient ghost beasts and collect treasures in this green lake. What do you want?" Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Wu Zanyang, his GN eyebrows couldn't help but raised slightly. The message that Master Shaoduli gave him at the beginning, but there is a detailed introduction of all the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen naturally recognized this person as the Emperor Wu Zanyang of Tianwu City. Jiang Chen didn't panic at all. With his current combat power, the quasi-emperor ruins can really cause him trouble, probably only those half-stepped kings. Don't think so, Wu Zanyang said indifferently. I am more interested in the Luli Tianxingan in your hand, so I want to buy some. Although the strength of this kid is very enchanting, but after all, only Shanghai's 6th layer's cultivation base. And as a genius of Tianwu City Emperor rank, his combat power is not inferior to ordinary divine soul realm kings. Even if there are 8 ancient ghost beasts beside this kid, they are still not worth mentioning in Wu Zanyang. Sorry, I have no plans to sell. Jiang Chen was too lazy to look at Wu Zanyang, and directly refused. He is now in need of a large amount of Lulitian Shingan to improve his invincible physical training. He doesn't have enough of these Lulitian Shingan, so how can he sell it to others? Your Excellency does not seem to intend to give me Wu Zanyang face. Wu Zanyang's expression became cold, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. What are you worthy of letting me give you face? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. While I haven't done it yet, maybe it's still too late to roll as far as you are now. Wu Zanyang let out a loud shout, his expression instantly becoming extremely angry. As the only emperor-level genius in the 5 holy cities, Wu Zanyang has always been a very proud existence. Although it is extremely difficult to cultivate in the path of physical training, it is unparalleled in combat power. Under the same realm, the combat power of the practitioners of physical training is often better than that of the practitioners of martial arts. In this remains of the Zun Emperor, except for the half-step kings, almost all those who can suppress him can be counted with one hand. What kind of thing is this kid, dare to speak up in front of him? Boy, since you don't know good and bad, you can blame me for being rude to you. Wu Zanyang's eyes were cold as a knife. He suddenly squeezed his fist, and immediately blasted a fist against Jiang Chen from the air. This seemingly understatement punch, but with a domineering force that tears space, blasted towards Jiang Chen fiercely. That kid, even Wu Zanyang dared to provoke him, he really didn't know how to live or die. Seeing Wu Zanyang's move, the 2 Jingdalikang disciples beside Lei Tianpeng couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. Although they had to admit that Jiang Chen had a little ability, but that was all. Wu Zanyang, the top emperor-level genius in the 5 holy cities. Even if this guy controls 7 or 8 ancient ghost crocodiles, it is not worth mentioning in front of Wu Zanyang. Chapter 10:19. Body Repair Showdown. Is the only emperor-level genius in the 5 holy cities who practiced Taoism. Previously, through Luli Tianxingan, his invincible refining technique had risen by a big catastrophe, and his combat power was not much weaker than his martial arts strength. He wanted to see what exactly the strength of this guy in front of him had reached. Jiang Chen clenched his fist abruptly, and blasted Wu Zanyang with a fierce punch that only relied on his physical strength. 2 tens of thousands of kilograms of huge force. slammed together, and the violent force caused huge waves within a radius of more than 10 meters of lush-wailing lake. You turned out to be both physical and martial arts. Looking at Jiang Chen, who didn't lose the wind with his own blow, Wu Zanyang's eyes suddenly shrank. With that punch just now, Jiang Chen didn't use any energy at all. This also means that Jiang Chen just relied on his physical strength to compete with him. Although he didn't do his best with the punch just now, even the average Shanghai 7th martial artist could not easily block it. Haha. Happy. Today, I will learn how you are the only emperor-level genius in the 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen arrogantly laughed out loud, his whole body swirling around with golden phantoms, his figure also raised 10 feet tall in vain, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Since practicing invincible physical training, no one has been able to compare with him in physical training. Today, he finally encountered a strong opponent with physical strength, and he used his physical strength to fight Wu Zanyang in a good fight. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be both physical and martial arts. I want to see what level of your physical strength has reached. Wu Zanyang's tiger's eyes were cold, and the tower-like body was swirling, and the strength of the boxing contained inexhaustible power, which made the surrounding space vibrate. Emperor Wu's Bawang fist. Wu Zanyang's murderous intent was awe-inspiring, and the cold burst of shouts exploded in the air in vain. On his huge fist, with a terrifying force that swept all the wasteland, he smashed towards Jiang Chen. Taishu fighting body first style, fist shakes mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, his golden fist slammed, and the invisible fist strength and chi blast once again confronted Wu Zanyang. Boom. Clang. Wu Zanyang and Jiang Chen's fist strength collided again, and a deafening metal collision sounded through the air. The fierce chi that erupted completely from the collision of forces also spread out suddenly. The two of them each stepped on the monster beast under their feet, and backed a few steps at the same time, once again fighting a match. Seeing this scene, no matter it was the disciples of Tianwu City or the 3 of Lei Tianpeng, they couldn't help taking a breath. Wu Zanyang, this is the only emperor-level genius in the 5 holy cities. Even if it is a half-step king-level peerless Tianzhao, it is impossible to contend with Wu Zanyang on his body alone. But the guy in front of him, relying on the power of the body, forcibly resisted Wu Zanyang's woody fist. This guy is really not an ordinary pervert. Lei Tianpeng stared at Jiang Chen in a daze, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur. This guy has both physical and martial arts, and both martial arts and physical skills are enough to make countless geniuses in the 5 holy cities ashamed. This guy's attainments in beast tamers are almost comparable to the 7th rank beast trainer. As the top emperor-level genius of Jinglei City, Lei Tianpeng has also seen a lot of amazing geniuses. But he had never seen anyone so evil. Chapter 1020. You also get a punch. I didn't expect that in the 5 holy cities, there are people with such a level of physical cultivation. Today I want to see if you can block me a few punches. Wu Zanyang stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and his whole body burst into a shocking battle. He had almost used 80% of his power in the Wudi Bawang fist just now. And this kid on the other side actually blocked it by relying on his physical cultivation base. In his eyes, it is naturally not difficult to see that although Jiang Chen's physical strength is still not comparable to him, it is at least comparable to Shanghai's 6 or 7 existence. What shocked Wu Zanyang even more? The body training exercises that this guy cultivates are much stronger than the inheritance exercises of Tianwu City. This guy can compete with him with his physical strength. Wu Zanyang didn't expect that besides him in the 5 holy cities, there would be a second person who practiced body refining to such a degree. No matter how strong this kid's physical strength is, he also wants to let this kid know today that he is the first person to cultivate in the 5 holy cities. The Emperor Wu's Po Kong fist. Wu Zanyang let out a burst of shouts, and his entire body soared, and the huge power and chi burst into the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble. On his tower-like body, the muscles undulated and twisted, and an invisible physical force gathered on his fists. The cold light flickered in Wu Zanyang's eyes. A fist slammed at Jiang Chen. The speed of this punch is extremely fast, and the power is even more powerful. Before that fierce boxing energy came, there was a huge and terrifying force and pressure, and it was suppressed towards Jiang Chen. Kanglong Eucharist, the second form of Taishu combat body, the broken void. Jiang Chen urged the blood of the Kanglong saint body, and the invincible Siamese technique also worked to the extreme, and the monstrous golden fist burst out. The golden fist light was really square, like a meteorite landing, slamming against Wu Zanyang's fist gang atmosphere. The two monstrous fists that broke out solely on physical strength collided, and the sound of the earth-shaking explosion rang through the world, and waves of anger swept out of the lake of Lushwailing Lake instantly. Under the impact of that terrifying force, Wu Zanyang stepped back several feet on the demon fish under his feet. I saw that the monster fish under his feet finally couldn't bear the power under his soles. The whole body was cracked, and the blood of red blood instantly dyed the surrounding lake red. Seeing the demon fish that lost its vitality at his feet and sinking toward the bottom of the lake, Wu Zanyang couldn't help but curse inwardly. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who had controlled the ancient nether crocodile to retreat a few feet, and his expression became extremely difficult to look. This quasi-emperor relic is suppressed by the great emperor's law. Even with his strength, it can't be too long. Now that the demon fish at his feet is dead, he has no way to continue fighting Jiang Chen in the Lushui Ling Lake. Once he fell into the Lushui Lingu Lake and was surrounded by monsters in the lake, even if he could not escape to death. Boy, Wu Zanyang took note of today's affairs. You wait for me. Wu Zanyang gave Jiang Chen a cold look, then turned around and was about to step on the surface of the lake towards the shore. Now in this green water and spirit lake, he can't show his strength at all. When this kid came out of the Lushui Lingu, he would definitely make him pay a heavy price and censored Luli Tianxin root from him. At the moment when Wu Zanyang was about to turn around, a cold laughter resounded over the Lushui Lingu. Hey, I want to leave after hitting. How can there be such a good thing? Come and not be indecent, please take my punch. Chapter 1021. The first one is a genius, but so. Jiang Chen was surrounded by golden light, and the power of dazzling golden blood rose into the sky, and his whole person turned into a huge golden phantom, like a censored of war. Tai Shu fighting body third style. The world is silent. The cold shout suddenly fell, and Jiang Chen's fist suddenly blasted out. The golden fist mark shook the space along the way to continuously crack and annihilate. And the target was directed at Wu Zanyang on the opposite side. With Jiang Chen's current body cultivation base, and superimposing the Kandlong Overlord body bloodline to cast the third form of the Taishu fighting body, the power is terrifying to the extreme. This punch seems to have the power of destroying the world, and its domineering power is the world's top. This punch, like a star falling, could not be blocked by Shenwei. Damn it, where did this kid come from? How could his physical strength be so strong? Feeling Jiang Chen's domineering and unparalleled punch, Wu Zanyang's pupils suddenly tightened, and his heart was also frightened. Shenwu continent, the body refining together has 9 heavens, corresponding to the 9 realms of martial arts. The physique cultivation base of this guy in front of him has almost reached the late 6th heaven, and he is not much inferior to the peak of the 6th heaven. The bloodline power of this guy is not inferior to his Wudi bloodline. The body refining exercises that this guy cultivates are even more powerful than the king level exercises of Wudi City. Since the Battle of Wanyan, the only one of the 5 holy cities is Tianwu City, which still has the inheritance of the Taoism left by Emperor Wu. Wu Zanyang never thought of it anyway. In addition to their Wudi City, the 5 great holy cities can actually give birth to such a genius of physical cultivation. No matter how strong your physical strength is, I will let you know today that I am the first physical cultivation genius in the 5 holy cities. Wu Zanyang let out a roar, and fierce golden chi suddenly appeared all over his body, and the physical strength of the 6th heaven peak also burst out with full strength. Wu Zanyang gathered his whole body strength, and the majestic fist gushed out from his fist, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Emperor Wu killing God fist. Wu Zanyang urged the whole body's energy and blood, gathered in his fists, and then blasted out a punch. A weird scarlet fist appeared in midair, the size of 100 meters. The censored fist shadow swept across the world, like a censored hill, with unparalleled strength, heading towards Jiang Chen's suppression. A loud crack suddenly spread. The 2 punches with destructive power collided fiercely, and the aftermath of horror shook out, as if to annihilate everything around them. What censored Emperor Wu kills Shengquan, break it for me. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. Those golden double fists containing destructive power suddenly exploded with a triple fist intent, destroying Wu Zanyang's censored shadow like a fist. The violent impact sound, like Hong Zhong, instantly resounded through the world. Wu Zanyang's body was like a broken kite, smashing heavily into the green lake 10 meters away, splashing waves in the sky. Countless monsters also emerged from the Lushui Lingu, rushing towards Wu Zanyang. Wu Zanyang's expression changed, and he quickly urged his entire body to shake back the monster beasts that rushed towards him with a punch, and then retreated to the shore in a panic. With a fist, Jiang Chen was like a censored of war, standing proudly in the middle of the green lake. He looked down at Wu Zanyang condescendingly, and his disdainful chuckle instantly resounded across the sky. Wu Zanyang, you, the first body cultivation genius of the 5 holy cities, are nothing more than that. Chapter 1022. Enter the ancient medicine garden alone. With Jiang Chen's contemptuous sneer slowly resounding, Wu Zanyang's heart felt suffocated, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but burst out wildly. Boy, you Tama, wait for me. Today's matter, Wu Zanyang will never finish with you. Wu Zanyang wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen almost burst into flames. Just now he was in the green lake and the monster beast riding at his feet was dead, and he couldn't use his full power at all. But Jiang Chen took the opportunity to make a move at this time. He hurriedly faced the battle, but was so embarrassed by Jiang Chen's punch. Wu Zanyang was angry. He had already vowed in his heart secretly that he must make this kid pay 10 times or even 100 times the price. Wu Zanyang was actually suppressed by that kid. How is this possible? Seeing Wu Zanyang, who was embarrassed and returning to the shore, whether it was Lei Tianpeng and others, or the disciples of Tianwu City who came with Wu Zanyang, incredible horror appeared on their faces. Wu Zanyang, this is a famous emperor-level genius in Tianwu City, the first person to cultivate in the 5 holy cities. His combat power is not only one of the top 10 young geniuses in Tianwu City, even if you look at the 5 holy cities, it is also one of the top 10. In the 5 holy cities, except for a few people who can suppress Wu Zanyang, no one is his opponent. But the little-known Maodo boy in front of him was able to face Wu Zanyang head-on without losing the wind. In the process of head-to-head with Wu Zanyang, this kid has always displayed physical power. Even if they wanted to break their heads, they didn't want to understand, when did the 5 holy cities have a body repair evildoer comparable to Wu Zanyang? Especially the 3 Lei Tianpeng, who had seen Jiang Chen's methods before, were shocked and almost numb at the moment. Senior Tianpeng, this guy is too abnormal. One of Jingdalaikung's disciples swallowed his saliva, and his expression was astonished. This guy is definitely the biggest dark horse in the ruins of the Emperor Zun. Lei Tianpeng took a deep breath and said solemnly, you can pass his image to the other Jinglei city disciples, so that they must not offend this guy named Jiang Chen. This son's talent is definitely the scariest existence Lei Tianpeng has ever seen in his life. Even the top talents of the 5 holy cities are hard to compare with. Lei Tianpeng even had a feeling that the degree of danger of this child was probably not inferior to the half-step king-level existence of the 5 holy cities. Okay, I am waiting for you. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Zanyang's face lightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This Wu Zanyang's physique cultivation base has reached the peak of the 6th heaven, and his combat power is indeed very strong. If he had a head-on fight on land, it would be really difficult for him to compete with Wu Zanyang by relying solely on his physical cultivation. Now he has obtained a large amount of Lulatian heart root in Lushui Lingu. As long as he consumes it, it is enough to make his invincible body refining technique reach the 5th level of consummation. His invincible conjoined body technique only needs 5 layers, which is comparable to the physical cultivation base of the 6th layer, and it definitely surpasses the current body refining technique of Shenwu continent. Even if he can completely overcome Wu Zanyang by virtue of his physical cultivation, why should he put Wu Zanyang in his eyes? Xiao Bai sent a message just now. They seem to be in trouble and can't come here in a short time. It seems that I can only enter this ancient medicine garden alone. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately ignored Wu Zanyang and others on the shore, manipulating the ancient ghost crocodile towards the depths of the Lushui Lingu. Chapter 1023. Wu Zanyang's killing intent. Seeing Jiang Chen's back directly across from the Lushui Ling Lake, Wu Zanyang and others looked shocked. What did this kid want to do? He went into the Lushui Lingu by himself. No, looking at his posture, his goal is not Lushui Lingu at all. Behind Wu Zanyang, several disciples of Tianwu City stared incredulously. Does this kid want to go to the ancient medicine garden on the opposite side alone? This guy is too crazy. This guy actually came for the ancient medicine garden opposite. On the other side, the 3 of Lei Tianpeng stared at Jiang Chen in amazement, and couldn't help but breathe in their hearts. Ancient medicine garden, This is one of the greatest opportunities that the 5 holy cities have discovered during thousands of years of exploring the remains of Zun Emperor. Only, although the ancient medicinal garden has great opportunities, it is extremely difficult to enter it. Especially when the Zun Emperor relics were just opened, the incomparable formation of the ancient medicinal garden was extremely powerful. Even if the king of the Soul Realm forcibly broke in, he would be easily destroyed by the formation of the ancient medicine garden. The vast majority of geniuses who entered the remains of the Emperor Zun would wait for 10.5 days after the ruins of the Emperor Zun were opened to allow part of the power of the formation of the ancient medicine garden to dissipate before choosing to go to the ancient medicine garden. Even if part of the power of the formation dissipated, almost no one dared to break into the ancient medicine garden easily. Most genius disciples would choose to team up with a formation mage who is not weak in formation. With an excellent formation mage, the risk of entering the ancient medicine garden is greatly reduced. Otherwise, many anti-sky medicinal materials in the ancient medicine garden are also restricted by formations. They want to gain something in the ancient medicine garden. The formation mage is undoubtedly an indispensable existence. But Jiang Chen in front of him had to go to the ancient medicine garden alone. Before seeing Jiang Chen's methods, Lei Tianpeng might have sneered at Jiang Chen's move. But now, Lei Tianpeng did not dare to jump to a conclusion. Is this kid not only an animal trainer, but he also has extremely high accomplishments in the formation? Lei Tianpeng muttered to himself, his expression was extremely shocked. If that's the case, then this kid is really a terrible monster. Wu Tuo, no matter what method you use, I must tame an ancient ghost crocodile before Wu Gan arrives. Wu Zanyang looked at Jiang Chen's further and further back, his eyes also burst out with shocking killing intent. Originally, Wu Zanyang planned to wait for Jiang Chen to come ashore on the shore of Lushuiling Lake. Although he was confronted in the Lushuiling Lake just now, he seemed to be at a disadvantage, and was even embarrassed by Jiang Chen. But that was also because he couldn't exert all his combat power in Lushuilingu. If Jiang Chen returned to the shore, Wu Zanyang believed that Yi's strength would be a breeze to kill Jiang Chen. What Ling Wu Zanyang didn't expect was, Jiang Chen didn't mean to return at all. Instead he headed for the ancient medicine garden on the opposite side alone. As one of the best emperor-level geniuses in Tianwu City, Wu Zanyang has never suffered like this in his life. Jiang Chen has a large number of Lulatian heart roots in his hands. This is the key to his cultivation of body Dao to promote to the 7th heaven. Wu Zanyang had decided that after the Tianwu City formation genius Wugan came to join him, he would directly kill him. Even at all costs, he will kill Jiang Chen and take the root of Luli Tian's heart. Chapter 1024, Quasi-9th Rank Formation, the Universe Kills the Formation. Jiang Chen controlled the ancient ghost crocodile and headed straight to the ancient medicine garden. Although the ancient ghost crocodile is not the most powerful monster in the Lushuiling Lake, it does have a trace of the blood of the monster. Even some powerful fierce beasts in the center of the green water, under normal circumstances, would not easily attack the ancient ghost crocodile. Jiang Chen went very smoothly along the way. Jiang Chen crossed Baili Lushuilingu. Landed. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, his eyes fell 100 meters away. There, it was still shrouded in a thick spiritual mist. Even at a distance of only 100 meters, Jiang Chen still couldn't see what was inside. Be careful, instinct tells me that the formation in front of you is very dangerous. Even if the formation in front of you is not the legendary 9th rank Emperor formation, I am afraid it is a top-ranking 8th rank existence. Don't say it's you. Even if the Emperor of the ordinary divine fetus realm enters, the end will be miserable. At this moment, the voice of Zue suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Although Zue wanted Jiang Chen to die in his heart, he had to remind him at this moment. This quasi-emperor relic has the law of the great emperor's artistic conception to monitor everything. Once his soul appeared, waiting for his fate is to lose his body. Blood River can only live in Jiang Chen now. If something goes wrong with Jiang Chen, there is absolutely no possibility that he will survive in the ruins of the Emperor Zun. Don't worry, you don't need to say, I also know this formation is dangerous. Xuanming Holy Land, this is the quasi-emperor sect that is infinitely close to the emperor-level forces for thousands of years. How could the ancient formation left by a quasi-emperor sect be so simple? After staring at the spiritual mist 100 meters away, Jiang Chen still didn't hear the system prompt sound in his mind. It seems that the formation of this ancient medicine garden is really extraordinary, and even the unfavorable system cannot be identified. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and immediately moved his mind, manipulating an ancient nether crocodile to explore the way ahead. Anzai kept a distance of 3 to 5 feet from the ancient nether crocodile, and cautiously leaned towards the mysterious area covered by spiritual mist in front. The ancient ghost crocodile successfully reached the mysterious area shrouded in spiritual mist. At the moment when the ancient ghost crocodile touched the spiritual mist, an invisible force containing the aura of eternal vicissitude spread out. Under the invisible energy, the ancient ghost crocodile turned into a blood mist and completely disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. After the invisible energy instantly killed the ancient ghost crocodile, it soon became calm again. The formation of the ancient medicine garden is really not ordinary horror. Seeing that the ancient ghost crocodile was killed by the formation in front of him instantly, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrank. And when he was shocked, a familiar system prompt finally rang. Ding! You watch the quasi-9th rank formation method universe-killing array, trigger a hundredfold comprehension, and comprehend part of the essence of the universe-killing array. Quasi-9th rank formation, 9 rank formation, which is the legendary imperial rank formation. Although the Chenkin killing array in front of him is not a true imperial rank formation, it is not far from the imperial rank formation. The imperial rank formation contains the power of heaven and earth, and it is almost integrated with this square. Even Jiang Chen's anti-sky system can only trigger a hundredfold comprehension when the formation is activated, thus comprehending the essence of the Chenkin killing formation. Chapter 1025. Someone got on board first. Fortunately, although it is a bit more troublesome, I can finally understand the killing array with the system. Jiang Chen looked at the peaceful Chenkin killing formation before him, but he was slightly relieved. This universe killing array is too high and domineering. It is undoubtedly very difficult to decipher it based solely on his attainments in the formation. If he cannot quickly comprehend the universe killing array with the help of the system, I am afraid he can only temporarily abandon the ancient medicine garden and wait for the power of the array to dissipate. Jiang Chen ordered the remaining ancient ghost beasts to attack Chenkin killing array from a distance. And his gaze is to lock the universe and kill the formation tightly, and to comprehend the formation through the system. Under the attack of several ancient nether crocodiles in turn, Jiang Chen, with the help of the system, kept comprehending the essence of the universe-killing formation. Jiang Chen's comprehension of the Chenkin killing array reached 1/10, and then from 1/10 to 1/5, 1/3. Under such crazy insight as Jiang Chen, half a day passed in a flash. Jiang Chen's comprehension of the Chenkin killing array has finally reached completion. Ding! Your comprehension of the Chenkin killing array is complete, and you have successfully comprehended the quasi-9 rank array, the Chenkin killing array. Hearing the pleasing prompt sound of the system, feeling all the information in his mind about the Chenkin killing array, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but raise a slight arc. With the help of the power of the system, it took him a long time to finally master the universe in front of him. Having thoroughly mastered the universe killing array, Jiang Chen looked at the spiritual mist ahead again, and his thoughts became extremely clear. It deserves to be a quasi-9th rank killing array, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, to raise the array with the array, which will last for thousands of years. Without the help of the system, I am afraid that even if I give me 3 or 5 days, it will be difficult to find the flaws in the formation. Jiang Chen whispered secretly, and immediately locked his eyes on a certain position, stepped on a strange step directly under his feet, and dashed into the mysterious area shrouded in spiritual mist. Enter the universe killing array. Jiang Chen just felt his eyes light up, and he came to a valley with compelling aura, like a paradise. The valley is so vast that it is hard to see the end. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and slices of medicine fields appeared in his sight. These medicinal fields have been overgrown with weeds and trees because they have not been taken care of for tens of thousands of years, making them an ancient mountain forest. Jiang Chen glanced at it, and still found a lot of rare and peerless elixir from the outside world. The soul-raising grass that condenses the soul can directly increase the cultivation base of the jasper smallpox, the body-refining treasure, the sacred fruit, which is more precious than the luli tianxingan. Jiang Chen swept slightly, and his eyes instantly became extremely hot. This ancient medicinal garden is indeed the medicinal garden left over from the Xuanming Holy Land of Emperor Zhundi Zongmin. The elixir here is not only rare and rare in the outside world, but no matter the age or the potency of the medicine, it is not comparable to the outside world. Boy, be careful. The emperor found that there are a few auras left here. Someone must have taken the lead and entered the ancient medicine garden one step. Earlier than you. Just when Jiang Chen was shocked by the elixir of the ancient medicine garden, a faint voice suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 1026, Xuanling Holy Spring. Hearing the sound of Blood River in his mind, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. Blood River, you said someone entered the ancient medicine garden before me. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and a touch of horror that could not be concealed appeared on his face. The reason Jiang Chen dared to set the ancient medicine garden as his first goal was the Hundredfold Cultivation System. But even relying on the system, it took him a long time to master the universe-killing array and enter the ancient medicine garden. In Jiang Chen's view, even if there are 7th rank or even 8th rank formation geniuses in the 5 holy cities, it is impossible to enter the ancient medicine garden before him. Yes, you take a closer look at the place 100 meters away on the left. There are a few soul-raising plants that should have just been taken away. Even the soil is still fresh. Jiang Chen looked at him suddenly, and he found a lot of fresh soil in a place where the soul-raising grass grew. These fresh soils are obviously brought out by pulling the soul-raising grass. It seems that someone really came to the ancient medicine garden before me. Jiang Chen's eyes sank slightly, and his heart also became vigilant. People who can come here one step ahead of him are probably by no means an ordinary generation. Who came here first? Jiang Chen twisted his brows together tightly. According to the information given to him by Master Xiao Duli, although the 5 holy cities have 6 or even 7th rank formations geniuses, it seems that there is no one who can easily crack the quasi-9th rank formation. In fact, to enter this ancient medicine garden, it is not necessary to break the formation. Generally speaking, when setting up these formations, the formation mage will refine some formation orders that can enter and exit the formation at will. If I'm not mistaken, the person who entered this place before you got the order of the universe-killing array by chance. Zue suddenly explained in Jiang Chen's mind. Array order. Jiang Chen nodded, obviously agreeing with Shuihei's view. To be frank, Jiang Chen didn't believe that from the bottom of his heart, the 5 holy cities would have array geniuses who could break the universe and kill array faster than his system. Just when Jiang Chen and Zue secretly communicated, a strange energy wave suddenly came from the depths of the ancient medicine garden. This is, someone is breaking the ban in the medicine garden. I want to see who is the one who entered the ancient medicine garden before me. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed slightly, and then his figure moved, and he flashed directly in the direction where the energy fluctuations came. As Jiang Chen deepened, an intoxicating rich aroma slowly entered Jiang Chen's nose. Ding! You took a breath of the spiritual energy of the profound spirit holy spring, and your cultivation base increased by 1000*100. Ding! You take a breath of the aura of the profound spirit holy spring, and your soul is increased by 2000*100. The sudden sound of the reminder in his mind made Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a breath. This turned out to be the aura emanating from the Xuanling Holy Spring. Xuanling Holy Spring is worthy of being the supreme treasure of the sacred land of the Zongmen Xuanming. He only absorbed a breath of the spiritual energy overflowing from the profound spirit Holy Spring, and the soul of his cultivation level was actually improved. Xuanling Holy Spring is the supreme treasure of Xuanming Holy Land. It must be protected, and it is impossible for the spiritual energy to leak out. It seems that the person who came here one step ahead of me has already attacked the profound spirit Holy Spring. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and his expression instantly became sharp. Chapter 1027, Emperor-level genius of Lingxi City, Lingchuan. Xuanling Holy Spring. The supreme treasure of the Xuanming Holy Land of the Zun Emperor Zongmen is also the most precious existence in this ancient medicine garden. Just a moment ago, Jiang Chen only took a breath of the spiritual energy overflowing from the profound spirit Holy Spring, and he had already received a lot of benefits. If he could take the profound spirit Holy Spring, his cultivation level would surely increase. The growth of cultivation is still secondary, because the main function of the profound spirit Holy Spring is to enhance the soul power. From the system prompts generated by the profound spirit sacred spring just now, Jiang Chen can easily see that the effect of the profound spirit sacred spring on the improvement of soul power is twice as high as that of the improvement of cultivation base. If he can obtain enough profound spiritual holy springs, his soul power can be sublimated first, with the cultivation base of the divine sea realm, condense the king's will, and become a half-step king. Once he becomes the half-step king, with his many methods, the many geniuses of the 5 holy cities, I am afraid that no one can compete with them. Xuanling Holy Spring, My Jiang Chen is about to make a decision. No matter who you are, you don't want to take it away from me. Jiang Chen's eyes froze, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Following the aura of the profound spirit holy spring, Jiang Chen came to a primitive hall in the depths of the ancient medicine garden. The ban on this hall was really broken. Looking at the door of the main hall that had been opened by others, Jiang Chen's heart shuddered, and his figure flashed into it. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and everything in the hall appeared in his sight. The space of the hall is extremely vast, with the size of 100 meters. 10 meters away in front of him, 3 figures were slowly approaching the center of the hall. These 3 people were obviously the ones who came here before him. In the middle of the main hall, there is a huge fountain. The diameter of the fountain is about 20 feet. In the center of the pool, there is a 3-foot-high crystal stone. Numerous fountains exuding rich aura, sprayed out of the small holes in the crystal strange stone. Fuck, so many profound spiritual holy springs. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen's eyes were about to go round. You think too much. Most of the fountains in this pool are not true profound spirit holy springs. Did you see a small hole in the center of the strange crystal stone and the stone trough below? Only the liquid that drips from that hole in the stone trough is the profound spirit holy spring. The water in this pool is nourished by the profound spirit holy spring all the year round, but it also has a part of the effect of the profound spirit holy spring, but it is far behind the real profound spirit holy spring. At this moment, Zue suddenly said in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen calmly took a look, and he found that there was a small hole in the center of the strange crystal stone. This small hole did not shoot out of the fountain, but at regular intervals, a drop of liquid was condensed and dropped into the stone trough below. The liquid is crystal clear, like a pearl, extraordinary. And when Jiang Chen was looking at Xuanling Holy Spring, the 3 figures in front of him quickly sensed the existence of Jiang Chen. Boy, who are you? How come you came here? The 3 of them suddenly turned around and stared at Jiang Chen behind them, and there was an incredible shock in their eyes. In Xian Emperor City, Jiang Chen glanced at the 3 of them faintly. You can all come, why can't I come here? Boy, I don't care who you are, this profound spirit sacred spring was first seen by Ling Baichuan. If you are more interested, get out of here immediately. The deep eyes of the first silver-haired young man stared at Jiang Chen closely, and a fierce killing intent was also radiated from him. Chapter 1028, Get Out of Here. Ling Chuan stared at Jiang Chen with killing intent, but an incredible horror appeared in his heart. This is one of the greatest opportunities for the remains of Zun Emperor. This is also the birthplace of the supreme treasure Xuanling Holy Spring of the Zongmen Xuanming Holy Land in ancient times. Although the ancient medicine garden is coveted, it is guarded by ancient formations. Unless the relic of the Emperor Zun is opened for 10 days and a half, most of the power of the ancient formation will disappear, and almost no one dares to make the idea of the ancient medicine garden. The reason why Ling Chuan was able to enter the ancient medicine garden for the first time was because he had a good master. 100 years ago, the master of Ling Chuan entered the remains of the Zun Emperor, and by chance, he obtained an order. This formation order was used to open the ancient medicine garden guardian formation. Ling Chuan also came here smoothly by virtue of the formation order. Just when he was about to obtain the profound spirit holy spring in the first time according to master's instructions, he didn't expect anyone to show up here. It seems that this kid, like me, got the order to enter the ancient medicine garden. The cold light flashed in Ling Chuan's eyes. No matter what, if this kid is delusional to get involved in the profound spirit holy spring, don't blame him for being rude. Is this guy the emperor-level genius Ling Baichuan of Lingxi City? Jiang Chen is no stranger to the name Ling Chuan. This person is the top genius of Lingxi City, whose strength is unfathomable. It is said that in addition to the 3 half-step kings, there is no genius in the 5 holy cities that can match it, and it is known as the first person under the half-step king. Although Ling Chuan's strength is very strong, Jiang Chen didn't mean to shrink at all. He rushed to the ancient medicine garden before, and he originally came for the profound spirit holy spring. Not to mention the Ling Chuan in front of me, even if Meng Xuanxuan, the half-step king of Lingxi City, came, I would never want to prevent him from getting the profound spirit holy spring. Hee, you said that what you saw first was yours. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and his faint voice spread slowly in the hall. This treasure of the relics of the Emperor Zun is naturally home to the capable. Don't you have to get the profound spirit holy spring? Even if you get it, I want to censored it, what can you do? Boy, I have given you a chance, but if you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you. Lingchuan's expression turned cold, and immediately shouted at a young man of Shanghai's 7th layer beside him, Lingyan, kill him for me. Yes, brother. The young man from Shanghai's 7th layer responded and immediately raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, with a sneer of disdain from the corner of his mouth. It's a mere 6th layer trash in Shanghai. I don't know where you have the courage to compete with us for the profound spirit holy spring. Since you are so ignorant of good and bad, then go to death for me. The voice of the 7th layer of Shanghai youth fell, and a powerful soul force directly oppressed Jiang Chen. Hey, with your strength, what right do you have to let me die? Don't say it's you, even if Lingchuan next to you, I am afraid that you don't have that ability, what are you? As the last scroll word fell, a terrifying sword intent instantly diffused from Jiang Chen, violently colliding with Lingyan's soul power. Under Jiang Chen's 3 great sword intent, Lingyan's soul power was instantly strangled and shattered. Seeing Ling Yan trembled all over, his face suddenly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirt out wildly. Chapter 1029. You are not convinced, just do it. Ling Yan strongly suppressed the churning aura inside his body, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen also instantly became horrified. He didn't expect it anyway. This cultivation base was only in the 6th layer of Shanghai, and he regarded it as rubbish. It had such a powerful combat power. With the strength of his 7th divine sea, there is no power to fight back in front of him. 3 great things become sword intent. Seeing this scene before him, Lingchuan's deep eyes condensed slightly. Boy, I look down on you. The true meaning of martial arts with 3 great achievements, even if you look at all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities, there will never be more than 10 people who understand it. But the boy in front of him was no more than Shanghai's 6th layer's cultivation base, and he actually understood the sword intent of the 3 great achievements. Lingchuan really didn't know when there was such a genius of swordsmanship in Yandi City. Jiang Chen cast a faint look at Lingchuan. You are so nonsense. Jiang Chen, don't think that you can do whatever you want in front of me if you understand the 3 great sword intent. Hearing Jiang Chen's unceremonious words, Lingchuan's eyes couldn't help flashing a cold light. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Looking at your good strength, I will give you a chance to get the profound spirit holy spring. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I can divide you into the profound spirit holy spring. Lingxi City is good at soul level attacks, and Wudao Junyi has a certain degree of restraint against soul level attacks. Although the kid in front of him only had the cultivation base of Shanghai's 6th layer, he understood the sword intent of the 3 major achievements. Even if he took the shot, it would take a lot of effort to solve this kid. Right now was the key time to obtain the profound spirit holy spring. Lingchuan did not want to waste power on Jiang Chen. He had already tried it once, and this profound spirit holy spring was not so easy to get. The mysterious strange stone that gave birth to the profound spiritual holy spring exudes a mysterious power, which can directly affect the soul of a person and make people fall into an illusion. Jiang Chen understands that the 3 great swords are intent, and he also has certain advantages in resisting fantasy. He could just use Jiang Chen to help him obtain the profound spirit holy spring. Yi Cheng, should you be a beggar? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. If you want to cooperate, you have to show some sincerity anyway. The 4 are equally divided, now you are satisfied. Lingchuan's eyes flashed with cold light, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said lightly. Just the 2 guys beside you that can't stop me with a single move, what right do they have to share with me? Jiang Chen looked at Lingchuan lightly. You can cooperate if you want, but I want 50% of the profound spirit holy spring. Boy, if you don't want to be defeated, you are really qualified to be arrogant in front of senior brother Lingchuan. Senior brother Lingchuan is willing to cooperate with you, that is worthy of you, you have to toast and not eat fine. Wine. The young man who shot Jiang Chen before was furious. I just toast and don't eat fine wine, what can you do? Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, and immediately said with an impatient face, I don't bother to talk nonsense, 50% is already my bottom line, if you don't accept it, just do it. Your Excellency really want to do this? Hearing Jiang Chen's unceremonious words, Lingchuan's face also became extremely gloomy. He is the 2nd-ranked emperor genius in Lingxi City, and the 1st person under the half-step king of the 5 holy cities. His willingness to cooperate with Jiang Chen has already given Jiang Chen great face. Since this kid is so ignorant of what is good or bad, just kill it. Chapter 1030. The First Person Under the Half-Step King. Jiang Chen said impatiently, "If you want to do it, don't waste my time here." Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes, Lingquan's eyes could not help but flashed with a chill. With a move of his hands, he suddenly formed marks on his chest. A majestic soul power suddenly exploded from its body, and then quickly condensed. The majestic soul power turns into a giant soul tiger. The giant tiger, which was completely condensed by soul power, gave a long roar, and then burst out towards Jiang Chen with its teeth and claws. The surrounding space is rapidly distorted. Faintly, a series of tiny cracks in the dark space also spread and open where the soul giant tiger passed. This giant soul tiger seems to be nothing, but that kind of coercive will from the depths of the soul is enough to make any divine sea-realm powerhouse frightened. The soul is frozen, and it also has the will of the king. Jiang Chen looked at the giant soul tiger that came violently, his eyes shrank slightly. Lingxi City is the most mysterious among the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. It is good at soul-level cultivation and has many soul martial arts inheritance. The Lingquan in front of him is indeed the first person under the half-step king. His soul power is very strong, and the half-step king's will that he bred is far stronger than the 2 xianxia in Yandi City. I am afraid that he is not far from the real king's will. The soul giant tiger's speed was extremely fast, and it appeared above Jiang Chen's head in a short period of time. Looking at the giant soul tiger with terrifying coercion above his head, Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened, and 2 cold saturations flowed out of his throat. 3 great things become sword intent, break it for me. After the shout fell, Jiang Chen's aura soared, and instantly reached the point of Shanghai 9th layer. Approaching, a giant sword condensed by 3 great sword intents was formed in vain, and then slashed fiercely on the head of the soul giant tiger. 2 invisible energies collided in midair, which directly caused a fierce energy storm. At this moment, the hard bluestone floor in the main hall was torn into a series of cracks with thick arms. Energy storms come fast and go fast. Under the impact of that terrifying energy storm, Jiang Chen stepped back 3 steps. He raised his head and looked at Lingquan, who had only retreated 2 parts, his eyes condensed slightly. This guy is really not easy. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was only slightly at a disadvantage, Lingquan felt an unconcealable horror in his heart. With the blow just now, he hardly left any hands, and even displayed the half-step king's will. Such a powerful force, even an emperor-level genius like the 5 holy cities, may not be able to easily receive it. The 2 Lingxi city disciples behind Lingquan were also shocked to the extreme. They knew how terrifying Lingquan's strength was. Even the martial artist of the ordinary Shanghai Zhouzhang couldn't resist a soul attack from Lingquan, but the boy in front of him was only Shanghai's 6th layer's cultivation base, and the burst of power actually matched Lingquan's. Sure enough, you are a little capable, and you can actually block my blow. Unexpectedly, in addition to the 5 emperor-level geniuses, Yandi City actually hides a wicked genius like you. Lingquan took a deep breath, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen. His expression also became a little solemn. Chapter 1031, Tai Chi Soul Mark. A mere soul attack, I want to block it but it's easy. Don't say it's 1 move, even if it's 10 moves, you may not hurt my hair. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the blood dragon sword flashed out of thin air in his hand. He raised the blood dragon sword, pointed at Lingquan with the tip of the sword, and he was full of fighting spirit. Lingquan, come to fight. Let me learn today, how many people are the first under the so-called half-step king. Get the job done. Jiang Chen practiced in Yandi City in retreat, his strength soared, but he hadn't encountered an opponent who could make a fight with all his strength. And the Lingquan in front of us is a good touchstone. Don't think that if you can block me, you are qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Soon I will let you know how big the gap is between you and me. The cold voice fell. Lingquan Shu Chong Bai Jie's fingers traversed a strange arc, forming a strange handprint in midair. A majestic soul power erupted from Lingquan again, and then quickly condensed toward its palm. Jiang Chen only felt that a palpable invisible soul handprint was rapidly taking shape on top of Lingquan's head. Tai Soul Seal, go! Lingquan slammed his palms at Jiang Chen with both hands. An invisible soul handprint instantly tore the space in front of him into a dark gap, with a terrifying soul coercion, coming towards Jiang Chen's suppression. The invisible soul pressure enveloped Jiang Chen. Even Jiang Chen seemed to feel breathless at this moment. Senior brother Lingquan is finally moving, and now that kid is dead. Seeing this scene, the corner of Ling Yun's mouth, who was previously killed by Jiang Chen's spike, couldn't help but raise a sneer of disdain. One soul seal, one of the 3 king-level soul martial arts in Lingxi City. Senior brother Lingchuan once used Tai soul art, but let a divine soul realm king suffer a big loss in his hands. Ling Yan really didn't believe that the guy opposite could stop senior brother Lingchuan's blow. Is this the soul martial art? It really is extraordinary. Facing Lingchuan's weird blow, Jiang Chen naturally did not dare to underestimate it. He urged the 3 great swords to become sword intent and resisted the terrifying soul pressure in midair. He urged the vitality in his body, and the majestic vitality surged toward the blood dragon sword. Jiang Chen let out a low roar, and drew out the blood dragon sword in his hand. The flame giant sword condensed by thousands of flames tore through the space, cutting out with the power of burning the sky. The flame giant sword and the soul handprint collided in just an instant, and the invisible strong wind rippled out, and instantly swept the hall. Jiang Chen's body trembled, and immediately flew out 10 steps against the ground before slowly stopping. He stared closely at the opposite Lingchuan, which also flew upside down more than 10 steps, and a pale look appeared on his face. Lingxi City, worthy of the most mysterious existence of the 5 holy cities, this soul martial arts is really extraordinary. Just now played against this time. Jiang Chen's triple sword intent, Kanglong Saint body bloodline, and emperor-level martial arts all exploded. This is almost the strongest blow he can now explode except for the time and space sword domain. Jiang Chen only matched Lingchuan. There was even a trace that penetrated into his mind, causing his soul to be injured. This Lingchuan can be hailed as the first person under the half-step king of the 5 holy cities, and it is also well-deserved. Chapter 1032. Sorry, I am not interested in cooperating. This kid actually blocked senior brother Lingchuan's Great One Soul Seal. The 2 Lingxi City disciples saw this scene in front of them, and their eyes widened inconceivably, as if they had been a ghost. Brother Lingchuan is the top emperor-level genius of the 5 holy cities. Except for the 3 half-step kings, brother Lingchuan is almost invincible among all the geniuses in the 5 holy cities. The guy in the 6th layer of Shanghai in front of him, even though senior brother Lingchuan displayed the Tai Soul Seal, he still didn't lose the wind. Can anyone tell me what the censored is going on with this Tamar? Imperial Martial Arts, you actually got the Imperial Martial Arts inheritance from Yandi City. Lingchuan strongly suppressed the churning aura in his body, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen instantly became extremely shocked. The 5 holy cities have a long history of inheritance, and each force has a royal inheritance of martial arts. The Imperial Martial Arts inheritance of the 5 holy cities all have extremely severe inheritance tests. As far as Lingchuan knows, today, in the 5 holy cities, there are only a handful of talented disciples who can master Imperial Martial Arts. This kid can master an Imperial Martial Arts. A kid with a cultivation base of only the 6th layer of Shanghai, not only comprehended the 3 great swords, but also mastered the Imperial Martial Arts. Such an enchanting talent is definitely the scariest existence he has ever seen in his life. Even if it is compared with those 3 half-step kings, this kid's talent will never be inferior in the slightest. As expected to be the first person under the half-step king of the 5 holy cities, he really has good eyesight. Jiang Chen looked at Lingchuan with a smile. Your soul martial arts in Lingxi City are well-deserved. Jiang Chen, your strength is very strong. I admit that you are qualified to be equal to me. If we continue to fight, it will probably be of no benefit to everyone. Lingchuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. I agree with your cooperation plan with the 50% profound spirit holy spring. How about? The boy in front of him now has secret blessings, and coupled with many methods, his combat power is almost not inferior to him. If it continues to fight, even if he used the power of Lingxi City's bloodline to defeat Jiang Chen, he might have to pay no small price. Rather than fight with Jiang Chen, it is better to hold Jiang Chen first. When the secret method time on Jiang Chen has passed, isn't he ready to clean Jiang Chen? Sorry, a 50% cooperation plan, that is because I think you are the first person under the half-step king. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a sneer, but, now I think you are the first person under the half-step king, and your strength is not very good. I have no interest in cooperating with you. Jiang Chen walked all the way from the northern wilderness. He was no longer a fledgling star. How could he not know what Lingchuan had made? This Lingchuan is powerful, and he can only fight against it with the power of Dian cloud swallowing technique. Once Dian's cloud swallowing technique disappears, he will fall into a short-lived state of weakness. Will he become a soft persimmon that anyone can knead? From the moment Jiang Chen used the Dian cloud swallowing technique, there was no possibility of coexistence between him and Lingquan. He also had to solve Lingquan and the others thoroughly before the power of Dian cloud swallowing technique disappeared. Lingquan was immediately embarrassed by Jiang Chen's contemptuous words, and his eyes instantly became extremely sad. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you. Chapter 1033, The Blood of the Soul Emperor, the Eye of Silence. With this harsh words fell. The bloodline of the Soul Emperor of Lingxi City in Lingquan burst out with all strength, and a strange light suddenly burst out of those deep eyes. The majestic soul power condensed a shocking will to death in Lingquan's eyes. Is this the Soul Emperor bloodline in Lingxi City? Jiang Chen looked at the soul will in Lingquan's eyes, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Under the pressure of this soul will, Jiang Chen seemed like an ice cellar. Even the soul became a little uneasy. The blood of the strong imperial realm is extraordinary. A disciple who possesses the blood of a strong imperial realm, not only possesses the aptitude far beyond ordinary people, but also relies on the power of the blood to explode with powerful combat power to leapfrog the enemy. The bloodline of each strong emperor has different bloodline talents. For example, the Yandi bloodline in Yandi City, the bloodline talent is the ability to understand the true meaning of the fire. Their natural understanding of the true meaning of the fire Tao is different from that of ordinary people. The higher the bloodline level, the faster they can understand the true meaning of the fire Tao. As for the Soul Emperor bloodline in Lingxi City, the bloodline talent lies in the soul. The Soul Emperor bloodline not only makes the souls of the disciples of Lingxi City who have the Soul Emperor bloodline stronger than martial artists of the same rank, but also can perform extremely mysterious bloodline pupil technique. In front of Lingquan, Lingxi City's most mysterious blood pupil technique has been displayed. Jiang Chen, since my debut, you are still the second person to force me to perform bloodline pupil surgery. You can be proud of being able to die under my blood pupil technique. The blood of the Soul Emperor, the Eye of Silence, condense me. The icy voice resounded in the empty hall. The will of the soul in Lingquan's eyes rose to the sky, and instantly condensed into a pair of huge dark shadows on top of his head. The shadow of the pupil was dark and deep, and inside was a bottomless black vortex, like a black hole that could swallow all together. The huge shadow of the eye, indifferent as the heavenly way, overlooking from a high, quietly staring at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen only felt that the whole person was in the shadow of death. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The vitality in his body and the blood of the blue dragon saint body were all urged to the limit, and the sharp blue sword aura of Wang Jian also appeared out of thin air around him. Jiang Chen gave a low drink, and the cyan sword chi of the Wang Jian quickly condensed into a cyan sword field under the swing of the blood dragon sword, covering the three people in Lingquan in the huge shadows. This is the power of the sword domain. Looking at the cyan sword domain that shrouded all around, Lingquan's eyes finally showed a touch of unconcealable panic. The power of the sword domain. This guy in the sixth layer of Shanghai actually possesses the power that the Sword Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm can master. Brother Lingquan, this cyan sword field is weird, it seems to be devouring our lives, quickly, break it. At this moment, Ling Yan behind him also screamed in anger. Lingquan naturally felt the terrible swallowing power of the cyan sword domain. He took a deep breath, manipulating the huge shadow above his head with his soul power, and a death will that extinguished the heavens and the earth surged toward Jiang Chen. Even the power of the time and space sword realm can hardly completely block that terrifying soul will. The terrifying soul will penetrated the time and space sword domain and directly fell into Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen's body trembled, and his face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 1034, Your bloodline pupil technique is useless to me. The soul power containing the will to death invaded Jiang Chen's mind and destroyed Jiang Chen's soul. Jiang Chen suddenly felt his head bursting, and the cold sweat on his forehead was also streaming down. Just as he was about to resist with all his might, a faint cold snort suddenly sounded in his mind. A mere half-step of the king's will to condense the blood pupil technique, and dare to stray wildly in the emperor's territory, give me a break. With this faint cold drink fell. A censored soul will instantly surrounds the soul power containing the will to death. The soul power containing the will of death was completely swallowed by the will of the censored soul and disappeared without a trace. Boy, although the emperor cannot come out to fight, a soul attack like this can still resist 1 or 2 for you. As long as it is not the will of the king at the 4th level or higher of the soul, the emperor can easily resolve it. Get the profound spirit holy spring in a while, remember to share with me. The river of blood easily swallowed the will of the dead soul, and a faint voice sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Feeling the dissipation of the will of the dead soul in his mind, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. Fortunately, the spirit of blood river resided in his body. Facing the power of Lingchuan bloodline pupil art with his current soul power, he would definitely pay an unusually heavy price. And when the blood river helped Jiang Chen destroy the power invading his mind, Lingchuan, who was in the time and space sword domain, also sensed something. His face changed suddenly. You actually destroyed my pupil power. How is this possible? Lingchuan looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, and also let out an unbelievable roar in his mouth. Nothing is impossible. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Lingchuan. The corners of his mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. Although your bloodline pupil technique is very strong, it is useless to me. What's the secret of this guy? He solved my bloodline pupil technique unscathed. Seeing that his strongest blow was easily resolved by Jiang Chen, Lingchuan's expression instantly became extremely flustered. Jiang Chen's move was strange and unpredictable in the time and space sword domain. It was originally in Lingchuan's plan. As long as the bloodline pupil technique penetrates the time and space sword domain to instantly kill Jiang Chen, the power of the time and space sword domain will not be destroyed. Jiang Chen didn't know what method he used to easily resolve his blood pupil technique. Lingyan, you two will take action with me and break this sword domain barrier. Feeling that the space-time sword region was consuming their vitality at a double rate, Lingchuan screamed at the 2 Lingxi city disciples behind him, and took the lead in launching an attack on the space-time sword region. Lingyan followed closely, and another disciple of Lingxi city summoned a monster of the late 6th stage. The attacks of the 3 people successively landed on the barrier of the time and space sword domain. Using Jiang Chen's current power to use the space-time sword realm, under the divine soul realm king, almost no one can shake the barrier of the space-time sword realm. Except for Lingchuan's blow, the enchantment of the time and space sword region was rippling. The attack of the other 2 Lingxi city disciples could hardly shake the space-time sword realm at all. Brother Lingchuan, the power of this enchantment is too strong. What shall we do now? Ling Yan said in a panic. The power of the cyan sword field in front of him is too weird. He stayed in this cyan sword field for only a moment, but he has consumed at least 1 year of vitality. If they continue to stay, I am afraid they will be consumed alive by the power of this cyan sword domain. Chapter 1035, You Should Die. Jiang Chen, today I am Lingchuan who has eyes but no knowledge of Mount Tai. Please forgive me for the offense. You remove this time and space sword domain and let us go. I promise I won't compete with you for the profound spirit holy spring. Lingchuan took a deep breath, suppressed the horror in his heart, and said to Jiang Chen. The space-time sword domain of this guy in front of him is too powerful, even the warrior at the peak of Shanghai can hardly break it easily. Although Lingchuan's strength is extraordinary, its combat power is even comparable to some ordinary divine soul realm kings. But what he is best at is attacks on the soul level. In terms of martial arts power alone, he is only slightly stronger than the ordinary Shanghai 9-layer warrior, and it is not enough to break through this time and space sword domain. Being in the time and space sword domain, Lingchuan clearly felt the terrifyingness of this sword domain. They stayed in this time and space sword domain for a moment, and their lives would have to pass by for several years. Face this situation now. Even if Lingchuan was known as the first person under the half-step king of the 5 holy cities, he had to bow his head to Jiang Chen. If they continue to stay in this sword domain, I am afraid their lives will soon come to an end. First, I can't believe in you. Second, once I have made this sword, there is no possibility of taking it back. Jiang Chen expressionlessly. So, you better go to die. Jiang Chen, I am the emperor of Lingxi city, and my master is one of the 4 great spiritual emperors of Lingxi city. If you kill me, my master and Lingxi city will definitely not let you go. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed determined to put him to death, Ling Chuan was frightened and shouted to Jiang Chen with gloomy eyes. Jiang Chen was too lazy to look at Lingchuan, and directly meditated cross-legged to adjust his breath. In the battle with Lingchuan just now, Jiang Chen has consumed a lot of strength. Now that he uses the space-time sword domain again, there is almost nothing left in Jiang Chen's body. The most important is, Jiang Chen just used the secret technique Dian Cloud Swallowing Technique, and he will soon fall into a weak state. Don't say that he hasn't completely mastered the time and space sword domain yet, and has no power to withdraw this move. Even if he had that ability, Jiang Chen couldn't let the three of Lingchuan at this time. As for Lingchuan's threat, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. This quasi-emperor relic is a world of its own, and is controlled by the law of the will of the great emperor. No one outside can discover everything here. Every time the relic of Emperor Zun was opened, countless geniuses fell among the 5 holy cities. Even if Lingxi City is furious because of Lingchuan's death, how can he do it? Even if I die today, I will definitely make him pay a heavy price. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't let them off at all, Lingchuan's handsome face suddenly showed a hideous look. He suddenly urged the blood force in his body to the limit, and his hands quickly changed into strange handprints. Senior brother Lingchuan, you want to use the blood soul secret technique. Upon seeing this, Lingyan and Lingyan couldn't help but change drastically. Lingxi City, the most mysterious existence among the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. Not only is he good at the cultivation of souls, but also has some unpredictable secret techniques. And this blood soul secret technique is one of the most powerful secret techniques in Lingxi City. The blood soul secret technique, at the cost of burning blood, gains extremely powerful combat power in a short time. Although this method is extremely overbearing, no disciple of Lingxi City dared to use it easily. Once the blood soul secret technique is cast, it will cause irreparable damage to the blood of the emperor in the body. If you are a little careless, you will even fall into a situation where it will never recover. Chapter 1036, Blood Soul Secret Art. Among the 5 holy cities, the bloodline of the Emperor realm represents talent and potential. The higher the bloodline level, the stronger the talent and potential. For example, Lingchuan, who has the blood of the 7-star Soul Emperor, is a unique Emperor-level genius in Lingxi City. But once the Blood Soul Secret technique is used to burn the bloodline power, it will cause the level of the bloodline power to drop. And the more blood vessels burn, the more grades will be dropped. As long as Lingchuan casts the Blood Soul Secret technique, his bloodline level will fall back to at least 6 stars, or even 5 stars. Blood Soul Secret Technique, this is Lingxi City's taboo secret technique. Without being compelled, no disciple of Lingxi City would easily use it. Lingyan and the others obviously didn't expect it. The Emperor-level genius Lingchuan of the dignified Lingxi City, the first person under the half-step king, would be forced to such a point by a hairy boy. Ling Yan, I use my blood soul secret technique to break this sword domain with all my strength, even at any cost, I will kill him for me. Lingchuan looked terrifying. Today, Jiang Chen used the Shanghai 6th layer cultivation as a mysterious sword field, and he could hardly break it with ordinary power. If they continue to stay in the sword domain, their lives will soon be exhausted. Lingchuan can only use the taboo secret blood soul technique of Lingxi City. Even if it is at the cost of the bloodline star drop, today he will kill the kid in front of him. As Lingchuan used the blood soul secret technique and burned the soul emperor bloodline in his body, the aura on his body instantly broke through the peak of Shanghai. Great Soul, Divine Soul Duo, God and Soul Triple. In just a blink of an eye, the aura on Lingchuan's body has reached the level of the triple spirit. Using the blood soul secret technique to forcibly increase the strength to the divine soul state, a cyan giant palm containing monstrous power instantly condenses in front of Lingchuan. Xuanling Good Fortune Palm, break it for me. Lingchuan's eyes were red, and there was a burst of shout in his mouth. With the power of destroying space, the cyan giant palm slapped fiercely on the cyan sword field. The earth-shaking explosion slowly resounded in the hall. Under Lingchuan's full blow, the cyan sword domain finally became distorted, and even the cyan light of the sword domain was instantly dimmed. The cyan sword domain was no longer able to stop the power of the cyan giant palm, and it exploded directly with a bang. One move broke Jiang Chen's time and space sword domain, and Lingchuan's mouth spurted out blood, and the whole person was pale and slumped toward the ground. The first person under the half-step king of the 5 holy cities is also well-deserved. Among your peers, you are the first to break my time and space sword domain with one blow. Jiang Chen looked at Lingchuan, who had broken the time and space sword realm with one blow, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. In Ling Chuan's eyes staring at Jiang Chen, a look of madness flashed. Even if you pay a high price today, I will let you be buried in this ancient medicine garden. You use the secret method to condense the strongest one to break through my time and space sword domain, which really surprised me. But the price you paid for it was too great. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Chuan condescendingly, his expression indifferent. If you can condense a blow with a secret method at this moment, maybe you will almost kill me. It's a pity. You have almost lost all combat power now. Even if you break through the time and space sword domain, how can you do me? Chapter 1037. No one can stop me from killing you. HMPH, when you die, you dare to be tough. Although I have lost my combat power, you have fought with me earlier, and there is no one in your body's vitality. I am afraid that you have little combat power. Ling Yan, kill him for me. Ling Chuan let out a cold snort and sternly shouted directly at Ling Yan. Ling Yan hurriedly responded, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen with a murderous face, and a grinning smile appeared in his eyes. Boy, die for me. The cold words fell. Ling Yan moved his hands, and a profound soul palm print patted Jiang Chen directly. Huh, seek your own death. Even your brother's Tai soul seal never hurt me at all. How about your soul palm print and me? The soul of the blood river lives in the body. How can Jiang Chen care about the soul of a 7-tier genius in Lingxi City? Saw his soul stepped on the ground, directly ignoring the oppressive soul's palm prints, and swept towards Ling Yan. At the same time of violent stature, the golden light of Jiang Chen's whole body skyrocketed, and the Taishu body instantly condensed. The huge body pierced through the illusory soul palm print almost without any hindrance, and the fist with golden light pierced directly through the space, slamming a punch on Ling Yan's chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ling Yan's mouth, and the whole person was smashed several feet away in embarrassment. This is impossible. How can you ignore my soul palm print? Ling Yan looked up at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and incredible horror appeared in his eyes. Soul martial arts, unpredictable. As a disciple of Lingxi City, his soul is far stronger than the average Shanghai 7th-tier warrior. Even some of the geniuses of Shanghai Eightfold in the 5 great sacred cities can't regard his soul attack as nothing. But this Shanghai 6th-layer kid, even after the battle with senior brother Ling Chuan, still has terrible strength. I've said it a long time ago, but you can't get up to me with your soul palm print. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The time is almost there. No one can stop me from killing you today. The words fall. Jiang Chen's golden fist was directly shot out with a fluttering punch. The space in front of Ling Yan shattered, and the terrifying fist strength directly blasted it into nothingness under Ling Yan's horrified and desperate eyes. Jiang Chen, you killed senior brother Ling Yan, I fought with you. Seeing Jiang Chen smashing Ling Yan with a fist, the gaze of the beast-taming genius in Lingxi City instantly became extremely hideous. He released a 6th-rank monster beast he had tamed, and 2 middle-rank monsters. The 3 huge monsters besieged and killed Jiang Chen almost simultaneously. It's just 3 beasts of 6 ranks, but with an ant-like existence, you dare to run wild in front of me. Jiang Chen let out a sneer, and his golden body, like a censored of war, greeted him without shy. The earth-shaking impact blew up, and the stern wailing resounded in the hall instantly. The 3 6th-rank monsters were like hill-like bodies, smashing out heavily. The hard bluestone floor was smashed into 3 huge pits by the 3 6th-rank monsters. The hall was trembling like an earthquake. Seeing this scene, the genius of Lingxi City's beast-taming paled suddenly. Ling Chuan on the side was equally ashamed. Ling Chuan thought, except for the 3 half-step kings, no one can help him in this ruins of the Emperor Zun, but he did not expect that he would eventually fall on the fingers of a Shanghai 6th-layer hairy boy. Even if he used the Blood Soul secret art, he couldn't escape in the end. Chapter 1038, Terrible Quasi-Emperor Will. Jiang Chen, don't think that if you kill us today, you can sit back and relax. My soul secret technique in Lingxi City is unpredictable. Even if it is what happened in the remains of the Quasi-Emperor, Lingxi City can spy on it. If you kill me today, Lingxi City will find it on your head sooner or later. Just wait to be buried with me. Ling Chuan stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and a grim smile appeared in his eyes. Okay, I'll wait. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and immediately blasted out 2 punches without mercy, ending the lives of Ling Chuan and the genius of beast taming. Today, since he put all his strength in a battle with Ling Chuan and others, he definitely has no possibility of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. This quasi-emperor relic is enveloped by the will of the emperor realm. Even if the soul secret technique of Lingxi City is strong, it may not be able to spy on it. Even if Lingxi City could really detect all this, what fear would he have? I think he was alone at the beginning, and his cultivation had just broken through the divine sea realm, and he was not afraid of being shocked by the power of the Samsung overlord. Now, as a disciple of Shao Duli, Emperor Yandi City Burning Heaven Sword Emperor, how could he fear Lingxi City? Solved Lingchuan et al. Jiang Chen looked for a corner in the hall and began to meditate cross-legged. Jiang Chen's strength finally recovered. He stood up and couldn't help but look towards the center of the hall. After tossing so much, it's time to collect the profound spirit holy spring. Looking at the half-stone trough Xuanling holy spring below the mysterious strange stone, Jiang Chen's eyes also became fiery. As long as he obtains the profound spirit holy spring in the stone trough, plus the system's 100 times experience, his strength will definitely rise to a new level. Even those who condense the will of the soul and become a half-step king are no problem. Boy, this profound spirit sacred spring is not so good. If I'm not mistaken, the strange stone that can give birth to the profound spirit sacred spring has a trace of quasi-emperor will. If you can't fight this quasi-emperor's will, the soul will be injured at the slightest, and the soul will fall into it at the worst. Never want to come out again. At this moment, the blood river suddenly said in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen's heart trembled, and his eyes fell on the bones in the hall. These white bones are almost all within 100 meters of the profound spirit holy liquid. But this short distance of 100 meters made it difficult for countless geniuses of the 5 holy cities to cross, and they were buried here forever. This Xuanling holy spring, it seems that it is not so easy to take. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then slowly leaned towards the Xuanling holy spring. He first entered Yandi City, faced the Imperial Realm with Shanghai First Heavy's cultivation base, and passed the test of the Imperial Martial Arts inheritance. Even if he was facing the will of the Emperor today, he still decided on this profound spirit holy spring. Jiang Chen calmly walked towards the Xuanling holy spring. With a distance of tens of feet ahead, Jiang Chen hardly encountered any resistance. Jiang Chen came to a place less than 100 meters away from the Xuanling holy spring. When he stepped out one step, there was a terrifying will with great power, as if to suppress everything in the world, as if the top of Mount Tai was suppressed. The terrible will makes people tremble. What about the quasi-emperor's will? Since I, Jiang Chen, came here today, how can I be blocked by this quasi-emperor's will and drive me? The spirit of Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and the sword intent of 3 great achievements rose to the sky, resisting the will of the sky in midair. When he moved the sole of his foot, he stepped forward a distance of 10 meters. Chapter 1039. Drink water to increase your strength. Jiang Chen stepped 10 meters in one step, and a more terrifying force of will repressed in midair. Jiang Chen's figure trembled slightly and stepped out again. This way 3 times in a row, Jiang Chen also carried the will of the quasi-emperor in midair, and advanced a distance of 30 or 40 meters. The invisible strength of will in midair also became more and more terrifying. Even Jiang Chen's 3 great sword intent was hard to resist. Under the pressure of Zhendi's will, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, and there was also a pale look on his face. Canglong Saint Body Bloodline, Dian Cloud Swallowing Technique, Invincible Body Refining Technique, give me all. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, his body strength exploded to the limit, and he rushed towards the Xuanling holy spring with all his strength. Less than 3 breaths of time, Jiang Chen sang forward all the way to the edge of the pool. Carrying the will of the quasi-emperor, he went forward for 70 or 80 meters. He was trembling all over, his face was pale, and even blood stains appeared on his body, as if there were signs of cracking. Boy, don't go back. You can get here now is the limit. If you enter the pool, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Zue was furious and quickly shouted to Jiang Chen. He can only live in Jiang Chen's body in the remains of the Emperor Zun. If Jiang Chen died here, waiting for his fate would be completely destroyed. With my current strength, I am afraid it is really difficult to cross the last distance of less than 10 feet. It is really not an ordinary difficulty to resist the will of the quasi-emperor with the power of the divine sea realm. Jiang Chen shook his head, immediately took out a container of water from Naji to fill the pool with water, and then quickly withdrew from a distance of 100 meters. Since he couldn't get the profound spirit sacred spring in one step, Jiang Chen had no choice but to go back and choose the second plan. The pool of water in front of him has the 10,000-year accumulation of the profound spirit holy spring, and already has some spiritual power. Although it is far from being compared with the profound spirit holy spring, there is also a hint of the effect of the profound spirit holy spring. At least the spiritual power in this pool of water is stronger than the spiritual power overflowing from the profound spirit holy spring in the air. His current strength is not enough to get close to the profound spiritual holy spring, so it is better to take some water from the spiritual pond to improve his strength. If he breaks through xianxia 7th layer or even xianxia 8th layer, it shouldn't be a problem for him to break through the last 10 feet. Exit the area covered by the will of the quasi-emperor. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged again, looking at the tank of draft that came out in front of him. He began to drink water to improve his strength. Ding! You drank a sip of the spiritual water contained in the profound spirit holy spring, and your cultivation base increased by 2000*100. Ding! You drink a sip of the spiritual water contained in the profound spirit holy spring, and your soul will increase by 4000*100. A mouthful of spiritual water entered his throat, and the system prompt sounded quickly in Jiang Chen's mind. Yes, it is twice as fast as absorbing the aura emanating from the profound spirit holy spring. He has a hundredfold cultivation system. Even if he doesn't use the profound spirit sacred spring, just drinking this pool of spiritual water that is nourished by the profound spirit sacred spring will probably be able to reach a new level in a short time. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen stopped hesitating and continued to drink water. Ding! Your soul has broken through the 7th layer of xianxia. Chapter 1040. Get treasure. As the pool water enters the throat one by one, Jiang Chen's soul was the first to reach the 7th level of xianxia. After Jiang Chen drank all the pool water he had taken before, Jiang Chen's cultivation level also smoothly reached the 7th level of xianxia. With 100 times the experience of the system, the effect of this pool of water is also very good for me. After the cultivation base breaks through the 8th layer of the xianxia, try to take the profound spirit holy spring. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, planning to continue to fetch water from the pool to improve his strength. It only took a day or two for Emperor Zun's ruins to be opened. With the exception of Lingquan, who had a formation order, it was impossible for anyone to compete with him for the profound spirit holy spring. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry either. First use the water in the pool to raise one's strength to another level, and it will undoubtedly be much easier to approach the profound spirit holy spring. Jiang Chen appeared within 100 meters of the Xuanling holy spring in a flash. Breakthrough xianxia 7th. Jiang Chen once again faced the oppression of the emperor's will, undoubtedly more calmly. Jiang Chen hardly suffered much damage, so he came to the pool and took a tank of water, then returned to drink water and practice. After this cycle a few times, Jiang Chen's cultivation level finally succeeded in breaking through xianxia bajong, and its soul has already reached the point of 9 levels of soul. With the help of the pond water contained in this profound spirit holy spring, Jiang Chen only spent less than a day breaking through from xianxia 6th layer to xianxia 8th layer. Almost, it's time to take the profound spirit holy spring. With his cultivation level breaking through the 8th layer of xianxia, Jiang Chen couldn't help muttering to himself while looking at the bailing holy spring in the middle of the pond. This pool of water has been nurtured by the profound spirit holy spring, and although there is a hint of the effect of the profound spirit holy spring, it is far from comparable to the real profound spirit holy spring. With the improvement of Jiang Chen's strength, the experience gained by drinking a sip of pool water has become less and less. If he wants to continue to rely on this pool of water to improve his strength, he might drink a 10-cylinder and 8-cylinder, and he may not be able to break through the 9 layers of xianxia. Slowly came to a place 100 meters away from the Xuanling holy spring. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, Dian cloud swallowing technique, Canglong Saint body bloodline, triple martial Dao true intention, invincible body refining technique exploded with full force. The sole of his foot was kicked on the ground, and his figure swept out like an arrow from the string. Now Jiang Chen's strength has reached the 8th level of xianxia, and coupled with many powerful means, his combat power is not inferior to some ordinary divine soul kings. At a distance of tens of meters in front, the quasi-emperor's willpower in midair has almost not had much impact on him. Jiang Chen's figure has appeared beside the pool. Jiang Chen didn't stop by the pool this time. He stepped out one step, then touched his toes on the pool and appeared directly beside the stone trough where the profound spirit holy spring was. A force of will that was several times stronger than before, instantly oppressed Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen burst out with all his strength, the soul still suppressed by that terrifying willpower trembled, and even his figure was forced to retreat 2 or 3 steps embarrassingly. Within 3 breaths, this emperor will resist a part of the willpower for you, and quickly take the profound spirit holy spring. At this moment, the blood river suddenly burst into a loud shout, and a powerful soul power diffused in Jiang Chen's soul, which greatly reduced the pressure on Jiang Chen's soul. Jiang Chen would naturally not waste the opportunity in front of him. With a move of his palm, he took out a jade bottle 1 foot high, and then quickly sucked the mysterious holy spring in the stone trough into the jade bottle. Chapter 1041, Half-Step King. Putting the profound spirit holy spring in the stone trough into the bag, Jiang Chen's figure quickly retreated from the pool. The power of the quasi-emperor is really extraordinary. Even if there is only a trace of quasi-emperor will, it is not something that a martial artist of the Xianxia realm can easily bear. Jiang Chen pressed down the churning breath in his body, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Now his strength has broken through the 8th layer of Xianxia, and coupled with many methods, he can barely get close to the profound spirit holy spring. Had it not been for Blood River to help him at the last moment, I am afraid he would have just returned without success. After a short break, Jiang Chen divided the profound spirit holy spring into the Blood River in half, and then planned to use the profound spirit holy spring to continue to improve his strength. He entered the remains of the Zun Emperor in order to obtain opportunities and improve his strength. Now that the profound spirit holy spring is in hand, Jiang Chen naturally doesn't need to keep it. He wants to use the profound spiritual holy spring in his hand to condense the will of the soul and become a half-step king. Just become the half-step king. All the geniuses of the 5 holy cities, no one can shake him at all. Gu. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, picked up the jade bottle, and took a sip of the profound spirit holy spring. A strange force spread in Jiang Chen's body. Ding. You take a sip of the profound spirit holy spring, and your cultivation base increases by 20,000 * 100. Ding. You drink a sip of the spiritual water contained in the profound spirit holy spring, and your soul will increase by 40,000 * 100. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen was also amazed. It is indeed the supreme treasure of the quasi-emperor sect. Compared with the pool water he drank before, the effect is almost more than 10 times stronger. Jiang Chen just swallowed the profound spirit holy spring bit by bit, and the system prompts in his mind continued to reverberate. Jiang Chen's strength is also rapidly increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. Jiang Chen's cultivation has successfully broken through the 9th layer of Xianxia, and his soul has already been completed in the 9th layer of Xianxia, and has even begun to transform. Soul metamorphosis, is it finally necessary to condense the will of the king? Feeling the change in his soul, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and drank a few more sips of the profound spirit holy spring. Ding. Your soul has successfully transformed and condensed the will of the soul. With the system prompts in my mind, the sound is heard. Jiang Chen felt that his soul, as if breaking through a certain shackle, merged with heaven and earth. In the empty hall, an invisible will of the king also spread instantly. Is this the king's will of the divine soul realm king? Feeling his own soul that was so many times stronger, Jiang Chen couldn't help but opened his eyes suddenly. The king's will, a power that completely surpasses the divine sea realm. Now that he has the will of the king, Jiang Chen can easily kill the ordinary martial artists of the divine sea realm with a single thought. Jiang Chen condensed the king's will with the 9-fold cultivation base of Xianxia, and became a peerless arrogant half-step king. He is also the young generation of the 5 holy cities, the 4th half-step king level existence. It's almost time, it's time to go out. Jiang Chen stood up slowly, a slight curvature of the corner of his mouth could not help. With his current strength, the disciples in the 5 holy cities have almost no threat to him. After today, he wanted the name of Jiang Chen to become the most dazzling existence in the remains of the Emperor Zun. Chapter 1042, The Xuanming Pagoda is open. Leave the hall. Jiang Chen opened the ancient medicine garden and walked around, searching for the elixir in the medicine garden. Most of the medicinal fields in the ancient medicinal garden were guarded by prohibitions. Even with Jiang Chen's ability, it would be extremely exhausting to break them. Jiang Chen couldn't scrape the treasures of the ancient medicine garden, he could only choose the useful or precious elixir to start with. After spending 2 days in the ancient medicine garden like this, Jiang Chen gained a lot. Until the 3rd morning, Jiang Chen suddenly received a call from Xiao Bai, and then had to stop collecting the medicine garden. Because Xiao Bai told him that the Xuanming Pagoda was opened. Zanming Pagoda, the most central place of the sacred land of the quasi-emperor's sect Xuanming, is also the place where the sage master Xuanming cultivated. It is said that there is not only the lifelong inheritance of the Saint Xuanming, but also the mystery of the Emperor Xuanming left by the Saint Xuanming. Thousands of years ago, the Shenwu continent had undergone a great change. The Emperor realm's strong disappeared overnight, and the Emperor road was completely cut off. In the past 10,000 years, the Shenwu continent has not given birth to a strong emperor. Countless peerless emperors at the pinnacle of the divine embryo realm, even if they spent their entire life, failed to take the last step and attain the throne. And the mystery of Emperor Xuanming left by the Lord Xuanming is undoubtedly the most important thing in the 5 holy cities. It's just that for thousands of years, the 5 holy cities have entered the remains of Zun Emperor every 100 years, but no one will come into contact with this secret in the future. The Xuanming Pagoda has been opened, and it seems that I can only leave here first. The place of inheritance left by a quasi-emperor was undoubtedly much more important than this ancient medicine garden. Since the Xuanming Pagoda was opened, he had to see everything, he said. With a slight hesitation in his heart, Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly swept outside the ancient medicine garden. And just as brother Jiang Chen came out of the ancient medicine garden, next to the green lake, Wu Zanyang still stayed here, taking a few disciples from Tianwu City to scrape resources in Lushui Lingu. While scraping the resources, he glanced at the place where the spiritual mist was shrouded on the other side of the Lushui Ling Lake from time to time. Damn it, it's been a few days, how come that kid hasn't come out of the ancient medicine garden? Wu Zanyang cursed secretly in his heart, his expression extremely gloomy. Wu Zanyang really couldn't understand how the kid entered the ancient medicine garden alone. These days, Wu Zanyang did not try to enter the ancient medicine garden. It's just that the formation genius of their Tianwu city is at a loss as to how to protect the ancient medicine garden. Wu Zanyang had no choice but to retreat and waited for Jiang Chen to appear on the shore of the Green Lake, but he didn't expect to wait for a few days without waiting for Jiang Chen to come out. Brother Zanyang, can't wait any longer. Just now there was news that the Xuanming Pagoda has been opened. Let's go to the Xuanming Pagoda first. If it's because the kid from Yandi City missed the opportunity to enter the Xuanming Pagoda, it would be more than worthwhile. At this moment, a Tianwucheng disciple suddenly said to Wu Zanyang, "Boy, you are lucky. When I go to the Xuanming Pagoda to get the chance, I will come to you to settle the account." The Xuanming Pagoda, this is the most core heritage site of Zun Emperor's relics, and Wu Zanyang is naturally unwilling to miss it easily. Wu Zanyang took a sharp look at the ancient medicine garden, and was about to turn around and leave. Just when he was about to turn around, he could see the opposite of Lushui Lingu, a figure that made him very familiar, stepping on an ancient ghost crocodile galloping. Chapter 1043, Send it to your door to find death. Jiang Chen, you finally came out of the ancient medicine garden. Looking at the galloping figure, Wu Zanyang's eyes were cold, and his whole body burst out with a shocking killing intent. Jiang Chen stood proudly. He looked at Wu Zanyang next to the Lushui Ling Lake, and he couldn't help but stun slightly. You are still here. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Zanyang lightly. You have been staying in this green lake, just waiting for me. I am waiting for you here, just to retrieve the insult of that day 10 times from you. Wu Zanyang stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Hand over your storage ring, kneel in front of me and beg for mercy, I can consider forgiving you. The subordinates are only defeated, and dare to speak wild words in front of me. When you were in this green lake, you still can't help me. Now you are no different from ants in front of me. Let me hand over the storage ring and kneel down and beg for mercy, you are also worthy. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and his faint voice instantly resounded through the world. Give you 10 breaths of time and immediately disappear from me, otherwise, die. Hearing Jiang Chen's words that didn't put him in his eyes, Wu Zanyang suddenly became angry. If you hadn't relied on the geographical advantage of the Green Lake, how could you be rampant in front of me? Since you don't know what is good or bad, then go to death for me. Wu Zanyang's soul slammed on the ground, and his tall body brought a burst of sonic bursts tearing the space, rushing out towards Jiang Chen. I have given you a chance to survive, but you have to send it to your door to die. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Zanyang, who was looting indifferently. The spirit of the Soul Realm King condensed in an instant and suppressed Wu Zanyang. The figure of Wu Zanyang, who had rushed towards Jiang Chen, instantly condensed, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person fell. Like a broken kite. The king's will. You actually condensed the will of the king. How is this possible? Wu Zanyang got up from the ground with a censored body. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen opposite, and an incredible panic appeared in his eyes. Wu Zanyang never thought of it. This kid, who had only Shanghai's 6th layer cultivation base a few days ago, could barely contend with him with the help of the land of Lushwailing Lake, has grown to such a point in a blink of an eye. And behind Wu Zanyang, the disciples of Tianwu City were also shocked at this moment. Their expressions were extremely frightened. Shanhai Zhouzhang, the will of the king. Consolidating the will of the king with the cultivation of the Shanhai realm, this is the sign of entering the half-step king. I said long ago that you, the so-called Emperor Tianwu City genius, are no more than ants in front of me. Jiang Chen looked indifferent and walked directly towards Wu Zanyang slowly. Jiang Chen, I am an emperor-level genius of Tianwu City. You can't kill me, otherwise Tianwu City will definitely not let you go. Wu Zanyang looked at Jiang Chen, who was walking slowly, and couldn't help but cried out in horror. What about the Emperor Tianwu City genius? I even killed Lingchuan, the first person under the half-step king of Lingxi City, with one sword, let alone you. The cold laughter fell. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a fiery sword light instantly enveloped Wu Zanyang and others. I saw Wu Zanyang and the disciples of Tianwu City, under that sword light turned into nothingness. Chapter 1044, Xiao Bai was injured. Resolving Wu Zanyang and the others lightly, Jiang Chen went straight to the Xuanming Pagoda without hesitation. Jiang Chen came to the Zun Emperor Ruin Center. In the garden ahead, a tower building directly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. The tower is 30 feet high. The entire tower is made of a mysterious metal, with a faint metallic luster, which is particularly dazzling. Even at a distance of kilometers apart, Jiang Chen felt a breath of majestic vicissitudes from the golden tower. Is this the Xuanming Pagoda? It deserves to be a place of inheritance left by the quasi-emperor and strong. It is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen could not help whispering to himself. Xuanming Pagoda, the most mysterious place in the remains of Emperor Zun. According to legend, this Xuanming Pagoda was originally a quasi-emperor's supreme treasure made by Holy Master Xuanming. Every few days after the Zun Emperor ruins are opened, the Xuanming Pagoda will automatically appear in the Zun Emperor ruins. This Xuanming Pagoda is also the most central opportunity for Emperor Zun's relics, and contains many treasures treasured by the Holy Lord Zhenming Xuanming throughout his life. Those treasures include powerful peerless soldiers, rare treasures in the world, and various martial arts inheritance left by the Lord Xuanming. Any one of the rare and exotic treasures in the Xuanming Pagoda can almost change the fate of ordinary people. Since the relics of Emperor Zun were excavated by the 5 holy cities. Over the past thousands of years, the Xuanming Pagoda has also created many legends in the 5 holy cities. Among the 5 holy cities, there are many disciples who have some talents and are considered too outstanding. Because of the existence of the Xuanming Pagoda, they have risen against the sky and become the powerhouse of the central state continent. The current lord of Yandi City, Xiao Tianan, was no more than an ordinary disciple. The relics of Emperor Zun opened 100 years ago. Xiao Tianan obtained a drop of mysterious essence and blood in this Xuanming Pagoda, which raised the Yandi bloodline level by 3 stars in his body, and has risen against the sky since then, eventually becoming the emperor in charge of Yandi City. Except for these accidents, the Xuanming Pagoda also has something that all the 5 holy cities dream of, that is the secret to breaking through the emperor realm. It is precisely because of the mysteriousness of the Xuanming Pagoda that the talented disciples of the 5 holy cities all rush to it. Jiang Chen came under the Xuanming Pagoda. Here, dozens of holy city geniuses have gathered. Many of them have familiar figures, including the half-step King Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Bai of Yandi City, who have already arrived here. Seeing Jiang Chen appearing under the Xuanming Pagoda, Xiao Bai quickly greeted him with a team of 6. Brother Bai, are you hurt? Jiang Chen's gaze swept across Xiao Bai's body, and his expression suddenly sank. What the censored is going on? Xiao Bai's face was pale at this moment, and the aura in his body was vacant, obviously suffering a serious injury. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Xiao Bai waved his hand and said indifferently, we found a treasure place not long ago and we accidentally got hurt. Is that true? Jiang Chen glanced at the angry disciples behind Xiao Bai, and knew that the matter was not as simple as Xiao Bai said. But since Xiao Bai didn't want to say anything, Jiang Chen didn't ask much. Tisk tusk. I didn't expect junior brother Jiang Chen to also come. Since I'm here, how about entering the Xuanming Pagoda together? As everyone is disciples of Yandi City, it is good to have a care for each other. Just as Jiang Chen was talking with Xiao Bai, a faint voice suddenly came from the side. Chapter 1045, Kneel Me Down. He followed the voice and saw a young man in black slowly walking towards him. Jiang Chen is no stranger to this young man in black. He is Xiao Li, one of the 5 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City. At the Yandi City Genius Disciple Exchange meeting, this guy was standing beside Xiao Jingyan, obviously from Xiao Jingyan's side. Xiao Li, what do you want to do? Xiao Bai's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Xiao Li who was walking by. Don't do anything, as the saying goes, there is a lot of people in power, I just want you to join our team, and everyone will march into this Xuanming Pagoda together. Xiao Li said with a smile. You said let us be with you, we have to be together, who do you think you are? Jiang Chen glanced at Xiao Li lightly. No one here will join your team, get out of here. Jiang Chen, don't think you are Xiao Duli's disciple, you can be arrogant in front of me. Xiao Li's complexion couldn't help but suddenly chill. His eyes instantly became fierce. Brother Jingyan sees that your strength is too weak. This time I invite you together and give you a chance. You don't know what is good or bad. Xiao Li, don't deceive people too much. Before you asked us to explore Bio Hanton together, but you treated us as cannon fodder, and Brother Bai suffered a heavy blow. It's fine if you use us. You forcibly took away 90% of the treasures you finally got. Do you really treat us as soft persimmons that you can knead? At this moment, a disciple beside Xiao Bai said angrily. Huh, just a bunch of rubbish. Xiao Li smiled coldly. Brother Jingyan can let you be cannon fodder. It is already your great honor to allow you a chance. Are you still not satisfied? Xiao Li, is this how you insulted fellow disciples? What kind of thing are you worthy of saying the word trash in front of me? A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the whole person became murderous in an instant. Give you a chance, kneel down and apologize to Xiao Bai and the others, otherwise don't blame me for not being sympathetic. Xiao Li sneered disdainfully, his gaze at Jiang Chen was full of contempt. He is one of the 5 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City. Although this guy was talented and enchanting, he had already possessed the strength of a top emperor-level genius in less than half a year after entering Yandi City. If Jiang Chen was given a few more years, he might be able to grow up to the point where he was shoulder to shoulder. At least for now, Jiang Chen is far from arrogant in front of him. Junior brother Jiang Chen, the Xuanming Pagoda is about to open, I think it's better to forget it. Xiao Bai took a deep breath and whispered to Jiang Chen. Now they are weak. If there is a conflict with Xiao Li, only their side will suffer. Brother Bai, we are all disciples of Yandi City. It's fine if they don't help each other, and they dare to insult you. How can this matter be forgotten? Today I will let them know that my burning heaven sword Emperor Xiao Du is in the same line, no one can deceive. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and his eyes were directly fixed on Xiao Li's body. Kneel me down, Jiang Chen shouted angrily, and the spirit of the Soul Realm came surging out of the sky, and slammed Xiao Li away. Xiao Li only heard a muffled hum, and immediately trembled all over, and his face was pale and half kneeled on the ground. Chapter 1046, There is no one in this world that I dare not kill. You actually condensed the king's will, this. How is this possible? A mouthful of blood spurted out of Xiao Li's mouth. He looked up at Jiang Chen, and his mouth also let out an unbelievable roar. Before this guy entered the Zun Emperor ruins, he had only Shanghai's 6th layer's cultivation base. Even at the Yandi City Genius Exchange meeting that day, Jiang Chen used Shanghai's 6th rehabilitation as the first emperor-level genius of Yandi City, but he still didn't pay much attention to Jiang Chen. Xiao Li didn't expect it. Jiang Chen entered the remains of Zun Emperor in just a few days, and he broke through from Shanghai's 6th layer to Shanghai 9th layer in one fell swoop, and condensed the king's will, becoming a half-step king-level peerless existence. Fuck, who is this kid? He is also a half-step king. When did Yandi City have another such terrifying existence? Outside the Xuanming Pagoda, countless holy city geniuses couldn't help taking a breath, their expressions shocked. Junior brother Jiang Chen has already become a half-step king. Xiao Bai and the others stared at the scene in amazement, before returning from the shock for a while. As expected to be the disciple of Sword Emperor Burning Heaven Xiao Duli, he is not an ordinary evildoer. Xiao Bai took a deep breath. Before entering the remains of Emperor Zun, when Jiang Chen discussed with them, he chose to go to the ancient medicine garden as soon as possible. But they were blocked by Xiao Li and others, and finally failed to go to meet Jiang Chen. He thought that Jiang Chen would give up because of this. Now it seems that Jiang Chen did not give up at all, but went to the ancient medicine garden alone and succeeded. Even the supreme treasure profound spirit holy spring in the ancient medicinal garden has been taken by Jiang Chen. If not, how could Jiang Chen be in the remains of Zun Emperor within a few days, transformed from Shanghai's 6th layer, and became the 4th half-step king-level genius of the 5 holy cities? What a disciple of the burning heaven sword Emperor Xiao Duli. Seeing that Jiang Chen suppressed Xiao Li with the will of the king, Xiao Jingyan finally passed a glimmer of coldness that was not easy to detect in Xiao Jingyan's Wubo eyes. As the strongest emperor of Yandi City and one of the 3 half-step kings of the 5 great holy cities, Xiao Jingyan was like that high god, and had never put any Yandi City disciple in his eyes. Even if Jiang Chen had inherited the Yandi City imperial martial arts inheritance, and took Shanghai's 6th layer cultivation as the first emperor genius of defeating Yandi City, he still did not take Jiang Chen into his heart. But even Xiao Jingyan didn't expect it. Jiang Chen could actually become a half-step king-level existence in such a short period of time. Xiao Jingyan finally felt a slight threat from Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen is allowed to grow up, maybe this guy can really become the second Xiao Duli in Yandi City. Xiao Li, because everyone is a disciple of Yandi City, as long as you kowtow to Xiao Bai and others to make amends, I will spare you today. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, his expression indifferent. I want Xiao Li to kowtow to them for funeral, don't think about it. Xiao Li smiled coldly and looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. Why, can you still kill me? He is one of the 5 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City, and behind him is Xiao Jingyan, a half-step king. Even if Jiang Chen also broke through the half-step king, how can he do it? Do you think I really dare not kill you? There has never been anyone in this world that Jiang Chen dare not kill. The cold voice fell, and Jiang Chen moved his palm, and a blood-colored long sword also emerged from his palm. Chapter 1047, Confront Xiao Jingyan. The long sword is in hand. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved, and the spirit of the Soul Realm King instantly locked Xiao Li. Xiao Li's whole person is like an ice cellar. Brother Jingyan, save me. Feeling that Jiang Chen seemed to be really going to kill him, Xiao Li suddenly became dead, and quickly shouted at Xiao Jingyan with a look of horror. Although he was an emperor-level genius of Yandi City, he was ranked 4th among the 5 emperor-level geniuses, only better than Xiao Bai. With his strength, how could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? Just as Jiang Chen was about to suppress Xiao Li with the will of the king, a faint cold snort suddenly came in the air. A king's will also descended on this side of the world, resisting Jiang Chen's king's will to suppress Xiao Li. Xiao Jingyan, you can't help it anymore. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, looked at Xiao Jingyan who was walking slowly, and smiled coldly. Xiao Jingyan looked indifferent. Jiang Chen, it's enough. Xiao Jingyan's person, is not what you want to kill. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. If I have to kill him. Jiang Chen, don't think that if you are lucky enough to become a half-step king, you can be wild in front of me. Xiao Jingyan's eyes suddenly chilled. I don't want to do anything with you in this relic of Emperor Zunyan, you don't have to make an inch. As the only existence in Yandi City who awakened the bloodline of the 8-star Yandi, since his birth, no one in his generation can compete with Xiao Jingyan. In the past 20 years, no emperor of Yandi City has dared to be so arrogant in front of him. If it hadn't been considered that this was the relic of the Emperor Zun, even if he paid some price, he would kill it mercilessly. Just as Jiang Chen and Xiao Jingyan faced off between the 2 kings, there was a sudden bang from the Xuanming Pagoda. I saw the strange luster on the Xuanming Pagoda suddenly disappeared strangely. At the bottom of the Xuanming Pagoda, a 3-foot-high golden gate finally opened slowly. Xuanming Pagoda is open, numerous geniuses exclaimed for a while, and immediately ignored the confrontation Jiang Chen and rushed towards the door of the Xuanming Pagoda. Jiang Chen, there will be a battle between you and me, but not now. At that time, I will let you know. As long as Xiao Jingyan is there will be no second Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiao Duli in Yandi City. Xiao Jingyan's cold voice fell, and he turned around with Xiao Li directly. I'm waiting for you. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Jingyan's leaving back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raised a hint of pride. What about the strongest emperor in Yandi City? What about the half-step king? Since Master Xiaoduli was able to overwhelm all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities with an invincible posture, Jiang Chen still can now. Seeing Xiao Jingyan leaving, it took a long time for Xiao Bai and others to recover. In their eyes looking at Jiang Chen, they all showed an expression of incomparable respect. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen had a fancy to Xiaoduli, the Sword Emperor of Burning Heaven, he was extremely talented and evil. But they still didn't expect it. This guy who had been in Yandi City for less than half a year had actually grown to a point where he could directly compete with Xiao Jingyan. The level of this guy's enchantment, compared to Xiaoduli back then, is probably even worse. Perhaps, it won't be long before the Fenchen Sword Emperor's line will really return to its former glory under the leadership of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1048, Enter the Xuanming Pagoda. Junior brother Jiang Chen is truly unparalleled, and he has become a half-step king so quickly. For what happened just now, Bai Yi would like to thank junior brother. Xiao Bai took a deep breath, and immediately walked forward, holding a fist to Jiang Chen. It's just a fluke, everyone is in the same line, brother, don't be polite. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, the Xuanming Pagoda is fully opened, let's go in too. Xiao Bai nodded, her eyes skyrocketing. After entering the remains of Emperor Zun, Xiao Bai gathered several disciples and went to the ancient medicine garden to meet Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, they were not very lucky, and they ran into Xiao Jingyan and others directly. They were used as cannon fodder for treasure hunting by Xiao Jingyan, and the 9 of the 10 treasures they obtained were swallowed by Xiao Jingyan and the others. These days come down, Xiao Bai and the others hardly gained much. Now they not only got rid of Xiao Jingyan's control, but also Jiang Chen, a half-step king who led the team, would definitely be able to gain something in this Xuanming Pagoda. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, he took the lead and took Xiao Bai into the Xuanming Pagoda. The Xuanming Pagoda is a quasi-emperor level treasure refined by the Holy Master Xuanming, and it is extremely mysterious. The Xuanming Pagoda has 5 floors. The first level is a vast world. It is said that most of the treasures collected by the Holy Master Xuanming in his lifetime are stored in this world. Later, Xuanming Holy Lord Emperor Jia was killed, and the first layer was transformed into a mysterious existence with supreme magical powers. As for the 2nd to 5th levels, it is a test of inheritance left by the Lord Xuanming. Every time you pass the test, you will get some inheritance rewards left by the Lord Xuanming. It is said that the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda is where the Holy Master Xuanming once practiced. There is not only the core inheritance of the Saint Xuanming, but also the secret of the Emperor. The test of inheritance left by the Holy Lord Xuanming was extremely difficult. For thousands of years, countless generations of extremely talented disciples in the 5 holy cities have entered it, and only a handful of them can pass the test to reach the 4th floor. As for the 5th floor test, no one has ever passed it. For thousands of years, the inheritance of the Emperor Xuanming and the mystery of the Emperor has been sealed on the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. Every time the Xuanming Pagoda opens, the genius disciples of the 5 holy cities all poured into the Xuanming Pagoda like moths rushing into the fire, hoping to pass the test and obtain the core inheritance of the 5th layer of the Xuanming Pagoda. A burst of white light flashed. Jiang Chen and his party passed through the gate of the Xuanming Pagoda and appeared on the 1st floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. This Xuanming Pagoda is indeed a treasure of the quasi-emperor. This 1st-story pagoda has turned into a world. Jiang Chen's gaze swept slightly, and he couldn't help but look authentic. The world in front of him was somewhat similar to the air and sea secret realm he had entered. The quasi-emperor is really powerful. Junior brother Jiang Chen, are we exploring on the 1st level now, or are we going directly to the 2nd one to participate in the inheritance assessment left by the Holy Master Xuanming? Xiao Bai looked around and couldn't help asking Jiang Chen. No hurry, let's take a look at this 1st floor now. This 1st layer was spent on the place where the Holy Master Xuanming stored the treasures, which contained countless treasures of heaven and earth, so naturally it had to be explored first. Jiang Chen said that he was about to start exploring around with Xiao Bai and the others. 2 unusually terrifying energy fluctuations came from a mountain range to the left of Jiang Chen and the others. Chapter 1049, One of the 4 treasures, the mine. It seems that we are lucky, we came to a treasure place when we entered the Xuanming Pagoda. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This mountain seems very unusual, let's go in and take a look. Talking, Jiang Chen took Xiao Bai and the others directly and flew away in the direction of the energy burst. Jiang Chen and the others came to a peak deep in the mountains. This is a mountain that looks extremely desolate. The whole mountain is bare, without any growth of plants. On the ground of the mountain peaks, there are scattered spars that have long been useless. At first glance, this mountain looks like an abandoned mine. It is rumored that on the first floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, there was a place where the holy master Xuanming used to collect various spiritual stones, and later evolved into a mine. Xiao Bai looked at the mountain in front of him, and couldn't help muttering, could it be that the mountain in front of me is not the mine? Jiang Chen nodded. It should be here. The Xuanming Pagoda is a quasi-emperor's treasure refined by the holy master Xuanming. This Xuanming Pagoda was the first time it was actually equivalent to a huge storage space. Later, the Holy Lord Xuanming fell, with supreme supernatural powers, turning the Xuanming Pagoda into a mysterious existence. Even if the first floor of the Xuanming Pagoda was turned into a secret realm, it still used the location where the Holy Master Xuanming stored the treasures, forming 4 major treasure lands. Yaoshan, here is a collection of the treasures of the lifelong medicine of the Holy Lord Xuanming. Bing Tomb, buried here is the magic weapon acquired by Saint Zan Ming in his life. Wu Ji Yu, here is the secret of martial arts acquired by Saint Zan Ming's life. In the mine in front of me is a treasure land dominated by various heaven and earth spirit mines. Unexpectedly, we entered the Xuanming Pagoda and happened to appear in one of the 4 treasures of the Xuanming Pagoda. Our luck was indeed good. Xiao Bai said something with a smile. He raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain, his eyes condensed slightly. Junior brother Jiang Chen, the 2 breaths just now should have erupted from this mountain. Could anyone come here before us? Just go and see. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he strode directly into the mountain. Walking into the mountain, Jiang Chen felt a mysterious force descending on him, suppressing the vitality in his body. It is rumored that the mine of the Xuanming Pagoda has a mysterious power that can suppress the power of the martial artist. I did not expect it to be true. When Xiao Bai and others entered the mountain, their expressions changed slightly. This place is indeed a little weird, everyone, be careful. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and led the crowd slowly towards the mountain. As Jiang Chen and the others deepened, their vitality was suppressed more and more severely. Jiang Chen, this place is too terrifying to suppress Yuan Li, I can only use half of my usual Yuan Li now. Xiao Bai's face solemnly said, are we going to go deeper? I have a feeling that if we continue to go deeper, I am afraid that our vitality will be completely confined by the last mysterious power of this mine. Since it's all here, I have to explore it no matter what. Jiang Chen smiled confidently. Don't worry, there will be nothing wrong with me. He is both physical and martial arts. This mine can confine his vitality, but can't confine his physical power. In this mine that can confine Yuanli, Jiang Chen has an absolute advantage. In terms of physical power, apart from Wu Zanyang who had been killed by him, who in the 5 holy cities could compare with him? Chapter 1050, Yuan Ling Amethyst Beast. The group continued forward. A huge strange rock appeared in front of Jiang Chen and them. This strange rock is about 100 meters in size, and the surface of the rock is extremely flat, and a faint golden glow appears in the sun. In the center of the rock, there is an ancient well with a diameter of 3 feet. Next to the ancient well, a giant purple beast with a height of 5 or 6 feet, stood there like a hill. The purple behemoth is shaped like a deer, whether it is the antlers on the top of the head or the hair all over it, it is crystal clear, emitting a faint purple light. From a distance, this purple behemoth seemed to be like a giant purple crystal with crystals. At the feet of the giant purple beast, there was a corpse that had long been stained with blood. The corpse should be the one who came here one step ahead of them, and as a result, it fought with the purple behemoth, and finally died here. That's the emperor-level genius Fengling of Godwind City, he actually died here. Xiao Bai looked at the corpse at the feet of the purple behemoth, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Fengling, one of the 8 great emperor-level geniuses of Godwind City, the first echelon whose strength is below the half-step king, is no less inferior to Xiao Xingyu of Yandi City. Such a top emperor-level genius died silently at the feet of the purple behemoth. If I'm right, the strange power of this mine should be emitted from that mysterious ancient well. Within the radius of 100 feet of the ancient well, the power of the martial artist of the Shanghai realm will probably be completely imprisoned. That guy was not very lucky. He probably landed next to this ancient well when he entered the Xuanming Pagoda, but was killed by the purple behemoth. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao Bai and others were speechless for a while. A dignified emperor-level genius of Divine Wind City entered the Xuanming Pagoda and appeared directly in a place where Yuan Li was imprisoned, and then died at the feet of this purple behemoth. This is too awkward to die. The aura on this purple behemoth is not weak, I am afraid. It is at least a 6th stage monster beast. In this place where Yuan Li is imprisoned, we can't help it. Xiao Bai took a deep breath, and then said solemnly to Jiang Chen, Junior brother Jiang Chen, let's leave here as soon as we haven't disturbed him. Behind Xiao Bai, several disciples quickly agreed. If their vitality is not imprisoned, they will naturally not be afraid of the giant purple beast in front of them. But now Yuan Li is imprisoned, and their strength is not even 1/10. If it disturbs the purple giant beast, I am afraid they will follow in the footsteps of Fengeling. Go away. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, in this mysterious ancient well, there are things that make the 5 holy cities jealous. You are sure to leave. A treasure that makes the 5 holy cities jealous. When Xiao Bai and others heard Jiang Chen, they couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. Their eyes were all looking at Jiang Chen, wanting to know what this mysterious ancient well is. Do you know what the purple monster next to the ancient well is? He stared at the purple behemoth closely, and said one by one, if I guess right, this purple behemoth is the legendary Yuanling amethyst beast born only in the veins of Yuanling. Yuanling amethyst beast born only in Yuanling vein. Xiao Bai and others were shocked, and there was an unprecedented horror in their eyes. Under this mysterious ancient well, there is a vein of Yuanling. Chapter 1051, I can kill it without using Yuanli. Junior brother Jiang Chen, under this ancient well, is there really a legendary Yuanling vein? Xiao Bai looked at Jiang Chen with horror, even his voice trembled. Yuanling mineral vein. This is the existence that can nurture the Yuan Lingxi. Yuan Lingxi, a kind of spiritual stone that can be absorbed by warriors and greatly increase the speed of warriors' cultivation. According to legend, in ancient times, Yuan Lingxi was the currency between circulation and warriors. Since the Great Tribulation of Shenwu continent tens of thousands of years ago, many Yuanling veins on the mainland have disappeared, causing Yuanling stones to become extremely rare. The Yuanling mineral vein has long been a legend. Today's Shenwu continent, circulating among the warriors, is a spar that is completely lower than the Yuan Lingxi. The energy contained in the Yuanling stone can be directly absorbed by the martial artist and converted into the body's energy. The energy contained in the spar, even the top-grade spar, contains impurities and needs to be refined before it can be transformed into vitality. There is a huge difference between the two. Yuanling mineral vein has long been the history of Shenwu continent. Even the 4-star sacred lands such as the 5 great holy cities in Zhongzhou, what they have is only the high-grade spirit crystal veins. If this place is really as Jiang Chen said, there is a Lingyuan vein, that is really enough to make the 5 holy cities jealous. Jiang Chen said faintly, the Yuanling amethyst beast is a strange beast that accompanies the Yuanling veins. Where it exists, there must be Yuanling veins. Junior brother Jiang Chen, the strength of this Yuanling amethyst beast is not weak. We are currently imprisoned with Yuanli, and hard work is definitely not his opponent. Can you solve it? Xiao Bai took a deep breath and said solemnly to Jiang Chen. Xiao Bai also knows something about Jiang Chen's temperament. Since he dared to stay, he should have a way to deal with the Yuanling amethyst beast. Seeking in the so-called wealth insurance. Since encountering the legendary Yuanling vein, even if there is a chance, Xiao Bai will fight it without hesitation. The way is very simple, just kill it directly. Although this elementary spirit amethyst beast has reached the late 6th stage, it is not good at fighting, and its combat power is weaker than some late 6th stage monsters. It is not difficult to kill it. You are here waiting for me, I will solve it. Jiang Chen said lightly, and was about to head towards Yuanling amethyst beast. Junior brother Jiang, are you going to kill the Yuanling amethyst beast alone? Xiao Bai doubted whether there was a problem with his ears. If it were in other places, a 6th stage late stage monster beast would naturally be nothing in front of them. Don't say it was Jiang Chen who made the shot, even if he was alone, he could easily kill it. But the mine in front of me was too weird to suppress the martial artist's vitality. Especially around the mysterious ancient well, they would almost completely imprison their vitality. Without the vitality, even if they were able to deal with a 5th rank monster beast, let alone a 6th stage monster beast. If the primordial spirit amethyst beast was so easy to deal with, the Fengling tomb of Divine Wind City would have died so miserably. Don't worry, it's just a 6th-ranked strange beast, even if I don't use my energy, I can kill it easily. Jiang Chen kicked his feet on the ground, and his figure was like an arrow from the string, with a terrifying force tearing apart the space, he burst out at the Yuan Ling Amethyst Beast. Chapter 1052, Surrender me and spare you not to die. Jiang Chen burst out suddenly and quickly awakened the Yuanling Amethyst Beast beside the ancient well. It looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly struck, and couldn't help but growl in a bad expression. I saw that Yuanling Amethyst Beast opened its mouth as a purple energy storm sprayed out at Jiang Chen. Looking at the oncoming purple energy storm, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He clenched his fist suddenly and blasted out a punch directly. There was a loud noise in midair. The purple energy storm that struck Jiang Chen was directly shattered and turned into nothing. Junior brother Jiang is too strong, he can compete with the 6th-rank monster beast without using his vitality. I have long heard that junior brother Jiang is a dual training in physical and martial arts. When I saw him today, it really deserved a reputation. Xiao Bai and others were shocked and dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No wonder Jiang Chen dared to threaten not to use Yuan Li to solve the Yuan Ling Amethyst Beast in front of him. Although the place in front of you is very strange, it can limit or even imprison the vitality of the martial artist, but it can't imprison the power of the Taoist practitioner. Xiao Bai and the others were shocked, their eyes couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared. If Jiang Chen could really solve this Yuanling Amethyst Beast by relying on his physical cultivation base, then they would be really developed this time. Don't talk about a vein of Yuanling, even a few Yuanling stones from that ancient well can benefit them endlessly. Give you a chance. Seeing that you are a strange beast from heaven and earth that was born with the Yuanling veins, as long as you surrender to me, I will spare you not to die. Jiang Chen smashed the purple energy storm with a punch, looking at Yuanling Amethyst Beast and said lightly. The Yuanling Amethyst Beast is not an ordinary monster, but a kind of strange beast born by absorbing the essence of the Yuanling mineral vein. This Yuanling Amethyst Beast could possess the strength of the 6th-rank monster beast. I am afraid it has been born for at least thousands of years. These thousands of years, the Yuanling Amethyst Beast absorbs the essence of the Yuanling vein day and night, and the energy contained in its body is extremely terrifying, almost equivalent to a small movable Yuanling vein. If you can subdue this Yuanling Amethyst Beast, as long as you keep it by your side, you can do more with less when you practice. The Yuanling Amethyst Beast heard Jiang Chen's words and was furious. I saw it burst into purple light, and the dazzling purple brilliance condensed on the top of its head into a purple lightning that was several meters long, and it fell down against Jiang Chen with great majesty. Isn't it? I'll fight until you are willing to accept it. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and the Taishu combat body condensed in an instant, and the fist of golden light flashed at the Yuanling Amethyst Beast without reservation. Jiang Chen exploded with all his strength, and the power on his fist was completely enough to force the monsters in the late 6th stage. And this Yuanling Amethyst Beast was only in the late 6th stage, and was not good at fighting. Its combat power was a bit weaker than the ordinary late 6th stage monster beast. With his ability, how could he stop Jiang Chen's fist attack? Just a few punches down. That Yuanling Amethyst Beast completely lost its resistance under Jiang Chen's fist. Its huge body was completely ravaged by Jiang Chen as a sandbag, and it looked very miserable. Under the frantic attack of Jiang Chen's golden fist, the Yuanling Amethyst Beast screamed again and again. I saw it looking at Jiang Chen with horror, and the intermittent voice came from his mouth. Don't fight, I surrender. I am willing to surrender to you. Chapter 1053, Yuanling Mine Mother. Huh. You can spit out. Jiang Chen looked at the Yuanling Amethyst Beast in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This original spirit amethyst beast can grow to the point where it can be compared to a 6th-grade monster beast, and naturally it already possesses not low intelligence. But Jiang Chen still didn't expect it. This guy has actually grown to the point where he can talk. Even the many 6th-rank monsters in the Shenwu continent with the blood of the gods, they may not be able to utter words. Jiang Chen stared at Yuanling Amethyst Beast for a long time. He suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but lose his voice. I understand, you are no longer the Yuanling Amethyst Beast. The master guessed right, I am no longer the Yuanling Amethyst Beast. The Yuanling Amethyst Beast looked at Jiang Chen with horror, and said weakly. Hear this. Even Jiang Chen, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help showing an expression of ecstasy on his face. Yuanling Mine Mother. This Yuanling amethyst beast in front of me could be Yuanling Mine Mother. Yuanling Mine Mother, this is the key to the birth of Yuanling Mine Vein. Any piece of Yuanling Mine Mother, as long as it is placed in a place with strong aura, after enough time, a piece of Yuanling Mine Vein can be born. If Jiang Chen expected it well. On the first floor of this Xuanming pagoda, the Holy Master Xuanming had collected such a piece of Yuanling Mine. After thousands of years, this Yuanling Mine Mother naturally gave birth to the Yuanling Mine here. The Yuanling Miner Mother in front of her was also born with extremely high spiritual wisdom. It didn't know what method it used to occupy the body of the Yuanling amethyst beast, and ran outside the Yuanling Mine Vein to wander around. Fortunately, I didn't expect to subdue the Miner Mother of spiritual mind that was born so easily. If this soul-born mother of the soul is hiding in the vein of the soul, unless he removes the entire vein of the soul, it is almost impossible to find the mother of the soul. Now this Yuanling Mine Mother occupies the body of the Yuanling amethyst beast and ran out of the Yuanling Mine, which actually made him cheaper. A piece of Yuanling Mineral Mother, this is indirectly equivalent to a Yuanling Mineral Vein. As long as Jiang Chen brings this Yuanling Mine Mother back to Yandi City and puts it in the high-grade Yuanling Mine Vein of Yandi City, I am afraid that it will not be long before the Yuanling Mine Veins of Yandi City can be cultivated into Yuanling Mine Vein. Yuanling Mine does not have a mother. This is absolutely the heaven-defying treasure that is enough to make all the forces in Shenwu continent go crazy. Since you surrender, then enter my animal tamer bag obediently. Don't think about playing tricks in front of me, otherwise I don't mind erasing your intelligence. Jiang Chen faintly looked at Yuanling amethyst beast and directly commanded it. Yes, master. Yuanling amethyst beast glanced at Jiang Chen in horror, and quickly turned into a beast tamer bag that had reached the purple light and entered Jiang Chen's waist. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect your physical training strength to be so strong. Seeing that Jiang Chen had easily subdued the Yuanling amethyst beast, Xiao Bai and the others also came over quickly, their expressions amazed. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately said directly, Brother Bai, let's go down and take a look. Xiao Bai took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He also wanted to know whether this mysterious ancient well, as Jiang Chen said, had the legendary Yuanling veins. Only with you, you also want to get involved in the Yuanling mineral vein. If you don't want to die, you will immediately disappear from me. Just when Jiang Chen and the others were about to enter the ancient well, a cold stern shout suddenly resounded across the world. Chapter 1054, Feng Qingyi is here. The cold stern voice echoed in the air, and Jiang Chen and the others' complexions suddenly changed. They suddenly looked back, and saw three figures in cyan moire robes walking slowly from 100 meters away. The head of a man with sword eyebrows and star eyes is energetic. He is like a high emperor. Looking down at Jiang Chen and the others, his expression is extremely arrogant, and his whole person exudes a fierce domineering atmosphere. Feng Qingyi, it's you. Seeing this young man at the head, Xiao Bai and others' complexions suddenly changed drastically. The young man who appeared in front of Jiang Chen and them was no one else, but was the first person in the young generation of the 5 holy cities, the emperor-level genius Feng Qingyi of the Divine Wind City. Xiao Bai, just because you are not qualified to compete with me for the Yuanling veins, take the disciples of Yandi City behind you and go. Feng Qingyi glanced at Xiao Bai, but his faint tone contained incomparable domineering. Feng Qingyi, you said that if you let me go, I have to go. We discovered this Yuanling vein first, so why should I let it go to you? Xiao Bai snorted coldly, without any intention of giving in. Feng Qingyi, the first genius of the 5 holy cities, has become a half-step king many years ago, and has long been able to break through the divine soul realm. This guy has been suppressing without breakthrough, just to enter the remains of the quasi-emperor. Feng Qingyi's strength can be described as unfathomable. Even Xiao Jingyan and the others, who are also half-step kings, are far from being able to compare with Feng Qingyi. If it were normal, Xiao Bai would naturally not choose to collide head-on with Feng Qingyi. But this place in front of him is the power that can imprison martial artists. Even if Feng Qingyi had the ability to reach the sky, there was no way to use it here. But they had a master of physical training like Jiang Chen, enough to kill the monsters in the late 6th stage. Feng Qingyi in this place is no different from a tiger whose teeth have been pulled out. There is not much threat at all. How can they give away the Yuanling vein? You found out first. It seems that Fengling, a disciple of God Wind City, discovered this vein of Yuanling. What's more, even if you discovered this vein of Yuanling first, I want it censored it, how can you do me? Feng Qingyi smiled coldly, and then faintly shouted, Feng Ling, didn't you send me a message to come here? Don't you get out of here. Feng Qingyi wanted to go to Medicine Mountain, but suddenly received a call from Fengling that he had discovered the last legendary vein of Yuanling. Feng Qingyi rushed over directly. Feng Qingyi, are you blind? Didn't you see the person you were looking for? Are you already lying here? Jiang Chen curled his mouth and pointed his finger to Gujing's side. Feng Qingyi was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help but follow Jiang Chen's gaze. Fengling. Feng Qingyi's eyes shrank suddenly, and immediately raised his head to stare at Jiang Chen and the others, with an icy killing intent bursting into his eyes. Did you kill Fengling? Jiang Chen said lightly, so what, so what? Feng Qingyi laughed angrily. Since you killed Fengling, then go to my funeral with him. Let me bury him, are you worthy? With his current strength, even if Feng Qingyi's vitality was not imprisoned, he would not have the slightest fear. And at this place in front of him, Feng Qingyi was even less qualified to be arrogant in front of him. Chapter 1055, If you don't want to fall here, get out. Boy, I have been in the 5 holy cities for more than 10 years, and no one has dared to be so presumptuous in front of me. You really can imprison Junyuan for this. Why can't I stop you? Hearing Jiang Chen's contemptuous words, Feng Qingyi's whole body became murderous in an instant. Since you have to die, I will fulfill you today. Feng Qingyi looked down at Jiang Chen and the others indifferently. A trembling spirit will oppress Jiang Chen and them. He is the strongest genius in the 5 holy cities, and has already become a half-step king. Although the place in front of you can confine the martial artist's vitality, it cannot confine the half-step king's soul will. Even if there is no way to use his original strength, under his king's will, these Yandi City disciples are still no different from the ants. The king. The will of the king. Feeling the majesty contained in the will of Feng Qingyi king, Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly turned pale. But behind Xiao Baiyi, the disciples of Yandi City were even more unbearable. There were 2 disciples with weaker strength, almost not even under the pressure of the king's will. One staggered and knelt on the ground. Want to suppress us with the king's will? Sorry, you are not the only one here. Faced with the oppression of Feng Qingyi's will, Jiang Chen let out a faint snort, and the half-step king's spirit will also instantly condense, offsetting Feng Qingyi's spirit will from invisible. You are also a half-step king who condenses the will of the king. Feng Qingyi's pupils shrank suddenly. He stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and there was an incredible shock in his eyes. Feng Qingyi was delayed for a while because of some things, and did not see the scene outside the Xuanming Pagoda, so he was naturally shocked to the extreme. Half-step king. This is synonymous with talent and status. Every half-step king is almost a true young talent on the mainland. It is extremely difficult to condense the will of the king in the Divine Sea realm and become a half-step king. Even in the 5 holy cities, besides him, there are only Meng Xuanxuan from Lingxi City and Xiao Jingyan from Yandi City. In Feng Qingyi's eyes, only Meng Xuanxuan and Xiao Jingyan were the only 2 half-step kings in this quasi-emperor ruins, who were barely qualified to be his opponents. Feng Qingyi didn't expect it. In addition to the 3 of them in the 5 holy cities, there is actually a 4th half-step king. What he didn't even expect was, this half-step king turned out to be an unknown little boy in Yandi City. It's really surprising. Feng Qingyi stared at Jiang Chen for a while, then slowly said, Yandi City is so hidden. I didn't expect that besides Xiao Jingyan, there is a half-step king like you. In recent hundreds of years, the generation of Yandi City disciples has been inferior to one generation, and there have been few outstanding figures, making Yandi City almost reduced to the bottom of the 5 holy cities. Until a few decades ago, Yandi City Xiao duly rose against the sky and overwhelmed all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities with one person, making the status of Yandi City show signs of recovery. 2 half-step king-level peerless geniuses appeared in Yandi City. This is incredible. Things you can't think of have gone into the sea. Jiang Chen snorted, and the flat voice resounded directly in Feng Qingyi's ears. Feng Qingyi, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want to fall here, then get out. Chapter 1056. Then I will play with you. If you don't want to fall here, get out. Jiang Chen's crazy words seemed to make Feng Qingyi hear the funniest joke in the world. Who is he? Feng Qingyi? The head of the 5 holy cities, the strongest emperor-level genius of Shenfeng City, with the bloodline of the 9-star emperor, and the only one with 9-star in Shenfeng City for 300 years, people of the emperor's blood. Since birth, Feng Qingyi's talent is not only unmatched in Divine Wind City, but also unique in the 5 holy cities. Now he is only in his early 20s, with an invincible posture, covering all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities. Even Meng Xuanxuan and Xiao Jingyan, who were ranked side by side with him as the 3 half-step kings, were barely able to be regarded as opponents by Feng Qingyi. Feng Qingyi might be a little surprised that this kid can become a half-step king. Wanting to be wild in front of his Feng Qingyi, I'm afraid it is still not enough. For so many years, among your peers in the 5 holy cities, you are the only one who dared to speak this way before me. Feng Qingyi's expression was extremely cold, because the people who once dared to be so arrogant in front of me are dead. They died, it was because they were too rubbish. Feng Qingyi, perhaps in the eyes of others, you are the first genius in the 5 holy cities, no one among your peers can rival. But in my eyes, you are just like that. If your vitality is not imprisoned, I will have to spend a bit of effort to solve you. But now you are no different from ants in my eyes. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, his expression calm, act recklessly. Feng Qingyi was furious, and a burst of cold light suddenly burst out of his eyes. As the first genius of the 5 holy cities, Feng Qingyi has always been aloof and admired by others. Has he ever suffered such humiliation? How about this place that can imprison the power of the martial artist? With everyone's Yuanli imprisoned, he is still the strongest genius who can crush all the disciples of the 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen, don't think that you have imprisoned Yuanli for this, you can do whatever you want in front of me. My Feng Qingyi can easily kill you even if I don't use Yuanli. As Feng Qingyi's icy words sounded, there was no wind in the surrounding space, and a strange martial arts true intent filled the air. I saw a huge cyan phantom. Above Feng Qingyi's head, the cyan phantom looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and between his gestures, there was a gust of wind and waves, causing the surrounding space to be turbulent. Boy, my Feng Qingyi can't be provoked by your mere little brat. With the true meaning of my 3 great ways, killing you is not easy. Feng Qingyi sneered coldly, and controlled the cyan phantom above his head to suppress Jiang Chen. It's just the true meaning of the 3 major trends. If you want to kill me with this town, I am afraid you are not qualified. Jiang Chen looked at the phantom that Feng Qingyi had condensed with the true meaning of the triple wind Dao, and the corner of his mouth could not help but raise a slight arc. Since you want to compete with the true meaning of martial arts, then I will play with you. A faint chuckle fell. Jiang Chen slammed forward for a generation with his hands on his back, and his whole body was instantly transformed into a sharp sword. A fierce sword intent rose into the sky, and then condensed into a blue phantom in midair. The cyan phantom carried a long sword, and his Qingyi fluttered like a sword immortal. Chapter 1057. Not qualified to show off in front of me. Looking at the phantom that came with a shocking hurricane, Xingyi Zhanzhan's eyes were indifferent. In vain, only heard a buzzing sound. Qingyi sword fairy drew out the long sword backhand, and then the human sword merged into one, turning into a cyan Chenghong and slashed out directly against the oncoming cyan phantom. The 2 Dao's forces, purely condensed by the true meaning of martial arts, clashed together. In midair, there was no sound. The 2 different martial arts' true intentions intertwined in midair for a while, and an invisible energy storm swept across. Whether it was Xiao Bai and others, or the 2 Divine Wind City disciples behind Feng Qingyi, under the impact of this storm, they retreated a few feet in embarrassment. Feng Qingyi stepped back 3 steps. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, who had also only backed 3 steps opposite, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. 3 great things become sword intent. Feng Qingyi never thought of it anyway. Not only did the boy in front of him become a half-step king, he was even inferior to him in the real meaning of martial arts. This guy's strength is by no means under that of Xiao Jingyan, the first day in Yandi City. Even if Feng Qingyi wanted to break his head, he didn't want to understand why such a terrifying existence suddenly appeared in Yandi City. Boy, it seems that I still underestimate you. I didn't expect you to realize the 3 great sword intent. Feng Qingyi suppressed the horror in his heart, and the gaze towards Jiang Chen became a lot more serious. He even felt a slight threat from Jiang Chen. This son seems to be a few years younger than him, but he has become a half-step king, and he has realized the 3 great swords. If he is allowed to continue to grow, I am afraid that his position as the first genius of the 5 holy cities will not be guaranteed. I have said long ago that with your 3 major achievements, you are not qualified to kill me. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said with a scornful expression, do you have any means, just use it. Boy, don't be too mad. Seeing Jiang Chen's contemptuous look, Feng Qingyi's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip. As the first genius of the 5 holy cities, has Feng Qingyi ever been despised like this? He slammed his feet on the ground, and with a flash of his figure, he rushed in front of Jiang Chen, with a fierce force on his fist blasting towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's figure moved horizontally 3 steps in an instant, avoiding Feng Qingyi's fierce punch. He raised his head and looked at Feng Qingyi, and a surprised look also appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have a good level of accomplishments while you were practicing. You have some eyesight. My Feng Qingyi ability overwhelms all the geniuses in the 5 holy cities. How can ordinary people compare it? Even if you block the true meaning of my 3 major Chengfeng Dao, I am both physical and martial arts. With the physical power alone, I can be invincible under the Sea of God. Feng Qingyi smiled coldly. Dare to be wild in front of me, no matter how you struggle, you will definitely die today. Haha. The physical power is invincible under the Sea of God. With your physical strength, are you embarrassed to show up in front of me? Feng Qingyi, to be honest, your physical cultivation is not worth mentioning in front of me. Jiang Chen suddenly smiled disdainfully. Do you want to compare physical power? Then I will play with you again. I will let you know what the real physical power is. Chapter 1058. Why should I cooperate with you? Jiang Chen swooped out against Feng Qingyi. Seeing Jiang Chen delusionally fighting with him, Feng Qingyi couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. He gathered the power of his body and punched directly and cleanly. Now everyone's vitality is imprisoned, but he has practiced a physical exercise, and the physical cultivation has reached the 5th level. This kid fights hard with him. It is no different from looking for death. I think you are the one looking for death. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and immediately squeezed his right fist. The sharp golden fist instantly wrapped his fist, and then banged against Feng Qingyi's fist impartially. 2 fierce punches that simply erupted from the body collided in midair, erupting with a loud noise. A crisp sound of bone fracture also suddenly came from midair. I saw Feng Qingyi's body trembled, and his mouth could not help but let out a burst of sorrow. The whole person was kicking the ground back more than 10 steps. 6th heaven. You are also both physical and martial arts. Feng Qingyi suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and on that slightly pale face, there was also an incredible horror. Feng Qingyi originally thought, with his physical strength of the 5 heavens, in this place where the true essence is imprisoned, he can clean up Jiang Chen and the others. The hairy boy in Yandi City in front of him is also a martial artist. Moreover, the strength of this kid in physical Dao is far stronger than him. I am afraid that at least he has reached the 6th heaven of physical Dao. This son's strength alone is comparable to the martial artist of the divine sea realm. According to Feng Qingyi's knowledge, among all the disciples in the 5 holy cities, apart from the physical cultivation genius Wu Zanyang of Tianwu City, there is no second physical cultivation base to reach the 6th heaven. But in front of him, this kid not only possesses the 6th heaven's body cultivation base, but also the martial arts cultivation base has reached the half-step king, and he has even realized the 3 great sword intent. Why? You can do both physical and martial arts, but I can't do both physical and martial arts. Jiang Chen curled his lips. I thought you were only good on the first day of the 5 holy cities. It seems that it is nothing more than that. Don't think that you have the strength of the 6th heaven, and my Feng Qingyi is afraid of you. For the sake of your good physical strength, I can give you a chance to cooperate. Let's explore the ancient well together, and we will get equal shares for the Yuan Lingxi. How about? An icy glow suddenly flashed across Feng Qingyi's eyes. In this place, where Yuan Li was imprisoned, Jiang Chen could not compete directly against the power of the 6 heavens. Although he still has a whole card, he may not be unable to deal with Jiang Chen, but he has to pay a big price. Entering the Xuanming Pagoda now is the right time to get a chance. Feng Qingyi doesn't want to waste too much power on Jiang Chen at this moment. Feng Qingyi made a concession and planned to cooperate with Jiang Chenshu and Wei Snake to explore the Yuanling veins in the ancient well. Once he has explored the ancient well and left this place, isn't he going to get Jiang Chen to clean up? He can still easily get back the 50% that Jiang Chen and the others got. We discovered this first. Why should I cooperate with you? Jiang Chen rejected Feng Qingyi's proposal. His eyes looking towards Feng Qingyi also showed an impatient look. I said one last time, do you roll yourself, or do you want me to make you roll? Chapter 1059, Earthshaker King Kong Ape. Boy, don't toast or eat fine wine. Feng Qingyi's expression instantly turned gloomy. Do you really think that you have the strength of the sixth heaven, so you can be invincible in this place? Feng Qingyi was almost out of breath at the moment. He is the #1 genius of the 5 holy cities, just like the High Moon. The geniuses of the 5 holy cities are all in awe of him. Now that he takes the initiative to give in, he has given Jiang Chen a great face. But the boy in front of him repeatedly provokes his endurance limit. Even Feng Qingyi, who has always been calm, couldn't help but a burst of anger rose in his heart. I don't know if I can be invincible in this place. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. I only know that with my fist, there is no problem at all to clean up a few of you. Feng Qingyi smiled furiously, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Feng, do it for me, don't keep one. Brother, don't worry, leave it to me. A young eagle-eyed man stepped forward slowly behind Feng Qingyi. He stared at Jiang Chen and the others with a disdainful expression. It's just a few, censored, in Yandi City. My senior brother is willing to cooperate, and it is considered worthy of you. Since you are so ignorant of good and bad, then I will send you to die. A look of surprise appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Your strength seems to be far inferior to your brother. I want to see how you let me die. Feng is not good at martial arts, so I am naturally far inferior to seniors in martial arts. But in this place where Yuan Li is imprisoned, the power I possess will not be affected in the slightest. Because I am a 6th rank peak animal trainer. Feng smiled proudly at Jiang Chen. I saw him grabbing the animal tamer bag at his waist and waved it, and a golden shadow instantly sprang out of the animal tamer bag. After the golden shadow came out of the trainer's bag, his figure grew rapidly in midair. The golden shadow turned into a golden giant ape more than 10 meters high. The golden giant ape landed in front of Feng with its huge body like a hill, causing the mountains within a radius of 100 meters to tremble violently. Looking at the golden giant ape in front of him, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. 6th rank ancient beast, earth-shaking King Kong ape. Looking at Feng Hei's golden ape, Xiao Bai and the others couldn't help but change slightly. Earthshaker King Kong ape. This is a 6th rank ancient beast with the blood of a divine beast, and its strength is comparable to that of the warriors at the peak of the gods. Boy, the eyesight is good, this is my beast-taming King Kong ape. Feng He said with a smug expression. Although this place can confine the martial artist's vitality, it will not affect the monster. Beast in the slightest. Even if you reach the 6th heaven, you will definitely die today. You, the earth-shaking King Kong ape, barely reached the 6th stage of the initial stage. There is still a long way to go before you reach the peak. If you want to kill me with it, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the earth-shaker King Kong ape slightly, downplaying authenticity. If it were an earth-shaking King Kong ape at its peak, his physical cultivation might be really hard to contend. But the earth-shaking King Kong ape in front of him has obviously not yet grown to its peak, so why is he afraid? Chapter 1060. Beat until you are convinced. Even if my earth-shaking King Kong ape hasn't grown to its peak, it's more than enough to solve you. Xiaojun, kill him for me. Seeing that Jiang Chen despised him so much, Feng couldn't help but angrily commanded the earth-shaker King Kong ape. Although his earth-shaking King Kong ape has not yet grown to its peak, he already has the strength of a 6th-grade monster. In this place where Yuan Li was imprisoned, many of the methods of the warrior could not be used. Jiang Chen wanted to defeat the earth-shaking King Kong ape by relying on his physical strength, which was almost impossible. Earth-shaking King Kong ape has an extraordinary bloodline, and what he is best at is strength. Even if his earth-shaking King Kong ape is only in the early stage of the 6th stage, its combat power is not inferior to the monster beast of the middle stage of the 6th stage. If Jiang Chen wants to compete with it, at least he has to have the body cultivation base in the middle and even later stages of the 6th heaven. Only Wu Zanyang from Tianwu City was the only one who could achieve this level of cultivation. Feng really didn't believe it. The physique cultivation of this kid in front of him is comparable to Wu Zanyang. After receiving Feng Hei's order, the earth-shaker King Kong ape slammed on its huge foot, leaving a palm print of 2 or 3 feet on the hard rocky ground. Its huge body, like a hill, rushed out directly at Jiang Chen. The earth-shaking King Kong ape appeared less than 3 feet away in front of Jiang Chen. His golden light twinkling ape palm, like a huge golden cat fan, slammed his head against the sky with monstrous power. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and the invincible Siamese instantly urged to its extreme. The golden fist instantly shattered into the void, and violently collided with the giant palm of the earth-shaking King Kong ape. The shocking power collision instantly resounded through the air. I saw the earth-shaking King Kong ape, all under Jiang Chen's fist, stepping on the ground and retreating a few feet away. This guy actually knocked the Earthshaker ape back with a punch. How is this possible? This scene immediately stunned everyone present. Feng He felt even more shocked. The earth-shaking King Kong ape is known for its power. Even if his earth-shaking King Kong ape is only in the 6th stage, the power contained in it is still terrifying. Even if it is a powerful person in the middle of the 6th heaven, it may not be able to face the earth-shaking King Kong ape by strength. Is it true that the physique cultivation level of the boy in front of him has really reached the late stage of the 6th heaven? Gorilla, although your strength is very strong, it is useless to me. For your good blood, as long as you are willing to mix with me, I can consider spare you. With a punch, the King Kong ape shook the earth back. Jiang Chen said lightly. The earth-shaking King Kong ape possesses the blood of the god-beast shaking god ape, and has already awakened the bloodline power once, and the potential is extraordinary. It is indeed a pity to just kill it like this. Seeing that Jiang Chen despised him so much, the earth-shaking King Kong ape couldn't help but let out a roar from his sky. I saw it skyrocketed with golden light, and its huge body burst out against Jiang Chen again. What is it called? Are you not convinced? If this is the case, then I will beat you until you are convinced. Before Jiang Chen's words fell, the golden light soared all over his body, and then instantly turned into a 10-meter-high golden giant. Taishu Battle Body First Style, shaking mountains and rivers. The Taishu Battle Body condensed, and Jiang Chen's golden fist flicked out in an understatement. Chapter 1061. I said, it will mix with me in the future. The invisible fist shakes the space. I saw that the earth-shaking King Kong ape was hit by a terrifying force before it rushed to Jiang Chen. Even the thick-skinned earth-shaking King Kong ape uttered a painful cry under Jiang Chen's fist, and the huge body was once again shocked and moved backwards in embarrassment. Before the earth-shaking, censored ape stabilized his figure, Jiang Chen stepped out, and his tall figure had already appeared in front of the earth-shaking King Kong ape, and the fist of the golden fist fisted and greeted the earth-shaking King Kong ape unceremoniously. The second type of Taishu combat body, the broken void. The third style of Taishu combat body, the world is silent. Jiang Chen punched one after another. One punch was more powerful than one punch. Under Jiang Chen's repeated bombardment, the earth-shaking King Kong ape had completely become a sandbag for Jiang Chen to train with, and there was no power to fight back. The earth-shaking King Kong ape was smashed with blood by Jiang Chen's domineering and fierce fists. Another fist hit the earth-shaker King Kong ape. The huge body of the earth-shaking King Kong ape flew up a few meters away, smashing a large hole in the hard rocky ground. Just as the earth-shaking King Kong ape was struggling to get up, Jiang Chen's figure fell from the sky and stomped heavily on his chest. How about it? Are you still dissatisfied? Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at the earth-shaking King Kong ape, faintly authentic. Earth-shaking King Kong ape was defeated by that kid. Feng Hei's eyes were dull, and he couldn't help but let out an unbelievable roar in his heart. With a pair of fists, the King Kong ape could not fight back. This kid, even the monster that emerged from it seems that this kid is still underestimated. Feng Qingyi took a deep breath, and his complexion became more and more gloomy. The talent of this child is too enchanting. Even Feng Qingyi, who has always looked above the top, has already felt a great threat. If he can't get rid of it, I'm afraid it won't take long before his name as the first genius of the 5 holy cities will change hands. And when everyone's hearts are extremely shocked, the earth-shaking King Kong ape looked at the figure that stepped himself under his feet, and a look of horror appeared in his huge eyes. The physical strength of monsters is far stronger than that of humans, and as a clan of Earthshaker King Kong apes, they are even more famous for their strength. But the human being in front of him relied on the strength of his physique to be beaten so that he had no power to fight back. Such a terrifying power is too terrifying. Why don't you speak? I will take it as your default if you don't speak. Jiang Chen loosened the soles of his feet and glanced at the King Kong ape shaking lightly. You can go with me in the future. The Earthshaker King Kong ape was a little speechless. Although it is a 6th-rank ancient beast, its intelligence is no longer lower than that of a normal human, but it still can't speak. How to answer Jiang Chen? For the current owner Feng, the Earthshaker King Kong ape actually has no good impressions. If it hadn't been severely injured by its opponent when it was promoted to rank 6, it would not have been enslaved by Feng. Even if it is willing to surrender, there is no way to get rid of Feng Hei's control. Xiaojun, come back to me. Hearing that Jiang Chen wanted to let his beast tame surrender to him, Feng Hei's expression was so hard to see the extreme, he couldn't help but command the Earthshaker King Kong ape. Huh? What are you, dare to order me Jiang Chen's beast tamer? Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Feng, and said faintly, I said, it will mix with me in the future, can't you understand human words? Chapter 1062, I have won this bet. You said that if you let it mix with you, you have to mix with you, who do you think you are? Feng He snorted coldly, and a touch of cold light appeared in his eyes. This earth-shaking King Kong ape is an ancient beast with the blood of a sacred beast, and has already awakened once, with extraordinary potential. With a little training, you can be promoted to the 7th rank Beast King, comparable to the Soul King. At the beginning, he used all kinds of calculations to make this earth-shaking King Kong ape suffer heavy damage, and then took advantage of its weakness to control it with animal training. Now the kid in front of him actually wants to strike the earth-shaking King Kong ape. How can Feng He not be angry? You don't need to know who I am. Jiang Chen said indifferently, you just need to know that this earth-shaking King Kong ape is mine. Ha ha. Not ashamed. Feng He laughed disdainfully. I want to see, what are your skills to censored, a monster of a 6th grade animal trainer. This earth-shaking King Kong ape was controlled by his animal training technique. He only needs a thought to decide the life and death of the earth-shaking ape. This kid wanted to take the earth-shaking King Kong ape from him, it was just a dream. This friend of Yandy City, if you have taken a fancy to this earth-shaking King Kong ape, how about we come to make a bet? At this moment, Feng Qingyi suddenly stepped forward, facing Jiang Chen lightly. Jiang Chen glanced at Feng Qingyi in surprise, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. How do you want to bet? Didn't you say that the earth-shaking ape belongs to you? Then we bet whether you can conquer the earth-shaking ape. If you can conquer it and the earth-shaker diamond ape is yours, I swear I will never come here to compete for the Yuanling stone, and I will not disclose the news about the Yuanling mine. If you can't, then allow us to explore the Yuanling ore veins together, and the Yuanling stones we get are divided equally between 5 and 5. I wonder what you think. Feng Qingyi raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and there was also a subtle glow in his eyes. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately glanced at Feng. As long as he doesn't detonate the mark of the beast control in the diamond ape, I will take this bet. Although Jiang Chen has the advantage of decision in this place where the true essence is imprisoned, Feng Qingyi, as the first genius of the 5 holy cities, is also not simple at all. I am afraid that he still has a whole card in his hand. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time, and didn't want to force Feng Qingyi to play all his cards at this time. It would be a good choice if Feng Qingyi and others could retreat through this game. Don't worry, you just do it, I promise you won't make any movements. I want to see how you can get in touch with the mark of the slave beast of a 6th rank pinnacle animal trainer. Feng He smiled coldly, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. He is a 6th rank pinnacle animal trainer. Unless the 7th rank king level animal trainer comes in person, it is impossible for anyone to come into contact with his control of the earthshaker King Kong ape. And this kid might not even know how to train beasts. How could he be a 7th ranked king level beast trainer? 6th rank peak beast trainer, is it amazing? I want to get rid of your slave beast mark, it's just a matter of minutes. Jiang Chen chuckled disdainfully, and his proud voice instantly resounded through the forest. This bet, Jiang Chen, I have won, so you should be prepared to get out of here. The proud voice fell. Jiang Chen raised his hands and quickly changed strange handprints on his chest. Chapter 1063. Would you like to bet, please? This is the animal slavery of the trainer. Looking at the strange handprints that Jiang Chen's hands had changed, Feng He's expression suddenly changed. This kid is also an animal trainer. Although Jiang Chen's handprints are slightly different from the animal slavery skills he has seen, it is still not difficult to see from the eyes of the Feng 6th rank peak beast trainer that this is a method that a beast trainer can use. Damn it, why is this kid still an animal trainer? Feng Qingyi's heart was frightened, and his face was instantly gloomy to the extreme. This kid is nothing more than cultivating both physical and martial arts, and he is also proficient in the methods of the trainer. Feng Qingyi really couldn't understand. How could such a monster-level existence suddenly appear in Yandy City? Feng, You may see, what exactly is this kid's level of animal training? When Feng Qingyi was shocked, a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Senior brother, don't worry, I am a 6th rank peak beast trainer, except for the 7th ranked king level beast trainer, no one can remove my slave mark. Feng confidently said, even if he is an animal trainer, he can reach the 6th rank and he will be the top of the sky, how can he conquer the earth-shaking King Kong ape? Hearing Feng Hei's words, Feng Qingyi was also slightly relieved. The guy in front of him is only 20 years old, and his martial arts cultivation base is already half-step king, and his physical cultivation base has also reached the late 6th heaven. Looking at the centuries-old history of the 5 holy cities, it is difficult to find the second one who can have such an achievement at the age of 20. It would be too exaggerated to say that this kid can still reach the 7th ranked beast trainer together with beast trainers. Feng Qingyi really didn't believe it. There are really all-round geniuses in this world who can be so evil in all aspects. When Feng Qingyi was talking, the speed with which Jiang Chen's hands changed in front of him became faster and faster, and the soul power quickly gathered between his palms. A mysterious handprint exuding mysterious blue light was also completely formed between Jiang Chen's hands. Ancient slave beast seal, go. Jiang Chen uttered a low drink, then flipped his hands, and suddenly pressed the cyan handprint containing his soul will against the head of the earth-shaking King Kong ape. The cyan handprint slammed into the mind of the earth-shaking diamond ape, causing the huge body of the earth-shaking diamond ape to tremble suddenly. Feng on the other side instantly felt a mysterious power appearing in the body of the earth-shaking King Kong ape, cutting off the continuity between him and the earth-shaking King Kong ape. Feng Hei's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to establish contact with the slave beast seal planted in the earth-shaking King Kong ape. But no matter how he did it, the slave beast mark was like a stone sinking into the sea, completely unable to sense it. You. What did you do? Feng He suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his expression was shocked. Instantly cut off his connection with the slave beast seal in the earth-shaking King Kong ape. With such a method, even a beast trainer who is also the pinnacle of the 6th rank would not be able to do it. This guy, is it really a 7th ranked king level beast trainer? I didn't do anything, just cleared the mark of the slave beast in the earth-shaking King Kong ape. Jiang Chen said lightly, and immediately issued an order to chase off the 3 Feng Qingyi. Now this earth-shaking King Kong ape has been subdued by me. I would like to accept the bet, please. Feng Hei's eyes were red, and fire almost burst out from his eyes. Return my Earthshaker King Kong ape. Chapter 1064, Feng Qingyi's plan. Jiang Chen didn't bother to look at Feng. He stared at Feng Qingyi expressionlessly. Are you all kamikaze like him who can't afford to lose? I don't want to talk nonsense. Do you want to roll yourself, or do you want me to make you roll? Boy, today's matter, my Feng Qingyi admits it, let's go. Feng Qingyi's complexion changed uncertainly for a while before turning around and leaving with Feng and he. As the first genius of the 5 holy cities, Feng Qingyi is such an arrogant existence. Naturally he does not want to be the person who waits for words but does not believe. The boy in front of him is too mysterious, and various methods are emerging one after another. Although he still has the chassis in his hands. But in this place where the vitality is imprisoned, even if he displays his whole cards, he does not have full confidence in dealing with Jiang Chen. Brother. Feng He looked at Feng Qingyi in disbelief. Feng He did not expect that Feng Qingyi would really choose to compromise with Jiang Chen and his party. I wish to accept the bet. We disciples of God win city, are those who wait for words but do not believe, let's go. Feng Qingyi waved his hand, and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others without looking back. The 3 left the mysterious ancient well. Feng He looked back at the direction Jiang Chen and the others were, with a wry expression. Brother, do we really want to leave like this? This bet was originally we lost. Otherwise what do you want? Feng Qingyi said indifferently. You have seen that kid's body cultivation base, even if I am not sure I can deal with him in this place. Don't we just forget it? Feng suddenly showed an unwilling look. This time following Feng Qingyi to the mine, not only did not get the slightest benefit, but instead lost the earth-shaking King Kong ape. Feng He only felt that his heart was dripping blood. Naturally not just forget it. An icy light flashed in Feng Qingyi's eyes. That kid killed my divine Wind City disciple and seized my chance. How can I forgive him? Think of him as the first genius of the 5 holy cities. Since his debut, he hasn't suffered such a big loss in the hands of a hairy boy. And according to the news that Feng Ling gave him, there is a legendary vein of Yuanling under that mysterious ancient well. If he can mine enough primordial spirit stones, he can increase his cultivation speed several times. Even before the age of 30, it is not impossible to become the king of the divine birth realm. He is even sure to become the first young emperor to break through the divine sea realm before the age of 30 in the 5 holy cities for nearly 1,000 years. How could Feng Qingyi surrender such a treasure to others? Feng He was startled slightly, and immediately looked at Feng Qingyi with a puzzled look. Brother, what do you mean? In this mind that can confine the martial artist's vitality, my strength can't be used at all. Feng Qingyi's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, let the disciples of Shenfeng City contact Wu Zanyang in Tianwu City and say I have something to look for him. Feng Qingyi never fights uncertain battles. To deal with Jiang Chen here, the only way to seek cooperation from Wu Zanyang, the genius of the first physical Tao of the 5 holy cities. It would be best if you could use Wu Zanyang's power to seize the Yuanling mineral vein from Jiang Chen. If not, Feng Qingyi can only retreat to second place. After Jiang Chen and the others came out of the mine, he would take action to solve Jiang Chen and his party and seize the Yuan Lingxi that Jiang Chen and the others had obtained. Feng He's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately said, I will let all the disciples of Shenfeng City look for Wu Zanyang's whereabouts. Chapter 1065, Mutated Fire Spirit Poisonous Spider. Feng sent a message to all the disciples of the Censored Wind City in the remains of Emperor Zun through the token of the disciples of the Censored Wind City. All the disciples of Shenfeng City in the remains of Emperor Zun responded to Feng one by one. Brother, none of the emperors of the Divine Wind City in the remains of Emperor Zun seem to have seen Wu Zanyang. There are also 2 disciples who even asked people from Tianwu City to send messages to Wu Zanyang, but they did not get Wu Zanyang's response. Feng Hei's complexion is not very authentic. It seems that Wu Zanyang should have entered a treasure place, and cannot receive information from the outside world. Feng Qingyi frowned slightly. In that case, let's leave here for the time being, and wait until we get in touch with Wu Zanyang. Since Wu Zanyang can't be contacted, it doesn't make any sense for him to continue here, so he might as well seek opportunities elsewhere. After Wu Zanyang appeared, he would join Wu Zanyang to kill him again. Feng Qingyi will never know. Wu Zanyang, the partner he planned to use against Jiang Chen, had already fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen and the others had no idea about Feng Qingyi's plan. After Feng Qingyi and others leave, Jiang Chen and the others focused on the mysterious ancient well, ready to go down to find out. Because this place has imprisoned Yuanli, Jiang Chen and the others have no way to go straight without the power of Yukong. Xiao Bai first stepped back 100 meters, regaining a trace of vitality in his body, and took out a chain of tens of meters long from the storage ring and put it into the ancient well. Brother Bai, you are watching from above, I will go down and take a look. Jiang Chen grabbed the iron cable with one hand and said to Xiao Bai and others. Yuanling mine is the essence of the aura of heaven and earth. And this Yuanling vein has existed for at least 1,000 years, and has not been touched by anyone. Even an ant or a spider who has lived in this place for thousands of years can become a powerful monster. Xiao Bai and the others rushed down. It would undoubtedly be very dangerous. Xiao Bai nodded. Okay, Brother Jiang, be careful. Jiang Chen smiled confidently, grabbed the iron cable and jumped down the ancient well. With his current physique cultivation base, as long as he doesn't encounter a 7th rank Beastmaster level monster, there is no problem in self-protection. Jiang Chen grabbed the iron cable all the way down. After a distance of about 10 or 20 feet, Jiang Chen finally reached the bottom of the well and stepped on the hard rock with his feet. At the moment Jiang Chen fell, a scorching wind suddenly hit from behind. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered, and the invincible body refining technique immediately urged it to its limit, forming a faint golden gas on the surface of the body. In the scorching hot wind, a red silk thread instantly hit the golden gas of Jiang Chen's body, making chuckles. Jiang Chen felt it suddenly. There seemed to be a strong corrosive effect in the red silk thread, corroding the golden gas of his body. What is this? With his current body cultivation base, the defensive chi condensed all over his body, it is almost difficult for warriors below the 7th layer of Shanhai to break the defense. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then suddenly turned around and looked around. I saw a huge fiery red spider entrenched in a corner of the ancient well, revealing 2 cold maroon eyes. This is a mutant fire spirit poisonous spider comparable to a 6th rank monster. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the birth of the Yuanling vein is longer than he thought, and even creatures such as the fire spirit poison spider have been raised to the 6th rank. Chapter 1066. The terrifying increase of Yuan Lingxi. Fire spirit poison spider. This is a spider with corrosive fire poison. The ordinary fire spirit poisonous spider is only a spider that is slightly more powerful than the ordinary spider, and it is not even a first-grade monster. But under this mysterious ancient well, this fire spirit poisonous spider, which was not even a grade 1 monster, had grown and mutated into a grade 6 monster. Even if this guy lives in the Yuanling mine all year round, it is not something that can be accomplished overnight. This can be seen. How long has this Yuanling vein existed? Just as Jiang Chen was looking at the mutant fire spirit poisonous spider, a fiery hot wind roared. The fire spirit poisonous spider turned into a red afterimage at a speed that was difficult to capture, and immediately rushed in front of Jiang Chen, spit out 2 red silk threads, entwined towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and a golden fist flashed across his fist, sending the fire spirit poisonous spider out with one punch. Without giving the fire spirit poisonous spider a chance to breathe, the golden fist on Jiang Chen's fist kept bombarding the fire spirit poisonous spider. After 7 or 8 punches, the fire spirit poisonous spider was horribly beaten by Jiang Chen, with a dark red liquid flowing out of his body, and finally slammed on the ground motionlessly. Solved the fire spirit poisonous spider. Jiang Chen looked around and found that under this mysterious ancient well was a huge space of hundreds of meters long. Except for the fire spirit poisonous spider that he killed, there was no second breath of life around him. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on an area of fine cliff ahead. There are many ores with shining luster, dotted on the rock wall like stars. Yuan Lingxi. It seems that under this mysterious ancient well is a vein of Yuanling that is rich in Yuanlingxi. Jiang Chen notified Xiao Bai and the others, and then went straight to the stone wall where the Yuan Lingxi was located. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen slammed a punch directly on a part of the stone wall, shattering the nearby rocks, and took out 2 Yuan spirit stones. The texture of the rock from which the Yuan Lingxi was born is really not so hard. Looking at the stone wall that was only shattered to less than 1 meter, Jiang Chen couldn't help frowning slightly. With his strength, it was so difficult to break through this rock to obtain the soul stone, and Xiao Bai and the others thought it would be even more difficult. Try the effect of this soul stone first. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and then released the earth-shaking King Kong ape to protect the Dharma from the side, and took a piece of Yuan Lingxi into the cultivation state. Ding! You absorb a piece of soul stone for cultivation and gain 800*10*100 experience. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, Jiang Chen was also delighted. The amplification effect of this elemental spirit stone is really terrifying, and it is a full 10 times higher than the experience he gains from cultivation under normal conditions. It only needs 2 or 3 Yuan spirit stones to cultivate, which is almost equivalent to a drop of profound spirit holy spring. However, the output of the profound spirit holy spring was very small, and it was taken by the geniuses of the 5 holy cities almost every 100 years. After Jiang Chen took part of the half-step king, there were not many profound spirit holy springs left. And the number of Yuan Lingxi in this place is far beyond what Xuanling Holy Spring can imagine. Generally, it takes at least 2 or 3 hours for a martial artist to absorb the energy of a piece of soul stone. And Jiang Chen can do it in just a moment. If there could be 180,000 Yuan Lingxi, Jiang Chen would not be a problem even if he directly became the emperor of the divine embryo realm. Chapter 1067. Exist as a monster. Junior brother Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen absorbed the energy of the 2 Yuan spirit stones, Xiao Bai and his party also came to the ancient well. They looked at the nebula-covered ore on the stone wall in front of Jiang Chen. Their expressions became excited. Senior brother Bai, look quickly, is the spiritual stone on the stone wall the original spiritual stone? Yes, this is Yuan Lingxi. I once got a soul stone from Master, almost the same as the one on the stone wall. Xiao Bai said with excitement. I didn't expect that there is a legendary Yuanling vein here. Yuanling mineral vein. This is enough to make any 4-star holy land in Shenwu continent crazy about it. It is simply a great opportunity for them to find a vein of Yuanling in this Xuanming pagoda. Xiao Bai even thought, this time they visited the relics of Emperor Zun, there was no need for them to continue exploring. Even if they had been mining the Yuanling mine until the end of the Zun Emperor ruins, it was a worthwhile trip. Brother Bai, This Yuanling vein has existed for thousands of years, and the number of Yuanling stones bred is extremely large. It's just that the texture of the rock on which the Yuan Lingxi is located is hard. I am afraid it will be difficult for you to break it. The rock of these 2 Yuan veins is as hard as iron, and even with the power of the 6th heaven of his body, he can smash a small piece with a punch. Xiao Bai and the others are not physically cultivating. Once the vitality in the body is imprisoned, the strength is probably not as good as that of the ordinary condensed pill realm martial artist. It is not an easy task to mine this vitality mine. Jiang brother Jiang can rest assured that although our vitality is imprisoned, it's not that we have the power to bind the chicken. With the weapons in our hands, it should be no problem to break through the rock to dig the vitality stone. Xiao Bai smiled slightly. Before going down the well, Xiao Bai and the others went to the place where Yuanli had not been completely imprisoned, and took out the weapons from the storage ring. As the genius disciples of Yandi City, Xiao Bai's weapons in their hands were all 6th rank spirit soldiers. Even if it is not urged by the vitality, it can still exert a good power, and it is completely fine to use it to break the rock and dig the spiritual stone. Xiao Bai spoke, and then moved with the disciples behind him. The rock of the Yuanling vein is harder than they imagined. Even though Xiao Bai and the others were able to break through the rocks to dig out the primal spirit stone with the 6th rank spirit soldier, they still seemed a little strenuous. It can be seen that Xiao Bai is barely able to mine Yuan Lingxi. Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to them, but instead set his gaze on the rock wall in front of him. Jiang Chen searched for a place where the primal spirit stones were relatively dense, and then ran the invincible body refining technique, smashing the ground for 10 fists. 10 times of terrifying fist strength quickly fell on the rock wall, making the sound of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. Countless large and small fragmented rocks, along with each elementary spirit stone, kept falling from the rock wall. The first layer of Yuan Lingxi within 3 feet of the surface of the rock wall was almost scattered all over the place. Jiang Chen walked forward directly under the stunned expression of Xiao Bai and others, and took the Yuan Lingxi within a few meters of it into his pocket. Xiao Bai smiled bitterly in their hearts. Almost all of them had to spend a lot of effort to dig a piece of the soul stone from the vein of the soul. But Jiang Chen had already put dozens of Yuan Lingxi into his bag in just the blink of an eye. This guy is really a monster. Chapter 1068, King of Soul Realm, Breakthrough. Put dozens of Yuan Lingxi into the bag. Jiang Chen looked at the Earthshaker King Kong ape standing on the side, and couldn't help thinking. This earth-shaking King Kong ape is a grade 6 monster, whose power is not much inferior to him, and it can be used to mine Yuanling mine. Jiang Chen directly gave an order to the earth-shaking King Kong ape. After receiving Jiang Chen's order, the earth-shaking King Kong ape waved the huge ape palm and blasted the rock against the rock, and then continuously sent the Yuan Lingxi that fell off to Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen sat cross-legged and began to absorb the energy of the Yuan Lingxi to practice. When Xiao Bai and the others saw the terrifying speed at which Jiang Chen absorbed the energy of the Yuan Lingxi, they were shocked once again, almost staring out. Like a trough, junior brother Jiang Chen's absorption of Yuan Lingxi is too fast. It took a long time for one of Yandi City's disciples to recover from the shock, and the whole person was like a ghost. The energy contained in the Yuanling stone is pure. It takes at least a few hours for ordinary martial artists of the Divine Sea Realm to absorb the energy of a single soul stone. But Jiang Chen did it in an instant. Even if there are many Divine Soul Realm kings, I am afraid Jiang Chen may not be so abnormal. Junior brother Jiang is an evildoer that cannot be described by common sense. Xiao Bai smiled bitterly. Okay, don't pay attention to junior brother Jiang anymore. Let's mine more Palace Yuan Lingxi. Xiao Bai is one of the 5 emperor-level geniuses in Yandi City. He has always been quite confident in his martial arts talent. But since meeting Jiang Chen's talent has completely exceeded his imagination. He, the so-called Emperor Yandi City genius, is inferior to scum in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen naturally ignored the shock of Xiao Bai and others. He frantically absorbed the primordial spirit stone that the Earthshaker Diamond Ape had mined for him, and improved his cultivation. Ding! Your cultivation is successfully promoted to the first level of the soul. After absorbing the energy of hundreds of Yuan Lingxi in a row, Jiang Chen finally successfully broke through the first layer of the soul and became a true king of the soul realm. Breaking through the first level of the soul, Jiang Chen only felt that the Shanhai in his body instantly expanded several times, and the innumerable vitality in it was quantity or quality, reaching a new level. And the power in his body is perfectly fused with the already condensed will of the king at this moment, and there is a palpitation of the king's power between every gesture. Even in this prosperous Zhongzhou mainland, that is already considered to be a strong side. The two-star force Kanglan League that Jiang Chen first entered the central Zhou continent had only one divine soul realm king. With his current strength, if he returned to the northern wilderness continent, he might be enough to sweep the northern wilderness 3 sects with his own power. Now that I have broken through the divine soul realm, after the Emperor Zun's remains are over, it's time to visit the northern desolate continent. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. Chapter 1069, The Trial of Zun Emperor Inheritance. Congratulations to junior brother Jiang Chen for breaking through the realm and becoming the king of Soul Realm. Xiao Bai and others on the side could not help but step forward to congratulate Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of them, Xiao Bai and their faces were filled with unconcealed exclamation. Think about it, half a year ago, Jiang Chen first entered Yandi City, but he had just broken through the Divine Sea Realm, which was far from being compared with the top genius of Yandi City. But no one might have thought of it. In less than half a year, Jiang Chen was able to counterattack and rise all the way. Now Jiang Chen has not only stepped on the feet of all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities, but has also become the first person in the young generation of the 5 holy cities to break through the soul realm. This is already a sign of entering the ranks of the strong in Shenwu continent. And Jiang Chen was only 20 years old, and he had already become a soul realm king. The existence of such evildoers is almost unique even in the thousands of years of history of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. The talent Jiang Chen showed was probably even more enchanting than Xiao Duli back then. Brother Bai, I plan to participate in the Zun Emperor Inheritance Trial and enter the 2nd floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. Are you continuing to mine the Yuan Lingxi here, or are you with me? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Although the 1st floor of the Xuanming Pagoda has a lot of resources left by the Holy Master Xuanming, it is far from comparable to the inheritance of the Emperor Xuanming. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has broken through the Divine Soul Realm, almost no one can help him in the remains of the Emperor Zun. He naturally intends to go to the Zun Emperor Inheritance Trial. As for the Yuanling ore veins here, he only needs to leave the Earthshaker Diamond Ape to mine here. There is no need to stay here all the time. Junior brother Jiang, we will not go to the Zun Emperor Inheritance Trial. We plan to stay here. Xiao Bai shook his head and said, the quasi-emperor inheritance trial of the Xuanming Pagoda was extremely difficult. With his strength, it is unknown whether he can reach the 3rd floor, let alone the few disciples behind him. Instead of participating in the Zhundi inheritance trial and competing with the 5 great holy city geniuses, it is better to get a few more Yuan spirit stones here with an Angxin. Jiang Chen groaned slightly. If this is the case, then I will temporarily obey your order to help you mine the soul stone. You will share my share at that time. Then thank you junior brother Jiang Chen. Xiao Bai was overjoyed. With the Earthshaker King Kong Ape, they are not only fearless of any threats, but the speed of mining the soul stone will be greatly accelerated. Jiang Chen issued an order to the Earthshaking King Kong Ape, then bid farewell to Xiao Bai and the others, and walked up the ancient well along the chain. The first layer of the Medicine Mountain of the Xuanming Pagoda is a hidden cave. Feng Qingyi's eyes closed tightly, his hands made a practice gesture, and he sat cross-legged in the middle of the cave without moving. I saw the sky above the cave, countless heaven and earth vitality are converging towards Feng Qingyi at an extremely terrifying speed. I don't know how long this situation lasted. At a certain moment, Feng Qingyi's closed eyes suddenly opened, and an unusually terrifying power rose to the sky, instantly sweeping the sky above the cave. Is this the power of the Divine Soul Realm King? Feeling the vast sea of Yuanli in the body, the corner of Feng Qingyi's mouth could not help but raised a proud arc. After leaving the mine, Feng Qingyi came to Medicine Mountain, and by chance, obtained a 7th-ranked king-level elixir. With this king-level elixir, Feng Qingyi, who was 1 step away from the Divine Soul Realm, finally took the last step and successfully promoted to a Divine Soul King. Chapter 1070, They Never Want to Escape from My Palm. As the first genius of the 5 holy places, Feng Qingyi was already a half-step king 3 years ago. These 3 years, Feng Qingyi's strength has already been raised to the limit of a half-step king. It was only for this once-in-a-100-year relic of the quasi-emperor that Feng Qingyi suppressed the cultivation base forcibly, without breaking the last layer of membrane. If it wasn't for the remains of the Emperor Zun, Feng Qingyi would have already broken through the divine soul realm. Now, with the help of a 7-ranked king-level elixir, Feng Qingyi can easily take the last step and become a true soul king. Feng Qingyi stepped out slowly, his whole body exuding a sense of self-confidence that looked at the world. Before breaking through the divine soul realm, Feng Qingyi was the existence that crushed all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities. Even Xiao Jingyan and Meng Xuanxuan, who was also a half-step king, could only be regarded as an opponent that could make him exactly. Now that I have broken through the divine soul realm, who else in the 5 holy cities can compete with me? Congratulations, brother, for breaking through the divine sea realm. Outside the cave, the 2 Feng, who had been waiting here, looked at Feng Qingyi slowly walking out of the cave, and couldn't help but look respectful and authentic. Less than 25 years old, he is already the king of the soul realm, the first person in the 5 holy cities in 100 years. Even the Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiao Duli of Yandi City had only broken through the divine soul realm at the age of 26. The potential that Feng Qingyi showed was no longer under Xiao Duli. I am afraid that it will not take long before a young emperor who is famous all over the world will be born in Kamikaze City. It is impossible for Feng to know at this moment. Long before Feng Qingyi broke through, Jiang Chen had already become the king of Soul Realm. If he were to know that Jiang Chen, who was only in his 20s, had already been promoted to the divine soul realm before Feng Qingyi, he would be shocked that his eyes would fall. Feng Qingyi stood with his hand holding his hand, and looked at Feng faintly. What happened in the Xuanming Pagoda during my retreat? Basically nothing big happened, Feng He hurriedly said, but now many disciples have gathered at the entrance of the 2nd floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, and they have begun to participate in the trial of the quasi-emperor inheritance of the Xuanming Pagoda. As the quasi-emperor inheritance trial, Feng Qingyi's eyes flickered, and said lightly, let's pass too. Brother, we are going to participate in the trial of the Zun Emperor inheritance, don't we care about the mine side? Feng He was startled, his face looked extremely unwilling. Back in the mine, Feng Qingyi not only suffered a big loss in Jiang Chen's hands, but even the earth-shaking King Kong Yuan was forcibly taken away by Jiang Chen, and he naturally hated Jiang Chen to the extreme. Since this time, Feng was trying to contact Wu Zanyang almost all the time, and then went back to the mine to find Jiang Chen for revenge. But Wu Zanyang seemed to have disappeared from the remains of the Emperor Zun, and there has been no news. Don't worry, Feng Qingyi has never suffered such a big loss in my life. How can I just forget it so easily? Feng Qingyi said coldly. Let's go to participate in the trial of the Zun Emperor inheritance. As for the brats of Yandi City, as long as the Zun Emperor remains are not closed, they will never want to escape from my palm. Jiang Chen was the first person who dared to embarrass Feng Qingyi so much. How could Feng Qingyi let Jiang Chen go? Jiang Chen and the others also occupies the Yuan Ling veins that make countless warriors crazy. It's just that the land of the mines is too weird to confine the martial artist's vitality. Even if he breaks through the divine soul realm, it is not easy to deal with Jiang Chen in that place. Once Jiang Chen and others left the mine, they would be like ants in front of him. He can easily kill Jiang Chen and others and take everything back from Jiang Chen. Chapter 1071, Great Reward. Leave the mine. Jiang Chen went straight to the square at the center of the 1st floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. There is an array that looks unusually old, with a faint silver glow flowing in the array, and a hint of spatial fluctuations in it. This spatial formation is the entrance to the 2nd floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. Around that space formation, many talented disciples from the 5 holy cities have gathered. Brother, this Zanmingbao and his quasi-emperor inheritance trial is too difficult, I didn't even get through the 2nd level. One of the Jingalaikang disciple of Shanghai's 6th layer was pale, with a wilting breath, and a wry smile in his eyes. This Jingalaikang disciple had already participated in the Zun Emperor inheritance trial, but he failed to pass the 2nd level. I have told you a long time ago that the Zun Emperor inheritance trial is extraordinary, and we can only look at it. You don't believe it, even if it is the 2nd level of the Xuanming Pagoda, at least Shanghai's 7th level strength is required to pass it. Another disciple from Jingalaikang sneered, and immediately looked at a blue-clothed youth who was sitting cross-legged beside him. A few of us, only senior brother Tianpeng has the ability to break through the 2nd level. This blue-clothed young man is no one else, but the Lei Tianpeng that Jiang Chen met in Lushui Lingu. I was lucky. Lei Tianpeng couldn't help but opened his eyes and shook his head with a wry smile. The trial of Emperor Zun's inheritance was much more difficult than he thought. With the strength of his Shanghai 7th stage late stage, he passed the second level in front of him. As for the third layer behind, he didn't even have the courage to try. I am afraid that only the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities are qualified to break through the 3rd floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. As for the 4th and 5th floors behind, Lei Tianpeng could not imagine. He also finally understood why these thousands of years have been difficult. No one in the 5 holy cities can get the core inheritance of the 5th layer. I am afraid that even the 3 half-step kings may not be able to pass the 5th level trial. Senior Tianpeng, you just passed the 2nd floor, don't know what reward you got. At this moment, the young man who failed to break through the 1st floor couldn't help but ask. Hearing what the young man said, the other disciples all looked at Lei Tianpeng in unison. I got 10 yuan spirit stones. Speaking of rewards, Lei Tianpeng's face also showed a rare smile. 10 yuan lingxi, it's worthy of a trial of the Zun Emperor inheritance, this reward is too rich. Several Jingdalaikang couldn't help but exclaimed, Yuan lingxi, this can be used to absorb the best spiritual stones for cultivation. Now the Shenwu continent, the Yuanling veins have long been a legendary existence, even the 5 holy cities are extremely rare. 10 yuan spirit stones are enough to be worth 10,000 top-grade spars, and they are still priceless. Don't say they are disciples of the divine sea realm. Even for many divine soul realm kings, this is a huge wealth. The inheritance trial left by the Holy Lord Xuanming is the core of the Zunhuang relics. The rewards are naturally extremely rich. The rewards I have received are already the worst. Lei Tianpeng sighed softly in his heart. He passed the 2nd floor, but the Xuanming Pagoda gave a score of 60, barely reaching the pass line. Brother Lei seems to know this quasi-emperor inheritance assessment very well. I don't know if you can introduce 1 or 2 to me. Just as Lei Tianpeng and the others were talking, a faint chuckle suddenly sounded in their ears. Chapter 1072, Slap You to Death. The faint chuckle also made Lei Tianpeng and the others slightly startled. They followed the voice and saw a handsome young man in black slowly walking towards them. It's you. Seeing Jiang Chen walking slowly, 2 of the disciples who had been to Lushuiling Lake with Lei Tianpeng, their complexion changed slightly. At the beginning of the Lushuiling Lake, Jiang Chen not only controlled a group of ancient 6th-rank monsters to dominate the Lushuilingbu Lake, but also fought hard with Wu Zanyang, the first physical cultivation genius of Tianwu City, without losing the wind, showing incomparable power. Although this guy has no reputation in the 5 holy cities. However, they are very clear that this guy definitely has a terrifying strength comparable to an emperor-level genius. Lei Tianpeng was stunned for a moment, and soon recovered, and he held a fist at Jiang Chen politely. Brother Jiang Chen has also come to participate in the trial of Zhundi inheritance. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, Lei Tianpeng's heart was shocked. Back in Lushuilingbu, Jiang Chen was nowhere near Shanghai 6th layer's cultivation base. Not seen in just a few days. Jiang Chen's cultivation has become unfathomable, he can't even see Jiang Chen's cultivation. This also means that Jiang Chen's cultivation has completely surpassed him, at least reaching the 8th layer of Shanghai. At the beginning, Jiang Chen was able to contend with Wu Zanyang, the emperor-level genius of Tianwu City, with the cultivation base of Shanghai 6th layer. Now, even if the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities, there are probably very few who can compete with them. The trial of the Zun Emperor inheritance, this is a rare encounter in a century, I naturally want to join in the fun. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Brother Lei has already been to the 2nd floor, can you tell me about the trial of this quasi-emperor inheritance? Since Brother Jiang Chen wants to know, Lei naturally knows everything and says nothing. Lei Tianpeng smiled and said, Zan even introduced to Jiang Chen. There are 5 levels in the Xuanming Pagoda, and there are 4 levels in the inheritance trial from the 2nd to the 5th. Every time you pass a level, the Xuanming Pagoda will get a comprehensive score based on the performance of the passer. The higher the score of the Xuanming Pagoda, the more generous the reward will be. For example, in the 2nd evaluation of the Xuanming Pagoda, the score reached 60, and 10 yuan spirit stones were awarded. The score is 70, the reward is doubled, and so on. If the score can reach 90, not only will there be a reward of 100 yuan spirit stones, but also a superb king-level martial arts. Ha, this trial of the quasi-emperor inheritance is a bit interesting. Hearing Lei Tianpeng's introduction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, and then asked curiously, what is the assessment content of this inheritance trial? The second floor of the Xuanming Pagoda is an illusion array, capable of transforming 100 monsters, each with the strength of the divine sea realm. Lei Tianpeng smiled bitterly. As for the third floor, I don't know. Jiang Chen nodded. When he was about to ask Lei Tianpeng about the situation, a furious voice suddenly came from behind him. Lei Tianpeng, how dare you come to participate in the trial of the Zun Emperor inheritance? He looked back and saw a burly young man rushing over menacingly. Wu Shuo, what do you want to do? Lei Tianpeng could not help but change a little when he saw someone coming. The burly young man sneered. Lei Tianpeng, don't you know what I want to do? I naturally came to you to settle the account. Who are you? Go away, don't you see me talking to Brother Lei? Jiang Chen looked at the burly young man with a displeased look. If you disturb me and Brother Lei again, believe it or not, I will slap you to death. Chapter 1073, Eightfold Genius of Shanghai, Turn Over and Suppress. Wu Shuo, the burly young man, had a cold look. This is the grievance between me and Lei Tianpeng. If you don't want to die, just go away. He is the top genius of Tianwu City. Except for the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities, Wu Shuo is not afraid of anyone. For the top talents of the 5 holy cities, Wu Shuo is naturally extremely familiar. And the strange boy in front of him, obviously could not be the emperor-level genius of the 5 holy cities. As long as he is not an emperor-level genius, what fear does Wu Shuo have? An imperial genius from Tianwu City, dare to speak up in front of me. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Shuo lightly. Give you 3 breaths of time, you will die if you don't roll. Now that Jiang Chen has broken through the divine soul realm, even if he is facing a half-step king-level genius, he can still smash his hands. A Tianwu City imperial disciple, with a mere 8-fold cultivation base of Shanghai, is no different from ants before him. Lying down. Where did this kid come from? He dares to challenge the top-ranked emperor genius in Tianwu City. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put Wu Shuo in his eyes, some warriors who didn't know Jiang Chen were shocked. Some people who had seen Jiang Chen's action outside the Xuanming Pagoda before, looked at Wu Shuo, but there was a look of pity in their eyes. The one Wu Shuo faced was the 4th half-step king of the 5 holy cities. Even if Wu Ziyan, the first person in Tianwu City, came, he was probably not Jiang Chen's opponent. But Wu Shuo was just an imperial disciple in the Tianwu urban area, and he went to offend a half-step king. What is the difference from seeking death? The hairy boy from nowhere, dare to speak up in front of my Wu Shuo. Since you like to be nosy, then I will kill you first. Wu Shuo's eyes were like swords, staring at Jiang Chen coldly. As soon as his voice fell, his figure was shaken in vain. Wu Shuo's clothes were all shaken by the muscles, revealing a bronze-colored muscle that was like iron water. Steel bars nodded. I saw his foot slam on the ground, stamping a deep footprint on the bluestone floor. Wu Shuo stood up from the ground and rushed towards Jiang Chen instantly. At a distance of 100 meters, Wu Shuo pierced through it almost instantly, and sharp sonic booms rang through the world along the way. Wu Shuo punched out 10 meters away. The strength of this fist burst out from Wu Shuo's fist in an instant, and then turned into a cyan giant tiger in midair, like a beast king coming to the world, with great momentum. Shanghai Eightfold, in the early stage of Taidao 6th Heaven. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Shuo in amazement. Apparently he didn't expect that this guy was also a dual cultivation of physical and martial arts. This is a very difficult road for both physical and martial arts. But once it succeeds, it will be invincible at the same level. The combat power of this guy in front of him is probably not weaker than some of Shanghai 9th level emperor level geniuses. But even if this guy has both physical and martial arts, how can he be an enemy of Jiang Chen now? Jiang Chen lifted his palm slightly and shot out with a volley. I saw a giant golden palm appearing on top of Wu Shuo's head out of thin air, and then turning his palm down in Wu Shuo's horrified gaze. Wu Shuo didn't have time to resist, so he was shot into the ground by the golden palm. When the golden palms were dispersed, everyone couldn't help taking a breath when they saw the situation inside, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Chapter 1074, The Second Floor of Xuanming Pagoda. Everyone looked at the place where Wu Shuo was before, and their expressions were extremely shocked. I saw a human form inlaid on the hard bluestone ground at this moment. The bones of Wu Shuo's whole body were broken, and there was limp like a puddle of mud, and there was no breath of life on his body. A top imperial level genius with a body of Wu Shuo, who is almost comparable to an imperial-level genius, was actually killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. With such a terrifying method, I am afraid that even among the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities, there are not many who can do this step. This guy really is more terrifying than he was in Lushui Lingu. Lei Tianpeng was also shocked. Back in Lushui Lingu, Jiang Chen was able to fight against the emperor-level genius Wu Zanyang in Tianwu City. Today's Jiang Chen's cultivation base has improved at least 2 small realms, and his strength has reached an unfathomable level. Even the emperor-level genius of Shanghai Eightfold can turn his hand to suppress. With such strength, I am afraid that apart from the 3 half-step kings, almost no one can easily suppress Jiang Chen. Suppressing Wu Shuo with a palm at will, Jiang Chen wanted Lei Tianpeng to ask for some information passed on by the Emperor Zun, and then stepped into the entrance of the 2nd floor of the Xuanming Pagoda under the eyes of everyone. It was not long before Jiang Chen entered the 2nd floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. A silver figure with turbulent weather came directly into the air. Is this the entrance to the trial of Emperor Zun's inheritance? The 5 holy cities have not been able to get involved in the secrets of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda for thousands of years. Today, I, Feng Qingyi, will break it. The silver figure stared coldly at the space formation in front of him, and his figure flashed into it. Looking at the silver figure that was not in the formation, everyone around couldn't help but feel an uproar. Feng Qingyi, I didn't expect him to come too. Plus Meng Xuanxuan, Xiao Jingyan, Lei Xingyang and Wu Ziyan who went in earlier, the strongest geniuses of the 5 holy cities are all gathered. This quasi-emperor inheritance trial is really a battle. Jiang Chen entered the entrance of the 2nd floor of the Xuanming Pagoda and soon came to a mysterious space of dead silence. Before Jiang Chen had time to look around the situation, in front of him, dozens of meters away, a man in gray slowly emerged. This man was 1 meter tall, with blue-faced fangs and a huge wide-bladed long knife in his hand. Huh, transforming monsters. Jiang Chen looked at the gray-clothed man in front of him, and he couldn't help being slightly surprised. The transformation of a demon beast requires at least a 7th-rank beast king. But the guy in front of him who was transformed from the Xuanming Pagoda clearly only had the strength of the 6th stage. Just when Jiang Chen was uncertain, the gray-clothed man rushed over with a long knife in his hand. The blade's light was like 1,000 feet training, splitting the space in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen clenched his fist suddenly, and his body turned into a diamond, traversing out like a golden rainbow. Chenjiang Daomeng was directly shattered by Jiang Chen's punch. However, the power on Jiang Chen's fist was undiminished. It pierced through the body protector of the man in gray like a piece of waste paper, and smashed the heart of the man in gray with one punch. The body of the man in gray flew out, turning into a blood mist in midair, and slowly disappearing. Before Jiang Chen could catch his breath, 2 more gray-clothed men gathered in front of him and quickly rushed over. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, and the golden fist blasted out without evading. The 2 gray-clothed men turned into 2 cold corpses, and once again dissipated in the hall. Chapter 1075. Break 2 levels in a row, perfect score. After killing 2 people in gray with 1 punch, in front of Jiang Chen, 4 people in gray clothes condensed again. Jiang Chen displayed the true meaning of the triple wind Dao, and his figure was as fast as a teleportation in a cave. He punched and killed all the 4 people in gray in an instant. The 4th wave and the 5th wave of the gray-clothed people in this mysterious space are all rapidly condensing, and the number of the gray-clothed people has doubled each time. The strength of these people in gray is almost in the early stage of Shanghai. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it can be easily killed by the physical cultivation base alone. Even if it is more, it can hardly cause any threat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has already solved 6 waves of people in gray. When the 7th wave of gray-clothed people condensed, Jiang Chen found that there were more than 40 gray-clothed people. This quasi-emperor inheritance trial is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Lei Tianpeng can only pass this level in front of him. Jiang Chen said to himself authentically. Although these people in gray are only in the early stage of Shanghai, they are triumphant in their numbers. Especially after this, he was directly faced with the initial siege of more than 40 Shanghai. Even the martial artist of Shanghai 7th layer is not easy to deal with. For today's Jiang Chen, this naturally poses no threat. He rushed directly into the 40 gray-clothed men, his body flashed quickly, and with every punch, 1 gray-clothed man would disappear into the hall. Just a moment, more than 40 people in gray were all killed by Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen killed the 40 gray-clothed people, an indifferent voice slowly resounded in the hall. Experimenter, you pass the second floor of the Xuanming Pagoda perfectly and get 100 yuan lingxi, the best king-level wushui kongming shengquan. As this indifferent voice fell, a pile of yuan lingxi and a simple scroll fell from midair, slowly floating in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wasn't polite, and he went straight into the storage ring. With a glance, he landed on the innermost space formation of the main hall, and then stepped onto the third floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. Entering the third floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, Jiang Chen once again came to a space exactly the same as the second floor. It's just that this time in front of Jiang Chen, it was not the gray-clothed man in the early days of Shanghai, but a middle-aged man in silver armor holding a spear. The middle-aged man stared at Jiang Chen indifferently, and a king's will was also overwhelmingly directed towards Jiang Chen's suppression. The opponent of this level of trial turned out to be a divine soul king. Jiang Chen's eyes shrank slightly, and the will of the soul realm king also condensed in an instant, and slammed into the middle-aged man's soul will. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the kings below the fourth level of divine soul could hardly pose any threat to him. If you use all your strength, even if the king of Shanghai is above the fourfold, it may not be impossible to kill. And the silver armor middle-aged in front of him is nothing but a heavy soul. How can Jiang Chen have the slightest fear? Burning the fire. Jiang Chen quickly swung the Yanlong sword in his hand, and one after another terrifying attacks exploded at the silver armor middle-aged. The soul-heavy middle-aged man in silver armor barely had any resistance and was completely crushed by Jiang Chen. In the end, it was directly split into two parts by Jiang Chen's condensed sword intent, and then completely disappeared in the hall. The indifferent voice in the hall sounded again. Experimenter, you pass the third floor of the Xuanming Pagoda perfectly and get 1,000 yuan lingxi, the best Emperor Martial Arts Underworld Emperor Sword Seal. Chapter 1076. On the fourth floor, Tianzhao gather. Accepting the third level clearance reward, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and stepped into the fourth level of the Xuanming Pagoda alone. Enter the fourth floor. Jiang Chen discovered that this place was not a strange space transformed from the Xuanming Pagoda, but a tangible huge palace. As soon as Jiang Chen entered here, a terrifying blood pressure directly radiated from the depths of the palace. Even the blue dragon saint body bloodline in Jiang Chen's body seemed to have a feeling of being suppressed by that terrifying bloodline power. This was also the first thing Jiang Chen was suppressed in his bloodline after he evolved into the blue dragon saint body. It's such a powerful bloodline power, even the bloodline power of the great emperor of Kamikaze, I am afraid it will be comparable to it. It is said that there is essence and blood left by the holy master Xuanming in the Xuanming Pagoda. Looking at the power of this bloodline, the quasi-emperor essence and blood of holy master Xuanming is on this fourth level in all likelihood. Back then, Saint Xuanming was trained as Tongtian, only one step away from the emperor realm. Even if his blood essence cannot be compared with the real emperor blood, it is far stronger than the blood of the emperor realm of the 5 holy cities. If you can get a drop of quasi-emperor's essence and blood, let the Kandlong saint body evolve again. Jiang Chen believes that his bloodline can completely crush the bloodline of the emperor, even comparable to the legendary innate censored body. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen is about to decide on this quasi-emperor's essence and blood. Who dares to fight for it, it will be wiped out. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly moved towards the direction where his blood could radiate. Jiang Chen came to a hall in the deepest part of the palace. The hall is more than 1,000 feet long. In the center of the hall, there is a pool with a radius of tens of feet. The water in the pool was like blood, and Yin Hong looked very strange. There are already more than a dozen impressive figures gathered here in the hall. These figures were in groups of 2 and 3, clearly divided into 5 camps in the hall. Jiang Chen is no stranger to these people. Meng Zhan was the first day in Lingxi City. The first genius of Tianwu City, Wu Ziyan. Lei Xingyang was the first genius in Jinglei City. Xiao Jingyan was the first day in Yandi City. Except for the first genius of Godwind City, Qingfeng Qingyi, the strongest disciples of the other 4 holy cities have gathered here. Behind these 4 people, several emperor-level geniuses gathered. Especially in Yandi City, the 5 emperor-level geniuses all gathered here except Xiaobai. As for the Kamikaze City side, although Feng Qingyi has not yet arrived, 5 emperor-level geniuses have gathered here, and their strength is not inferior to the other 4 holy cities. Almost 60% of the top talents of the 5 holy cities have gathered here. Jiang Chen glanced slightly at the many geniuses, his eyes fixed directly in the center of the blood pool. In the center of the blood pool, a drop of pale gold blood about the size of a thumb was floating in the air. Light gold drops of blood exudes an unimaginable blood pressure. Even at distances of hundreds of feet, Jiang Chen could feel the horror in it, as if to crush all creatures to pieces. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance also caused the eyes of everyone in the great hall to fall on him unanimously. Who is this kid who actually came to the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda? Except for Xiao Jingyan of Yandi City, the others thought that the geniuses of other holy cities in the hall were shocked. The trial of the 3rd floor of the Xuanming Pagoda faced a divine soul realm king. How could this little-known Maodo boy have the power to kill the king of Soul Realm? Chapter 1077, Fight for the Blood of the Quasi-Emperor. Divine Sea Realm and Divine Soul Realm, this is not a level of existence at all. Divine Soul Realm King not only has the strength and vitality to reach the sky, but Divine Soul has also been sublimated to condense the king's will. Even with just one will, you can easily kill the ordinary Divine Sea Realm warriors. There are ants under the king. Even if it was the most ordinary Divine Soul one-layer king, it was far beyond the reach of Divine Sea Realm martial artists. The top Emperor-level geniuses among the 5 holy cities may be able to fight the Divine Soul Realm King without defeat. But it is almost impossible to kill a Divine Soul Realm King. Even if they were Emperor-level geniuses, it was not an easy task to kill a Divine Soul Realm King. The fact that this kid can break through the 3rd layer and come here means that he has the strength not inferior to their Emperor-level geniuses. But in their memory, none of the 5 holy cities seems to have such an Emperor-level genius. It turned out to be him. Meng Xuanxuan looked at Jiang Chen, a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. When the Zun Emperor ruins were opened, Meng Xuanxuan sensed that this Yan Emperor city disciple was extraordinary. It now seems that her initial feelings were correct. Meng Xuanxuan clearly remembered that when he was outside the Xuanming mountain range, this kid was no more than Shanghai's 6th layer's cultivation base. Now just a few days have passed. This guy's cultivation level has actually been promoted to the 9th level of the Shanghai, and he has the strength to kill the king of the soul. Even Meng Xuanxuan, who had always been indifferent, was shocked in her heart. With keen soul perception, Meng Xuanxuan even vaguely felt a slight threat from Jiang Chen. Even the half-step King Xiao Jingyan on the side had never made Meng Xuanxuan feel that way. Haha, junior brother Jiang Chen, you have also come to the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. When everyone was in a state of uncertainty, Xiao Jingyan's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but greet Jiang Chen with a smile. Although in Yandi City, he and Jiang Chen must be in the same position. Now this relic of the Zun Emperor is the 5 great holy cities, Tianzhou fighting for the front, they can completely put aside their grievances and cooperate with each other temporarily. Now Jiang Chen is also a half-step king who has condensed the will of the soul. If he and Jiang Chen join forces with the 2 half-step kings, even if the Feng Qingyi facing the censored Wind City has the strength to fight, it is natural to compete for the blood of the emperor. Everyone, it's not a solution for us to stay in a stalemate here. There is only one drop of the quasi-emperor's essence in blood. At this moment, a disciple of Shenfeng City with sword eyebrows, star eyes and silver hair suddenly spoke indifferently. This silver-haired young man was an emperor-level genius second only to Feng Qingyi in God Wind City. You said that if you belong to your Divine Wind City, you must belong to your Divine Wind City. Xiao Jingyan smiled coldly, the wind is not lacking, let alone Feng Qingyi is not here. Even if he is here, don't you want to swallow the blood of the Emperor Zhenfang? Quasi-emperor essence in blood, for those of them who have the blood of a powerful emperor, it is the existence that they dream of. If they can be refined and absorbed, they will surely make their blood awakened again, and the strength of their blood will increase by at least 1 or 2 stars. How can they give up? Xiao Jingyan, don't think that you are really remarkable if you become a half-step king. Feng Wuke cast a scornful look at Xiao Jingyan, and said indifferently, I have given you all the face, please don't toast or not drink fine wine. Whether you agree or disagree, this quasi-emperor's essence and blood, my God Wind City wants deal. Chapter 1078, Feng Qingyi appeared. Hey, the wind is not lacking, you have a big tone. I, Wu Zion, want to see how your Divine Wind City can swallow the essence and blood of Zhundi under our eyes. Hearing Feng Wuke's arrogant words, Lei Xingyang and Wu Zion were furious. Shenfeng City is the first of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou, and the only one that truly has the blood of the great emperor. Kamikaze City is stronger than the other 4 holy cities, regardless of its inherent strength or bloodline strength. But even so, Kamikaze City was not strong enough to compete with the 4 holy cities on its own. Even if it was the first genius of the 5 holy cities, Feng Qingyi could not crush all the geniuses of the 4 holy cities by himself. Just relying on you, do you want to compete with my god Wind City? Since you have to toast and not eat fine wine, don't blame me for being polite. Feng Wuke chuckled disdainfully, and his cold voice resounded in the hall. Give you 10 breaths of time to get out of the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, otherwise, die. Following Feng Wuke's words, the complexions of all the geniuses in the 4 holy cities turned not so good. HMPH. The wind is not lacking. Wu Zion wants to see, where did you get the courage, dare to speak up here? The fiery-tempered Wu Zion shouted angrily, flipping his hand was a huge yuanli palm facing the wind and suppressed it. Wu Zion, you are the first genius of this day, you are nothing but ants in front of me, get out of here. Feng Wuxian stood with his hand in his hand, a heart-pounding spirit will also instantly centered on Feng Wuxian, spreading abruptly in the hall. Wu Zion, who was at the forefront, let out a muffled snort, and immediately retreated more than 10 steps, his face turned pale in an instant. He raised his head to the king's wind, with a look of horror. The king's will, you have also become a half-step king. This guy has also become a half-step king. Seeing this scene before them, Xiao Jingyan and the others couldn't help but sink slightly. No wonder Shinfang City wanted to swallow Zhendi's blood. A Feng Qingyi is already extremely difficult to deal with, and now coupled with a half-step king's Feng Wuwei, they do have that confidence. There is no lack of wind. It turns out that you have also become a half-step king. No wonder your god Wind City dares to be so arrogant. But if you want to swallow the essence and blood of the Emperor Zun, you have to ask if we can agree. A cold light flashed in Xiao Jingyan's eyes. Everyone, let's take action together and suppress him first. Kamikaze City already owns the 5 holy cities of Fengqingyi on the first day. If it is alone, no one in the 5 holy cities is its opponent. Now, coupled with the wind of a half-step king, if the two join hands, it is undoubtedly very terrifying. For the present plan, the best way is to break through each one, before the arrival of Feng Qingyi, solve the problem of Feng Qingyi. Xiao Jingyan's voice fell, and the half-step king's aura burst out with all his strength. Meng Xuanxuan, Wu Ziyan, and Lei Xingyang also understood Xiao Jingyan's plan, and they were also very tacitly trying to make an effort. 2 half-step kings, 2 geniuses of Shanhai 9th layer, broke out at the same time an attack that would destroy the world and destroy the earth, wanting to kill the wind without fail. Just when the attack of the 4 destroying the heavens and the earth was about to fall on Feng Wuxian, suddenly there was a strange spatial fluctuation in the air, and a black shadow ghostly flashed in front of Feng Wuxian. Seeing the dark shadow's palm lightly waved, Xiao Jingyan's 4 people's attacks were also frozen in an instant. Chapter 1079. One person suppressed the audience. Feng Qingyi. Seeing this figure that suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wuke, Xiao Jingyan's complexion suddenly changed. Feng Qingyi, the first person in the young generation of the 5 holy cities, exists like a myth. A few years ago, when the 5 great holy cities were martial arts, Feng Qingyi overwhelmed the audience with the strength of a half-step king. Of the many talented disciples in the 5 holy cities, almost no one can support 3 moves in Feng Qingyi's palm. Even if Xiao Jingyan has now become a half-step king, he is still afraid of Feng Qingyi in his heart. In the past few years, although Feng Qingyi did not break through the divine soul realm for the sake of the remains of the quasi-emperor, no one knew how terrifying Feng Qingyi's strength had reached. Just relying on the solidification of this hand and instantly dissolving their 4 great geniuses' joint attack, Xiao Jingyan already knew. Even if they were both half-step kings, Feng Qingyi's strength was far above him. Feng Qingyi's expression was indifferent, and he shook his palm slightly, instantly shaking the attack of Xiao Jingyan's 4 people invisible. There is no shortage of wind. Welcome Emperor Shinfang. Welcome to Emperor Kamikaze. Feng Wuke waited for the Shinfang city disciples to look at Feng Qingyi standing proudly in front of them, and couldn't help bowing respectfully. Feng Qingyi has been canonized as Emperor Shinfang by Shinfang City. Xiao Jingyan and the others couldn't help but slightly change their expressions when they heard Feng Wuxiao what they called Feng Qingyi. In the 5 holy cities, all the emperor-level geniuses can only be regarded as the emperor sons of the holy city. Only by getting the holy city canonization and giving titles can you become a true emperor. The titled emperor, with a transcendent position, above the elders, is the successor of the holy city's generation. Among the young generation in the 5 holy cities today, Feng Qingyi is undoubtedly the first person to be named the emperor. Get up all. Feng Qingyi waved his hand, and immediately looked at Xiao Jingyan's 4 people, and the faint voice spread in the hall. Xiao Jingyan, the 4 of you are also the strongest geniuses in the 4 holy cities anyhow, and you have teamed up to bully a disciple of the censored Wind City. If you want to do it, the emperor will play with you. Xiao Jingyan snorted coldly. Feng Qingyi, although your divine Wind City is powerful, you may not be able to swallow this quasi-emperor's essence and blood alone. I'll know if you can try it. Feng Qingyi stood proudly. He glanced at Xiao Jingyan contemptuously, his faint voice seemed domineering. I will give you one last chance. Those who don't want to die will immediately disappear from the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. Back then, my Feng Qingyi was able to hold your heads up by yourself, but you still can. Feng Qingyi's extremely overbearing voice also made Xiao Jingyan and others embarrassed. Feng Qingyi, do you think it was a failure back then? I want to see how you can suppress us with your own strength. The red light in Xiao Jingyan's eyes skyrocketed, and the overwhelming flames instantly turned into a 10-foot fire dragon on top of his head and appeared to face the wind-blue wings. Wu Ziyan and Lei Xingyang also displayed their strongest skills. Thousands of feet of giant hall flames across the sky, the censored thunder is coming to the world, and the terrifying vitality energy stirred the world to tremble. A half-step king, +2 censored, that hasn't even reached the half-step king, dared to attack this emperor. Feng Qingyi let out a cold snort. Seeing his palm lightly squeezed, the fierce attack from Xiao Jingyan's trio once again solidified. With a flick of Feng Qingyi's fingers, 3 blue wind gangs burst out of the air, lightly turning the attack of Xiao Jingyan's trio into nothing. Chapter 1080, Heaven Ghost Body. Wu Ziyan and Lei Xingyang spouted a mouthful of blood, and their figures flew upside down in embarrassment. Even Xiao Jingyan, who was a half-step king, retreated more than 10 steps under the blow of Feng Qingyi, and there was a pale look on his face. You actually broke through the divine soul realm. Xiao Jingyan forcefully suppressed the churning aura inside his body, and the gaze looking at Feng Qingyi instantly became horrified. Although the half-step king has a trace of king's means, it has the ability to freeze space. But Wu Ziyan and Lei Xingyang are both emperor-level geniuses at the peak of Shanhai's 9th layer, and he is even a half-step king. The full blow of the 3 of them is not something that a half-step king can easily freeze. The only possibility is that Feng Qingyi has broken through the divine soul realm and become a true divine soul realm king. Although the divine soul realm king and the half-step king are separated by a line, their strengths are different. If it is an ordinary warrior who has just broken through the first layer of the soul, with Xiao Jingyan's strength, perhaps he is not too afraid. But Feng Qingyi was the first genius of the 5 holy cities, and he was able to defeat the first-level king before the breakthrough. Now that he has broken through the divine soul realm, his combat power is probably not inferior to the divine soul quadruple warrior. Even if they all join forces, they might not be Feng Qingyi's opponents. This guy actually broke through the divine soul realm. Seeing Feng Qingyi defeating Xiao Jingyan's trio with 1 enemy and 3 moves, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Emperor Shenfeng deserves to be the pride of the 5 holy city emperors, and he has already broken through the divine soul realm. With such a talent, I am afraid that he is no less inferior to the Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiao Duli. At this moment, a melodious voice suddenly rang in the hall. Feng Qingyi raised his head slightly. He looked at the blue long dress, like a peerless woman in the dust, and said lightly, Meng Zan, I know your strength is stronger than the 3 of them. If you break through the divine soul realm, I might still treat you 3 points of fear. But now you, wanting to compete with me for the blood of the quasi-emperor, I am afraid that you are not qualified. Essence and blood of the emperor quasi, naturally there is a battle. What's more, Zan also wants to see how powerful the Emperor Shenfeng who broke through the divine soul realm is. Meng Xuanxuan's light voice fell, and an unusually terrifying soul will whizzed out in an instant. As expected to be the supreme genius of Lingxi City, such a terrifying will of the soul, this soul power has at least reached the level of the triple level of the soul. Feeling the spirit power erupted by Meng Xuanxuan, Jiang Chen was also amazed. Lingxi City is worthy of being a 4-star holy land good at cultivating soul Dao. This Meng Zan has not broken through the soul realm, but the power of soul has reached the 3rd level of soul. It is said that Meng Zan is not a descendant of the Ling Emperor who has the blood of the Ling Emperor. She is capable of overpowering the many geniuses in Lingxi City and has cultivated her spirit to such a level. This woman's talent on the soul path is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin and said, "Hey, what do you know? Although this little girl doesn't have the bloodline of the Spirit Emperor, she is a heavenly ghost of 1 in a million. Even in our time, this physique is 1 in a million, and it is naturally not weaker than the blood of the strong in the Emperor realm." Tianyu soul body. Jiang Chen was shocked. Is this Meng Zan the legendary congenital divine body failure? Tai Soul Seal. Chapter 1081. Regarding the blood of the Emperor, Jiang Chen is about to make an appointment. Although the Tianyu soul body is not considered an innate divine body, it is also a special physique without a single 1 in a million. A person with a heavenly ghost body has a stronger soul than ordinary people, is extremely good at soul level cultivation, and is born with a spiritual power that can easily control a person's mind. With this baby girl's cultivation base, an ordinary martial artist in the sea level, I am afraid that only a thought can be enslaved. Blood River said indifferently. Thousands of years ago, Shenwu continent once gave birth to a peak emperor with a heavenly ghost body, and within a single thought he enslaved a 4-star Holy Land 10 emperor. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help taking a breath. One thought enslaves the 10 great emperors. This day the ghost body is too terrifying. Kamikaze Emperor. Zan already has the supreme magical powers of the ghost body today, and teach you the strength of the Soul King. The ethereal voice slowly fell in the hall, and Meng Xuanxuan's deep eyes flashed with an extremely strange light. Tianyu pupil. Meng Xuanxuan stared closely at Feng Qingyi, an invisible and strange power instantly spread from her eyes. A strange power that made people tremble and suffocated the soul directly filled the entire hall. Even the many emperor-level geniuses in the hall, the whole person is like falling into an ice cellar, and his face becomes extremely pale. The supernatural power of the heavenly ghost body. Feng Qingyi's pupil shrank slightly. Lingxi City is good at souls, attacking weird and unpredictable, and the Meng Xuanxuan in front of her was even more of a heavenly ghost. At the time when the 5 holy cities were meeting martial arts, Feng Qingyi and Meng Zan suffered a lot of losses in Meng Zan's magical powers. Although he still defeated Meng Xuanxuan, his soul was damaged and it took several months to recover. Now facing the magical power of Meng Xuanxuan again, even if Feng Qingyi had broken through the divine sea realm, he still didn't dare to be careless. Meng Zan, I said, if you break through the divine soul realm, you might be able to hurt me with this magical power technique. With the strength of your half-step king, even with the magical powers of the ghost body of this day, how can you do anything to me? Feng Qingyi let out a cold snort, and the will of the divine soul realm king instantly condensed an invisible soul giant in midair, blocking Meng Xuanxuan's Tianyu pupil. With a move of his palms, countless cyan wind blades condensed in midair, and then turned into a 10-foot-long cyan palm, and slapped Meng Xuanxuan with one palm. Under Feng Qingyi's palm, Meng Xuanxuan's figure flew upside down a few meters away in embarrassment, and her beautiful face instantly turned pale. She looked at Feng Qingyi with an incredulous expression. You actually practiced soul defense martial arts? Yes, Meng Zan, my soul defense martial arts are specially prepared for you. Feng Qingyi stood proudly, looking down at the people like a high god. The essence and blood of the emperor belongs to the emperor. Who else wants to compete with me for the essence and blood of the emperor can just stand up. Feng Qingyi's faint words immediately caused a dead silence in the hall. The faces of Xiao Jingyan and the others were extremely unwilling. Now that Feng Qingyi breaks through the divine soul realm, and one person suppresses the audience, how do they compete with Feng Qingyi for the blood of the emperor? Feng Qingyi, if you say that the blood of the quasi-emperor belongs to you, then you have to ask me whether I can agree. Excuse me, this quasi-emperor's essence and blood, I'm going to make a decision, Jiang Chen. At this moment, a faint chuckle suddenly echoed in the hall. Chapter 1082. I'm just defeated, so I'm so afraid. Huh. Jiang Chen's faint voice also caused all the eyes of everyone in the hall to converge on him. Feng Qingyi broke through the divine soul realm, and a human force crushed the strongest genius of the 4 holy cities, and it was almost invincible in this quasi-emperor ruins. I'm afraid that this guy would still want to compete with Feng Qingyi for the blood of the quasi-emperor. Maybe he was kicked by the donkey, right? Jiang Chen, Feng Qingyi broke through the divine soul realm, and now no one is his opponent. Do you want to die? Don't come back soon. Seeing this, xianxia couldn't help but hurriedly shouted to Jiang Chen. Today's Feng Qingyi's strength is extremely strong, even Xiao Jingyan and the four of them were easily defeated by Feng Qingyi. This guy is going up now, what's the difference between sending him to death? Xianxia had received the favor of Xiao Duli in his early years, and Jiang Chen was Xiao Duli's only disciple. Naturally, he couldn't just watch Jiang Chen go to death. Xiao Jingyan sneered in disdain, but didn't say much. Jiang Chen is the disciple of the Sword Emperor Xiao Duli of Burning Heaven. Now that he has broken through the Half-Step King, he is already his biggest competitor in Yandi City. He naturally wished Jiang Chen died in Feng Qingyi's hands. How about breaking through the Divine Soul Realm? Jiang Chen said lightly. They are not opponents, it can only mean that they are too rubbish, you are as useless as me. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao Jingyan and the other three's complexions all turned not so good. Only Meng Xuanxuan's deep and charming beautiful eyes flashed a strange look. The dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know good people. Brother, since he insists on sending him to the door to die, why bother with you? Xiao Yutong's face was cold and sneer. Are they too rubbish? Xiao Jingyan and the four of them were the strongest geniuses in their respective holy cities. Not to mention the half-step kings Xiao Jingyan and Meng Xuanxuan, even Wu Ziyan and Lei Xingyang, Jiang Chen can't compare with them. Xiao Yutong really didn't know where Jiang Chen had the courage to say such arrogant words in front of the four great geniuses. Feng Qingyi looked at Jiang Chen who was coming up, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that you would have the courage to come to the Xuanming Pagoda and compete with me for the blood of this quasi-emperor. He. Others are afraid of your Feng Qingyi, I am not afraid of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You are only my subordinate defeated, why don't I dare to come? This guy actually said that Feng Qingyi was his defeat, how could it be? When everyone heard Jiang Chen's words, an incredible horror appeared in their eyes. In the mind that day, if the emperor's son Yuanli was imprisoned, do you think you could live till now? Feng Qingyi's eyes were cold. I was about to find you to settle the account, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. At the beginning of the mine where he was imprisoned, Jiang Chen relied on the strength of the six heavens to force him back. Now in this Xuanming Pagoda, his vitality will not be constrained, and his cultivation has broken through the Divine Soul Realm King. With his current strength, to solve this kid, it is no different from pinching an ant to death. Following Feng Qingyi's words, everyone couldn't help but stare. Did Feng Qingyi really suffer a loss in Jiang Chen's hands? Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, with a calm look. If you want to settle the account with me, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Chapter 1083. Divine Soul Realm, I accidentally broke through. Feng Qingyi's face was sinking like water, and the icy cold light flashed in his eyes, and the surging weather of the Divine Soul Realm King instantly filled the entire hall. He is the first person in the 5 holy cities, one person is enough to sweep the existence of the 4 great geniuses of Xiao Jingyan. But Jiang Chen in front of him did not look at him. Even Feng Qingyi, who has always been calm, was completely angered by Jiang Chen at this moment. Just when Feng Qingyi was ready to do it, Feng Wuxian behind him was the first to stand up. The emperor, kill a chicken with a sledgehammer. It's just a mere little brat, it's enough to have my own wind, why the emperor should do it himself. Feng Wu's voice fell, and the wind blew all over his body, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Jiang Chen looked indifferently at the place where Feng Wuxian disappeared. I saw him stretch out his palm and point out in midair lightly. A strange force spread in front of Jiang Chen, instantly solidifying the space within a radius of 10 meters. And Feng Wuwei's figure was also revealed. 3 feet away in front of Jiang Chen. Space freezes. How is this possible? Feeling that his body could no longer move even a bit under Jiang Chen's finger, Feng Wu's eyes also showed unconcealed horror. The strength of a mere half-step king, dare to be wild in front of me, let me go. Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Feng Wuwei, and immediately squeezed his palm, which immediately shattered the surrounding space. Feng Wu's mouth burst out with blood, and his body was like a kite with a broken line falling several feet away. Seeing Jiang Chen's understatement of the severely wounded Feng Wuwei, Feng Qingyi's eye pupil suddenly shrank. The space is frozen, you have also broken through the Soul Realm. Divine Soul Realm, this guy actually broke through Divine Soul Realm, how is it possible? With a finger in the solidified space, the wind that defeats the half-step king is not lacking. I am afraid that only the soul of the soul can do it. The shocking scene before him also stunned the geniuses of these 5 holy cities in the Great Hall. Among the talented disciples of the 5 holy cities, few people would be surprised that Feng Qingyi could become the first person to break through the Divine Soul Realm King. The second person to break through the Soul Realm King was not the 2 half-stepped kings Meng Xuanxuan and Xiao Jingyan, nor the emperor-level geniuses of the 5 holy cities, but the little-known Maodo boy in front of him. Especially for Xiao Jingyan and others who were born in Yandi City, it was difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. They naturally knew Jiang Chen's details better than others. Half a year ago, Jiang Chen entered Yandi City, and his cultivation was still only in Shanghai First Heavy. Just half a year, this guy has been promoted from Shanghai First Heavy, all the way to Shanghai Sixth, and his fighting strength is straight up to the top genius of Yandi City. This is not the scariest. The most shocking thing was that Jiang Chen was still in the 6th layer of Shanghai before entering the Zun Emperor ruins. Now that Emperor Zun's ruins have been open for less than 10 days, Jiang Chen has transformed from Shanghai 6th layer into a Divine Soul Realm King. This is too incredible. Why are you only allowed to break through the Divine Sea Realm? Jiang Chen ignored the shocking gazes around him. He curled his lips at Feng Qingyi, and Feng Qingyan said calmly, "It's only the Divine Sea Realm, I broke through accidentally." Chapter 1084. Play sword with me, you are a little tender. Divine Soul Realm, and broke through accidentally. When everyone heard Jiang Chen's words, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. In today's Shenwu continent, the king of the soul realm is already a sign of becoming a strong one. The soul of the king of the divine soul realm is sublimated to the extreme, condensing the will of the divine soul, and the lifespan is greatly increased, reaching thousands of years. And as long as the spirit is immortal, even if the body is destroyed, the spirit can still survive in the world. Divine soul realm and divine sea realm, this is a big watershed for warriors. Although the two are only separated by a thin line, it is like a chasm, insurmountable. There are countless martial artists at the peak of the Shenwu continent. Even if they are poor, they may not be able to break through the divine soul realm. But the guy in front of him broke through accidentally. This is too depressing. Your ability to break through the divine soul realm really surprised me. But even if you break through, the emperor can still kill you. Feng Qingyi stared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression, and there was a burst of cold killing intent all over his body. The boy in front of him was too enchanting, even so enchanting that Feng Qingyi was extremely jealous. Feng Qingyi has secretly vowed, even at all costs, he will kill Jiang Chen here today. Feng Qingyi's voice fell, and a cyan long sword flashed out of thin air in his palm instantly. I saw his fingers stretched out the cyan long sword, and the vitality of the world around him instantly turned into a cyan giant eagle in midair. Sky Eagle Sword Power. Feng Qingyi let out a cold snort, the long sword in his hand fell, the cyan giant eagle raised to the sky with a long cry, the huge wings brought a burst of cyan wind piercing the sky, and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Feng Qingyi, you shouldn't use a sword, play sword with me, I'm afraid you are still a little tender. Jiang Chen put his hands together, and a sword force condensed above his head. Jiang Chen pinched his fingers into a sword, and pointed out a finger at the blue giant eagle. A burst of emptiness sword shadow pierced through the space, slashing fiercely on the blue giant eagle. Hearing a click, the cyan giant eagle was cut into 2 pieces by a sword. With a sword smashing Feng Qingyi's attack, Jiang Chen's mind moved, and the 3 great swords instantly condensed a giant sword. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword penetrated the Tenjiang void and slashed out at Feng Qingyi's head. Feng Qingyi's complexion changed, and the 3 major Chengfeng Dao's true intentions were pushed to the limit, and his figure moved a distance of 10 feet without warning. Raoshi Feng Qingyi's reaction speed was already very fast, but the sword energy of Jiang Chen still spread. I saw that his clothes were all tattered by the fierce sword aura, and even the hair on his forehead was cut off, revealing a faint blood trace below. Feng Qingyi was frightened in her heart. Jiang Chen's sword intent is really too strong. It is almost close to the point of triple perfection, and it is impossible to guard against. If he reacted a little more slowly just now, he would be cut off by Jiang Chen's sword. A sword forced the retreat of Feng Qingyi. Jiang Chen couldn't help but said with contempt, Feng Qingyi, you are the first person in the 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen, don't want to be crazy, this emperor will let you see my true strength. Feng Qingyi's eyes suddenly flashed a ferocious cold light. Shenfeng bloodline, open it for me. Feng Qingyi let out an icy stern cry, an unusually terrifying blood pressure, also instantly spreading in the hall with Feng Qingyi as the center. Chapter 1085. Conquer the top 5 holy cities. Feng Qingyi urged the blood of the emperor in his body, and his whole body surged. He squeezed his fist violently, and a huge fist shadow with ancient blood aura blasted out directly at Jiang Chen. The monstrous fist shook the space, leaving a space crack visible to the naked eye wherever it passed, emitting a sneer. The bloodline of the titled emperor is stronger than the bloodline of Yandi in Yandi City, but that's all. Jiang Chen sneered. The Kandlong Saint body bloodline instantly urged to its limit, and the terrifying vitality vigor was also sprayed from his fist. The vitality energy gushing from Jiang Chen's fist condensed directly in front of him into a cyan dragon more than 10 feet long. The giant dragon raised up to the sky and let out a stunned dragon chant, and then lightly shattered Feng Qingyi's fist shadow with one claw. Feng Qingyi's complexion changed, and the silver long sword in his hand swung again and again, slashing 3 cyan wind gangs against the cyan dragon. 3 cyan wind gangs collided with the cyan dragon in midair, and a terrifying air wave instantly swept across the hall. Even the half-step kings like Xiao Jingyun were forced to retreat a few steps by this wave of air. Some emperor-level geniuses of Shanghai 9th layer, even under the pressure of this air wave, a pale look appeared on their faces. The combat power of these two guys is too terrifying. Feng Qingyi was able to defeat the martial artist of the first level of the Divine Soul when he was still in the half-step king. Now that he has broken through the Divine Soul realm, his combat power is probably not inferior to the martial artist of the 4th level of the Shanghai. I didn't expect that Yandi City actually hides a monster genius who is not inferior to Feng Qingyi. Seeing Jiang Chen confronting Feng Qingyi head-on, he didn't lose the wind, and there were even faint signs of overwhelming Feng Qingyi. Brother and sister xianxia and Xiao Yutong looked at each other, and they both smiled bitterly. Although they all knew that Jiang Chen was the disciple of the Fenchen Sword Emperor Xiao Duli. Although they all knew that after entering Yandi City, Jiang Chen showed a strong talent and broke the record, obtaining the Imperial Martial Arts inheritance with Shanghai First Heavy's cultivation base. But Xiao Xingya and the others had never treated Jiang Chen as opponents. The time Jiang Chen entered Yandi City was too short, and there was an insurmountable gap with him. Jiang Chen will fill this seemingly insurmountable gap in just 6 months, and successfully surpass them. The degree of this guy's perversion is worse than his master, the Fenchen Sword Emperor Xiao Duli. What is your bloodline power? Feng Qingyi stepped back 3 steps, he looked up at Jiang Chen, his eyes also showed incredible horror. Their bloodline of the great emperor of Divine Wind City, but far surpassed the existence of the bloodline of the other 4 holy cities. It is precisely with this emperor's blood that he can crush all the disciples of the 5 holy cities and become the well-deserved first person in the 5 holy cities. But now his bloodline of the great emperor was actually suppressed by the mysterious bloodline of this kid in front of him. What blood strength I am, you are not qualified to know. But if your whole card is the so-called blood of the emperor, you will lose it. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, then stepped out suddenly. Only a loud noise was heard, thunderclouds surging in midair, and silver long swords flashing with thunder light instantly condensed in the void. Chapter 1086. Feng Qingyi's Trump Card. Thousands of silver long swords thunder light swirled around, intertwined in midair into a sky-wide sword net, covering Feng Qingyi's entire person. How can it be? Feng Qingyi's face suddenly changed. Jiang Chen's move unexpectedly exploded with the triple sword intent and the triple thunder intent at the same time, fusing the power of the 2 martial arts intent together. Indestructible wind aegis, condensation. Facing the shrouded thunder sword net, Feng Qingyi's expression became solemn. His whole body was concentrated, his sleeves swelled open, his hands slowly lifted up in the void like he was lifting a heavy object. I saw that Feng Qingyi was surrounded by strong winds within a radius of several tens of feet. A cyan wind whistled out, and finally condensed into a huge cyan wind shield on top of its head. The cyan wind escape was 2 to 3 meters thick, like a sky wall, blocking the rapidly descending thunder sword net. The thunder lightsaber fell like a little rain on the blue wind escape. The cyan wind escaped under the thunder lightsaber, the smooth surface instantly became riddled with holes, but it abruptly resisted thousands of thunder lightsabers. Jiang Chen, my indestructible wind aegis is an imperial martial arts school created by the founder of Shenfeng City, the great emperor. Shenfeng, even if you break through the divine soul realm, you can never break my defenses. Feng Qingyi smiled coldly, his face full of pride. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and he took out the blood dragon sword calmly. But at the moment Jiang Chen held the blood dragon sword, the temperature in the air in the hall rose sharply, and flames of different colors also appeared strangely all over Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood proud of his sword, and the thousands of flames swirling around him instantly condensed into a 10-foot flame giant sword. The flame giant sword is like a chenghong piercing the sun, as if to tear the world apart. Feng Qingyi, you are not the only one who has mastered the imperial martial arts. See how I can smash your tortoise shell with one sword. 10,000 fire burning heaven, kill me. With this icy shout resounding through the hall, the flame giant sword slashed down in the air with the force of Wanjin, and the mighty force fell like a meteorite, heavily on the blue wind escape. The earth-shattering crash sounded in the hall. I saw the blue wind escape on top of Feng Qingyi's head a full 2 or 3 meters away, and was directly split in half by the flame giant sword. Feng Qingyi spouted a censored mist from his mouth, and his figure was also impacted by the remnant sword energy of the flame giant sword, embarrassingly smashed to a distance of more than 10 meters. Feng Qingyi was defeated. Looking at the situation in the midfield, the hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. All of them were Jiang Chen looking at Ao Jian with a dull expression, and it was a long time for him to recover from the shock. Feng Qingyi, this was the first person in the 5 holy cities. One person suppressed the existence of countless emperor-level geniuses, and now he was defeated by an unknown boy. Imperial-level martial arts, you actually got the imperial-level martial arts inheritance from Yandi City. Feng Qingyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and in the gaze looking at Jiang Chen, an incredible horror finally appeared. What, is it that you are only allowed to get the imperial martial arts inheritance? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said lightly, Feng Qingyi, you lost. The blood of the Emperor Zun is now mine. Are you okay? Jiang Chen, don't be too happy too early. How can you easily defeat this emperor? Feng Qingyi's eyes were gloomy, and his cold voice slowly resounded through the hall. Since you have to die, this emperor will let you see my real trump card. Chapter 1087, Secret Method, I can crush you as well. Feng Qingyi's icy words sounded through the hall, and her palms closed, forming a strange handprint directly on her chest. I saw Feng Qingyi's body trembling constantly, his face suddenly flushed like blood, and the vitality in his body became more and more surging at this moment. The aura on Feng Qingyi's body directly broke through the 2 realms, skyrocketing to the level of the Divine Soul Triple Realm. This is the King-level secret art Fengshan Festival of the God Wind City. Everyone saw this scene before them, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Feng Qingyi was actually forced to such a dibby by Jiang Chen, and even the secret method Fengshan sacrifice was displayed. In the 5 holy cities, there are secret methods that can increase strength in a short time. For example, the Fengshan sacrifice performed by Feng Qingyi is the famous king-level secret method of Shenfeng City. It's just that every secret method has a fatal weakness. After some secret methods are cast, they will even pay a considerable price, and no one is willing to use them easily until a critical moment. Feng Qingyi has now displayed all the Fengshan sacrifices, obviously preparing to fight Jiang Chen desperately. Jiang Chen, you are proud to be able to force me to use secret methods. Go to death for me. After Feng Qingyi urged the secret method Fengshan Festival, the majestic cyan vitality surgingly condensed in the palm of the palm, countless cyan winds flew around, forming a huge and incomparable cyan storm, swept away at Jiang Chen fiercely. Isn't it a secret method? Do you think you alone can? Even if you use the secret method, I can still crush you. Jiang Chen looked at the cyan storm that was overwhelming the sky, and he couldn't help but let out a cold scream, Dian swallowing cloud technique. As Jiang Chen's shout fell, a powerful swallowing force burst out of his body, gathering the power of heaven and earth within 100 meters of him. And the aura in his body also surged one after another, soaring all the way to the peak of the Divine Soul Triple Stage. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, his hands squeezed his fingers into swords, his majestic vitality instantly turned into a sky-breaking sword aura, smashing the oncoming blue storm to pieces. With a sword smashing the blue storm, Jiang Chen's figure didn't hesitate at all, and he burst out of Feng Qingyi directly from the world, and the sword pointed directly at Feng Qingyi's eyebrows. Feng Qingyi shrank suddenly, and the monstrous Yuan Li quickly condensed into a wind wall in front of him, barely resisting the sword. Before Feng Qingyi had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Chen's blood dragon sword drew a weird blood-colored arc in midair, and the sharp sword aura instantly magnified in Feng Qingyi's line of sight. Sword chi poured down like a violent storm, causing the wind wall in front of Feng Qingyi to continue to ripple. The wind wall finally banged, bursting open with a crisp sound. The wind wall burst, and Feng Qingyi's figure resembled a broken kite again, and fell heavily. Seeing that Feng Qingyi performed the secret method Fengshen sacrifice, he was still completely crushed by Jiang Chen, and the hall fell into a dead silence again. Everyone was staring at Jiang Chen dumbfounded, their expressions of astonishment to the extreme. This guy is really a terrible evildoer. Ah, Jiang Chen, this is what you forced me to do. Today, the emperor will not kill you. Feng Qingyi struggled to get up from the ground with a look of embarrassment. He looked up at Jiang Chen, his ferocious eyes flashed with an extremely crazy look. As soon as he moved his palm, a blue jade talisman appeared in his palm. Chapter 1088, Qinglian God Emperor Feng Qingyi. Feng Qingyi squeezed Yu Fufan's palm fiercely, and the jade talisman burst open instantly. A spirit will scorn the world suddenly rose from the jade talisman. The monstrous spirit and will swept the entire hall, and the vitality of heaven and earth roared like a violent wind. A stalwart blue phantom also quickly condensed on Feng Qingyi's head. The cyan phantom lingers in the radiance of a huge green lotus, like a censer descending. This is City Lord of God Wind City, Qinglian God Emperor Feng Qingyi. Hi, Feng Qingyi can actually use a ghost clone of Qinglian Divine Emperor Feng Qingyi. The sudden scene also caused the complexion of everyone in the hall to change slightly. They are all top geniuses in the 5 holy cities, and naturally they have the life-saving cards left by the strong behind them. Only the relics of the quasi-emperor have the will of the quasi-emperor's law. Except for things like Feng Qingyi and Jiang Chen, after entering the Zun Emperor ruins, breaking through the Divine Soul Realm can be used at will. Their whole cards that exceed the power of the Divine Soul Realm will all be restrained and cannot be used at all. But now Feng Qingyi uses the power of a Qinglian Divine Emperor Feng Qingyi. How is this possible? Qingyi, I originally thought that you shouldn't need the jade talisman I gave you, but I didn't expect someone in the 5 holy cities to crush you into pieces. Just as everyone was shocked, the illusory voice of Feng Qingyi in midair also spread slowly in the hall. Feng Qingyi said with a respectful expression, God Emperor, Qingyi has encountered some trouble fighting for the blood of the quasi-emperor, and I hope the emperor can help me. Essence and blood of the Emperor Zun. Feng Qingyi's illusory eyes looked at the quasi-emperor's essence and blood in the depths of the hall, and couldn't help but sighed. This quasi-emperor's essence and blood are not so easy to get, but since this emperor is here, I will try my best to help you. The essence and blood of the Emperor Zun always existed in the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. For thousands of years, the relics of Emperor Zun have been opened once every 100 years, and there are countless geniuses who have come to the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda in the 5 holy cities. But no one has ever been able to get this drop of quasi-emperor blood. This shows how difficult it is to obtain this quasi-emperor's essence and blood. Old guy, Jiang Chen is interested in this quasi-emperor essence and blood. If you want to help him fight for the quasi-emperor's essence and blood, you have to ask me if I agree. Jiang Chen looked at the Qinglian God Emperor Feng Qingyi in midair, and couldn't help but let out a faint cold snort. Following Jiang Chen's words, the eyes of everyone in the hall almost didn't go round. Qinglian Divine Emperor Feng Qingyi, this is the Lord of Divine Wind City, one of the top divine emblems in Shenwu continent today. Even if it was just a ghost clone, it was an unobservable existence. This guy in front of him even dared to fight for the blood of the quasi-emperor. This Nima shouldn't be so awesome. Fengshen Sword Emperor Xiao Duli's disciple is indeed well deserved. I didn't expect that even Feng Qingyi would not be your opponent. Little guy, your talent is even worse than that of your master. Feng Qingyi looked at Jiang Chen, and the faint laughter resounded in the hall. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his head to stare at Feng Qingyi. Do you know who I am? This emperor is the Lord of God Wind City, and the wind and grass of the 5 holy cities can hardly escape the eyes of this emperor. Feng Qingyi sighed lightly. The only thing I didn't expect is that your talent is far more terrifying than I thought, and you have grown to this point in such a short time. Chapter 1089, It only takes one sword to kill you. The Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiao Duli returned to Yandi City and brought back a talented disciple named Jiang Chen. It's natural that Feng Qingyi wouldn't know such an important matter. However, although Jiang Chen is extremely talented, there is a big gap between his cultivation and the top talents of the 5 holy cities. Even before the relics of Emperor Zun opened, Jiang Chen's cultivation only reached the 6th level of Shanhai. This kind of strength is not at the same level as the top genius of the 5 holy cities that has already reached the 9th level of Shanghai or even the half-step king. Including Feng Qingye, almost everyone in the 5 holy cities ignored Jiang Chen. But no one would think of it. After Jiang Chen enters the remains of the Zun Emperor, his strength will skyrocket at a flying speed. It took less than 10 days. Jiang Chen was promoted from Shanghai's 6th layer to Divine Soul Realm in one breath, and even Feng Qingye was no longer his opponent. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, "Old guy, stop talking nonsense in front of me. If you want to help Feng Qingye fight for the essence and blood of the Emperor, then do it." "Boy, you really want to do it with me?" Feng Qingye's eyes suddenly chilled. "Although you are good at strength and have broken through the Divine Soul Realm, I am afraid you still don't have the qualifications to start with the Emperor. Old guy, the rule and will of the quasi-Emperor ruins will limit all the power above the foreign soul realm. You can appear here, it means that you are a ghost clone, at most the strength of the peak of the sea. A divine soul clone at the peak of the divine sea realm, what fear do I have?" Jiang Chen smiled proudly, waved the blood dragon sword in his hand, and the sky-shaking sword aura instantly pierced the void in front of him, with a fierce aura, as if to chop the world to pieces. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to take the initiative to attack him, Feng Qingye let out a cold snort, and raised his head and pointed at the astounding sword aura. With a burst of anger, the shocking sword instantly turned into nothingness in midair. A top-notch king-level secret method, sword intent is close to triple perfection, comparable to the bloodline power of the bloodline of the 9-star Emperor. No wonder Feng Qingye will also be defeated in your hands. A cold killing intent flashed in Feng Qingye's eyes, but no matter how evil you are, you still don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of the Emperor. This son is an extraordinary genius once in a million years. If he is given enough time to grow up, he will definitely become the first person in the 5 holy cities. Such an existence is already a great threat to their divine Wind City. Even if he got into the trouble of Sword Emperor burning heaven Shaoduli, he will kill this threat today in the bud. Feng Qingye's cold words fell, and immediately flipped his palm, and the sky cyan brilliance exploded, and then turned into a cyan enchantment, covering the area of 100 meters in radius. Jiang Chen, although this emperor has only the power of the peak of the gods, this emperor is the emperor of the divine birth realm and can use part of the power of the emperor's realm. In this emperor realm, the emperor is the master here. With your strength, how can you break the emperor's emperor realm? Feng Qingye stood proudly in the blue enchantment, his expression indifferent. Facing Feng Qingye's emperor's realm, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. "Feng Qingye, if it was your deity who used the imperial realm, I really can't help you now. But what appeared in front of me now was nothing more than the spirit of the peak of the Sea of Gods." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the blood dragon sword in his hand pointed to the sky, and the thousands of blue sword aura also spread in an instant. Chapter 1090, Sword Slayer King Clone. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and the thousands of blue sword auras instantly turned into a blue sword domain, covering Feng Qingye's figure. The power of the sword domain, and there is also a trace of the law of time. How can you have such power? Being in the cyan sword domain, feeling the weird power in the cyan sword domain, Feng Qingye's expression finally couldn't help but change drastically. In his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was also an incredible look of horror. The power of the sword domain, this is the power that the divine embryo realm sword emperor can only master. The power of law, this is the existence that only the strong in the emperor realm are qualified to master. Feng Qingye couldn't think of it. This kid not only mastered the power of the sword domain, but there was also a trace of the power of the law of time in the sword domain. The law of time, this is the most difficult law power in the legend. Even in the ancient times, the emperor realm capable of mastering the law of time on the Shenwu continent are very few. But the hairy boy who had just broken through the divine soul realm in front of him had such a terrifying power. Even with Feng Qingye's experience, I have never seen such a wicked person. A warrior who has just broken through the divine soul realm has mastered the power of an emperor-level powerhouse. Feng Qingye felt frightened in his heart when he felt that his own divine soul clone was rapidly passing under this weird sword domain. The power of his divine soul clone is not strong. If this sword domain is allowed to accelerate, it will probably dissipate completely soon. Where did Feng Qingye dare to hesitate? He took a deep breath and urged the power of the domain with all his strength, and the sharp wind blades instantly condensed all over his body. Blade storm, Feng Qingye yelled, and those wind blades directly turned into sword blade storms, surging out toward the cyan sword domain. The blade storm fell on the cyan sword domain, making a sneer, but it didn't help to win the cyan sword domain. As the prestigious emperor of Shenwu continent, Feng Qingya's strength is unfathomable. Even the entire body of the divine soul at the peak of the divine sea, with the use of the power of the domain, it is enough to easily kill the ordinary divine soul realm early king. But Jiang Chen was not an ordinary divine soul realm. Now Jiang Chen's mastery of the time and space sword domain is almost close to 1/10 the point. With the blessing of the Dian cloud swallowing technique, Jiang Chen is now using the space-time sword realm. Even if the king of the soul 7th level or above, he may not be able to win him. And Feng Qingya, the avatar of the divine soul, is far from being able to exert the power of the divine soul's 7 layers. How can it break the time and space sword realm? Divine and soul clones have limited power. Feng Qingya condensed the strongest blow and failed to break through Jiang Chen's time and space sword domain, and his power was instantly reduced. Coupled with the exponential consumption of his time and space sword domain, the cyan brilliance surrounding Feng Qingya became extremely dim. He tried his best, rushed and struggled a few times in the time and space sword domain, and finally failed to break through the time and space sword domain. Feng Qingya's figure also became more and more illusory, and finally turned into a little green light, which dissipated in the air out of thin air, leaving only a cold anger slowly echoing in the hall. Good, what a space-time sword domain. Jiang Chen, you dare to kill a ghost clone of the Emperor remembers you. Chapter 1091, 10 breaths do not roll, kill without mercy. Seeing Feng Qingya's soul clone turned into a little green light and dissipated out of thin air, the hall was suddenly silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with an incredible shock, and it was difficult to recover for a long time. Feng Qingya, this is the lord of the dignified Shenfeng city, the Qinglian god emperor of the central state continent. Even if it was just a ghost clone at the peak of the Sea of Gods, the power it exerts was enough to crush the king of the early gods. But Jiang Chen cut off Feng Qingya's ghost clone with a sharp sword. Impossible. How is this possible? Feng Qingya's eyes were dull, and his face instantly turned pale. Give you 10 breaths of time, and immediately disappear from the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, otherwise, kill without mercy. Slashing Feng Qingya's soul clone with one sword, Jiang Chen didn't even look at Feng Qingya. His eyes swept slightly in the hall, and his cold voice resounded directly in the hall. Now that he has used Dian cloud swallowing technique, he naturally doesn't want to waste time with this guy in front of him. Before the power of the Dian cloud swallowing technique disappears, he must expel all these guys in front of him, and then get the blood of the quasi-emperor. Once you fall into the weak period of Dian cloud swallowing, the consequences will be unimaginable. Meng Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes cast a deep look at Jiang Chen, and immediately led the disciples of Lingxi City and quickly disappeared to the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. But Wu Ziyu, Lei Xingyang and the others did not rush to leave. Obviously they still had ideas for the emperor's essence and blood. Jiang Chen, I have to admit that you are so strong that you can kill even the emperor clone with a single sword. But the cost of the sword you just now is not small. Don't you know how much power is left in your body? Feng Qingya took a deep breath, and immediately said with a sneer, do you think that with your current state, do you have the ability to swallow the blood of the Emperor Zhundi? Jiang Chen's sword just now was already a power surpassed by the Soul Realm King, and it was bound to consume huge amounts. In addition, Jiang Chen's secret method will not last long, and the aftereffects of using the secret method will soon appear. With so many of them joining hands, they might not be able to spend a lot of time with Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen's secret method is over, it is not easy to clean up Jiang Chen. Do I have the ability? You can try it. Jiang Chen expressionlessly. You still have 5 breaths. Everyone go together. Feng Qingya's eyes were cold, and immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen with the 4 Shenfeng city geniuses behind him. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and a magnificent kings will spread all over the hall, causing the souls of many talented disciples in the hall to tremble. Holding the blood dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen chopped out 5 bursts of sword energy in a row. The 3 divine wind city geniuses, whose strength was only at the peak of the Shanhai Sea, had no time to react, and they were cut into 2 by Jiang Chen's sword aura. Even Feng Qingya and Feng Wuxian were forced to retreat several feet away, embarrassed by this sword aura. In this scene, Wu Ziyan and Lei Xingyang were also terrified. The 5 emperor-level geniuses of Kamikaze City joined forces to besiege, but they were defeated by Jiang Chen, even beheading 3 people. This guy in front of him is not like Feng Qingyi's guess wrong, he is already at the end of the crossbow, it is almost like the same killer god. Faced with Jiang Chen in such a state, if they make a move, it will be no different from sending him to the door to find him dead. Chapter 1092, Xiao Jingyan, you can roll too. Everyone, this quasi-emperor's blood is already in the possession of my Yandi city. Do you leave by yourself, or do you want us to invite you to leave? At this moment, Xiao Jingyan also stood up and said with a smile. Originally, when Feng Qingyi broke through the divine soul realm and crushed them all with 1 enemy and 4, Xiao Jingyan thought it was hopeless to win the blood of the Emperor Quasi. Xiao Jingyan didn't expect that Jiang Chen would stand up at this time, and his strength was incredible. This guy not only defeated Feng Qingyi with absolute strength, but even the ghost clone of Qinglian God Emperor Feng Qingye was wiped out. Now that Jiang Chen shocked the audience and expelled the geniuses of the other 4 holy cities, Xiao Jingyan naturally stood up to support Jiang Chen without hesitation, intending to get a share of it. Wu Ziyan and Lei Xingyang had already been stunned by Jiang Chen's method of defeating the 5 geniuses of Godwind City, so how dare to stay in front of Jiang Chen at this moment. They all led the disciples behind them, and quickly left the Xuanming Pagoda. Feng Qingyi and Feng Wuxian also flee in a panic on their faces. Junior brother Jiang Chen, congratulations on defeating Feng Qingyi and becoming the first genius in the 5 holy cities. After everyone left, Xiao Jingyan couldn't help but greeted him with a smile. Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Xiao Jingyan, and said coldly, "What are you still doing here?" Junior brother Jiang Chen, this quasi-emperor's blood has been in the Xuanming Pagoda for so long, and has not been obtained by the geniuses of the 5 holy cities. It is not easy to get it. We are all disciples of Yandi City, we should stay here to help you. Xiao Jingyan said with a smile on his face. When he was speaking, there was an imperceptible light flashing in his eyes. Now that Jiang Chen's strength is far better than him, it is almost impossible for him to forcibly compete with Jiang Chen for the blood of the quasi-emperor. The reason why he humbled to Jiang Chen so low is to stay. As long as he can stay, it doesn't matter if he helps Jiang Chen obtain the blood of the Emperor Zun. Jiang Chen had already used secret methods before. Once the secret method disappears, Jiang Chen's body will have sequelae of using the secret method, and even fall into a weak state. At that time, he could easily take the blood of the Emperor Zun back from Jiang Chen's hands. "Help me, sorry, I don't need it," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Xiao Jingyan, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, you can also get out of here." "Jiang Chen, everyone is in the same class. I kindly stayed to help you. You are too much." Xiao Jingyan's complexion suddenly didn't look so good. "Are you really kind to stay and help me?" Jiang Chen smiled coldly. "Xiao Jingyan, do you think I'm stupid? Don't think I really don't know what you are thinking about." Xiao Jingyan's face was green. "Jiang Chen, you." Xiao Jingyan's words were not halfway through. Jiang Chen waved the blood dragon sword in his hand, and a sharp sword aura shot out. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingyan was hit by Jiang Chen's sword aura for several feet, and a red blood spilled out of the corner of his mouth. "Jiang Chen, you dare to do something to me." Xiao Jingyan stabilized his figure in embarrassment, and was also frightened in his heart. The blood dragon sword in his hand raised, and the eyes that looked towards Xiao Jingyan also burst out with a shocking killing intent. "Xiao Jingyan, give you one last chance and immediately disappear from me, don't think I really dare not kill you." Chapter 1093, Swallow the Blood of the Emperor. Covered by Jiang Chen's killing intent, Xiao Jingyan's whole body was like falling into an ice cellar. He even had a feeling that if he had a few more words, Jiang Chen would probably kill him with one sword without mercy. Xiao Jingyan suppressed the monstrous anger in his heart, turned around and walked away. "Junior brother Jiang Chen, I used to not understand why the Sword Emperor Xiao Duli, who had always dismissed the many geniuses in Yandi City, chose you as his disciple. Now I finally understand, your talent is indeed not comparable to any disciple of Yandi City." Even though Xiao Jingyan's purpose is not pure, he has one sentence that is correct. This quasi-emperor's blood is not so easy to take. Good luck. Xiao Xingya glanced at Jiang Chen with some complicated gaze, then took a deep breath, and slowly disappeared into the hall with Xiao Yutong. And after the two of Xiao Xingya left, in the 4th floor of the huge Xuanming Pagoda, only Jiang Chen was left. He raised his eyes slightly. His gaze fell on the quasi-emperor's essence in blood deep in the hall, and then he leaned in cautiously. The relics of Emperor Zun have been discovered by the 5 holy cities for thousands of years. The relics of Emperor Zun are opened once every 100 years. Generations of geniuses from the 5 holy cities have entered here, but no one has been able to take away the blood of Emperor Zun. Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it. It was not easy to get this drop of quasi-emperor blood. Jiang Chen approached the blood pool step by step. With every step he took, he could feel the blood pressure of Zhundi's essence and blood was also increasing. But now Jiang Chen is in the state of the secret method, his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the soul, and he has the blood of the sacred body of the blue dragon. Such blood pressure did not pose much threat to Jiang Chen at all. Until he was about 10 feet away from the blood pond, Jiang Chen finally felt a trace of pressure from the blood veins of Zhundi's essence and blood, and it became a lot harder to walk. This quasi-emperor's blood is really extraordinary. Even if a warrior at the peak of Xianxia approaches this blood pool, he will explode and die directly under the pressure of the power of blood. No wonder this quasi-emperor's blood has never been taken away from the blood pool. Just being close to the blood pond is enough to make the warriors at the peak of the Xianxia realm unbearable. If you enter the blood pool, the blood power that you have to endure will probably be difficult for even the early king of the soul to resist. The Dian cloud swallowing technique is running out of time, and it must be done before the secret technique disappears. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately his whole body was fully fired. Xianxia's triple cultivation base, the will of the king, the bloodline of the sacred body of the blue dragon, and the invincible refining technique all urged to the extreme. The soles of his feet slammed on the ground, and the whole person was like an arrow from the string, bursting out toward the emperor's essence in the center of the blood pool. The quasi-emperor's essence and blood glazed with golden light, and the invisible blood pressure rushed in all directions. Even Jiang Chen, who had exploded with all his strength, groaned under the impact of that bloodline power, and the aura in his body was tumbling, and even his body felt like he was about to break apart. Time and space sword domain, open it to me. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and immediately screamed, and once again used the space-time sword region to resist the bloodline power of the Quanti's essence and blood with the barrier of the space-time sword region. Jiang Chen's toes were in the void, and then he slammed into the time and space sword realm, came to the side of the quasi-emperor's essence and blood, and swallowed the quasi-emperor's essence and blood. Chapter 1094, Ding. You successfully promoted to the real dragon, censored body. The power of the blood of Zhundi's essence is beyond imagination. Even the strength that Jiang Chen has burst out with all his strength now is unbearable. Jiang Chen even had a feeling that if he stayed a little longer next to the quasi-emperor's essence and blood, he might collapse under the power of the quasi-emperor's essence and blood. He finally understood why the blood of Emperor Zun had existed for thousands of years, and countless talented disciples of the 5 holy cities failed to take it away. The geniuses who entered the remains of Zun Emperor in the 5 holy cities were only in the Divine Sea realm. Even if you get the chance to break through the Divine Soul realm at the Zun Emperor ruins, your strength is at best the same as Feng Qingyi. With such strength, it is a problem to get close to the essence of Zhundi. Not to mention the young geniuses of the 5 holy cities, even if many veteran souls from the 5 holy cities come, it is not easy to obtain the essence and blood of the Emperor. Jiang Chen knew very well in his heart that it was impossible for him to put the blood of Zhundi in his bag. Jiang Chen has the heaven-defying system, and his body is completely different from ordinary people, so he wouldn't be at a loss for this quasi-emperor's essence and blood. Since having a hundredfold training system, Jiang Chen had already realized that no matter how violent energy it was, he could swallow it without hesitation. No matter what kind of pill, he can eat it as jelly beans. Even if it is a heaven and earth spiritual creature like Xuanling Holy Spring, he can still drink it as water. Jiang Chen decided to swallow the quasi-emperor's essence and blood in one gulp. This was the only chance he could get this drop of quasi-emperor's essence. After swallowing the essence and blood of the emperor in one bite, the terrifying power of the blood that permeated the hall finally dissipated out of thin air, causing Jiang Chen's pressure to drop suddenly. After Jiang Chen swallowed the essence and blood of the Emperor Zun, it was as expected by Jiang Chen, without causing any big waves in his body, it was smoothly swallowed by Jiang Chen. A series of pleasant reminders sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You merged a drop of quasi-emperor's essence and blood, triggering a hundredfold increase in blood. Ding! Your blue dragon Eucharist has successfully evolved into a true dragon divine body. Ding! You succeeded in comprehending the supernatural powers of blood and destroying the dragon flame. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen's face also showed unconcealed ecstasy. Combining this drop of quasi-emperor's essence and blood, Jiang Chen's bloodline finally evolved again and was promoted to a true dragon body. After the bloodline was promoted to the true dragon divine body, he directly realized a bloodline supernatural power. Generally speaking, except for the extremely weird special physique such as the Tianyu soul body, only the legendary innate divine body has the possibility of awakening bloodline supernatural powers. Jiang Chen was promoted to the true dragon censored body this time, and he was almost no less inferior to the existence of the innate censored body. True dragon divine body, bloodline supernatural power, the hard work just now is finally worth it. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, and finally a satisfied smile appeared on his pale face. The bloodline power of this true dragon censored body is many times stronger than the bloodline of the once blue dragon saint body. More importantly, he also awakened a bloodline supernatural power. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, once this bloodline magical power is used, its power will not be much inferior to that of the time and space sword realm. With his current strength and full use, I am afraid that even Shanghai's 5th and 6th layers of warriors may not be able to withstand it. Now in addition to the time and space sword domain, he finally has another powerful whole card. Chapter 1095, Xuanming Pagoda Spirit, Zan Yi. After swallowing the essence of Zhundi, the power of the day swallowing cloud swallowing technique in Jiang Chen finally slowly dissipated. Jiang Chen's already scarred body became weaker in an instant. He dragged his exhausted body slowly through the bleeding pool, and then sat cross-legged beside the blood pool. Just as Jiang Chen was about to start practicing to heal his injuries, a faint voice sounded in the hall. "Little guy, you are great. Thousands of years, someone finally got the blood of the quasi-emperor left here by the master." The faint voice echoed in the hall, and Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrank. Who is talking? Jiang Chen never thought of it anyway. There were other people hidden on the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, but he didn't even notice it. Forced to suppress the horror in his heart, Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the hall, but he did not sense the existence of the person speaking. This scene also made Jiang Chen more vigilant in his heart. In order to swallow the blood of the Emperor Zun, he suffered a severe physical injury. Coupled with the sequelae of using the Dian cloud swallowing technique, it can be described as extremely weak. Now there is a mysterious strong man in the hall, and the situation is extremely unfavorable for him. "Little guy, don't be so nervous, I am not malicious to you. If I want to attack you, do you think you can live in the Xuanming Pagoda until now?" As a faint laughter fell, a burst of spatial fluctuations suddenly spread from the hall. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe also condensed ghostly in front of Jiang Chen. "Your Excellency." Jiang Chen looked at the black figure emerging out of nowhere, his eyes condensed suddenly. The middle-aged man looks very ordinary, but his whole body exudes a mysterious atmosphere of vicissitudes of life, giving a great sense of oppression. Jiang Chen had never felt this way even if it was the ghost clone of Qinglian God Emperor Feng Qingyu not long ago. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. "Boy, you are standing in my body now, and you are asking who am I?" Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, as if thinking of something, he couldn't help but said in amazement, Are you the spirit of the Xuanming Pagoda?" The middle-aged man stood with his hand in his hand and said indifferently, "Yes, my name Zan Yi is also the spirit of this Xuanming Pagoda. It is really the spirit of the Xuanming Pagoda." Jiang Chen took a breath in his heart. In the Shenwu continent, some high-level treasure weapons can grow to a certain level and can give birth to weapon spirits. The Xuanming Pagoda is a quasi-emperor treasure refined by the Holy Lord Xuanming, and it is not surprising that it can give birth to a spirit. The spirit of the Xuanming Pagoda has been able to transform into a human form, appearing at will in the Xuanming Pagoda. Such a powerful tool is too powerful. It turned out to be Senior Zan Yi. I don't know what Senior Zan Yi appeared here, why? After learning the identity of the middle-aged man, Jiang Chen quickly calmed down. Since this guy in front of him is the spirit of the Xuanming Pagoda, he probably wouldn't harm him. Zan Yi is the spirit of the Zanming Pagoda. Almost everything in the Zanming Pagoda was under the control of Zan Yi. If Zan Yi really wants to harm him, I am afraid that he can be dead without a place to bury him by just moving his fingers, so why bother to show up at this time? Hearing this, Zan Yi didn't talk nonsense, and said indifferently, "It's very simple, I'm here to find you, just want to make a deal with you. Chapter 1096. Take control of the Xuanming Pagoda, Transaction. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. I don't know how seniors want to trade. You swallow the quasi-emperor's essence and blood left by your master, and you have the ability to obtain the Xuanming Pagoda. Zhan Yi directly looked at Jiang Chen and said, I can help you control the Xuanming Pagoda, but I don't want to be bound by this Xuanming Pagoda anymore. After you fully control the Xuanming Pagoda, you need to give me freedom. What do you think? Back then, the Holy Lord Xuanming fell, and Zhan Yesheng was still a small tool that had just turned on his wisdom. Now that thousands of years have passed, Zhan Yi has grown into a spiritual emperor comparable to the emperor of the divine embryo realm. Only bound by the Xuanming Pagoda, he has been unable to leave, so he can only live in the Xuanming Pagoda. Zhan Yi always hoped that someone could get the essence and blood of the Master Xuanming Holy Master, so as to control the Xuanming Pagoda and take him away from the remains of the Emperor Zun. As long as he gets rid of the identity of the spirit of the Xuanming Pagoda and restores his freedom, he will be able to escape the world as a spiritual emperor. What disappointed Xuanyi was that the relics of Emperor Zun were opened every 100 years. The geniuses who entered the Xuanming Pagoda came batch after batch, but no one had been able to fuse the essence and blood left by the Holy Lord Xuanming. Now, Zhan Yi finally waited. After Jiang Chen swallowed Zhendi's essence and blood, he couldn't help showing up for the first time to trade with Jiang Chen. No problem, I am willing to make this deal with seniors. Jiang Chen nodded without thinking about it. He is now in the Xuanming Pagoda, and has absolutely no resistance in front of Zhan Yi. Rejecting Zhan Yi is almost the same as seeking death. Zhan Yi's transaction was also of great benefit to Jiang Chen. If he can control the Xuanming Pagoda, it means that everything in the Xuanming Pagoda will belong to him alone. In this Xuanming Pagoda, almost contains the life's hard work of the Holy Master Xuanming. As for the Xuanming Pagoda's Ling Zhan Yi, Jiang Chen had never thought of being able to control it. He only needs to push the boat along the river to restore Xuanye's freedom, and he can get everything about the Xuanming Pagoda. Why not do such a great thing? Zhan Yi stretched out his palm, and a mysterious scroll exuding the power of a simple soul slowly fell from midair. This is the scroll of the soul contract. You and I conclude the soul contract. If anyone dares to go back, he will pay a very heavy price. Zhan Yi controlled the soul contract scroll and concluded a soul contract with Jiang Chen. He pointed directly at Jiang Chen, and a message came into Jiang Chen's mind. Boy, this is the way to control the Xuanming Pagoda. There are still 5 days before the Zun Emperor ruins close. I hope you can refine a part of the Xuanming Pagoda within these 5 days and take it away from the Zun Emperor ruins. Otherwise, you are going to stay with me for 100 years in this Xuanming Pagoda. Zhan Yi's faint voice fell, and immediately ignored Jiang Chen, and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen ghostly. After Zhan Yi disappeared, Jiang Chen also quickly took out the healing pills and began to heal his injuries and restore his strength. The treasures of the quasi-emperor must not be so easy to refine. 5 days is very urgent for Jiang Chen. Regardless, Jiang Chen had to gain control of the Xuanming Pagoda within 5 days. He didn't want to stay in this Xuanming Pagoda for 100 years. After 2 hours of practice, Jiang Chen finally restored his strength to its peak state. He did not hesitate at all, and directly followed the method Zhan Yi left him, and began to refine and control the Xuanming Pagoda. Chapter 1097. The relics of Zun Emperor are closed. Jiang Chen just sat on the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, refining and controlling the Xuanming Pagoda with the secret method Zhan Yi gave him. Xuanming Pagoda is a treasure of the quasi-emperor, and Jiang Chen's cultivation has just broken through the divine soul realm. With his strength, it is not easy to control. Even if he combined the quasi-emperor essence and blood of the Holy Lord Xuanming, with the help of Ling Xuanyi, it took a full day and 1 night to get in touch with the Xuanming Pagoda. Hey, the speed of this control is really slow. Unfortunately, Zhan Yi can't be subdued. If Zhan Yi can be recognized as the master, it will only take minutes to control the Xuanming Pagoda. Now he can only slowly refine the Xuanming Pagoda step by step according to the method Zhan Yi gave him. Jiang Chen kept refining the Xuanming Pagoda like this. Jiang Chen finally gained control of the Xuanming Pagoda. He did not hesitate to close the Xuanming Pagoda, expelling all the disciples from the 5 holy cities from the Xuanming Pagoda. After contracting with Zhan Yi Dacheng's soul, Jiang Chen has already regarded himself as the new master of the Xuanming Pagoda. Everything in the Xuanming Pagoda is already considered Jiang Chen's personal belongings. How can he just watch the people in the 5 holy cities get involved with his own things? Ha, ha, ha. As Jiang Chen closed the Xuanming Pagoda, the geniuses who were originally in the Xuanming Pagoda had not yet reacted, and had already appeared on the square outside the Xuanming Pagoda. Gee, what's the situation? How did I leave the Xuanming Pagoda? I'm paralyzed. Lao Su will be able to put a 7th grade elixir into his bag immediately, and the Xuanming Pagoda suddenly closed. The geniuses of the 5 holy cities all recovered after a while. Especially some people who have spent a lot of effort and can get a chance, can't help but swear. It's just that no matter how they scolded, they still couldn't change the closing of the Xuanming Pagoda. These geniuses who had been expelled from the Xuanming Pagoda had to leave in anguish and seek opportunities elsewhere in the remains of Emperor Zun. Senior brother Bai, the Xuanming Pagoda has been closed. Why didn't you see junior brother Jiang Chen? Could it be that he has left early? Xiao Bai and his group stood in a corner of the square, and one of the Yandicheng disciples looked around. I don't know, let's leave here first. Xiao Bai shook his head. But he didn't worry about Jiang Chen's safety. Jiang Chen has become the king of the Soul Realm, and even the first genius of the 5 holy cities, Feng Qingyi, is not Jiang Chen's opponent. On the contrary, it was a few of them who had gained huge gains from the Yuanling veins these days, and they had to find a place to hide them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Feng Qingyi's eyes are on, they will be in trouble. As many geniuses left one after another, the square in front of the Xuanming Pagoda soon fell into silence. Only Jiang Chen is still sitting on the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, continuing to refine the Xuanming Pagoda. Unconsciously, 2 days passed again. Jiang Chen's progress in refining the Xuanming Pagoda finally barely reached 1/10. Boy, now you use the secret method I gave you, it should be enough to get the Xuanming Pagoda into your body. It's almost time. The Zun Emperor ruins will be closed soon. Try it now. At this moment, Zan Yi's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly, and immediately appeared outside the Xuanming Pagoda. Chapter 1098, The Emperor of Kamikaze City is in trouble. Just as Jiang Chen left the Xuanming Pagoda, the entire quasi-emperor relic space trembled in vain, and was immediately enveloped by a magnificent force of will. Jiang Chen felt it instantly. This force of will seems to contain a huge repulsive force, wanting to forcibly expel him from the remains of the quasi-emperor. The relics of Emperor Zun really are going to be closed. Jiang Chen didn't dare to neglect, he quickly used the magic trick Zan Yi gave him, and quickly clicked more than 10 times at the Xuanming Pagoda. I saw the Xuanming Pagoda trembling constantly under the touch of Jiang Chen's finger. Come. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and immediately his palms snapped together. Under the control of Jiang Chen, the Xuanming Pagoda instantly rose from the ground, and then shrank sharply. The Xuanming Pagoda, which was tens of feet high, turned into a palm-sized exquisite pagoda, and shot directly into Jiang Chen's body. And at the same time that Jiang Chen took the Xuanming explosion tower, the will power in the void also came crashingly. Jiang Chen's figure was quickly dimmed and transparent, and finally disappeared from the remains of the Emperor Zun. Outside Xuanming Holy Peak, one after another, the talented disciples of the 5 holy cities came out of the remains of the Emperor Zun. The 5 holy cities have been waiting for the imperial powers here. All of them hurriedly greeted their disciples and counted the losses and gains. The complexion of the imperial powerhouses in the 5 holy cities became not so good. This time, more geniuses have fallen in the remains of the Emperor Zun than before. Not only the emperor-level geniuses have fallen countless, but even the emperor level has fallen. Especially in Kamikaze City, the emperor-level geniuses have all fallen 3. Qingyi, what the censored is going on? How can 3 emperor-level geniuses of God-Wind City fall in the remains of Zun Emperor? Wang Shenwangfang Wang's complexion was extremely gloomy. The disciples who can enter the remains of the Emperor Zun are all top geniuses of the younger generation of Kamikaze City, and each one is cultivated with a lot of resources and effort. Especially emperor-level geniuses, almost all are the pillars of the future of Kamikaze City. Now that 3 emperor-level geniuses have fallen at once, even if they are based on the background of God-Wind City, their vitality will be greatly injured. Uncle Master, all this is done by Jiang Chen. A cold light flashed in Feng Qingyi's eyes, and he directly told what had happened to the Xuanming Pagoda. Good, what a disciple of Yandi City. Feng Wang's old eyes suddenly burst out with a terrifying killing intent. His fierce gaze instantly penetrated the void and directly locked onto Jiang Chen, who was reporting the results with Xiaoduli. Boy, you dare to kill the 3 emperor-level geniuses of Godwind City, you didn't come quickly to lead them to death. Feng Wang's furious shout also made everyone's eyes look at Jiang Chen. Fuck, what did the kid in Yandi City do to anger the Wang God Emperor Feng Wang? I'm afraid you don't know yet. That kid's name is Jiang Chen. He is the dark horse with the largest ruins of Emperor Zun this time. It is said that Feng Qingyi was defeated by him. 3 emperor-level geniuses died in his hands in Shenfeng City. Hi, this guy is too awesome. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with horror, and couldn't help but breathe in their hearts. Feng Qingyi has always been the first genius of the 5 holy cities, and the younger generation is almost invincible. This little-known Maodo boy can even defeat Feng Qingyi, should he be so exaggerated? Seeing Feng Wang's furious appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. The Emperor of Kamikaze City, sure enough, is still in trouble. Chapter 1099, The Clash of 2 Imperial Powers. The wind has no shadow, and the chance to compete for the remains of the Emperor Zun has always been based on their own ability. Your disciples of Divine Wind City died in the hands of my disciples, and I can only blame them for their inferior skills. What are you yelling here, really, when my disciple of Xiaoduli is so bullying? Xiaoduli let out a cold snort, and immediately stood in front of Jiang Chen, cancelling the oppression of Feng Wang's emperor and making it invisible. Jiang Chen is the disciple of Sword Emperor Xiaoduli of Burning Heaven. I also heard that Fenchen Sword Emperor Xiaoduli returned to Yandi City and accepted a disciple, who turned out to be him. This guy is worthy of being the disciple of Sword Emperor Burning Heaven Xiaoduli, and his enchanting level is no more than that of Xiaoduli in those days. Xiaoduli. Feng Wang stared at Xiaoduli, who stood in front of Jiang Chen, and a look of jealousy appeared in his old eyes. Xiaoduli, the well-deserved first person in the 5 holy cities in a century. In just 30 years, he has become the top powerhouse in the epicenter state. A few years ago, Xiaoduli hadn't disappeared in Yandi City, and he was already one of the top powerhouses in the 5 holy cities. Now that several years have passed, Xiaoduli has returned mysteriously, and no one knows what his strength has reached. Xiaoduli, this son has killed 3 emperor-level geniuses in Divine Wind City. You must hand him over. Feng Wang stared at Xiaoduli with a gloomy expression, otherwise. My God Wind City will definitely live with you, Yandi City. As the veteran king of God Wind City, how could Feng Wang lose his momentum in front of Xiaoduli? Xiaoduli's apprentice was too enchanting, and it was nothing less than Xiaoduli's back then. If it is allowed to grow up, it will definitely increase the strength of Yandi City, and even threaten their status as Divine Wind City. If you don't die, don't die. I want to see who has the guts to hurt my disciple's hair. Xiaoduli's expression was indifferent, and his whole body exuded an overbearing power of burning the sky. Today, the Emperor will teach you Xiaoduli's methods. Feng Wang stared at Xiaoduli gloomily, a touch of sorrow appeared in his eyes. The sole of his foot slammed into the void, and the strange black wind within 100 feet of his body condensed out of thin air, and then turned into a dozen black ice spears, cutting through the space, and rushing toward Xiaoduli with lightning. Xiaoduli's face was expressionless, and he squeezed his palm, and the vast vitality rushed out, forming a wall of fire directly in front of him, taking all the black ice spears. Old guy, you can also try a trick with me. Xiaoduli's cold voice fell, and a burst of red light burst out of his palm. The red light condensed like lightning, and directly turned into a half-foot-sized blood-red palm print. Above the palm print, a horrible energy that could burn everything pervades, causing the surrounding space to skyrocket, as if to evaporate everything into nothingness. The Emperor Yan burns the heaven seal, go. The palm print took shape. Xiaoduli suddenly flipped his palm to shoot it. There was a sudden upsurge in the heaven and earth's vitality in the radius of 100 meters, and the clouds above the sky were burned into nothingness by the terrifying heat. Feeling the horror of Xiaoduli's blow, Feng Wang's complexion suddenly changed. The spirits in his old eyes skyrocketed, and the black energy in his body continued to burst out. Chapter 1100. The Might of Xiaoduli, defeat the Emperor with one move. The black storm condenses like lightning in Feng Wang's hands. I saw a black giant finger quietly condensed on Feng Wang's palm. The censored finger was very strange, exuding a very gloomy chill. Nether magic finger. The huge black finger quickly formed, and Feng Wang's palm moved, and a finger suddenly pressed against the oncoming Fenchen palm print. The terror attacks of the two imperial powers, hesitating two huge meteorites of different colors, suddenly collided. The dazzling light is like fireworks everywhere, and the sound of shaking the sky resounds between the sky and the earth. A terrifying energy storm spread from the sky, and the surrounding space was filled with black cracks nearly 100 meters long. That appearance, like a big, hideous mouth suddenly split in the sky, makes people feel chills. The spread of the energy storm also brought a hurricane that swept across the world. The imperial powerhouses of the 5 holy cities are all protecting their disciples, backing 100 feet in a row. It's such a strong energy collision. Is this a battle between the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm? It is really scary. The geniuses of the 5 holy cities all looked at the space cracks in the void with horror. The fight against the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm was really terrifying. If they hadn't had an Emperor-level powerhouse to protect each other, I am afraid that the energy storm caused by the two clashes would be enough to severely damage them. Just when everyone was shocked by the terrifying situation of Xiao Duli and Feng Huaying's fight, there was a sound of breaking through the air again in midair. An old figure kicked out of the void, and it was the shadowless, censored Feng Huaying of the Shenfeng city. Every time the soles of Feng Huaying's feet land in the void, a black mark will be stamped in the void. After stepping back into the void for nearly 100 meters, Feng Huaying stabilized his figure in embarrassment, and could no longer suppress the surging breath in his body, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirted out wildly. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Duli, who stood proudly in the void. His old eyes finally showed a touch of unconcealable astonishment. The people watching around couldn't help but take a breath. The veteran king-level powerhouse of the dignified Shenfeng city, Huaying Feng Huaying, was defeated by one move. Xiao Duli, the Sword Emperor of Burning Heaven, who once made the 5 holy cities frightened, really deserves a reputation. The strength of this guy is so strong. Li Huo's Sword Emperor Xiao Xinghei's eyes shrank suddenly, and the look at Xiao Duli also showed a look of jealousy. Huaying God Emperor Feng Huaying, God Wind City is second only to Qinglian God Emperor Feng Qingya's imperial-level powerhouse, and his cultivation has already reached the peak of the 3rd stage of the divine birth. Xiao Duli was able to strike a cold without a single stroke, and his strength undoubtedly reached a terrifying level. What a burning sword Emperor Xiao Duli, it seems that you really intend to be an enemy of my divine Wind City. Feng Huaying suppressed the horror in his heart, his old face looked gloomy. Xiao Duli looked indifferent. If you don't want to die, just get out of me. If you talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will kill you with one sword. Huh, Xiao Duli, I won't let God Wind City, just let it go. Feng Huaying let out a cold snort, then his figure flashed, and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight with a bunch of Divine Wind City disciples. As the people of Shenfeng City left, the imperial powerhouses of the other 3 holy cities also left with their disciples. Chapter 1101, Xiao Jingyun's Conspiracy. Jiang Chen and his party returned to Yandi City. On the day they returned to Yandi City, countless high-level elders from Yandi City showed up. Most of them are concerned about the safety and gains of their disciples. When they learned that Jiang Chen not only broke through the Divine Soul Realm, but also defeated the Feng Qingyi of the God Wind City and became the first person in the 5 holy cities, they almost stared out of shock. Since Jiang Chen entered Yandi City half a year ago, he has shown a terrifying talent, no less than an emperor-level genius. Jiang Chen could grow up to this point in just 6 months. Many elders of the Divine Soul Realm of Yandi City congratulated Jiang Chen, master and apprentice. Xiao Duli, who was once an extremely talented genius who had built the 5 holy cities for an era, is now a superpower that has made countless people in the mainland fearful. As a disciple of Xiao Duli, Jiang Chen's enchanting level was even more than that of Xiao Duli before. As long as there are no accidents, future achievements will never be under Xiao Duli. Both the master and the disciple are evildoers in a million. These Yandi City elders can know with their toes. In the next few decades or even hundreds of years in Yandi City, in all likelihood, Xiao Duli will belong to the 2 masters and apprentices. Looking at some elders who were originally neutral, there were vague signs that Xiao Duli's master and apprentice were better than those of Xiao Duli, and Xiao Xinghei's expression became a little difficult to look. He exchanged a few words with everyone before returning to his residence with Xiao Jingyun. Damn it, I didn't expect Xiao Duli to find such an evil disciple. No, I can't just admit defeat. This time, I will never lose to Xiao Duli again anyway. Xiao Xing was frightened in his heart. This time during the visit to the relics of Emperor Zun, Jiang Chen unexpectedly transformed and became the supreme existence of all the geniuses who swept the 5 holy cities. The talent and strength he showed were far above Xiao Jingyan. Now many elders in Yandi City have shown good signs to Jiang Chen. If this continues, Jiang Chen may soon replace Xiao Jingyan's position, and even be canonized as the titled emperor of Yandi City. His plans for so many years are bound to be ruined. This is the result that Xiao Xing has never seen. Master, although Jiang Chen has amazed everyone in the Zun Emperor ruins this time, it seems to me the way to die. Master does not have to worry at all. Xiao Jingyan's eyes flashed with cold light, and immediately smiled strangely at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xinghei's eyes condensed, and he said coldly, Jingyan, do you have a way to get rid of that kid? Master, this time at the remains of Emperor Zun, Jiang Chen slaughtered the quartet in the trial of Emperor Zun's inheritance. He was the only one left on the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. He is not only the only person who is likely to get the blood of the quasi-emperor, but also the only person who has the opportunity to approach the secrets of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. We only need to reveal to the 4 holy cities in a subtle way that Jiang Chen has obtained the secret of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. Do you think they will let Jiang Chen go? Xiao Jingyan smiled gloomily. The secret of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda is related to becoming a powerful emperor. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen got the secret of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda, as long as the news spreads, the remaining 4 holy cities cannot remain indifferent. They can use the power of the 4 holy cities to easily get rid of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1102. I brought out the Xuanming Pagoda. Is it a good idea to kill with a knife? Xiao Xinghei's eyes narrowed slightly. What if Jiang Chen is willing to hand over the secrets of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda? The Shenwu continent has undergone great changes, the Emperor Road has since been cut off, and no more powerful emperor has been born. And the secret left by Holy Lord Xuanming about breaking through the Emperor realm is enough to make any divine birth realm emperor on the mainland covet. Not only the imperial powerhouses of the other 4 holy cities will hear the wind, but even the old guys in Yandi City who don't care about the world will peep into this secret. How can Xiao Duli and Jiang Chen deal with the imperial powers of the 5 holy cities? This trick to kill with a knife was based on the situation that Jiang Chen would not surrender the secret. If Jiang Chen was willing to share this secret, this strategy would have no meaning. Xiao Jingyan smiled slightly. Master, the secret of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda is not so easy to get. Do you think it is possible for Jiang Chen to get this secret? Xiao Xing couldn't help but startled slightly when he heard the words. The relics of Emperor Zun have been discovered in the 5 holy cities for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, a group of geniuses will enter the 5 holy cities every 100 years. Among the generations of geniuses, there are many amazing generations born, but no one has ever been able to enter the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. Even the 4th level of Zhendi's essence and blood, no one can take away. Even if Jiang Chen defeated Feng Qingyi and became the first genius of the 5 holy cities, the possibility of obtaining the secret of the 5th layer of the Xuanming Pagoda is extremely slim. Master, don't worry, it is impossible for Jiang Chen to enter the 5th floor of the Xuanming Explosion Pagoda. As long as he can't reveal the secret of breaking through the Emperor realm, this plan is enough to make him die without a place to be buried. Xiao Jingyan said vowedly, the secret of breaking through the Emperor realm, this is too important. If Jiang Chen really got this secret, Yandi City would be very likely to give birth to a powerful emperor and become the only emperor-level force on the mainland. This scene is definitely not the opinion of the other 4 holy cities. Although everyone knows that Jiang Chen is unlikely to get it, but he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. The other 4 holy cities do not dare to gamble, and they cannot afford to gamble. So, as long as the news spreads, regardless of whether it is true or not, the powerhouses of the 4 holy cities will definitely come to Jiang Chen. Xiao Jingyan really didn't believe it. Yandi City will fight the 4 holy cities for Xiao Duli, at the same time that Xiao Jingyan, master and apprentice, secretly planned. The mansion of Fenchen Sword Emperor Xiao Duli. Chen'er, although I know that you are talented, I have never been disappointed. But I still didn't expect that you can grow to this point in Yandi City for half a year. Xiao Duli looked at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. His complexion became a lot more serious. However, you performed too well on this trip to the quasi-emperor. Especially the Xuanming Pagoda matter, I am afraid it will bring you a murderous disaster. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and said, Master meant, they would suspect that I had the secret of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. The secret of breaking through the Emperor realm is really too tempting for the powerhouses of the Divine Birth realm on the mainland today. Xiao Duli gave a wry smile, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen. Chenur, tell me the truth, have you entered the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda? Not yet. Jiang Chen shook his head, but then he said something that made Xiao Duli stunned. But, I brought out the Xuanming Pagoda. Chapter 1103, Return to the Northern Wilderness. What do you mean? The Xuanming Pagoda is on you. Rao had seen Xiao Duli, who had seen countless winds and waves, and was stunned at this moment. Xuanming Pagoda, this is a quasi-emperor's treasure refined by Holy Master Xuanming. Such a treasure, even if it is the emperor of the divine embryo realm, it is not an easy task to conquer it. Xiao Duli didn't expect that Jiang Chen could bring the Xuanming Pagoda out of the remains of the Emperor Zun. Jiang Chen didn't conceal it, and directly recounted what happened in the Xuanming Pagoda. Master, now I have not fully refined the Xuanming Pagoda and cannot enter the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. After I completely control the Xuanming Pagoda, I will definitely give the secret of breaking through the Emperor realm. Jiang Chen has always been grateful for his teacher Xiao Duli. Whether it was in the Northern Wilderness or in Yandi City, Xiao Duli gave him a lot of helpers. Without Xiao Duli, Jiang Chen wouldn't have come to the Zhongzhou mainland so quickly. If he had been staying in the northern desolate continent, even if he had a system, he would not be able to break through the soul realm so quickly. Disciple, if you have this intention, you are already satisfied as a teacher. But this matter is too serious. For safety's sake, you can't stay in Yandi City any longer. Xiao Duli looked serious and said, it's not too late, I will send you away. What Jiang Chen did in the relics of Emperor Zun was really shocking to the world. Nothing else. The Xuanming Pagoda alone, a quasi-emperor treasure, is enough to cause countless emperors of the divine embryo realm to fight for blood. Even the 5 great sacred cities and other ancient sacred sites, the treasures of the Zun Emperor are very few. The Xuanming Pagoda is not only a treasure of the quasi-emperor, but also contains the lifelong secrets left by the Holy Lord Xuanming, including the secret of breaking through the Emperor realm in the legend, also hidden in it. Almost all of this is on Jiang Chen alone. As the saying goes, everyone is not guilty, and they are guilty. If people knew that the Xuanming Pagoda was on Jiang Chen, the consequences would be disastrous. Even if no one knew that Jiang Chen had obtained the Xuanming Pagoda, the 5 holy cities would not let it go. Jiang Chen is the only person standing on the 4th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda to the end, and he is also the most likely to come into contact with the secret existence of the 5th floor of the Xuanming Pagoda. Xiao Duli had a hunch. I'm afraid it won't be long before the powerhouses of the other 4 holy cities will come to Yandi City for this. He must send Jiang Chen away before the 4 great holy city powerhouses arrive. With his strength alone, it is difficult to guarantee the safety of Jiang Chen. Master, I originally planned to go back to the northern wilderness after Emperor Zun's ruins. How about Master also go to the northern wilderness with me? Jiang Chen was a little worried and authentic. He naturally knew very well what the secrets in the Xuanming Pagoda meant for the imperial powers of the mainland. Once he was sent away, even if the Master's strength was above the sky, it would be very dangerous. Well, you are indeed the best choice to go back to the northern wilderness to avoid it. As for being a teacher, you don't have to worry about it. There are not a few people in the Zhongzhou mainland who have won me. Go, I will send you back to the northern wilderness now. Xiao Duli's voice fell, and immediately with a wave of his palm, a 3-foot-high spatial crack instantly appeared in front of him. He rolled up Jiang Chen with the majestic power of space, and stepped into the space crack in a flash. The two of them came to an ancient mountain forest thousands of miles away from Yandi City. Chapter 1104, The Taishuzong Disciple Who Was Hunted Down. Master, this is the teleportation formation leading to the northern wilderness. Jiang Chen glanced away and found an ancient teleportation array 100 meters away. Yes, after I returned to Yandi City, I set up a teleportation formation here to connect with the teleportation formation that was left for you in the northern wilderness. I thought you could come here directly through the teleportation array, but I didn't expect that the space energy stone left to you at the time was not enough energy, causing you to land in the outer central region. Apprentice, it should not be too late, leave quickly. After you leave, I will destroy the teleportation array. If the teleportation array is not repaired by the teacher, you must not return to the central state continent. Xiao Duli said, took out a few spatial energy stones and handed them to Jiang Chen. Master, be careful in everything. The disciples will go here as short as 1.5 years, and as long as 3 to 5 years. At that time, the disciples will definitely return, even if it is the 5 holy cities, the disciples will definitely step on them. Jiang Chen took the space energy stone and said farewell solemnly. Now he has the lifelong secret of the quasi-emperor powerhouse Xuanming Holy Master. As long as he thoroughly refines and masters the Xuanming Pagoda and all the resources in the Xuanming Pagoda, he can use it at will. Coupled with the 100-fold cultivation system against the sky, Jiang Chen has absolute confidence to become the emperor of the divine birth realm in a short time. Once it breaks through the divine birth realm, with his many methods, even in the central state continent, there are probably not many emperors of the divine embryo realm that won him. Okay, as expected of Xiao Duli's disciple, waiting for you to return from the northern wilderness king as a teacher. Xiao Duli laughed honestly. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Xiao Duli, and immediately stepped into the teleportation formation, embedding several spatial energy stones in it. On the base of the entire formation, there was a burst of bright and dim crystal. The formation patterns around the teleportation array suddenly gleamed, emitting a strong spatial fluctuation. In a layer of brilliant crystalline silver, Jiang Chen's figure quickly disappeared into the formation. Northern Wilderness Continent. A burst of light suddenly lit up on a teleportation formation in the divine desolate ancient land. Jiang Chen's figure appeared on the base of the teleportation formation. Finally returned to Beiwang, it seems that nothing went wrong this time. After looking around for a moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This place is not far from Taishu sect. Let's go to Taishu sect first. Walking out of the teleportation formation, Jiang Chen said to himself, and immediately turned into a stream of light, heading towards Taishu Zong. It turned out to be the aura of the Taishu war body. There are people from the Taishu Zong fighting in front. As soon as he flew less than 100 miles away, Jiang Chen sensed an extremely familiar breath not far away, his eyes condensed slightly. He didn't hesitate, and he flew past the place where the breath was coming out in a flash. In the mountains and forests below, several figures in the costumes of Tai Zuzong disciples appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. These Taishuzong disciples were hung up all over, fleeing in the direction of Taishuzong in a panic, looking very embarrassed. Behind them, there is a 10-foot-tall golden giant, who is protecting several Taishuzong disciples, fighting and retreating with a blood-robed man. This golden giant is no one else, but the true disciple of Taishu sect who was defeated by Jiang Chen, Ao Tiankui. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly sank. A disciple of Taishuzong, one of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness, was hunted down at his door. It seems that more than a year since he left, something big must have happened in the northern wilderness. Chapter 1105. Don't deceive me Tu Shuzong no one. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering in his heart, in the forest below, Ao Tiankui and the blood-robed middle-aged fought together again. Not seen for more than a year. Ao Tiankui's strength has also increased a lot, his body cultivation has reached the 5-fold peak, and his strength is not inferior to the martial artist who condenses the peak of Dan. Coupled with the Taishu sect's celestial martial arts Taishu combat body, it is enough to fight the warriors of Shanghai First Heavy. The blood-robed middle-aged man across from Ao Tiankui was obviously not a warrior of Shanghai First Layer, but a strong man who reached Shanghai Fourth Layer. With such strength in this place of the northern wilderness, it is almost a powerhouse comparable to the 3 sect masters of the northern wilderness. Even though Ao Tiankui had extraordinary combat power, he was far from a middle-aged blood-robed opponent. It was another fierce confrontation. Ao Tiankui's body with golden light was directly shaken by the palm of the middle-aged bloodline and backed by a distance of 7 or 8 feet, and the golden light around his body also became much dim. Dongfang Hao, I will stay to block this person, and you will immediately separate and go to Tianyu sect for help. Ao Tiankui forcibly stabilized the Taishu fighting body that was almost destroyed by the middle-aged blood robe, and a decisive expression flashed in his eyes. Senior brother Ao, I want to go together. Dongfang Hao, I am not a person who is afraid of death, and I will fight with him. Dongfang Hao stared coldly at the middle-aged man in the blood robe opposite, and the 7-fold cultivation base of Ning Dan burst out with all his strength in an instant, rushing forward and desperately. Dongfang Hao, now is not the time to be arrogant, have you forgotten our mission? If we all die here today, Taishu sect will really be over. Ao Tiankui shouted angrily with an iron face. Hearing Ao Tiankui, Dongfang Hao had to suppress his impulse. Senior brother Ao, Take care, let's go. Dongfang Hao took a deep breath, and immediately flew out in 3 different directions with the 2 Tai Zuzong disciples behind him. A few utterly imaginary juniors also want to escape from this seat, so let me die. The middle-aged man in the blood robe gave a quacking smile. When he lifted his hands, censored brilliance burst out from the sky, directly condensing a censored longbow in his palm. Call out. Call out, call out, call out. The blood-robed middle-aged man pulled the blood-colored longbow 4 times in a row, and the 4 blood-colored light arrows permeating the rich and censored aura instantly locked on the 4 out Tiankui and shot them at them. With this powerful blow of the middle-aged blood robe, the expressions of Ao Tiankui's 4 suddenly changed drastically. Except that Ao Tiankui could barely be affected by that censored light arrow, even the body of Dongfang Hao, who was the 7th layer of pill, was stiff for a while. Especially the other 2 disciples of Taishu sect in the early stage of pill condensation, even under the lock of that censored light arrow, the vitality of the body was instantly blocked, and they could only watch that censored light arrow in their pupils with horror. Zoom in quickly. Just when the 2 Taishuzong disciples were desperate, a strange wave of spatial energy suddenly spread from the void. They were horrified to find out. The censored light arrow that originally shot towards them, turned from extremely fast to still, and solidified in midair. A faint cold snort also slowly resounded in the void. A martial artist of the Divine Sea Realm would dare to kill my disciple of Taishu sect at the door of Taishu sect. Is it true that I have no one in Taishu sect? Chapter 1106. Kill Shanhai with 1 finger. A faint cold snort suddenly came from the sky, and Ao Tiankui and the others below were stunned for a moment. They suddenly looked up, and saw a young man in black standing holding his hand, slowly landing in the void. Jiang. Senior brother Jiang, you. Are you senior brother Jiang Chen? Seeing the black-clothed youth who fell from the void, the 2 Taishuzongs were startled slightly, and immediately there were expressions of joy in their eyes. It's him, he actually came back. Ao Tiankui and Dongfang Hao's pupils shrank suddenly, and there were a little complicated look in their eyes. When Jiang Chen first entered Taishu sect, they never put Jiang Chen in their eyes. But Jiang Chen counterattacked all the way, stepping all of them under his feet, and finally became famous in the battle of the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness and became the well-deserved first person of the younger generation in the Northern Wilderness. Jiang Chen left Taishu Zong with his master Xiaoduli, and never appeared in the Northern Wild Continent ever since. For more than a year, they were about to forget the young king of the Northern Wilderness, but they didn't expect Jiang Chen to show up again. The sudden appearance of Jiang Chen also made Ao Tiankui and Dongfang Hao's eyes a look of hope. With Jiang Chen, maybe they can resolve today's danger. This guy who aspired to the young king of the Northern Wilderness, the level of enchantment far exceeded their imagination. Now that more than a year has passed, I am afraid that no one will know what Jiang Chen's strength has reached. Just the method of instantaneously solidifying the attack of Shanhai's 4-layer powerhouse just now was far beyond their reach. Boy, who are you, dare to take care of my business? The middle-aged in the blood robe looked at Jiang Chen who had fallen from the sky, and his censored eyes flashed with a sharp glow. Jiang Chen glanced at the middle-aged in the blood robe faintly. Blood Shu. Are you from the Blood Demon Palace? Yes. This seat is the Blood Evil one of the 8 Hall Masters of the Blood Demon Palace. The blood-robed middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen proudly. Boy, I think you have such strength at a young age, and it is a rare talent. As long as you join this seat will guarantee you a boundless future. A Blood Demon Hall Master in a mere delusion wants me to join you under your command. More than a year ago, my master, Xiaoduli, was the protector of Venerable Bloodshadow in the Longshishan Blood Demon Hall. You made your Blood Demon Hall unborn for 5 years. Unexpectedly, after less than 2 years, you ran away. Come out. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Since you dare to turn back, I will destroy your Blood Demon Palace on behalf of the Master. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the blood-robed middle-aged face suddenly changed. You are Xiaoduli's disciple, Jiang Chen, the young king of the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness Association a year ago. Yes, I am Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, with an indifferent expression on his face. Catch it by yourself, I may also consider keeping your whole body. Ha. Should not be ashamed. Boy, do you think my Blood Demon Temple is still the original Blood Demon Temple? Even if your master Xiaoduli shows up, my Blood Demon Temple is not afraid, let alone you are a small hairy boy. Today I will take your head first, and then settle accounts with Xiao Duli. Shui Sha laughed disdainfully, and immediately stretched out his hand to grab it, and a blood-red giant palm of Yuanli grabbed Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and immediately pointed out lightly. The terrifying energy sword finger instantly smashed the blood-red vitality giant palm, and then landed on the blood-evil spirit. Before Shui Shao could react, his whole body exploded under Jiang Chen's sword. Chapter 1107, The Danger of Taishuzong. Blood Evil, one of the 8 hall masters of the Blood Demon Palace, just died like that. The shocking scene in front of him immediately caused Ao Tiankui and the others to open their mouths, and it was difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. The head of the Blood Demon Palace, Blood Fiend, is the 4th-tier powerhouse of Shanghai. Even in the entire northern wild continent, Shanghai 4th layer is already the top powerhouse. As one of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness Taishu sect, apart from the Taisheng Elder, only sect master Ziyuntian reached the 4th level of Shanghai. Such a top powerhouse in the northern wilderness continent is now underestimated by Jiang Chen. Although Ao Tiankui and others had known that Jiang Chen was very evil, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so evil. Kill Shanghai with one finger, and he is also a strong man in Shanghai's 4th realm. Such a method is too terrifying. With an understatement, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Ao Tiankui and others, and couldn't help but smiled lightly. Ao Tiankui, Dongfang Hao, haven't seen him for a long time, no one else is harmed. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a long time, I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. Ao Tiankui smiled bitterly. After losing to Jiang Chen in the battle for the ranking list, Ao Tiankui worked hard and worked hard. Ao Tiankui can be said to have done a great deal of time and has grown into a physical power comparable to the pinnacle of Dan. He thought he could catch up with Jiang Chen. But when he saw him today, he realized that the gap between him and Jiang Chen was getting further and further away. One finger kills the 4 powers of Shanghai. I'm afraid that even the Supreme Master Shu Yuntian of the Taishu sect, it is impossible to do it. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and then he didn't talk nonsense with Ao Tiankui. He said in a solemn voice, "Let's talk about what happened to Taishuzong. Why are you being chased by the strong Blood Demon Palace at the gate of Taishuzong?" When Jiang Chen asked about this, Ao Tiankui was shocked. Now Jiang Chen's strength is unfathomable, and he is an extremely strong man who has surpassed the 4th realm of Shanghai. If Jiang Chen shot, perhaps the crisis of Taishu sect could be resolved. He didn't hesitate at all, and quickly said everything. At the time of the Battle of Longxi Mountain, the Blood Demon Palace was completely silent, and the northern wild continent was peaceful under the rule of the 3 sects. Just 3 months ago, the Blood Demon Palace, which had been silent for more than a year, was born again. Within the jurisdiction of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness, from time to time there were people from the Blood Demon Temple who slaughtered violently, practicing with the blood of living people. 3 sects had to send sect powerhouses to suppress them. In the past 3 months, as more and more people in the Blood Demon Palace appeared, Taizuzong sent almost half of its power to the 3 kingdoms under its jurisdiction to suppress the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace. But just today, the guardian of the Blood Demon Hall, the venerable Blood Shadow, but with countless experts in the Blood Demon Hall, he suddenly killed Taishu sect. Ao Tiankui's trip was to summon the power of Taishu sect in addition to the command of the sect master, and to ask for help from Tianyu's sect and Divine Sword. Sect, the powerhouse of the Blood Demon Palace, naturally, would not allow Ao Tiankui and others to leave, and directly sent a 4th-tier hall master of Shanghai to chase down Ao Tiankui and others. Jiang Chen, now Taishu sect is at stake, and Yi's strength must be several times faster than ours. I also hope that you can go to Tianyu's sect and Divine Sword sect for help because of your once disciple of Taishu sect. Ao Tiankui took a deep breath and held a fist to Jiang Chen with a solemn expression on his face. Don't worry, I'm also a member of Taishu. Taishu sect is in trouble, so naturally I won't just sit idly by. Jiang Chen nodded and said lightly, but it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Let's go back to Taishu sect. Chapter 1108, Venerable Blood Shadow reappears. As an ancient sect that has been passed down for thousands of years in the northern wilderness, even if it has fallen into a long period of downturn these years. However, the lean camel is bigger than the horse, and Taishu sect is still one of the 3 famous sects in the northern wilderness. Especially more than a year ago, Jiang Chen, a disciple of Taishu sect, was born and won the first place in the 3 sects of the northern wilderness and became the new generation of young kings in the northern wilderness. Coupled with the strong appearance of the mysterious powerhouse Xiao Duli, the prestige of Taishu sect has soared, and it has vaguely risen again. The sect at the top of the pyramid of the northern desolate continent, the atmosphere at this moment was solemn. I saw Taishuzong's mountain gate closed tightly, and the huge Taishuzong was enveloped by a golden light. This golden mask is the great mountain protection formation that Taishu sect will open at a critical moment, Taishu Tianyuan formation. Under the shroud of Taishu Tianyuan formation, the supreme master of the Taishu sect, Shu Yuntian, brought a dozen powerful Taishu sect masters into the air, and his expression was extremely solemn. And outside the Taishu Tianyuan formation, more than a dozen figures wearing all blood-red robes stood facing Ziyuntian and others across the Taishu Tianyuan formation. The head of the person is impressively venerable Blood Shadow, who appeared in Longxi Mountain more than a year ago. More than a year has passed. The breath of venerable Blood Shadow is much stronger than that in Longxi Mountain, and it has almost reached the 7th level of Shanhai. Blood Shadow, at the time of the Battle of Longxi Mountain, your Blood Demon Palace had an agreement with Senior Shao, not to be born in 5 years. Now you not only violated the agreement, but also brought someone to kill my Taishu sect. Are you taking Senior Shao's words as the wind in your ears? Shu Yuntian stared closely at venerable Blood Shadow, and shouted coldly. Ziyuntian, you don't want to use Xiao Duli's name to crush me. If I guess right, then Xiao Duli is not from the northern wilderness continent at all. Now that he hasn't shown up for more than a year, I am afraid he will not be in the northern wilderness long ago. Not to mention, my Blood Demon Palace is no longer the Blood Demon Palace more than a year ago. Even if Xiao Duli appeared, what fear is there in the Blood Demon Palace? Venerable Blood Shadow sneered disdainfully. This deity will give you one last chance to surrender to my Blood Demon Palace. Otherwise, today this deity will raze your Taishu sect to the ground. Huh, dreaming. Ziyuntian's eyes were cold. Even if my Taishu sect is destroyed today, I will never bow to the Blood Demon Palace. Stubborn. Venerable Blood Shadow's eyes were cold, and he raised his blood-colored palm to directly squeeze the space in front of him. The scary blood energy spread out immediately, and the invisible big hand slapped the Taishu Tianyuan formation heavily. Under the palm of Venerable Blood Shadow, the Taishu Tianyuan formation suddenly spread ripples, and a loud rumbling noise resounded like thunder in this sky. Taishu's Taishu Tianyuan formation, really well deserved, can actually block the deity's full blow. However, you want to stop me with a small array of formations, it is simply wishful thinking, break it for me. Venerable Blood Shadow's voice fell, and a strange scarlet sword appeared in his palm. Under his urging, the scarlet sword soared into the sky, and turned into a 100-meter blood dragon, slamming its teeth and claws towards the Taishu Tianyuan formation. The golden mask of the Taishu Tianyuan formation finally could hardly withstand the impact of the blood dragon, and made a crisp sound like a broken mirror, then turned into a little golden light and dissipated out of thin air. Chapter 1109. At the critical moment, a strong return. Taishu Tianyuan formation, broken. Shu Yuntian and the others looked at this scene, their expressions instantly became extremely solemn. Taishu Tianyuan formation, this is the mountain guarding formation left by Taishu, the founder of Taishuzong, and it is enough to resist the full blow of the 9-layer powerhouse of Shanhai. Shu Yuntian didn't think of anything. The scarlet sword that Venerable Blood Shadow cast just now broke the Taishu Tianyuan formation so easily. Shu Yuntian, since Yutai Zuzong doesn't want to surrender, there is no need for it. Venerable Blood Shadow laughed proudly. After today, the northern wilderness will respect my Blood Demon Temple. Ziyuntian roared, and Shanhai's 4th-tier cultivation base broke out with all its strength, and a sharp blue palm shadow filled the void, like a surging river, continuously surging toward Venerable Blood Shadow. The mere 4 levels of Shanhai's cultivation base dared to do something with the deity. It's really beyond your control. Venerable Blood Shadow smiled contemptuously, and the mysterious blood-red light curtain burst out from his body in an instant, smashing Ziyuntian's palm shadow in an understatement. The figure of Venerable Blood Shadow also appeared in front of Ziyuntian. The blood-colored palm carried a force that confined space, and slapped Shu Yuntian with a palm. Sect Master, be careful. Seeing this scene, the face of Elder Tai Zuzong behind Shu Yuntian turned pale. Venerable Blood Shadow's strength is too strong, even Shanhai's 4th layer Ziyuntian, there is almost no resistance. Today's Taishu sect, I am afraid that only Taishang elders can fight against it. But the elder Taishang was invited by God's Sword sect and left Taishu sect. Venerable Bloodshadow brought the strong bloodline palace to the door at this time. It was simply the death of them two Zuzong. Looking at the blood shadow rapidly enlarging in his pupils, a decisive expression flashed across Xianxia's face. Just when Xianxia was preparing to fight Venerable Bloodshadow at all costs, a voice that pierced the sky suddenly resounded in the void, making Xianxia startled. And on the opposite side of Xianxia, the Venerable Bloodshadow, who was about to take a palm at Xianxia's head, instinctively sensed an inexplicable chill from the bottom of his heart. He was just about to regret. A weird sword aura that seemed to shoot out of the void, emerged without warning, and slashed towards Venerable Bloodshadow. Venerable Bloodshadow let out a muffled hum, and the whole person exploded back more than 10 feet under the attack of that sword aura. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the void, and shouted in anger, "Who is it? Get out of the deity! Bloodshadow, in Longxi Mountain, my master spared you a dog's order, so that the Blood Demon Palace will not be born in 5 years. I didn't expect that you dare to violate Master's words and make trouble in the northern wild continent. It seems that you are not brave enough." Well, when the words of Venerable Bloodshadow fell, a faint voice in the void also sounded. A black figure also slowly stepped out of the void and appeared directly in front of everyone. Looking at the figure that suddenly stepped out of the void, Xianxia and other high-level officials of Taishu sect were suddenly sluggish for a while, and immediately there was a look of ecstasy in their eyes. Jiang Chen, who had disappeared for more than a year, returned strongly at this time. Jiang Chen was Xiao Duli's disciple. Now that Jiang Chen appeared, maybe Xiao Duli had already arrived. If Xiao Duli made a move, Tai Zuzong would be saved today. Chapter 11:10. I am enough to kill you. Venerable Bloodshadow looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared. His eyes shrank suddenly. On Longxi Mountain, Jiang Chen shined in the 3 sects of the northern wilderness Huiwu and became the young king of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness in one fell swoop. The enchanting talent he showed, even Venerable Bloodshadow was extremely jealous. At the beginning, he was decisive to Jiang Chen, wanting to kill this enchanting genius. What made Venerable Bloodshadow unexpected is that, not only did his shot fail to kill Jiang Chen, but instead attracted a mysterious strongman Xiao Duli, forcing the Blood Demon Palace to bow to him. After that war, out of fear of Xiao Duli, the Blood Demon Palace hardly dared to make any changes in the northern wilderness for more than a year. Until 3 months ago, the Howmaster of the Blood Demon Palace successfully restored the strength of the Divine Soul Realm King, and then the Blood Demon Palace dared to gradually become active in the northern wilderness. These 3 months, the Blood Demon Palace was full of troubles, so that the 3 sects of the northern wilderness were exhausted, and they had to send strong sects to suppress them. Just yesterday, the Taishu sect Supreme Elder, who was far away from the Divine Sword sect Supreme Elder, discussed the matter of uniting against the Blood Demon Palace, which made the power in the Taishu sect unprecedentedly weak. The Blood Demon Palace took this opportunity to make the Venerable Blood Shadow take the power of the Blood Demon Palace directly to the Taishu sect, wanting to destroy the Taishu sect in one fell swoop. Venerable Blood Shadow didn't expect anything. Just when he broke the guardian formation of Taishu sect and was about to destroy Taishu sect, Jiang Chen appeared at this time. This son is Xiao Duli's disciple, and he actually appears here now. Is it true that Xiao Duli is still hidden in Taishu sect? Venerable Bloodshadow's eyes were uncertain, and his complexion also became unsightly. Venerable Bloodshadow, when I was in Longqi Mountain, the master thought of being kind and forgiving you for your life, but I didn't expect you to have no repentance. Now you are even going to Taishu sect to go wild. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. Today I will kill you on behalf of the master. Boy, just rely on you to want to kill the deity. Venerable Blood Shadow sneered with disdain. If you want to kill me, then call your master out. Although Xiao Duli's strength is very strong, it is very likely that he is a Divine Soul Realm King. But the Howmaster of their bloodline palace has now restored the strength of the Soul Realm King, and he is not afraid of Xiao Duli. Jiang Chen stood with his hand holding his hand, looking down at Venerable Bloodshadow below. Feng Qingyan said calmly, "Why do you need master to kill you? I am enough. It's just a martial artist of Shanghai 7th layer. Even the emperor-level genius of the 7th layer of the Yandi city Shanghai is much stronger than this guy. With his current strength, even the emperor-level genius of Shanghai 9th layer can easily be killed, let alone this guy in front of him. Haha, I'm so arrogant. I want to see today, what can you do to kill me?" Venerable Bloodshadow laughed disdainfully. Although Jiang Chen performed amazingly in the 3 Huiwu sects of the northern wilderness, he did not even break through the condensation pill realm. But his strength has been restored to Xianxia 7th layer in more than a year. Even if it was Jiang Chen's talent, no matter how evil he was, it would never be possible to become a powerful person comparable to Xianxia's 7th level from the innate realm. If this kid's master Xiaoduli was here, he might still be afraid of 3 points. Just relying on this kid in front of him, how can he threaten him? 7th tier warrior of Xianxia, if I want to kill it, it will be easy. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, and an overwhelming divine might instantly diffused from him. Chapter 11:11. Jiang Chen's terrifying power. Boy, since you insist on looking for death, the deity will fulfill you. Venerable Blood Shadow's eyes were cold. Zhuang, kill him for me. Originally out of jealousy for Xiaoduli, as long as Jiang Chen was willing to leave and not interfere with the affairs of the Blood Demon Palace, he also planned to give Xiaoduli a face and give Jiang Chen a shot. But who knows that this kid doesn't know what's good or what's wrong, so he dared to utter a rant to kill him here. He is one of the 3 major guardians of the Blood Demon Palace. He was already a top powerhouse in the northern wilderness continent hundreds of years ago, and there are few opponents in the northern wilderness. He was so despised by a little boy, how could Venerable Blood Shadow not be angry? If it were more than a year ago, Venerable Blood Shadow did not dare to attack Jiang Chen, a disciple of the Soul Realm King. Their Blood Demon Palace also has a divine Soul Realm King sitting in the center. Even if Xiaoduli comes personally, he can never stop the Blood Demon Palace from dominating the northern wild continent. Respect the order of the law. Following the command of Venerable Blood Shadow, a burly middle-aged man in a blood robe stepped out from behind him instantly. Jiang Chen, be careful, this guy is Shui Hong, one of the masters of the 8 halls of the Blood Demon Palace, and a powerful person in the 4 layers of Xianxia. Seeing this, Shu Yuntian couldn't help but his face changed slightly, and he quickly reminded him. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at Zhuang, and said lightly, don't worry, it's just the 4th layer of Xianxia, I can destroy it with a wave of my hand. When he entered the Zhongzhou continent and his cultivation had just broken through the Divine Sea realm, he was able to punish the powerhouses above the 4th level of Divine Sea. Now that he is the king of the Divine Soul realm, how can he put a warrior of the 4 levels of Divine Sea in his eyes? Boy, don't you want to be arrogant in front of me? Today, my blood will take your life, and drain your blood to relieve my hatred. Seeing that a little boy was so despised of him, Shui Hong's mouth roared, and his figure instantly turned into a blood mist and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Hey, the mere 4-fold blood repair of Xianxia wants to take my life, are you worthy? He raised his palm and slightly held it to a place in the void, and a majestic spatial force instantly spread out. Only a slight muffled hum was heard in the void, and a red blood mist sprayed down from the void in an instant. I saw the figure of Zhuang who had disappeared, out of thin air appeared in an instant, and then stepped on the void in embarrassment and flew a dozen feet away. Zhuang looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the sky with a pale face, and an incredible look of horror appeared in his eyes. Shu Yuntian and other high-level officials of Tai Shu Zong looked at the shocking scene in front of them, and couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Although they had already thought of it, this guy who aspired to be the young king of the northern wilderness more than a year ago, now under the guidance of Xiaoduli, his strength is bound to rise. Jiang Chen was able to grow to such a terrifying point in just over a year. Blood Flood. This is one of the famous 8 hall masters of the Blood Demon Palace, the super powerhouse of Xianxia's 4th layer, is a terrifying existence comparable to the 3 sect masters of the northern wilderness. Such a figure who has almost stood at the top of the pyramid of the northern wilderness continent, unexpectedly did not even move Jiang Chen. This is too scary. Chapter 11:12. Since it's here, stay. I am Jiang Chen, a disciple of Taishu sect. Your Blood Demon Palace not only violated the master's dictum, but also dared to come to Taishu sect to be wild. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and when he raised his hand, he pointed at Shui Hong. Shui Hong felt that he was locked in by an extremely powerful mysterious force. Under this mysterious power, not only the surrounding space was frozen in an instant, but even the vitality in his body seemed to be imprisoned, and it was impossible to move it. Zhuang felt a kind of creepy horror all over his body, and an unprecedented panic appeared on his pale face. Blood Shadow Guardian, save. The word rescue in Zhuang's mouth has not yet fallen. A sword light seemed to penetrate the void, ghostly appeared in front of Shui Hong, and pierced through Shui Hong's eyebrows with a slam. The sword light passed through the center of Zhuang's eyebrows, leaving a hole directly in the center of Zhuang's eyebrows, and the red blood sprayed out like a fountain. Shui Hong's body fell headlong in front of Taishuzong's mountain gate, and he could not die again. Seeing this scene before me, there was deathly silence all around. In everyone's eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was a shock that could not be concealed. The dignified four-tier powerhouse of Shanghai was killed so easily by Jiang Chen. How terrifying is the strength of this kid in front of him. This kid's talent is really not an ordinary evildoer. Venerable Blood Shadow took a deep breath slowly, his eyes became extremely solemn. Easily kill the four-tier powerhouse of Shanghai with one finger. Even if his strength is already in the 7th layer of Shanghai, I am afraid he may not be able to do it as easily as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this protector is underestimating you. I didn't expect you to grow to this level in just over a year. Today, this protector will give you face for the time being. If it's not true, we will go. Venerable Bloodshadow's eyes flickered slightly, and with a big wave of his hand, he was about to retreat with a dry blood demon palace. Jiang Chen's previously demonstrated strength is no longer under him. With this son here, it is almost impossible for him to destroy Taishu sect in a short time. If it continues to delay. Once the Supreme Elder of Taishu Zong got the news, and the strong man who united Divine Sword sect and Tianyu sect returned, the power he brought this time would probably be wiped out by the entire army. Where do you regard Taishu Zong as a place? Is it the place where you can come and go as you like? I said, none of you can leave today. Jiang Chen's voice fell, his feet slammed into the void, and his figure appeared above the head of Venerable Bloodshadow in a flash. Jiang Chen, do you still want to stay here? Venerable Bloodshadow looked at Jiang Chen above his head and couldn't help but sneered and said, although I have to admit, your strength is beyond my surprise. But, the Guardian wants to leave, there are not many in this northern wilderness continent. Individuals can stop me. He is the 3 major guardians of the Blood Demon Palace, a powerhouse whose strength has reached the 7th level of Shanghai. Looking at the entire northern wilderness 3 sects, only the 3 sects whose strength has reached the 7th level of Shanghai can contend with them. And if he wants to leave, even the powerhouse of Shanghai Eightfold may not be able to easily leave him. Even though this kid is very strong, can he still be stronger than the martial artist of Shanghai Eightfold? Chapter 11:13. Killing Shanghai is like killing a dog. Jiang Chen glanced at Blood Shadow faintly. I'll give you a chance to survive. If you have any means of escape, you can quickly show it. Guardian Blood Shadow, give the order. Let's kill him together and take revenge on Hall Master Zhuang. Our dignified Blood Demon Palace, even the northern wilderness 3 sects were not afraid of it. Could it be that he would not be a brat? Hearing Jiang Chen's words that didn't put them in his eyes, the more than a dozen powerhouses in the Blood Demon Palace were all furious. The gaze looking at Jiang Chen almost burst into flames. Jiang Chen, originally I wanted to let you go for a while, but you insisted on sending you to the door to find death, then I will fulfill you. Everyone listen to the order, and let me kill him. Zuying screamed, and Shanghai Qizhong's surging weather burst out instantly. The breath of more than a dozen powerful Blood Demon Palaces also rose to the sky. Their auras almost all reached the Divine Sea Realm. The aura of more than a dozen experts in the Divine Sea Realm erupted at the same time, stirring up the whole world to tremble slightly. Elders, come with me to help Jiang Chen. When Shu Yuntian saw this, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted to the elder Tai Zuzong behind him. More than a dozen warriors of the Shanghai realm took action at the same time, and one of them was a top powerhouse who reached the 7th level of the Shanghai. This kind of power, even the powerhouse of Shanghai 9 layers, might be overwhelming. Sect Master, you and the elders are still watching. Jiang Chen glanced at Shu Yuntian and the others who were ready to do it, and couldn't help but smile. It's just more than a dozen martial artists of the Divine Sea Realm. I will kill them like slaughtering chickens and dogs. With this faint voice falling, Jiang Chen's figure had disappeared into the void ghostly. An inexplicable oppressive force appeared in the space of 100 meters in radius, making the space resistance around Blood Shadow and them suddenly increased a little. Everyone, be careful, this kid understands the true meaning of Triple Wind Dao. Seeing that Jiang Chen's figure disappeared without warning, the pupils of the Blood Shadow couldn't help but suddenly shrank, and quickly shouted to the strong Blood Demon Palace behind him. Jiang Chen, who understood the true meaning of the Triple Wind Dao, was too strange in shape. With his 7th Divine Sea cultivation base, he couldn't even sense the existence of Jiang Chen. Oh no, just as Blood Shadow's words fell, a scream of horror suddenly came from behind him. Zhu Ying looked back suddenly, and saw a blood mist spraying down in midair. In the blood mist, a strong blood demon palace had separated the head, and the corpse quickly fell from midair. It's just that before the Blood Shadow can react, another scream of screams resounded in the air. Shui Ying was frightened in his heart, and his face became extremely difficult to look. The strength of this kid is not inferior to him, and coupled with the true meaning of the triple wind path, the speed has reached the level of unpredictable, even he has no choice. Blood Shadow finally understands now. Jiang Chen's previous sentence of killing Shanghai martial artists is like slaughtering chickens and dogs, it is not a false statement. The strength of this son is too strong. Ordinary Divine Sea Realm powerhouses have no resistance at all in front of this kid. If Jiang Chen is allowed to continue his actions, I am afraid that the more than a dozen powerful blood demon palaces behind him will really be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Chapter 11:14. The power of the king shocked the audience. The strength of this son is too strong. If we cannot be the enemy, everyone should run away separately. In the face of Jiang Chen, whose strength is unfathomable, Zhu Ying doesn't even have the courage to fight Jiang Chen at this moment. He screamed in anger, and immediately turned into a censored light and fled into the distance. A Jiang Chen is already so terrifying, not to mention that behind Jiang Chen there is the mysterious Soul King Xiaoduli. If Xiaoduli were also hidden in Taishu sect, it would definitely affect their plan of the Blood Demon Palace to dominate the north. He had to report the matter to the Lord as soon as possible. Want to escape? Unfortunately, can you escape? Since I have said that you should stay, none of you can leave alive today. Looking at the fleeing Blood Demon Palace powerhouse, Jiang Chen couldn't help but set off a sneer of disdain. A horrible soul will instantly diffused out of the void, covering the entire Taishu sect's main peak. Under the oppression of this force of will, even the Blood Shadow with the strength of the 7th layer of the Shanghai, the figure that escaped through the void was suddenly stagnant, and even the soul felt a trembling feeling. The Blood Shadow suddenly only felt the souls of the dead. Before he could take any action, the incomparable willpower was already in his mind, and it hit his soul like a heavy hammer. Zhu Ying's face turned pale suddenly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. And those strong in the Blood Demon Palace around it, almost all of their souls were completely shattered under the pressure of that terrifying will, and their bodies fell from the air like a broken kite. There were more than a dozen powerhouses in the Divine Sea realm of the Blood Demon Temple, except for the Blood Shadow, all were wiped out by Jiang Chen. The Blood Shadow staggered and stabilized in midair in embarrassment. He raised his head and looked at Yang's gaze, finally showing an incredible look of horror. The king. The will of the king. You are suddenly the king of Soul Realm. How is this possible? The horrified scream of Zhu Ying also made Xu Yuntian and the others unable to help but take a breath. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen's talent was so evil, they still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so evil. Just over a year, Jiang Chen from an innate realm Maodo, crossed the Divine Sea realm in one fell swoop, and became a Divine Soul Realm King. Divine Soul Realm King, this is an extremely strong person who hasn't appeared in the Northern Wild Continent for many years. Jiang Chen, let me go. I promise that the Blood Demon Palace will not appear in the Northern Wilderness Continent in the future, let alone become an enemy of Taishu sect. Zhu Ying suppressed the panic in his heart and quickly begged Jiang Chen for mercy. Although there is only one word difference between the Divine Soul Realm and the Divine Sea Realm, there is a huge difference between the two. If Jiang Chen was in the 9th layer of Shanghai, he might still have a chance to escape from Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen had already become the king of the Soul Realm. In the face of a Divine Soul Realm King, it is impossible for him to have any resistance at all. Let you go, do you think it's possible? Jiang Chen's eyes were cold like a knife. Your Blood Demon Temple, staying in the Northern Wilderness Continent is always a disaster. Today I will kill you first, and then completely eradicate the Blood Demon Temple from the Northern Wilderness Continent. Jiang Chen, don't think that you can do whatever you want if you break through the Divine Soul Realm. Zhu Ying exclaimed in anger. Our Howmaster of the Blood Demon Hall has restored the strength of the Soul King. If you kill me, the Howmaster will definitely not let you go. Chapter 11:15. Changes in the Great Sha Kingdom. There is so much nonsense at the end of the day. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and the triple sword intent turned into a sky full of sword shadows, slashing straight out at the blood shadow. Facing the double oppression of Jiang Chen King's will and triple sword intent. The blood shadow only felt the solidification of the vitality, his body was stiff, it was impossible to move in the air at all, and he could only watch the sky full of sword shadows approaching him. Blood Shadow looked desperate and horrified. As soon as he spit out a word of no word, Mantian Jianying had already submerged his body. Zuying's entire body was completely transformed into nothingness under the strangulation of the sky full of sword shadows. Venerable Blood Shadow, the protector of the Blood Demon Temple who once had the power of the Northern Desolation continent, was destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword, and he could not die again. Seeing that Jiang Chen had killed more than a dozen powerful blood demon palaces such as Zuying with the power of one person, Shu Yuntian and others were shocked and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to return to the Northern Wilderness continent. Thank you for today's matter. Shu Yuntian said gratefully. Today, the Blood Demon Palace is well prepared. If Jiang Chen didn't come back in vain and strong, I'm afraid Taishu sect would be really dangerous. You don't have to be polite, the Lord, I was once a member of Taishu sect. Since I have encountered difficulties in Taishu sect, I will naturally not stand idly by. The luckiest thing for me, Tu Zuzong, is probably to have a disciple like you. Shu Yuntian smiled heartily and said, Jiang Chen, let me join the clan for a description. I will take care of you personally. Jiang Chen has long been apprenticed to the Zhongzhou powerhouse, and now he has broken through the Divine Soul Realm King and has become a powerful existence capable of aspiring to the Northern Wild Continent. Now Jiang Chen is still willing to recognize the identity of Taishu sect's disciple, which is undoubtedly a big good thing for Taishu sect. Sect master does not have to be polite, I want to go back to Daxia country, and come to Taishu sect another day to recount the past. Jiang Chen held his fist slightly at Ziyuntian. The Blood Demon Palace ravaged the Northern Wild Continent, and even Taishu sect was attacked by the Blood Demon Palace. The three kingdoms under the jurisdiction of Taishu sect might be even worse. Now that the Taishu sect's crisis has been resolved, Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time, and planned to go back to Daxia state directly. You don't have to worry about the situation in Daxia country. Shu Yuntian smiled slightly and said, I have sent Lin Tianzong with a pair of elite disciples to help each other. Lin Tianzong is now a powerhouse in the Divine Sea Realm, and there shouldn't be much problem. Shanghai Realm is already a strong man standing on the top of the Northern Wild Continent. Even if it is the Blood Demon Palace, the number of powerhouses with the Divine Sea Realm is limited, and it is presumably impossible to send the Divine Sea Realm powerhouse to the three kingdoms under the jurisdiction of Taishuzong. With Lin Tian sitting in town, it is more than enough to guard a big country in the area. Sect Master, the big thing is not good. At this moment, several figures flashed in the direction of Tai Zuzong. The leader is Ao Tiankui, who was previously rescued by Jiang Chen. Ao Tiankui was supporting a bloody, white-clothed youth who was already in a coma and galloped over. The young man in white clothes is no one else. It is Lin Tianzong, the first of the 5 true biography of Taishuzong. Ao Tiankui, didn't I ask you to go to the Heavenly Moon sect Divine Sword sect for rescue? Why are you with Lin Tianzong? Shu Yuntian looked at Lin Tianzong's miserable appearance, his expression suddenly changed. Lin Tianzong was sent by him to sit in the Great Sha country, but now he has returned from a serious injury. It seems that something has happened in Daxia country. Chapter 11:16. Take me to see Sha Zan. Ao Tiankui did not hesitate, and quickly said everything. Previously, Jiang Chen returned to Taishuzong first step after resolving the Howmaster of the Blood Demon Palace and saving Ao Tiankui and others. On the way back, Ao Tiankui and others happened to meet Lin Tianzong, who was seriously injured and dying. They have learned from Lin Tianzong. The Blood Demon Palace sent many powerful men to attack the Great Sha Kingdom. Lin Tianzong joined forces with the great powers of the Great Sha Kingdom in a battle, and eventually lost to the Blood Demon Palace, so he had to break out of the siege and report back to Taishuzong. How is Daxia country now, but what about my Jiang family? Hearing what Ao Tiankui said, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly sank. Ao Tiankui said in a deep voice, Daxia Imperial City was broken by the Blood Demon Palace, and it has fallen to the bottom. As for the other things, I don't know. Brother Lin just fainted just halfway through the discussion. Sect Master, I am going back to Daxia Kingdom first. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and before Shu Yuntian and others could react, the figure had disappeared from everyone's sight ghostly. Kunyan Mountains, a precipitous mountain range thousands of miles south of the imperial city of Daxia State, and the Thundercloud Mountain Range are listed as one of the two major mountains of Daxia State. The sky above the mountains. A black shadow cut through the sky like a black streamer, and hurried away in the direction of the Emperor of the Great Sha Kingdom. Black Shadow is not someone else, but Jiang Chen, who came all the way from Taishuzong. Blood Demon Palace, if you dare to hurt Xianxia and Yang's hair, I will slaughter all of you in the Blood Demon Palace clean. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the direction of the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom. His whole body was filled with shocking killing intent. Whoosh whoosh, the mountain forest below suddenly jumped out 7 or 8 figures, surrounding Jiang Chen in midair. The popularity of these people is good, and the lowest cultivation base has reached the first level of condensing pill, and the leader has reached the point of 9 levels of condensing pill. In this great Sha country, these people are obviously already rare powerhouses. The thief from the Blood Demon Palace, take his life. These figures were frightened and jealous, with killing intent, as if they were about to swallow Jiang Chen. He hurriedly swept away. These 7 or 8 people, mostly with color hanging on their bodies, were a little embarrassed. Obviously they had experienced battle not long ago. Everyone, be careful, although this person is young, he is probably a strong man in the Divine Sea realm. The brown-robed old man swept across Jiang Chen's body, and his heart jumped. He couldn't see through Jiang Chen's cultivation base aura at all, but he was certain that it was only stronger than him. These people, who have just gone through the hunt in several fights, are less than 50% of the peak strength. Even if they are all in their peak state, I am afraid they may not necessarily be the opponents of a Divine Sea realm powerhouse. The Blood Demon Palace really looks up to us, and it sent a strong man of the Divine Sea realm to chase us down. The other 6 or 7 people suddenly felt bitter in their hearts. Sha Shang, I'm here to block this person, you guys go and take your majesty to escape. The brown-robed old man's voice was hurried, and he suddenly shouted, and the 9-fold aura of Ning Dan burst out with all his strength, and the fierce vitality energy burst out against Jiang Chen. Old guy, don't be so excited. I am not from the Blood Demon Palace, let alone chasing you. Jiang Chen peeped his palm slightly, lightly dissolving the strength of the brown-robed old man. He looked at the brown-robed old man and said indifferently, you are from the royal family of the Great Sha Kingdom, where is Sha Zan? Take me to see him immediately. Chapter 11:17. Jiang Chen, God of War Protector. Who is your excellency? The pupils of the brown-robed old man shrank slightly. Although this son is young, his strength is unfathomable. I am afraid that compared to the genius disciple Lin Tianzong who was sent to the Great Sha Kingdom by Taishu sect, he is even worse. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and said, take me to see Sha Zan quickly. Jiang Chen, you are Great Sha country protector of the war god Jiang Chen. At this moment, the middle-aged man named Sha Shang seemed to think of something and couldn't help but cried out to Jiang Chen with excitement. Jiang Chen, God of War Protector. The look of Sha Shang's excitement also caused the brown-robed old man to be taken aback. He suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and suddenly found that the figure in front of him was almost completely overlapped with the figure in the mansion 2 years ago. Jiang Chen is really the censored of war protector of the country. A look of ecstasy appeared in the old eyes of the brown-robed old man. Sha Yuan, the royal family of the Great Sha Kingdom, see the God of War Protector. See the God of War Protector. The brown-robed old man and the few figures behind him all knelt in front of Jiang Chen respectfully. Guardian War God. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and a look of doubt also appeared on his face. 2 years ago, you killed the powerhouse of the Blood Demon Palace and saved Daxia Kingdom from danger. Although you left Daxia Kingdom afterwards, your majesty still made you the supreme guardian war god. The brown-robed old man explained with a smile. He was just about to speak, but suddenly he sensed something. He couldn't help looking at a place in the forest below, and his cold voice slowly sounded in the air. HMPH, since the trash in the Blood Demon Palace is here, why hide sneakily in the dark and get out of it? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the brown-robed old man and the others couldn't help being surprised. Could it be that the people in the Blood Demon Palace have already chased here? Tisk tusk, your excellency has a good perception, you can even sense my existence. With a chuckle of chuckles resounding, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air in the forest below. A silhouette of blood shone in front of them. Shitong, it turned out to be you. Looking at the blood shadow that appeared out of thin air, the brown-robed old man Sha Yuan's complexion changed suddenly. Sha Yuan, don't fight fearlessly, you can't escape. If you are more acquainted, please hand over Sha Huang and the others, I may also consider spare your life. The scarlet figure smiled and looked at Sha Yuan and the others with a playful look in his eyes. Shitong, don't be too arrogant in the Blood Demon Palace. Sha Yuan said angrily. Tai Shuzong Lin Tianzong has returned to Tai Shuzong for help, he will definitely bring Tai Shuzong strong back. Hey! The powerhouse of Tai Shuzong. They should take care of themselves first. Shitong curled his mouth with disdain, and a look of impatience appeared in his eyes. I don't want to talk nonsense. If you don't hand over the remnants of Sha Zan's great Sha country, then don't blame me for being polite. The icy voice fell, and a terrifying, censored aura also instantly diffused from his body, pressing against Sha Yuan and the others fiercely. At the moment when Shitong's whole body surged out, there was a faint hum in the air, instantly dissolving the aura from the pressure of the blood. The cold voice resounded across the world instantly. The trash of a blood demon palace in a mere area, dare to scatter in front of me. The person I want to protect, Jiang Chen, can't be moved by you. Chapter 11:18. Slapped to death. Seeing Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and lightly dissolving his aura pressure, Shitong's eyes could not help but change slightly. He stared at Jiang Chen gloomily. Who is your excellency? Why interfere with my blood demon palace? Did you not hear them call me the god of war to protect the country? Jiang Chen made an understatement and said, this great Sha kingdom is guarded by me. If you want to encroach on the great Sha kingdom, you have to ask me whether I can agree. Boy, although you are good at strength, but with your own strength, wanting to protect the great Sha country is simply a dream. Shui Tongyan smiled coldly. Give you 10 breaths of time, immediately kneel in front of me and surrender, and I will spare your life. I also give you 10 breaths of time, do it yourself, and I will leave you a whole body. Jiang Chen was expressionless and returned the words intact. Shitong screamed in anger, his figure instantly turned into a censored shadow, and he burst out toward Jiang Chen. Be careful, the guardian war god, this Blood Tong is the censored Sea Realm powerhouse of the Blood Demon Palace, and even Lin Tianzong of Taishu sect is not his opponent. Shitong's vain shot also caused Sha Yuan's face to change slightly, and he quickly reminded Jiang Chen. Divine Sea's triple strength, dare to do it in front of me, let me die. A trace of cruel coldness was wiped from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He raised his palm and stroked it lightly in the void. A terrifying force that shattered the void directly and unimpededly slammed the body that burst into the blood. He only heard a bang. Shitong didn't even have time to make a scream, and his body exploded directly under Jiang Chen's palm, turning into a cloud of blood and falling down in the air. Sha Yuan and the others stared at this scene blankly, and couldn't help taking a breath in their hearts. Blood Pass, the Soul Realm powerhouse of the Blood Demon Palace, almost single-handedly beat them to flee in embarrassment, and was slapped into scum by Jiang Chen. Even Sha Yuan, who already knew that Jiang Chen had at least the strength of the Divine Sea Realm, took a while to recover from the shock. The war censored of their great Sha kingdom is really not an ordinary abnormality. The censored of war protects the country, the world is overwhelming, if you take action, my great Sha kingdom will surely be able to expel the people of the Blood Demon Temple, and the restoration of the country is expected. Sha Yuan looked excited and authentic. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Okay, take me to Sha Zan first. Guardian War God, please follow me. As Sha Yuan said, he went straight to the depths of the Kunyan mountain range by Jiang Chen. A group of people came to a hidden valley. In the valley, with dozens of golden armor guards, the group guarded a golden-robed youth in the center. This golden-robed youth is no one else, it is the Emperor Sha Zan, who was helped by Jiang Chen. Sha Zan looked at Sha Yuan and the others who had returned to the valley, and couldn't help but stand up quickly. Old Yuan, are you all right? Thanks to your majesty, we are all fine. Sha Yuan said with a smile on his face. Your majesty, who do you think I brought? Sha Zan was slightly startled. He raised his head, his eyes also fell on Jiang Chen's body in response. Ginger. Mr. Jiang. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar figure in front of him, Sha Zan's face finally showed an incredible ecstasy. Jiang Chen looked at the long-lost old man before him, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Sha Zan, long time no see, don't come here unharmed. Chapter 11:19. Turn Upside Down. Mr. Jiang, it's great that you can come back. Sha Zan's eyes showed unconcealed excitement. This time, the Blood Demon Palace suddenly attacked the Great Sha Kingdom, defeating and breaking the imperial city with the force of destroying Gula. As Emperor Sha Zan could only fight out of the imperial city and fled to the depths of Kunyan Mountain in panic. Sha Zan cautiously shrank in this place, paying attention to the situation of the Great Sha Kingdom, while waiting for Lin Tianzong to bring back reinforcements from Taishuzong, waiting for the opportunity to return to the imperial city. Sha Zan never thought of it. He hadn't waited for Taishuzong's reinforcements, but he had waited for Jiang Chen, who had disappeared for 2 years. For this young man who single-handedly sent him to the throne of the Great Sha Kingdom, Sha Zan has long been unconditional trust. From the initial assessment of the emperor, Jiang Chen has created incredible miracles one after another. It is also because of the trust in Jiang Chen. Even after Jiang Chen left, Sha Zan still canonized Jiang Chen as the supreme guardian war censored of the Great Sha Kingdom, with the same status as Emperor Sha. Now that the god of war who protects the country returns, Daxia Kingdom will be saved. I said that I would protect Daxia Kingdom for 100 years, but now Daxia Kingdom is in trouble, I naturally won't sit idly by. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Tell me about the current situation of Daxia country. Sha Zan nodded, and quickly told Jiang Chen what had happened recently. About 3 days ago, a mysterious young man in the Blood Demon Palace suddenly came to the imperial city of the Great Sha Kingdom with the 3 powerful divine sea realms. Even though Sha Zan summoned the great powers of the Great Sha Kingdom to fight with all his strength, he was eventually lost, so he slayed out of the imperial city. The imperial city of Daxia Kingdom has been controlled by the Blood Demon Palace. Even the Yanwang Wuwan has been destroyed by the powerhouse of the Blood Demon Palace. Some family forces loyal to Emperor Sha have almost all been cleansed by the Blood Demon Palace. Including Yuang Chamber of Commerce and Yang's family, both suffered heavy losses from the Blood Demon Palace. How could Jiang Chen suffer a serious injury? Hearing Sha Zan's words, Jiang Chen's face changed slightly. Because of his existence, the Yuang Chamber of Commerce has always been a hardcore supporter of Sha Zan, and it is reasonable to be hit hard by the Blood Demon Palace. But Lingyun Wufu, where the Jiang family is located, thousands of miles away from the imperial city, how could it also suffer severe damage from the Blood Demon Palace? Could it be that the Blood Demon Palace has swept the entire Great Sha Kingdom? The Guardian War God doesn't know anything about it. After you were named the Guardian War God 2 years ago, the Jiang family moved to the imperial city and is now one of the top families in the imperial city. Sha Yuan on the side explained. It turned out to be so. Jiang Chen nodded, then frowned slightly and said, then you have news from them now. We broke out of the imperial city in 2 ways. The Yuang Chamber of Commerce and the Jiang family were on the other way. I don't know the specific situation. Sha Zan shook his head and said, but I have sent someone to investigate. I guess there should be news coming back soon. Just as Sha Zan's voice fell, a blue streamer cut through the sky, and finally fell directly into Sha Zan's mind. Sha Zan's face became very difficult to look. Blood Demon Palace has captured many members of the royal family and Yang's family. Let me return to the imperial city within today, otherwise I will behead them for public display. Humph! A group of trash from the Blood Demon Palace dare to show off in the Great Sha Kingdom. Let's go, follow me back to the imperial city. If they dare to touch a hair of my Jiang family, I will kill the people in their Blood Demon Palace to the ground. Chapter 1120. The Minions of the Blood Demon Palace, the Meng Family. Imperial City of Great Sha Kingdom. Since the arrival of the Blood Demon Palace on the 3rd day, the most prosperous and magnificent central city of the Great Sha Kingdom has instantly plunged into a water-borne heat. That day, under the attack of the Blood Demon Palace, the powerhouse of Daxia Kingdom had no power to fight back. Countless powerhouses who finally died in the Great Sha Kingdom fell, and even Emperor Sha was unclear about his life or death in that battle. After the Blood Demon Palace occupied the imperial city, he acted recklessly in the imperial city, and even practiced blood art with the blood of the people of Daxia Kingdom. The forces headed by the 4 major families of the imperial city, the Meng family, even took refuge in the Blood Demon Palace and became the minions in the hands of the Blood Demon Palace, helping the Blood Demon Palace clean up in the imperial city. The huge imperial city is full of blood. Even if 3 days have passed, the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom is still shrouded in a strong, censored atmosphere. Today, South gate of the imperial city of Daxia State. All the minions of the Blood Demon Palace headed by Meng Jianchen, the patriarch of the Meng family, gathered here. Behind them, there was a group of blood-stained, wilted figures languishing on the ground. If Jiang Chen was here at the moment, I am afraid that many familiar figures would be recognized at a glance. Alchemy Master Yan Qingshan, Yueyongzhou, the elder of the Yuang Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Kui, the elder of the Jiang family, and the Blood Evil. These people are almost undoubtedly not the people who used to be famous in the Great Xia Kingdom, but now they are all in the hands of the Blood Demon Palace. Meng Jianchen, you led the Meng family to betray the Great Xia Kingdom. I didn't expect that the patriarch of the Great Xia Kingdoms know one martial arts world would be willing to become a running dog in the Blood Demon Palace. Yueyongzhou stared at Meng Jianchen indifferently. Even if he was now a prisoner, the eyes that looked at Meng Jianchen were still full of sarcasm. Yueyong Prefecture, as the saying goes, people choose kings and ministers, birds choose good trees to live in. Nowadays, the Blood Demon Palace is so powerful, it is the general trend to take refuge in the Blood Demon Palace. Why don't you know the current affairs? Meng Jianchen shook his head, indifferently. Meng Jianchen, don't be happy too early. Sergeant Lin has returned to Taishu sect, and will definitely come back with Taishu sect experts. At that time, your Meng family will not end well. Zhang Kui also had a serious expression on his face. Taishu Zong. Meng Jianchen smiled coldly. If you want to wait for the strong of Taishu Zong to come to rescue, I am afraid you will be disappointed. Since the Blood Demon Palace dared to come so blatantly and destroyed Daxia Kingdom with the momentum of thunder, how could he not be prepared? He had already received news from the three highnesses of the Blood Demon Palace, that the Blood Shadow Venerable, one of the three major guardians of the Blood Demon Palace, had taken more than a dozen of the Divine Sea Realm powerhouses to kill Taishu sect. Now that Taishu Zong has long been unable to protect himself, how can he worry about the affairs of the Great Xia Kingdom? The re-emergence of the Blood Demon Palace in the northern wilderness has become unstoppable. His Meng family took refuge in the Blood Demon Palace, which was undoubtedly the wisest choice. This not only preserved the Meng family, but also became the spokesperson of the Blood Demon Palace in the Great Xia Kingdom, and the entire Great Xia Kingdom would be under the control of the Meng family. The Meng family is the first family in the real sense of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it exists under one person and above 10,000. It's almost time. Let the order go on, and wait another half an hour. If Sha Zan does not show up after the remnants of the Great Xia Kingdom, we will kill all these people. Meng Jianchen didn't bother to pay attention to Yueyongzhou and the others, and directly ordered a group of Meng family martial artists behind him. Since he chose to become the minion of the Blood Demon Palace, he must become a qualified minion. Today, he wants to remove all obstacles for the Blood Demon Palace and completely control the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 11:21. Dare to run wild in Daxia country and die. Meng Jianchen, do you want to use us as bait to lure Emperor Xia to appear? I advise you to stop dreaming. Emperor Xia will not appear. If you have the ability, you can kill us with a single sword. Sooner or later, Emperor Xia will bring people back to the imperial city and revive Great Xia Kingdom. After hearing Meng Jianchen's words, Zhang Kui and others' complexions suddenly changed, and they couldn't help shouting angrily at Meng Jianchen. Just rely on him, Meng Jianchen said with a disdainful expression. It's a mere kid with a yellow mouth. If he wasn't lucky back then, how could this Sha Wang's position be his turn? Ha ha, Meng Jianchen, you are right. Emperor Xia was indeed lucky that he met my Jiang family patriarch and ascended to the throne of God. Now my Jiang family patriarch Jiang Chen is the supreme protector of the Great Xia Kingdom. As long as Emperor Xia can find the patriarch, he will definitely be able to kill back to the imperial city and expel the Blood Demon Palace. Zhang Kui laughed confidently. Hearing Zhang Kui's mention of the name, Meng Jianchen's eyes sank slightly. For this name, Meng Jianchen is still fresh in his memory. Back then, Zhang Chensheng was only a martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm, so he single-handedly killed the Meng family, forcing the Meng family to bow to him. Examination by the Emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. Jiang Chen even helped Sha Zan ascend the throne of God with his own power, and thus became famous in Daxia Kingdom. Jiang Chen entered Taishu sect's practice and returned again. He was already a powerful man who could kill the 4 layers of Ning Dan. He put down the rebellion for Sha Zan in one fell swoop, and was Sha Xuanzun as the censored of war to protect the country. After that, it is said that Jiang Chen was a blockbuster in the 3 sects of the northern wilderness. He overwhelmed the many geniuses of the three sects of the northern wilderness. He became the first person of the younger generation in the northern wilderness continent. He was also accepted as a disciple by a king of Soul Realm. Now it has been nearly 2 years since the three types of martial arts in the northern wilderness. I'm afraid no one can know how terrifying the kid can grow under the guidance of the divine Soul Realm King. If Sha Zan could really contact Jiang Chen, it would be a little troublesome. Jiang Kui, don't bluff in front of me. You Jiang Chen, the patriarch of the Jiang family, disappeared in the northern wilderness continent more than a year ago, and there is no news. If you can really contact him, how can he still not make any moves? Could it be that Yu Zhong family patriarch, the god of war of the great Sha country protector, is also scared, planning to hide in the dark to be a turtle? Meng Junshan looked sarcastically authentic. Now that the Meng family had chosen to seek refuge in the Blood Demon Palace, there was no turning back. Jiang Chen had disappeared in the North Wild Continent for so long, he really didn't believe that Jiang Kui and the others could contact Jiang Chen. Meng Junshan, who do you say is a tortoise with its head shrunk? Just as Meng Junshan's voice fell, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. Meng Junshan looked up in amazement. I saw a young man in black with his hands on his back, his face calmly stepping into the void. He had no joy or sorrow in his eyes, without a trace of emotion, and looked down at Meng Junshan and others indifferently, and his cold voice slowly resounded in this world. Meng Junshan, your Meng family is so bold that you betrayed the Great Sha Kingdom and joined the Blood Demon Palace. Don't you know that the Great Sha Kingdom is the place that Jiang Chen guards? Those who dare to be wild in Daxia country, die. Patriarch, little friend Jiang Chen, brother Jiang Chen, looking at the familiar figure in the void, no matter it was Jiang Kui, Yan Qingshan, Yueyongzhou, and others, an expression of excitement appeared in their eyes. Chapter 11:22. After today, there will be no Meng family in Daxia. Meng Junshan, do you think you can sit back and relax by taking refuge in the Blood Demon Palace and becoming a running dog in the Blood Demon Palace? I knew that the conspiracy of your scumbag would not succeed. Seeing Jiang Chen standing proudly in the sky, Jiang Kui was so excited that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The owner is back. Their Jiang family, the peerless Tianzhao who has created one legend after another in the Great Sha Kingdom and the entire northern wild continent, has finally returned. Jiang Kui's tight heartstrings also completely relaxed. Since witnessing Jiang Chen's rise against the sky, everything Jiang Chen has done has never disappointed Jiang Kui. In Jiang Kui's eyes, the slightly thin figure in the air was like an Optimus pillar, enough to hold up a piece of heaven and earth, so that he no longer worried. As long as Jiang Chen is there, the Jiang family is saved. Daxia country is also saved. Meng Junshan looked at Jiang Chen in the void, his pupils suddenly shrank. This guy who disappeared in the northern wilderness continent for more than a year will return to Daxia country at this time. Although Meng Junshan was shocked, he was not too afraid. No matter how talented Jiang Chen is, he will be able to possess the strength of the divine sea realm in more than a year. And Meng Junshan secretly took refuge in the Blood Demon Hall 3 months ago, and broke through the divine soul realm with the help of the Blood Demon Hall. In addition to him, the Third Highness of the Blood Demon Palace with many powerful Blood Demon Palaces sitting in the imperial city of the Great Sha Kingdom, among them there is an extremely powerful person of Shanghai Quadruple. Even if Jiang Chen broke through the divine soul realm, he couldn't imagine making any waves here. Meng Junshan, didn't the people in the Blood Demon Palace let the Emperor return to the imperial city? The Emperor is back now, what are you doing? Sha Zan was also guarded by Sha Yuan and others, slowly walking towards the imperial city. Sha Zan, do you think that bringing back Jiang Chen, the so-called guardian war god, will really help you fail? Meng Junshan stared at Sha Zan coldly. The Third Highness has an order, as long as you are willing to surrender to him, you can still be the Sha Emperor of the Great Sha Kingdom. Although the Blood Demon Palace controlled the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom by thunder, it was not easy to control the entire Daxia Kingdom. They hit the idea on Sha Zan. As long as they control Sha Zan and let Sha Zan become a puppet Sha Huang, it will be much easier for them to control Da Sha. Sha Zan sneered disdainfully. I want this emperor to become a puppet of the Blood Demon Palace, dream. Meng Junshan's expression turned cold. Sha Zan, your 3 highnesses can continue to be your Sha Emperor. It's your honor. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Meng Junshan, your Meng family betrayed the Great Sha Kingdom and associated with the Blood Demon Palace. Your sins are to be blamed. For the sake of Qingshui's face, if you immediately take the Meng family out of the Great Sha Kingdom from now on, I can consider sparing you. If you don't realize it anymore, don't blame me for being merciless." Jiang Chen looked down at Meng Junshan, but his plain tone carried an unquestionable meaning. Meng Junshan smiled furiously. "Do you really think that the Great Sha Kingdom is still the final say? If I don't leave, what can you do to me? Since you insist on looking for death, after today, I will let the Meng family be completely removed from everyone." Chapter 11:23. Kill one with one finger. After today, let the Meng family be completely removed from Daxia. Jiang Chen's arrogant remarks immediately made Meng Junshan the powerful Meng family furious. When death is imminent, I still dare to speak up here. One of the parents of Meng sneered and said, "If you are familiar with each other, you will immediately kneel and surrender." Before the elder Meng had finished speaking, Jiang Chen pointed it out directly. The sharp sword aura instantly passed through the Beizong void and appeared ghostly in front of the Meng elder. The elder Meng hadn't reacted yet, and the sword energy had left a blood hole in the center of his brows, and the red blood sprayed out like a fountain. His body also fell straight toward the ground, with an incredible panic still remaining in his eyes. "Only you are worthy of making me kneel and surrender." Killing the elder Meng with one finger, Jiang Chen looked down at the people below, as if the ancient gods were facing mortal dust. The pressure was all over the audience. Meng Junshan and the others looked at this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. With a finger in the air, easily kill the condensed pill realm martial artist. This young king who has disappeared in the northern wilderness continent for more than a year has grown to a terrible level. Good. Jiang Chen, you are really brave. You dare to kill my Meng elder in front of me. No matter how powerful you are, today the imperial city of the Great Sha Kingdom will be your burial place. Meng Junshan smiled furiously, and there was also a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Do it, kill him for me." Since the moment the Meng family took refuge in the Blood Demon Palace, there has been no retreat. Today, when Jiang Chen returns, the Meng family wants to gain a foothold in the Great Sha country, so they can only kill him. Jiang Chen, die. As Meng Junshan's voice fell, the aura of the four condensation realm elders behind him exploded with full force, and the vitality energy with the violent blood and evil aura also whizzed out towards Jiang Chen. Since joining the Blood Demon Hall 3 months ago, the Meng family's strength has greatly increased with the help of the Blood Demon Hall. Not only did Patriarch Meng Junshan successfully break through the Divine Sea realm, but even the number of elders in the Pill Condensation realm reached more than 10. In particular, the 4 elders headed by this group have all reached the 9th level of Pill Condensation. It is precisely because the Blood Demon Palace has given the Meng family such a huge benefit that Meng Junshan will not hesitate to lead the Meng family to the Blood Demon Palace. A mere 4 relying on blood technique secrets to forcibly reach the 9 levels of condensed pill trash, ants-like existence, actually want to kill me. Looking at the 4 Meng elders who had killed him, Jiang Chen's mouth was sneered with disdain. He squeezed his hands into a sword, and pointed out lightly. The sharp sword light cut through the space and instantly penetrated the forehead of the old man in the front. Before the old man had time to react, he felt that his eyes were dark, and he fell directly toward the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 Meng patriarchs were shocked. Before they could recover from their horror, Jiang Chen moved his fingers in midair 3 times. 3 sword lights pierced the void one after another, easily piercing the heads of the other 3 elders. 4 swords point to the volley, 1 finger kills 1 person. With 4 swords, Jiang Chen lightly defeated the 4 elders of the Meng family's 4 great condensed pills in 9 layers. Chapter 11:24. I see gods see like ants. The 4 elders of the Meng family's 9-fold pill died like this. Zhang Kui and the others looked at the incredible scene before them, suddenly couldn't help their eyes widening. These are the 4 powerful men who condense the 9 levels of pill. In the Great Sha Kingdom, a place where powerhouses of the Divine Sea realm are rare, the martial artist of the 9 cores of pill condensation is already at the peak. But such a character was killed by Jiang Chen with 4 understatement like cutting melons and vegetables. With such a method, even an ordinary Divine Sea realm powerhouse might not be able to do it. Although they knew Jiang Chen was extraordinary, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. Meng Junshan's eyes were dull, and his heart was astonished to the extreme. He spent countless hard work to let the 4 elders trained by the Blood Demon Temple to be killed by Jiang Chen. Even if he shot with all his strength, he couldn't kill them as lightly as Jiang Chen. How could this kid possess such terrifying strength? Jiang Chen, you are worthy of being the king of the younger generation in the northern wilderness continent, and you have become a powerhouse of the divine sea realm at such an age. But, do you think you can go wild in front of me by breaking through the sea of God? In this world, you are not the only one who can become a powerhouse in the divine sea realm. Meng Junshan suppressed the shock in his heart. He took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Chen gloomily. The breath of the divine sea realm suddenly burst out. Divine sea realm, you just rely on the secret technique given to you by the blood demon temple, and forcefully use external force to break through the divine sea realm, which is more than a star and a half away from the real divine sea realm. What's more, even if you are a real divine sea realm powerhouse, I will treat him like an ant, let alone you. Jiang Chen glanced at Meng Junshan disdainfully, obviously not paying attention to Meng Junshan. I want to see, what is your ability to treat God as a sea of ants? Meng Junshan laughed furiously. His figure penetrated the space in an instant, and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. The majestic energy on his palm shattered the space and slapped Jiang Chen's head fiercely. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and he raised his head with a fluttering punch. This fist seemed plain, without any fluctuations in vitality, but it carried a monstrous power that was as heavy as a mountain, giving people an unmatched feeling. Meng Junshan's expression changed drastically, and the alarm in his heart rose to the extreme. Jiang Chen's fluttering fist fell on him like Mount Tai fell and a meteorite fell from the sky. Meng Junshan screamed and fell from the air. Only heard a loud bang. Meng Junshan's whole body was heavily smashed on the ground, splashing dust in the sky. When everything was gone, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. I saw Meng Junshan's body, directly hitting the ground with a huge hole the size of 3 feet. He was covered in blood, his face was pale, his muscles were cracked in many places, and even the white bones inside were clearly visible. Meng Junshan got up from the ground in an extremely embarrassed manner. He looked up at Jiang Chen in midair, and his eyes finally showed unprecedented horror. With the strength of his divine sea realm, even Jiang Chen couldn't stop a punch. This guy is too powerful. Meng Junshan just understood that Jiang Chen's previous sentence regarding the sea-like ants is not a lie. He really has the terrifying power of seeing the censored sea like an ant. Chapter 1125, 3 Highnesses of the Blood Demon Palace. Escape, only escape. At this moment, Meng Junshan had only one thought in his mind, and that was to roll as far as he could. The strength of this guy is too terrifying, only the powerhouse above the level of the Hall Master of the Blood Demon Hall can deal with it. With his strength, Jiang Chen only needs to give him such a punch, and he will probably be bombarded so that there is no scum left. With a move of both hands, Meng Junshan's blood and light exploded, directly urging the Meng family's secret technique. I saw that his whole person was like a dog in the mourning family, fleeing towards the imperial city in a panic. It's a pity, in front of me, you don't even have the right to escape. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and immediately shook the place where Meng Junshan was. The space within a radius of 100 meters has frozen in vain. Meng Junshan, who fled in panic, seemed to have been imprisoned directly. Meng Junshan, your Meng family betrayed the great Xia kingdom and secretly took refuge in the Blood Demon Palace. Today I will behead your dog's head and destroy your Meng family. With a move to imprison Meng Junshan's body, Jiang Chen's cold voice slowly rang in the sky. No, your highness, help me. With a look of despair and horror on his face, Meng Junshan hurriedly called out loudly into the imperial city. And at the moment when Meng Junshan's call fell, a faint cold shout also suddenly came from the depths of the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom. Boy, stop me. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he didn't mean to stop at all. He raised his palm, and threw a punch at Meng Junshan in a lightning-like volley. With this punch, there was no sign of vision, and it felt like it was tickling. But Meng Junshan, which finished 100 meters away, shook his whole body suddenly. I saw his body burst out with a crackling sound, and finally burst directly with a bang, turning into a censored mist in midair and scattered down. The south gate of the huge imperial city is in a deadly silence. All of them stared at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the sky with a dull expression. Their expressions were extremely shocked. Hit Meng Junshan, who broke through the divine sea realm with one punch. It was Zhang Kui and others who had a foreboding of Jiang Chen's abnormality, but they still did not expect that Jiang Chen's strength was already terrifying. While everyone was still shocked by Jiang Chen's terrifying punch, a furious voice suddenly exploded in the air. Two blood-colored silhouettes flashed with blood, also stepping on the void, appeared in front of Jiang Chen like lightning. Among the two silhouettes, the head is a monster young man with long red hair, about the cultivation base of Shanghai First Heavy. Beside the young man, there is a middle-aged man in a blood robe who has achieved the 4th level of Shanghai. The censored young man stared at Jiang Chen coldly with censored eyes, and said murderously, "I told you to stop, are you deaf?" "I heard," Jiang Chen said lightly. "But, what are you, what right do you have to let me stop?" "Boy, I am the Third Highness of the Blood Demon Palace, the Blood Demon. You are the first to dare to speak like this in front of my Blood Demon." When the Blood Demon heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes became increasingly cold. No matter how censored Meng Jianshan was, it was also a dog raised by his Blood Demon. The boy in front of him dared to kill Meng Jianshan under his nose. Today, he will let this kid know how miserable it will be to dare to oppose his Blood Demon. Chapter 1126, Killed Too Accidentally. The Third Highness of the Blood Demon Palace, is it amazing? Don't you know that this Daxia kingdom is the place covered by my Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's eyes were cold like a knife. No matter who it is, I will make him pay a heavy price if he dares to run wild on my turf. The Blood Demon Hall in the northern wilderness continent is nothing more than a branch of the Blood Demon Hall. Even if this sub-temple hall master came in person, he wouldn't have the slightest fear. How could Jiang Chen look at the three highnesses of a Blood Demon Palace? "You want me to pay?" The Blood Demon seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Meng Jianshan was nothing more than the censored that he uprooted and forcibly promoted to the Divine Sea Realm, far inferior to the real Divine Sea Realm powerhouse. This kid really thought that he had killed a half-hearted Divine Sea Realm, so he was qualified to be arrogant in front of him. Who is his Blood Demon? The top young genius in the Blood Demon Palace. He is revered as the Third Highness of the Blood Demon Palace, and is also one of the future heirs of the Blood Demon Palace. And his combat power is extraordinary. Even after breaking through the Divine Sea Realm soon, the average Divine Sea Realm powerhouse is not his opponent. In the entire Blood Demon Hall, except for the masters of the 4 levels of Shanghai and above, except for the masters of the 8 halls and the 3 guardians, almost no one can help him. Beside him, there is also the blood curtain of one of the 8 hall masters of the Blood Demon Palace. Now in this great Sha kingdom, apart from the 3 sect masters of the northern wilderness, who can pose a threat to him? That's right, your Blood Demon Palace doesn't abide by the agreement, and it's just that you were born early, and you dare to go to the great Sha kingdom to act recklessly. Since it's here, let me save my life. Jiang Chen stared at the Blood Demon coldly, with awe-inspiring killing intent. Dragons have inverse scales, and they will be angry if they touch them. The Blood Demon Palace's attack on Daxia Kingdom undoubtedly made Jiang Chen completely angry. Had it not been for him to return to the northern wilderness continent from Zhongzhou at a critical moment, Jiang Chen could no longer imagine how miserable the deceased Jiang family in Daxiagua would be. "If you want the life of my Blood Demon, do you deserve it? Blood Curtain, kill him." The Blood Demon sneered disdainfully, and the faint voice resounded directly in the air. As the Blood Demon's voice fell, the middle-aged in the blood robe next to him stepped out, and the 4-fold aura of Shanghai instantly filled the void. He glanced at Jiang Chen contemptuously, and said lightly, "Boy, your highness will let you die. Are you planning to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it myself?" Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but set off a ghostly arc. "Shanghai 4th stage, you should also be a hall master of the Blood Demon Palace. Whether the man can change his name or sit down, I am one of the blood curtains of the 8 halls of the Blood Demon Palace." The middle-aged in the blood robe said with a proud face, "Boy, since you already know my identity, why don't you obediently come forward and lead to death? You are just a hall master of the Blood Demon Palace. What qualifications do you have to censored forward and die?" Jiang Chen said lightly, "Hallmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, I haven't killed him." The blood curtain suddenly raised his head and stared at Jiang Chen, his eyes suddenly shrinking. Jiang Chen grinned at the blood curtain, and his faint voice slowly resounded across the world. "It took less than half a day after I returned to the northern wilderness. The head of the Blood Demon Palace seemed to have killed too accidentally. Congratulations, you are honored to be the 3rd Hallmaster of the Blood Demon Palace killed by my Jiang Chen." Chapter 1127, The People Who Threatened Me Are Dead. This kid actually said that he killed 2 Gorfiend Hall Masters. And he killed it accidentally. The blood curtain seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. The masters of the 8 halls of the Blood Demon Palace, each of them is a powerful person who has reached the 4th stage of the xianxia, and is comparable to the existence of the 3 sect masters of the Northern Wilderness. Look at the entire Northern Wilderness continent. Except for the few hidden old monsters of the Northern Wilderness sect, almost no one can pose a threat to the head of the Blood Demon Palace. Although the kid in front of him was talented close to a demon, he already had the cultivation base of the Divine Sea Realm when he was in his 20s. But even so, he would never have the strength to kill the Hallmaster of the Blood Demon Hall. Boy, do you want to bluff and frighten me? Do you really think I'm a fool? Every Hall Master in my Blood Demon Palace is capable of reaching the sky, how can you be able to kill? A little boy, since you don't want to end it yourself, let me do it myself and die for me. The blood curtain gave a cold smile. He stretched out his hand and shook it, and the sky full of blood-colored light curtain emerged from the void, like a giant net that covered the sky, toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head, raised his palm and waved lightly, the censored light curtain trembling in the void, instantly turning to nothing. To dissolve the attack of the blood curtain lightly, Jiang Chen stepped on the soles of his feet in the void, slammed directly across the 100-meter space, and appeared on top of the blood curtain. Before the blood curtain had the slightest chance to react, his light and fluttering palm was already on the top of the blood screen. Snapped. There was a clear loud noise. The blood screen's entire head was slapped into the chest abruptly, and his body was slammed into the ground by Jiang Chen. A hole was punched through the bluestone avenue outside the south gate of the imperial city of Great Sha. The whole blood curtain was buried in the cave, leaving only a huge pit with a depth of 10 meters. This scene immediately caused the audience to fall into a dead silence again. Everyone was dumbfounded. The master of the Hall of the Dignified Blood Demon, the powerhouse of Xianxia 4th layer, was actually slapped to death by Jiang Chen with such a casual slap. His Highness the Blood Demon's eyes were dull, and he could hardly believe his eyes. The blood curtain, this is one of the 8 hall masters of the Blood Demon Palace, almost a strong man standing on the peak of the northern wild continent. But such a strong Blood Demon Palace was slapped to death by Jiang Chen, like a mosquito. Such a terrifying method, in the entire Blood Demon Palace, I am afraid that only the 3 major guardians and the Lord of the Blood Demon Palace can do it. The Blood Demon's eyes finally revealed an unprecedented look of horror. Next, it's your turn. With a slap on the blood curtain, Jiang Chen turned his eyes to the Blood Demon, grinning, showing his white teeth. You can't kill me. I am the 3rd Highness of the Blood Demon Palace. If you kill me, the Highness will not let you go. The Blood Demon only felt the souls of the dead, and hurriedly shouted in horror. As long as you let me go, I promise that the Blood Demon Palace will not be your enemy, and I will always set foot in the Great Sha Kingdom in the future. Are you threatening? Sorry, I came along this way, but everyone who threatened me is dead. So, you go to my death too. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and when he raised his hand, a sky-breaking sword aura directed at the Blood Demon. Chapter 1128, Burning Wrath. If you want to kill me, I will also make you pay a heavy price for it. The Blood Demon roared grimly, and a strange bloodline appeared directly on his forehead. The bloodline burst open, and a censored eye pupil suddenly appeared. A strange blood-colored beam of light suddenly shot out from the blood pupil. The blood-colored beam of light, with a trembling power, instantly enveloped Jiang Chen's whole body. This is one of the taboo secrets of the Blood Demon Palace. The soul destruction blood pupil technique is also the biggest trump card of the Blood Demon. He once defeated the powerhouse of the Divine Sea Realm in the Blood Demon Palace with the strength of this soul-killing blood pupil technique, and with the strength of the 9 levels of pill condensation, he became famous in one battle and was revered as the 3rd Highness of the Blood Demon Palace. This censored pupil technique of destroying the soul is a pupil technique that directly kills the soul. Even a person who is 10 times stronger than himself, if he is not careful, he will be hit hard by his pupil technique. Does the soul pupil technique attack? Watching this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curl his lips secretly. The pupil technique looks good, but it's a pity that the person who performs pupil technique is really bad. If Meng Xuanxuan, the first day of Lingxi City, came to perform this trick, it might still cause him some trouble. But this guy in front of him is no more than the strength of Xianxia 1st layer, but he is already the king of the soul realm. Especially after taking a lot of profound spirit holy springs in the remains of Emperor Zun, Jiang Chen's spirit power is even a bit stronger than his cultivation base. No matter how strong this blood demon's pupil technique is, how can it pose a threat to his spirit? Jiang Chen gave a faint sigh, and a soul flame shot out from his eyes, which was not many times stronger than the blood demon pupil technique. This luminous flame is condensed by Jiang Chen's king's will, like a substance, and the light above it is boiling like a flame. The soul flame whizzed out, colliding with the censored beam of blood demon. The blood-colored beam of light hardly had any resistance, and it exploded inch by inch under the flame of the soul. The blood demon's body trembled suddenly and let out a terrible scream, and the whole person fell on the wall in embarrassment. Red blood and tears are like spring water, surging out of his eyes. How can your soul be so strong? The blood demon shed tears in his eyes and collapsed on the wall, his body trembling. In the moment just now, the blood demon clearly sensed Jiang Chen's vast soul power. In front of Jiang Chen's soul power, his soul-killing blood pupil technique was like a flat boat in the ocean, which seemed extremely small. This unfathomable soul power was only felt by the blood demon from the body of their palace master. The lord of their blood demon palace, but a genuine soul king. How could this kid's soul power be so powerful? You are too weak. Jiang Chen glanced at the blood demon faintly, too lazy to continue talking nonsense, raised his hand and pinched a sword finger. Patriarch, save him for the time being. Miss Qing Shui was captured by the people in the blood demon palace, he should know the whereabouts of Miss Qing Shui. At this moment, Zhang Kui's somewhat anxious voice suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Meng Qingshe was captured by the people in the blood demon palace. Hearing Zhang Kui's words, Jiang Chen's complexion instantly became extremely harsh. He appeared on the city wall in a flash, and his feet stomped heavily on the blood demon's chest, and the sound of burning sky's fury also slowly resounded. Tell me where Meng Qingshe is, otherwise I will let you know what life is better than death. Chapter 1129. Destroy the Meng family with one palm. Meng Qingshe is undoubtedly the person who has a place in Jiang Chen's heart, and one of the people he cares most about in the northern wild continent. Meng Qingshe was a genius of the Tianyu sect, but now he was captured by the blood demon palace in the Great Sha Kingdom. Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it. Meng Qingshe had always fulfilled her promise to protect Daxia Kingdom and Jiang family for him. Now that Meng Qingshe fell into the hands of the blood demon palace, how could this make Jiang Chen not angry? Meng Qingshe was the Taiyan destiny body in the ancient divine body. Once activated, this physique surpassed the existence of the great emperor's bloodline. Such a bloodline, for some blood repairers, is simply the most coveted treasure, better than any blood elixir in the world. Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it at this moment. What did the blood demon palace want to do when he captured Meng Qingshe? Do you want to find that woman named Meng Qingshe? The blood demon spit out a mouthful of blood foam, and on the extremely pale face, there was a hideous sneer. The woman has been sent away by me. If you want to know her whereabouts, release me immediately. The blood demon already understood. This kid seemed to care about the woman named Meng Qingshe very much. Now only he knows the whereabouts of Meng Qingshe. As long as he didn't speak out, the kid in front of him would not dare to kill him easily. Two icy lights shot out sharply in Jiang Chen's eyes. If I don't agree, then you never want to know her whereabouts. The blood demon smiled coldly and said, that woman has a special physique. Our palace master is very interested in people with this special physique. Jiang Chen's tone instantly became extremely harsh. He was just about to make a move, so that the blood demon often felt that life is better than death, but Sha Zan's voice rang behind him. Jiang Chen, our royal family has a secret method that can search for souls and read other people's memories. You leave him to me, and within an hour, I promise to let you know the whereabouts of Miss Meng. When Jiang Chen heard the words, the soles of the feet on the blood demon's chest slammed. The blood demon screamed, and Dantian Shanhai was crushed by Jiang Chen with a click. A kick of the blood demon. Jiang Chen turned his gaze and looked at the group of Meng family powerhouses who had taken refuge in the blood demon palace with a cold face. Guardian War God, forgive me. The Meng family's refuge in the blood demon palace is all Meng Junshan's decision, and we are forced to do so. Yes, we are also forced by Meng Junshan, so we have to take refuge in the blood demon temple, and hope that the god of war protects the country to give us a way out. Feeling Jiang Chen's cold eyes, the remaining Meng family experts all looked terrified, and knelt in front of Jiang Chen tremblingly, begging for mercy. Jiang Chen's strength can reach such a terrifying point. The strong blood demon hall headed by the blood demon was as if cutting melons and vegetables, and was easily killed by Jiang Chen. Since you have chosen to be the running dogs of the blood demon palace, you have to pay the price for your choice. Since I have said that, there will be no Meng family in Daxia Kingdom after today, so I will never break my promise. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and he raised his head as a huge palm, suppressing the strong Meng family. More than a dozen powerful men in the Meng family had not even had time to utter a scream, they were already annihilated under the palm of Jiang Chen. There is no stronger person above the pill condensation stage in the Meng family. Even if Jiang Chen doesn't make any more moves, the first martial arts family who once had the power of the Great Sha Kingdom will be completely removed from the Great Sha Kingdom. Chapter 1130, The Terrifying Power of the Blood Demon Palace. Kill the strong Meng family with one palm. Jiang Chen untied the prohibitions on Zhang Kui and others, led everyone into the imperial city in one fell swoop, and extinguished all the powerful blood demon palaces in the imperial city with the momentum of thunder. The imperial city returned to Shah Zan's control again. The huge imperial city of Great Sha State, suddenly the whole country is boiling. Countless people of the Great Sha Kingdom shrouded in the shadow of the blood demon palace are all running to tell each other, cheering and celebrating. And when everyone celebrated the restoration of the Great Sha Kingdom, Great Sha Palace, Jiang Chen was also smiling and chatting with a great old man of Sha Guo. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, who was seated in the first place, alongside Sha Zan, and there was an unconcealable exclamation on his face. Jiang Chen was able to grow into a supreme powerhouse standing at the top of the Northern Wilderness Pyramid in just over a year, and even the Shanghai powerhouse in the Blood Demon Temple could easily be killed. While they were amazed, they were more excited. With Jiang Chen's existence, Daxia Kingdom will be worry-free for 100 years. Just as the atmosphere in the palace was full of joy, Sha Yuan, the only clan of the Daxia Kingdom nowadays, walked in from the door. The eyes of everyone fell on Sha Yuan's body involuntarily. Your Majesty, the god of war protects the country, and the old has lived up to his trust. He has successfully searched the soul and read the memory of the blood demon. Sha Yuan saluted the two Jiang Chen respectfully and said directly, "Where is xianxia now?" A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes before he stood up and asked. Meng xianxia was pregnant with ancient blood. Staying in the blood demon palace for a moment would be more dangerous, and he had to rescue Meng xianxia as soon as possible. Sha Yuan took a deep breath and said, Miss Meng was sent back to the headquarters of the Blood Demon Hall by the Blood Demon. It is said that she was going to hand it over to the head of the Blood Demon Palace. A sharp murderous aura flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Where is the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace? It's in a hidden place in Heilongling. Sha Yuan said, looking at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. When I was searching the memory of the soul blood demon, I got a lot of news about the Blood Demon Palace. Jiang Chen glanced at Sha Yuan lightly. Why, the strength of the Blood Demon Palace is very strong. The Blood Demon Palace has been silent for hundreds of years in the northern desolate continent, and its current strength can be described as unfathomable. According to the news I got from the memory of the Blood Demon, the Blood Demon Palace now has a total of 12 top powerhouses, including 3 major guardians and 8 hall masters. 8 of the hall masters have reached the 4th level of Shanghai. The 3 major guardians are even the strongest of the 7th level of Shanghai. And the hall master of the Blood Demon Palace is said to have restored the strength of the soul of the king. Sha Yuan smiled bitterly. The god of war protector wants to rescue Miss Meng. I'm afraid he will have to make a long-term plan. Hearing Sha Yuan's words, everyone in the hall couldn't help taking a breath, and looked terrified. 8 hall masters above Shanghai's quadruple. 3 protectors of Shanghai's 7 layers or more. There is even a legendary king of the divine soul realm. The strength of this Blood Demon Palace is too terrifying. No wonder the Blood Demon Palace dared to be born in the northern wilderness continent recklessly. Such a terrifying power. I am afraid that the power of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness is gathered, and it may not be able to compete with the Blood Demon Palace. If the head of the Blood Demon Palace really possesses the power of a divine soul realm king, who else in this northern wild continent can stop the steps of the Blood Demon Palace? I am afraid that with his power alone, it is enough to suppress the entire northern wilderness. Chapter 1131, The 3 Elders are here. Patriarch, the Blood Demon Palace is powerful, and it has threatened the entire northern wild continent. I suggest to inform the 3 sects of the northern wilderness of this matter. Now only with the power of the 3 sects can it be possible to deal with the Blood Demon Palace. Zhang Kui said solemnly. If the power of the Blood Demon Palace was really as strong as Sha Yuan said, the northern wild continent would be really dangerous. Now it can only gather all the power to fight the Blood Demon Palace. I'm afraid this northern desolate continent will really be ruled by the Blood Demon Palace. Yan Qingshan, Yue Yongzhou and others also quickly agreed. The strength of the Blood Demon Palace is too strong. Although Jiang Chen's strength was shocking, there was only one person after all. If it were to kill Meng Qingshe at the Blood Demon Palace headquarters in this way, it would be no different from sending him to death. Okay, you don't have to say more. Go to the headquarters of the Blood Demon Temple to rescue Meng Qingshe, I must do it. You can rest assured, with the power of the Blood Demon Palace, I haven't put it in my eyes. Jiang Chen waved his hand with a decisive expression on his face. With the strength of the Blood Demon Palace, it is indeed extremely powerful in the northern wilderness continent, far surpassing the northern wilderness three sects available in mainland China. The Blood Demon Palace is slightly inferior to the weakest two-star forces like Kanglan League. With Jiang Chen's current strength, why put the Blood Demon Palace in his eyes? Just as Jiang Chen resisted the crowd and prepared to kill the Blood Demon Hall headquarters alone, an old voice resounded in everyone's ears. The elder of Taishu sect, the elder Shu Taoist, specially came to visit young friend Jiang Chen, please also show up. Everyone was shocked immediately. Taishu sect supreme elder, this is one of the top powerhouses of the northern wilderness sect, why did he suddenly come to Great Sha Kingdom? What is this old guy doing? Jiang Chen wrinkled every day, and disappeared into the hall in a flash. Jiang Chen's figure has appeared above the Beizong void outside the hall. Not far in front of him, there was a white-haired old man with an immortal style, a cyan robe. This person is the Tai Zuzong elder Shu Taoist who hasn't appeared for 100 years, and one of the few Shanghai late powerhouses in the northern wild continent. The elder Taisheng is not in Taishuzong. I don't know what happened to the great Sha country. Looking at the Taoist Zixu in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help asking in surprise. The Taoist Zixu smiled and said, the little friend helped me solve the danger of Taishu sect. The old Tao is grateful, and I specially come to thank you. I have some connections with Taishu sect. Since I met, naturally I won't stand by and watch. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Elder Taisheng is here this time, shouldn't it be as simple as thank you? The Blood Demon Palace, which has been silent for hundreds of years, is resurrected and ravages the northern wilderness continent. The three sects have decided to join forces to eradicate the Blood Demon Palace. The strength of the little friend is amazing. In addition to thanking me for this trip, I also hope that the little friend can help me. I have notified the old guys of Tianyu sect and Divine Sword sect. I think they will be here soon. Taoist Zixu didn't mean anything, and said directly to Jiang Chen. And just when Zixu Taoist's voice fell, in the distant horizon, two imposing figures, one black and one white, swept across the void almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, two human figures have appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Tianyuzong Supreme Elder Shu Chuya. God Sword Sect Supreme Elder God 100 Swords. The three strongest of the three sects of the northern wilderness, already gathered in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1132, God's Sword. Two figures, one black and one gold, came in an instant, juxtaposed with the Taoist Zixu. One of the skinny old men in black robes glanced at Jiang Chen who was opposite, and couldn't help but smile and said, Zixu, old man. Is this a disciple of King Shao? Yes, little friend Jiang Chen used to be a disciple of my Taishu sect. He joined King Shao's sect more than a year ago. Taoist Zixu nodded, and then introduced to Jiang Chen, little friend Jiang Chen, this old guy in black is the elder Shu Chuya of the Heavenly Moon sect. Little friend is worthy of being a king's sect. When I saw him today, he was really handsome. Shu Chuya's eyes swept over Jiang Chen, and there was also a subtle light flashing in his muddy old eyes. This guy in front of him is worthy of the disciple that the king of Soul Realm fancy. At a young age, his cultivation is unfathomable. Even with Shu Chuya's eyesight, Jiang Chen's depth could not be seen. Even through a secret technique he cultivated, Shu Chuya instinctively felt a hint of danger from Jiang Chen. Shu Chuya originally had doubts about Jiang Chen's killing of Blood Shadow, one of the three guardians of the Blood Demon Palace. Now when I saw Jiang Chen himself, Shu Chuya had to believe a little bit. This son, perhaps really has the terrifying strength to slay the seventh martial artist of Shanghai. Old Shu praised it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, saying hello to Shu Chuya. Although the three people in front of the North Desolate Continent had great strength and superb status, they were nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. With his strength, even kings below the fourfold level of ordinary spirits can easily be suppressed. The martial artist of the Divine Sea realm is no different from the ants. Jiang Chen, I don't know where is your master, King Xiao, now. At this moment, the faint voice of the arrogantly golden-robed old man rang directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen glanced at Shen Baijian indifferently, and snorted coldly, where is the master now and what does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen, now that the Blood Demon Palace is back, the three sects of the northern wilderness will face unprecedented disasters. When I wait for the three of you to come to you, it is for you, King Xiao. I also hope that you can invite King Xiao to come out and help us all three. Shen Baijian frowned slightly and said with an unhappy expression, he is the supreme elder of the Excalibur sect, a peerless powerhouse whose strength has reached the 9th level of Shanghai, and the first person in the three sects of the northern wilderness. If it weren't for this son who was backed by a strong soul realm who dared to be so disrespectful to him, he would have already slapped him. Although the Taoist Zico's transmission said that this son has at least the strength of Shanghai 7 or more, and has killed the blood shadow of one of the three guardians of the Blood Demon Palace, and has the strength to sit on an equal footing with them. But Shenbaijian didn't believe it from the bottom of my heart. When the three sects were meeting martial arts, although Jiang Chen ruled the roost among the younger generation, his cultivation had not broken through the condensed pill realm. Now it is only a year or a half away from the Sanzong Huiwu. Even if Jiang Chen is talented and evil, it is already the limit to break through the Divine Sea realm. How can he kill the blood shadow of the guardian of the Blood Demon Palace? That blood shadow is an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years, and it is still blood repair, and the means of life-saving are endless. Even if he tried his best, it might not be difficult to defeat the blood shadow, but it was not easy to kill it. According to Shenbaijian's guess, when Jiang Chen killed Blood Shadow, Xiao Duli must secretly help. Only the Divine Soul Realm King with a cultivation base that can easily kill the Blood Shadow. Chapter 1133, Kill the Blood Demon Hall Headquarters. So, you are here to ask my master for help. Jiang Chen looked at Shen Baijian faintly, and the corner of his mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. I just want to find your master and work together to deal with the Blood Demon Palace. Shen Baijian's complexion was a bit unsightly and authentic. According to their understanding, the current strength of the Blood Demon Palace is unfathomable. Especially the mysterious palace master of the Blood Demon Palace, it is said that he has restored the strength of the Soul Realm King. The three sects of the northern wilderness wanted to contend with the Blood Demon Palace, so they had to invite Xiao Duli, the Soul King behind Jiang Chen. As the leader of the three sects of the northern wilderness, the supreme elder of the Shenjian sect, and the first strongest of the three sects of the northern wilderness, what a proud existence is the God 100 sect. Even if he is asking for someone at this moment, how can he bow his head to the junior Jiang Chen? Don't say that my master is not in the northern wilderness now. Even if he is here, why should I cooperate with you to deal with the Blood Demon Palace? Jiang sneered disdainfully. He looked at Shen Baijian with an impatient look. If you have nothing else, you can go away. I don't want to waste time with you here. Shen Baijian's complexion sank, and he shouted angrily, Jiang Chen, I just give you a bit thin face because of King Xiao's face, don't be too much. Do I need you to give me face? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Old fellow, since you are asking for help, you must behave like a beggar. Don't put on an arrogant posture in front of me. A sharp cold light burst into the eyes of Shen Baijian. Jiang Chen, don't think you are Xiao Duli's disciple, I really dare not do it to you. Jiang Chen looked cold. You can try it. Okay, old man Jian, little friend Jiang Chen, I don't know if you can give me a face, just give up. Seeing that Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen had a big disagreement and they were about to do something, the Taoist Zixu suddenly became big. This divine sword, who thinks he is the best of the three sects, likes to put on an arrogant posture at all times. Originally based on their relationship between Taishu Zong and Jiang Chen, the two masters and apprentices, as long as they ask each other well, Jiang Chen, master and apprentice, will definitely not sit idly by. Who knew the idiot of Shen Baijian? He went with Jiang Chen. If you, the number one powerhouse of the three sects, can deal with the Howmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, why bother to ask others? The Taoist Zixu was speechless to the extreme. He took a deep breath and said solemnly to Jiang Chen, Little friend Jiang Chen, whether King Xiao is in the northern wilderness or not, I hope you can help us for the sake of Taishu sect. The elders can rest assured that the Blood Demon Temple was born ahead of schedule, and he acted recklessly in the Great Sha Kingdom and arrested my friends. Naturally, I will not let them go. Standing with his hand in hand, Jiang Chen said lightly, I'm going to find the Blood Demon Temple to settle the account now. If you want to destroy the Blood Demon Temple, then follow me to kill the Blood Demon Palace headquarters. What, are you going to the Blood Demon Hall headquarters? Taoist Zico's expression changed drastically. Little friend Jiang Chen, don't. The strength of the Blood Demon Palace is unfathomable. Don't mess around. Yes, little friend Jiang Chen, I'm afraid this matter will have to be considered in the long term. The elder Shu Chuya of Tianyuzong also quickly echoed the Tao. With the strength of the Blood Demon Hall, even if the King Shao behind Jiang Chen came in person, I am afraid that he would not get any benefit from going to the Blood Demon Hall headquarters. Jiang Chen just killed the Blood Demon Palace headquarters, it was no different from sending him to death. Chapter 1134. How I act, it's not your turn to interfere. You want to go to the Blood Demon Temple to die, but don't pull us. Shen Baijian sneered disdainfully. The Blood Demon Hall has 3 guardians of the late Divine Sea, and the Lord of the Blood Demon Hall has restored the strength of the Divine Soul Realm King. Even if Xiao Duli, the master of this kid, kills the Blood Demon Palace headquarters alone, it may be difficult for him to retreat. The hairy boy in front of you, dare to speak up here. I didn't force you, you love to go or not. Jiang Chen curled his lips and turned around to leave. A mere branch of the Blood Demon Temple, barely considered a 2-star force in the Central State Continent. He can easily suppress it by himself, so why care about the views of these 3 old guys? The most important thing at the moment is to go to the Blood Demon Temple to rescue Meng Qingxie. He didn't mind wasting time with these old guys. Little friend Jiang Chen, are you really going to the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace? Taoist Zixu took a deep breath, his expression serious and authentic. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Do you think I am joking with you? Okay, since the little friend has the courage to go to the Palace of Blood Demon, Lao Dao will put his life on this old bone and die with the gentleman. Taoist Zixu gritted his teeth, and a sharp light burst out of his muddy old eyes. No matter what, Jiang Chen was a disciple of Xiao Duli, a strong man in the soul realm. Presumably Xiao Duli would not have watched Jiang Chen send him home to die. Only by relying on the strength of Jiang Chen, master and apprentice, can they defeat the Blood Demon Palace. Otherwise, with Sanzong's current power, it would definitely not be the opponent of the Blood Demon Palace. You have the courage to even Zixu, how can Shu Chuya fall behind? Today we will kill the Blood Demon Palace headquarters together to let those guys know that our 3 sects are the masters of this northern wilderness continent. Shu Chuya also laughed heartily. Shenbaijian's complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look like. Shu Chuya, Zishu is old-fashioned, it's all right for this kid to be crazy. Are you still going crazy with him? Shenbaijian, sometimes crazy once may not be the right decision. At that time decades ago, if you hadn't been too cautious, Sanzong would have already severely injured the Blood Demon Palace. Why did you restore the Blood Demon Palace to the present? This time, even if I fight this old fate, I will seriously hurt the Blood Demon Palace. Taoist Zishu couldn't help but flash a decisive look in his old eyes. Don't worry about him, let's go. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at God 100 Sword, and strode away directly. Shen Baijian shouted angrily, and immediately flickered, directly blocking Jiang Chen's face out of thin air. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Shen Baijian, what do you mean? Jiang Chen, don't think you are Xiao Duli's disciple, you can do whatever you want in front of me. Shen Baijian's expression was ashen. I will never allow you to go to the Blood Demon Palace like this. The strength of the Blood Demon Palace is unfathomable, and he can barely contend with the trio of Shu Chuyuzi Shu Daoist. If Shu Chuyuzi Shu Daoist followed Jiang Chen to the Blood Demon Palace to die, the northern desolate continent would really be in a state where it would never be restored. If you say it's not allowed, it's not allowed. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and his proud voice slowly resounded across the sky. What's more, how I, Jiang Chen, act, it is not your turn to interfere. Chapter 1135. The power of the king shocked the 3 elders. Today, I will act on behalf of King Shao and teach you a kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky. Shen Baijian smiled angrily. As soon as he lifted his palm, the monstrous Yuan Li whistled out, instantly turning into a golden sword aura, slashing out towards Jiang Chen. What are you, What qualifications do you have to teach me from my master? Jiang Chen yelled, and the spirit of the Soul Realm King rose up into the sky, instantly transforming into an invisible dragon in midair, and headed towards the suppression of the gods. Under the will of King Jiang Chen, the golden sword aura of God's 100 Swords shattered with a crack. Before God 100 Sword could react, a terrifying might that made his soul tremble endlessly. Someone also oppressed him as if the mountain was overwhelming. Shen Baijian trembled all over, and the whole person stepped back more than 10 feet in the void, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. The king's will. This. How is this possible? Shen Baijian's face was extremely pale. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen opposite, and an incredible horror appeared on his old face. The incredible scream of God Baijian also made Xuchuya and Taoist Zixu take a breath. Will of the king. This is the power that the king of Soul Realm can only grasp. The Taoist Rao Shizixu knew that Jiang Chen could easily slay the 7th blood shadow of Shanghai, but he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to have reached such a powerful level. No wonder this guy dared to kill the Blood Demon Hall headquarters alone, because he was already a genuine Soul King. Coupled with Xiao Duli behind it, that is one family and 2 kings. 2 great kings of the Soul Realm. Even if the Blood Demon Palace is strong, how can Jiang Chen have the slightest fear? In addition to the shock of Taoist Zixu and Shu Chuya, there was also excitement that could not be concealed in their old eyes. This time there is Jiang Chen's presence, maybe they can really wipe out the Blood Demon Palace from the northern wilderness continent. Shen Baijian, I'm going to the Blood Demon Temple now, and I don't have time to waste time with you. If you dare to stop me, then let Fuao Wu make a ruthless action. Little friend Jiang Chen is worthy of being a disciple of King Shao, and he is so talented that he is close to a demon. At such an age, he has become a king of the Soul Realm. It was the old man Meng Lang just now. With the strength of little friend Jiang Chen, he is fully capable of leading us to defeat the Blood Demon Palace. Shen Baijian's face changed slightly, and he quickly said with a smile. Although he is naturally arrogant, he is not ignorant of current affairs. There are ants under the king of the gods and souls. Even if his censored is the powerhouse of Shanghai 9th layer, Jiang Chen can easily kill him. Since Jiang Chen is an expert in the divine soul realm, he might really be able to defeat the Howmaster of the Blood Demon Palace. If he does not participate in it, the reputation of the Divine Sword sect in the northern wild continent will be greatly reduced. Jiang Chen looked at God 100 Sword, too lazy, and walked directly in the direction of Heilongling. Heilongling, Blood Mist Mountain. This is a hidden deep mountain in the depths of Heilongling. It is surrounded by cliffs. There is only a narrow path leading to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is shrouded in dense blood mist all the year round, making it difficult to see what's inside, and it looks very strange. Once, many warriors from the northern wild continent entered Blood Mist Mountain and wanted to find out. As long as the warriors who enter the Blood Mist Mountain, almost all have gone and never returned. Blood Mist Mountain has become one of the famous forbidden places in the northern wild continent. Chapter 1136, The Lord of the Blood Demon Hall, Get Out and Die. Blood Mist Mountain is a famous forbidden land in the northern wilderness continent, and it has been almost ignored for many years. Just today, before the Blood Mist Mountain, which no one dared to easily step into, there was a burst of resounding through the air. 4 sudden streams of light pierced the sky, and then from far to near, appeared in the void less than 100 meters away from Shuiwu Mountain in the blink of an eye. These 4 people are not others, they are the elders of Jiang Chen and Beiwang 3 sects. Is this the Blood Mist Mountain? It is rumored that the Blood Mist Mountain is the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace. It seems to be true. Taoist Zixu looked at the strange mountain range shrouded in dense blood mist, his expression dignified. Jiang Chen nodded and said, yes, this is the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace. The location of the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace was obtained by Sha Yuan through the soul search technique and reading the Blood Demon's memory. I think there will be no problem. It's no wonder that this Blood Mist Mountain will become a forbidden place in the northern desolate continent. Even if the Divine Sea Realm powerhouse enters it, there will be no return. It turns out that the Blood Demon Palace is doing a ghost. Shu Chuya snorted coldly. Many talented disciples of Tianyu's sect were also buried in Shuiwu Mountain, and they all fell into the hands of the people in the Blood Demon Palace. He directly looked up at Jiang Chen and said, little friend Jiang Chen, shall we go directly and now? Jiang Chen didn't speak. He took a step forward and shouted, Howmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, roll out and die. The faint voice was like a rolling thunder, and it spread out loud and violently, spreading over hundreds of miles. Coupled with the echo of the surrounding mountain walls, it is even more like the roar of thunder. The huge cannon smashed down, and the shaking people's ears are dizzy. In the depths of Shuiwu Mountain, a blood-colored hall towering into the clouds. A mysterious blood shadow wrapped in blood light sits high on the blood-colored throne in the center of the main hall, filled with a strange and unpredictable aura. Below, there are more than a dozen blood-robed people standing respectfully on both sides of the hall. These auras are extremely extraordinary. I am afraid that at least they have reached the divine sea realm. Especially the two blood-robed men headed by them had extremely strong auras, almost not inferior to the three elders. Shui Ming, Han Li, now my blood demon palace includes the blood shadow protector and all the powerhouses of the divine sea realm outside of the three halls. The soul cards are broken. What do you think about this? The mysterious blood shadow on the scarlet throne finally broke the tranquility of the hall, and a faint voice slowly sounded in the hall. Hall Master, with the strength of the blood shadow guardian, even if the raid on Taishu sect fails, it will never be annihilated. Subordinates suspect that Taishu sect should have a mysterious power to help. And this mysterious powerhouse, in all likelihood, should be Xiao Duli who appeared in Longxi Mountain back then. The blood-robed old man said slowly. The blood-robed old man is the head of the three guardians of the Blood Demon Palace, Blood Dark. Hall Master, his subordinates also agree with the words of the Blood Ming Protector. The guy named Xiao Duli is probably still hidden in Taishu sect. Another guardian Han Li also said solemnly, the failure of this Blood Shadow Guardian operation will definitely anger the three cases. I am afraid that the three cases will move soon, and we must find and prepare. Human Han is too worried. Don't the three sects still dare to kill our Blood Demon Palace headquarters? Beside Han Li, a blood-clothed young man with a cold and proud face sneered disdainfully. Just when the voice of the blood-clothed youth just fell, suddenly a thunderous voice came from outside. Hallmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, get out quickly and die. Chapter 1137. I alone can step down in the Blood Demon Palace. Hallmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, roll out quickly and die. Billowing shouts entered the hall from the outside, and everyone in the hall suddenly became dumbfounded. Especially the blood-clothed youth who had just spoken had a look of shame on his face. He had just decided that Sanzong would not dare to do anything to the Blood Demon Palace, who knew that someone had already killed the door. Hey, I have looked down upon the people of the three sects, but I didn't expect them to really dare to come here. The blood-clothed youth smiled coldly. He directly raised his head to the figure on the king's scarlet throne. Hall Lord, please call for orders, go and punish the enemy. Since the people of the three sects dared to kill the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace, they must have some support. You and the two law protectors, lead the strong Blood Demon Palace to go together. Don't underestimate the enemy. If Xiao Duli shows up, I will do it myself. Above the throne, the voice of the head of the Blood Demon Palace resounded again. Respect. Hearing the orders of the Hall Master, the many Blood Demon Hall powerhouses in the hall, under the leadership of the three people of Shui Li, quickly swept out of the hall. Shui Li's figure took the lead, flashing out of the dense mist on the top of the Blood Mist Mountain, and the cold voice resounded through the world. Who is running wild in my Blood Demon Palace? Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void with his hands in his hands. He looked at the Shui Li and others who rushed out of the Shuiwu Mountain, and said lightly, I am Jiang Chen, who came here to find your Blood Demon Palace to settle accounts. Are you Jiang Chen, Xiao Duli's disciple? The censored eyes shrank slightly. For this name, Shui Li is no stranger to the senior officials of the Blood Demon Palace. The Blood Demon Palace was about to be born, and it was precisely because of this guy named Jiang Chen that the mysterious powerhouse Xiao Duli had been drawn out, and he had to avoid the edge. Yes, I am Jiang Chen, let your palace master get out and see me. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. His whole body was like a peerless swordsman pulling out a divine sword. His sharp edge was revealed, and he had the courage to watch the world. Our lord, can you see you if you want to? Shui Li smiled coldly. Even if your master Xiao Duli comes, I am afraid that you don't have the qualifications to be wild in my Blood Demon Palace headquarters. What are you? You too value your Blood Demon Palace, so with your crooked melons and jujubes, you are also worthy to let my master take action against you. Jiang Chen said with a scornful expression, it's a mere branch of the Blood Demon Hall scattered on the northern wilderness continent. I alone can step down your Blood Demon Hall. Jiang Chen, You are really not your usual madness. Do you think you can deal with my blood demon palace by gathering these 3 old guys from Sanzong? Today, your highness killed you first, and then attacked the 3 sects, so that they will be completely removed from the northern wilderness continent. Shui Li yelled angrily, and squeezed out a seal tactic with both hands, and a burst of blood burst out from his palm, turning into a blood-colored flame 10 feet long, and headed straight towards Jiang Chen. Shui Li, the head of the Blood Demon Palace, is also the first person in the young generation of the Blood Demon Palace, with the cultivation base of the Shanghai double layer, and the combat power is not inferior to the master of the Blood Demon Hall. Even in the face of the contemporary sovereign of the 3 sects, he has the confidence to fight, let alone this kid in front of him. The ants of Shanghai's second layer even dared to do something to me, knowing nothing about life and death. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, raised his hand to the void and shook the censored flames instantly. With a move of his finger, a sword light pierced the space, and in the blink of an eye it appeared above Shui Li's head, fiercely smashing down at Shui Li's head. Chapter 1138, Kill the Quartet. His Royal Highness, be careful. Feeling the horror of Jiang Chen's sword aura, the Blood Ming Guardian's face changed drastically. After all, his reminder was too late. Jiang Chen's sword is not only reaching its extreme, but it also brings a strong space pressure. Under the pressure of this force, Shui Li even stiffened his body a lot, and he could only watch Xianxia rapidly expand in his eyes. Shui Li looked desperate and horrified. He was just about to call for help. Xianxia had penetrated his body and directly cut him in half. Seeing that Jiang Chen killed Shui Li with a single move, the eyes of the Shui Ming protector shrank, and his mouth couldn't help but let out a cold anger. Boy, you kill my highness of the Blood Demon Palace, I will kill you today. Jiang Chen looked disdainful. If you want to kill me, you are not qualified enough, let your censored hellmaster get out and see me. Dare to insult the Lord, you are looking for death. The Lord of the 5 Halls, immediately lead everyone to besiege this child. Following Shui Ming's anger, the only 5 hall masters left in the Blood Demon Hall led the experts in the Blood Demon Hall and quickly surrounded Jiang Chen. Taoist Zixu saw this, and they stepped forward to help. Old guy, your opponent is us. Shui Ming smiled coldly, and immediately rushed towards the 3 Taoist Zixu directly with Han Li. At the same time when the 2 great guardians were fighting against the 3 elders. More than a dozen divine soul realm powerhouses headed by the Lord of the 5 Halls also took time to attack Jiang Chen. The sky full of wind, fire, thunder and lightning, swords and swords shadows rushed towards Jiang Chen. The attack jointly launched by more than a dozen powerhouses of the divine sea realm was absolutely earth-shattering, like a world-destroying storm, instantly covering 100 meters of space around Jiang Chen. One of the head of the Gorfiend Palace couldn't help but lift up a cold smile on his face. A tiny little boy who dares to provoke my Blood Demon Temple, really? Before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a golden mask supported the sky and the earth, resisting all the attacks of more than a dozen of them. Many experts in the Blood Demon Palace were shocked to stare out their eyes. The hall masters of the 5 great divine seas in more than 4 levels, plus the combined blow of more than a dozen divine sea realm experts, are extremely powerful. Even the powerhouse of Shanghai 9 layers, I'm afraid he has to avoid his edge temporarily. But the boy in front of him, a light mask condensed between his hands and feet, was easily blocked. It's ridiculous that a group of ants-like existences want to kill me too. Today I will kill you first, and then level down the Blood Demon Palace. Jiang Chen waved the golden lightsaber in his hand, condensed into a golden light, and instantly cut it out. Before several powerful Blood Demon Palace screams, they found that their upper body and lower limbs were separated from the waist, and the whole person was cut in 2 by Jiang Chen. The main hall of the 5th hall is about to split. These powerhouses of the Divine Sea Realm were all cultivated by the Blood Demon Temple at a huge cost. Even the loss of 1 person is enough to make them heartache. Now that Jiang Chen has killed several people with a sword like cutting melons and vegetables, how can they not be angry? All 5 of them raised their aura to the limit, and the sky full of censored energy filled the space, dyeing the sky with a radius of hundreds of meters into a monster of blood red. Looking at the Lord of the 5 Halls, Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and a golden lightsaber in his hand was condensed into silk, and he chopped it out plainly. Chapter 1139, The Lord of the Blood Demon Palace is here. Sword chi pierced the sky, as if even the world seemed to be divided into 2. The Hall Master of the Blood Demon Hall that rushed forward had not yet reacted, and the sword energy had already penetrated through his body. I saw the main body of the Gorfiend Palace split into two directly, and then fell into the forest below with a bang. The audience was shocked. One of the masters of the 8 halls of the Blood Demon Palace, a strong man above Shanghai's 4th level, was still cut into 2 pieces by Jiang Chen. The strong Blood Demon Palace who wanted to attack Jiang Chen were all trembling with a look of horror and never dared to step forward. Even the Hallmaster of the Blood Demon Hall above Shanghai's 4th level can kill with a single sword. This is horrible. Jiang Chen, you censored it. On the other side, Shui Ming and Han Li looked frightened. It's just that at the moment they are constrained by the 3 sect elders, they can only watch the Blood Demon Palace powerhouse being slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Cut it again. Jiang Chen ignored the roar of the two. With a move of his palm, the lightsaber condensed with triple sword intent once again locked on a Gorfiend Hall Master, and then cut it out with a single sword. Hall Lord, help! The head of the Gorfiend Palace screamed in horror. And at the same time the master of the Gorfiend Palace screamed. A faint cold snort, with an incomparably powerful spirit will, across 10 miles of sky, swept out from the Blood Mist Mountain. Divine Souls will instantly shattered Jiang Chen's sword energy, and pressed toward Jiang Chen fiercely. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and the will of the Divine Soul Realm King was also condensed in vain, colliding with the oncoming Divine Soul Will. In the void, a burst of invisible energy burst out. Jiang Chen stepped back a few steps in the void. He looked up at Shuiwu Mountain and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Hallmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, you can finally give it up. Jiang Chen, I don't want to be an enemy of you. If you leave now, I can assume that it hasn't happened at this time. At this moment, a faint voice came from the Blood Mist Mountain. Sorry, I'm only here today to destroy the Blood Demon Palace. Whether you want to be an enemy of me or not, I will beat the Blood Demon Palace. Jiang Chen looked indifferent and authentic. The moment the Blood Demon Palace started to attack Daxia Kingdom and captured Meng Qingxie, he and the Blood Demon Palace were endlessly dying, vowing to remove the Blood Demon Palace from the northern wild continent. Huh, don't think that this seat is 3-pointed with you, you really think that this seat is scared of you. With a cold voice, a censored Cheng Hong that pierced the sky. And the earth shot out from the mountain of blood mist. Before he stopped, the overwhelming blood of evil spirits had already swept towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and the dazzling golden light also burst out of his body in an instant. In the void, golden light gleamed, and blood pierced the sky. The battle between the 2 kings of the Divine Soul Realm is about to start. I didn't expect this son to be a Divine Soul Realm king. The 2 guardians of the Blood Demon Palace also stopped fighting with the 3 elders. They looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing opposite the Hall Master, and his expression became extremely difficult to look. At the time Xiao Duli appeared in Longqi Mountain and deterred them with the throne of the king, making them have to be afraid of it. Now Xiao Duli's disciple is already a Divine Soul Realm king. If the master and apprentice joined forces, their Blood Demon Palace would be really dangerous this time. Chapter 1140, Fight the Lord of the Blood Demon Hall. Jiang Chen, although I have to admit that you are a martial arts genius without a single chance, you have broken through the Soul Realm at such an age. But, with the strength you just broke through the Divine Soul Realm, but you are not yet my opponent, let your master Xiao Duli come out. The head of the Blood Demon Palace flickered as he stared at Jiang Chen coldly. My master is no longer in the northern wilderness continent. You don't need to be so cautious about the temptation. I am the only one here today. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void, and said lightly, what's more? I am enough to deal with you, and you are not qualified to let my master take action. The head of the Blood Demon Palace smiled angrily. I want to see today, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? After speaking, he stretched out a censored palm and grabbed it into the void. A giant censored palm with flames descended from above the 9 heavens, with a strong censored aura, to suppress Jiang Chen. The giant palm hasn't stopped, the overwhelming aura, as if there is a feeling of blood vessels bursting and bursting. Heaven-grade martial arts blood evil palm. The head of the Blood Demon Palace obviously didn't want to stand in a stalemate with Jiang Chen. As soon as he shot it, he was the heavenly rank of the Blood Demon Palace. Holding the Blood Dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen just swiped it lightly, and a giant sword from outside the sky fell directly from the 9 heavens, colliding with the giant palm of the head of the Blood Demon Palace. Rumble. 2 yuanli storms of different colors in the void spread like mountains and seas. The head of the Blood Demon Palace took a breath, and his figure was also tumbling back 3 steps in the void. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was still standing proudly in place, his eyes suddenly shrinking. Boy, I look down on you. Although this son had just broken through the divine sea realm, his combat power was extremely powerful. If he is a little careless today, I am afraid he will really fall into the hands of this kid. Even if you don't underestimate me, it's still death today. If you come and don't be indecent, you can pick me up. Jiang Chen said lightly. The blood dragon sword drew a weird arc in midair. Countless flames condensed out of thin air, turned into a 100-foot flame giant sword, with the terrifying power of smashing everything, slashed towards the head of the Blood Demon Palace. This is a martial skill above the king level. The head of the Blood Demon Palace was shocked, and countless blood evil spirits rolled out from under his blood robe. These blood evil spirits formed a censored smoke barrier in midair. From a distance, it looked like a huge blood cloud, which was tens of meters in size. Chi. At the moment when the blood cloud condensed, the 100 flame greatsword arrived in no time. Wherever it passed, the blood cloud turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The flame giant sword had already destroyed dozens of feet of blood cloud, and then cut down to the hall master of the Blood Demon Palace below. At this time, the head of the Blood Demon Palace had no time to dodge, so he gritted his teeth and condensed a blood-colored mask around his body to resist the attack of the flame giant sword. Hearing a loud noise, the censored mask that had just been condensed by the hallmaster of the Blood Demon Hall burst open again. A censored mist burst out of his mouth, and the whole person flew upside down like a kite with a broken wire. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen became extremely hideous, and the cold voice slowly resounded across the sky. Jiang Chen, you successfully angered me, today I will let you die without a place to be buried. Chapter 1141, 7 Souls Blood Shadow Technique. The cold roar resounded throughout the world. I saw 7 censored rays of light burst out of the body of the head of the Blood Demon Palace. The blood-colored light was in the air, instantly transforming into 7 figures, all of them resembling the head of the Blood Demon Palace. And every one almost has the aura of the King of Soul Realm. Jiang Chen, this is the supreme secret 7 soul blood shadow technique of my Blood Demon Temple, which can transform 7 souls into 1 soul, and each clone has the strength not weaker than the main body. Today, I will let you taste the power of this 7 soul blood shadow technique. The eyes of the hallmaster of the 7 Blood Demon Hall were all locked on Jiang Chen, and his voice resounded almost at the same time. Even if he pays some price, he will use this 7 soul blood shadow technique to kill this son today. Damn it, the head of the Blood Demon Palace has actually practiced the legendary 7 soul blood shadow technique. The eyes of the 3 Taoist Zixu shrank, and their eyes became extremely solemn in an instant. Tisk tusk. The Hall Master has already practiced my Blood Demon Hall King level secret 7 soul blood shadow technique, now that kid is dead. When the 2 guardians of Shui Ming and Han Li saw this, a smug smile appeared in their eyes. 7 soul blood shadow technique, the supreme king level secret method of the Blood Demon Palace. Once trained, 7 clones can be condensed, and each clone has a power equivalent to the body. Now that the Hall Master casts the 7 souls blood shadow technique, it is equivalent to 7 divine soul realm kings, equivalent to the Hall Master besieging Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen is evil again, how can he withstand the siege of the 7 divine soul realm kings? 7 soul blood shadow technique, your move is quite interesting. But to me, it is also a matter of slashing with 1 sword. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and a sharp sword light cut through the space, slashing at one of the avatars of the head of the Blood Demon Palace. Sword chi spanned 100 meters of space, and directly cut out a dark crack visible to the naked eye in the void. The avatar of the Hallmaster of the Blood Demon Palace directly collapsed out of thin air, and finally turned into countless blood evil spirits, disappearing into the void between the fingers. This son is so powerful that it cut off my clone with a single sword. The pupils of the head of the Blood Demon Palace shrank suddenly, and his heart was shocked. He is a clone of 7 souls blood shadow condensed, but has the same strength as his own. Such a avatar was cut by Jiang Chen without the slightest resistance. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chen has the terrifying power to slay the Soul King with a single sword? This 7 soul blood shadow technique is the strongest secret technique of the Blood Demon Palace. Even if Jiang Chen's power is shocking to the sky, it may not help him. Jiang Chen, your strength is indeed very strong, even if a general divine soul realm king meets you, I am afraid you will be easily killed by you. But this 7-soul blood shadow technique is not something you can easily break. The Lord of the Blood Demon Palace smiled coldly. With a wave of his palm, the clone that was slain by Jiang Chen once again condensed from the spot. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect this branch hall of the Blood Demon Hall of the Northern Wilderness to have this secret technique of my bloodline hall. This 7-soul blood shadow technique is cultivated to great success, but one soul transforms into 7 bodies, and the 7 clones complement each other. Unless you can kill 7 clones at the same time, you can't kill this guy. If you are willing to release the Blood Demon Soul Explosion Pill, this emperor can help you get rid of this guy. Zue, who had been silent for a while, suddenly sneered in Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 1142, Supernatural Power, Destroy the World Dragon Flame. Blood River, it seems that you have absorbed the profound spirit Holy Spring during this time, and your spirit has recovered a lot, so you dare to bargain with me. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Don't forget, even if you restore to the divine embryo state, your life is still in my hands. At the sight of Emperor Zun, Jiang Chen had allocated some profound spirits to the Blood River. During this period of time, the Blood River had been absorbing the profound spirit Holy Spring, and the spirit power had obviously recovered a lot. The Emperor just said casually, if you don't want to, I will help you get rid of this guy right away. Zue said quickly, no, it's just a mere secret technique, how can it be rare to stop me? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully, even if the head of the Blood Demon Palace possesses the 7-soul blood shadow technique, it is no more than the first stage of the soul. With his current strength, he hasn't put a martial artist in his eyes. Jiang Chen, I have cultivated the 7-soul blood shadow technique, you can't kill me. Looking at you as a martial arts genius, I will give you a chance to surrender to me. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, in the future you will be my highness in the Blood Demon Palace. The 7 avatars of the Howlmaster of the Blood Demon Hall exploded at the same time with the aura of the King of the Soul Realm, and the monstrous blood of the blood shook the space, making this world tremble constantly. Your 7-soul blood shadow technique is indeed a good secret technique, but your body strength is too weak. Even if the secret technique is strong, it is still an ant. Don't say it's just a secret technique, even if you really cultivated an immortal body, I can still destroy it today. Jiang Chen smiled, his eyes filled with contempt. In the void, the Lord of the 7 Blood Demon Hall was furious at the same time. They violently urged their whole body, countless blood mist and poisonous miasma flames, swept from all directions, and instantly drowned Jiang Chen. The hundreds of feet of space around Jiang Chen turned into a censored, dead place. The combined blow of the 7 kings of the divine soul realm can be described as the sky and the earth, and the mountains and rivers are discolored. The expressions of the 3 Taoist Zixu changed, and worried expressions appeared on their faces. The master of the Blood Demon Palace is too strong, and I don't know if Jiang Chen can stop it. The Lord is mighty, now that Kid is dead. Countless experts in the Blood Demon Palace watched this scene with excitement, and they have begun to celebrate with their crowns. Even the 2 guardians of Shui Ming and Han Li had rare smiles on their faces. The Hall Master is indeed the Hall Master, and the 7 great souls of the Soul Realm together make a single blow. Even if Jiang Chen is extraordinary in strength, he is destined. Before the 2 of them could finish speaking, in the blood-filled space, there was a clear dragon chant. A golden rainbow pierced through the sky and the earth rose into the sky, instantly dispersing the blood mist around it. The dazzling golden long rainbow shook the blood mist, and finally turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon with a length of 100 feet on top of Jiang Chen's head. The 5-clawed golden dragon crossed the sky, with huge golden eyes looking down indifferently, and the terrifying dragon's might spread in this space. The look of the head of the Blood Demon Hall changed drastically, and an unprecedented panic appeared in his eyes. Howlmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, you are proud to be the first person to die under my bloodline supernatural powers. Bloodline supernatural power, destroy the world dragon flame. Jiang Chen looked at the head of the Blood Demon Hall indifferently, his palms flickering in the void suddenly. Chapter 1143, Kill the head of the Blood Demon Palace. As Jiang Chen closed his hands, the 5-clawed golden dragon that stood upright roared, and a golden flame spurted out of his mouth. Bloodline supernatural power, destroy the world dragon flame. This is also the first time that Jiang Chen has displayed such magical powers after he was promoted to the real dragon censored body. The golden flame, with the power of destroying the world, fell on a part of the head of the Blood Demon Palace in the blink of an eye. I saw this avatar of the Howlmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, instantly burst open under the golden flame, and finally turned into nothingness. After the golden flame extinguished one of the clones, the power did not diminish, and it rushed directly to the second clone. Boom bang bang. 7 earth-shattering explosions continued in the void. I saw the 7 figures condensed by the Lord of the Blood Demon Palace with 7 soul blood shadows, under the golden flames, like tofu dregs, they couldn't withstand a single blow. The dragon is flying across the sky, and the dragon flame is extinct. The Howlmaster of the Blood Demon Hall of the Megatron Northern Desolate Continent, under Jiang Chen's bloodline magical powers, his deity was destroyed. The void in front of the Blood Mist Mountain was plunged into deathly silence. All those who saw this scene were stunned and dumbfounded. The Lord of the Blood Demon Palace, this is a great figure who has been in the northern wilderness of Megatron for nearly 1,000 years. Back then, the ancestors of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness, gathering the power of the 3 sects, only severely damaged them. Jiang Chen killed it with an understatement. Hall Master was defeated like this. The complexions of many powerful Blood Demon Palaces were extremely pale. Including the 2 guardians of Shui Ming and Han Li, the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen showed an unprecedented panic. With the strength of the Divine Soul Realm King, the Hall Master used the 7 Soul Blood Shadow spell, which was still easily killed by Jiang Chen. Blood Demon Hall, it's over. Shui Ming lost his soul, the whole person was ashamed. Back then, the Blood Demon Palace fought against the Sanzong, and eventually lost, and had to hide in the northern wild continent. So many years have passed. The Blood Demon Palace has been recovering power in secret. Now that the Blood Demon Palace has finally recovered its strength, the 3 sects of the northern wilderness are far from being comparable to the original ones. Their Blood Demon Temple was reborn. Originally, they thought that with the current power of the Blood Demon Palace, sweeping the North Desolate 3 sects and dominating the North Desolate Continent was just a matter of hand. In the Northern Desolate Continent, a peerless evildoer like Jiang Chen was born. With the power of one person, he forcibly destroyed the power accumulated for hundreds of years in the Blood Demon Palace. One move killed the Howlmaster of the Blood Demon Palace. Jiang Chen's indifferent eyes swept over the many powerful Blood Demon Palace experts, and said coldly, "A few days ago, someone sent a woman named Meng Xianxia to the Blood Demon Palace headquarters. Where is she? Jiang Chen, it turns out that you are here for a woman with a deadly body." Shui Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "If you want to know where she is, maybe we can sit down and talk." The words of Shui Ming had just fallen, and the monstrous spirit of the soul instantly solidified the space. A fierce sword aura also broke out directly. That Shui Ming didn't have any resistance at all, and was cut in half by Jiang Chen. "Just relying on you rubbish, are you worthy to negotiate terms with me?" A sword smashed the blood. Jiang Chen's cold eyes directly locked on another guardian Han Li's body. "If you don't want to end up like him, immediately hand over Meng Xianxia to me." Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.